Chapter 131. Su saw full of caution and inquiry in his smile, and hurriedly followed him obediently, saying timidly, "I'm just curious." "Don't be nervous." Gabriel comforted him in a gentle voice, and then pointed to the chair in the middle of the laboratory. "Sit on it." Su followed his instructions, and looked at the chair. After seeing the chair clearly, he was shocked and froze in place. The laboratory was dark and unclear. There was a huge mirror embedded in the wall facing the entrance door. In the middle was a seat similar to a dental chair, which was hung with wires connecting various instruments. If Gabriel hadn't said it, he would have thought it was a torture device. Gabriel held up the headband on the seat with both hands and invited again, Su, come here quickly." He was still as gentle as usual, but with a kind of toughness that could not be questioned, as if he was wearing a weird and inconsistent mask. Su stared at the metal headband in Gabriel's hand, with a strong sense of foreboding in his chest, which had already made him aware of something strange. He pretended to be ignorant and nodded woodenly, walked to the chair obediently, and took the headband with both hands devoutly. Gabriel shook his head, motioned Su to sit down first, and then put the headband on his head with his own hands, and asked intimately, "Is it too tight?" "No, Professor." Su obediently answered every question. Gabriel nodded with great satisfaction, pulled up the straps on both sides of the seat, and explained, "Just close your eyes and go to sleep. The safety belt is to prevent you from falling off when you fall asleep. Don't be afraid." Is it really as simple as Gabriel said? Su always felt heavy in his chest, and the feeling of uneasiness was swaying, but he didn't show it on his face. He laid down straight according to the instructions, and closed his eyes for a nap. After closing his eyes, his other perceptions were constantly amplified. He clearly heard Gabriel pressing the button on his armrest, followed by the sound of footsteps walking away quickly. After the sound of the door opening and closing in the corner, he slightly opened his eyes, trying to see the current situation clearly, and suddenly heard the subtle sound of a mechanical hand extending, and the sharp whisper gave him goose bumps. What sound? Su was secretly puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on the side of his neck, and a violent drowsiness quickly hit his brain, knocking him into a state of confusion. He secretly clenched his fists, his fingers scratched his palms hard, his nails scratched the skin and embedded in the flesh. The piercing pain turned into sweat on his forehead and slowly slid down the headband, but it also kept him awake. Is it an anesthetic? What does Gabriel want to do to him? The surging sleepiness is hard to control and can't be shaken off. The beeping sound of the machine beside his ear is like a lullaby. Su is trying hard to hold on to his spirit and is unwilling to surrender. The pain in his palm can no longer suppress his sleepiness. He clenched his fist and clenched his thumb. The resistance hidden in his forbearance made him break his finger bones. Whether it is his perception of this place, or Wei Yu's previous reminder, he can't let himself fall asleep without knowing the situation. Su was sweating all over his head in pain, but he couldn't wipe it off, because according to the original experimental plan, he should be asleep now, so no matter what happened next, he couldn't move or open his eyes. Why is his heartbeat so fast? The researcher stared at the data on the detector in confusion, and once suspected that the instrument was broken. Gabriel stood in front of the one-way mirror with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on Su on the observation bed. He hesitated for a moment, still not believing that anyone could resist the control of strong anesthesia, so he tilted his head slightly and said, "Try to open the first gear first." The researcher nodded in response, moved the control lever to select the stimulation type, and then slowly pushed the gear up. His curious eyes immediately cast on the unconscious experimental subject, constantly monitoring his reaction. Su had anticipated the impending crisis, but he personally felt the bands on his forehead and body getting tighter and tighter, and his anxious heart rate became more and more frantic. The machine beside him suddenly made a beep sound, and he instantly felt a bad premonition and became alert. His back, which was close to the bed, suddenly felt a strong electric current rushing along his torso to his limbs, like a thorn covered with thorns growing wildly along his blood vessels and embedded in his chest. Every beat of his heart was accompanied by a stabbing pain, but the more so, the faster his heartbeat became. He closed his lips and bit his teeth, sealing all the cries of pain in his body, and endured this electric shock that was not an accident. "Professor, the heart rate of subject 1639 is getting faster and faster." The researcher checked the line connection again, and after confirming that it was correct, his confusion was not relieved at all. Has his heart rate always been this high? He completely ruled out the possibility that the subject was pretending to sleep, because even if it was only one gear at present, it was a severe pain that ordinary people could not endure. What was this person trying to do? Was he worried that the professor would be dissatisfied because of this? Not really. Gabriel paid close attention to Susu's condition and the feedback on the monitor screen. He had observed the reactions of hundreds of groups of subjects after being hit, but this was the first time he saw such strange data. He was not depressed by the influence of the anesthetic, and there was no sign of stress due to the sudden stimulation. He turned around with a frown and questioned the researcher who was responsible for delivering the strengthening agent to the Santa Maria base not long ago. Are you sure Susu drank the strengthening agent? The researchers were terrified and did not dare to lie, saying, I personally handed the tonic to Susu, but the situation was complicated at the time, so I did not see him drink it. He then quickly made up for it, but we all saw that he dared to drive the boat to the front alone and face the monsters on the sea without fear of death. He must have drunk it, the researcher said with a guilty conscience, quietly tugging at the clothes of a colleague next to him, hoping that he could say a few words for him. The researcher at the side agreed. Yes, we all saw it with our own eyes. In that situation, anyone with a little thinking ability would not approach rashly. Professor, I think so too. Since the 1639th experimental subject confirmed to participate in the plan, we have been secretly observing his every move. His perception, skills, and response have all improved significantly during this period of time, which is almost impossible for ordinary people to do. One of the researchers stepped forward and said eagerly, I think it must be the professor's unique vision that found the most suitable experimental subject for the transformation plan. His words were unanimously agreed by others. No one was willing to admit their dereliction of duty at this time. It would not be good for them to annoy the professor. Gabriel glanced coldly at the researcher who complimented him. Not everyone was obsessed with the feeling of being the center of attention like Hollis. He only cared about the data, the complete and pure experimental data that was not interfered by external factors. He turned his head and looked at the person on the observation bed again and gave an order, keep increasing the gear. The researcher in charge of adjusting the stimulation parameters responded immediately, yes. He didn't dare to offend the professor at this time, and reported while operating in a serious manner. Add burning stimulation, shift to second gear, extend the reaction time to 5 minutes, and start preparation. The researcher reported one step at a time, and after getting the professor's confirmation, he reached out and pushed the gear up again. Second stimulation reaction, start. Susu's trembling breathing had not yet calmed down, and he felt an electric shock on his back again, which was stronger than the last time, as if it blocked his chest in an instant, almost strangling his heart to death. The edge of suffocation was enough to make him desperate. Suddenly, he felt a burning heat coming from behind, as if he was roasted on charcoal. Will he die? Susu was on the verge of enduring to the point of madness, but he still maintained his rational thinking. He knew very well that these electric shocks and burnings were probably not real, because Gabriel would not let him die, but could he really survive such stimulation? No, he didn't want to die, and he couldn't die at this time. Since he had made up his mind, he was not afraid if Gabriel really turned on the electricity and set fire. Hold on, he will definitely be able to hold on. The intervals between the machine prompts lingering in his ears continued to lengthen and distort, gradually forming a buzzing sound. Susu vaguely felt that his soul was being pulled out, and endless despair was poured into his body. This embryo is peeled off very completely, and all the data detected are very good. Let's put it in the A-level area for cultivation for a while. Okay, send the mother back to rest, mark her, and arrange a higher-level superior gene for her after the recuperation countdown is over. Susu was surprised to hear the voice. There was no one in his laboratory, so where did the conversation come from? He was pretending to sleep before, but now he wanted to open his eyes again, but he couldn't do it at all. The pain all over his body almost tore him apart and reorganized him. In the endless chaos, he felt that he had been ignored for a long time. Suddenly, another round of discussion sounded, interrupting his meditation. The gene recombination surgery of this baby was very successful. There was no rejection in all indicators. He is the most qualified among this batch of superior genes. If he is properly domesticated in the future, it is not impossible for him to become the second Mahler. Mahler? He is just the product of the previous batches of superior genes. The current gene recombination surgery technology has been upgraded. Not to mention this baby, all babies carrying superior genes in Area A will become the backbone of Matthias in the future. By that time, we, the creators of superior genes, will all be heroes. Susu listened to their conversation and felt confused. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be no longer in the laboratory just now, or that what he heard now was not happening in real time. Just like the hallucinations he had encountered before, he saw the scenes of the past. Because in the mouths of these people, he seemed to be just a baby, and a chosen one with excellent genes. But wasn't he being tested by Gabriel? Why did he suddenly hear all this? And from whose perspective was he hearing all this? Susu tried to move his knuckles, and was surprised to find that he seemed to be soaked in liquid. After several attempts, he finally raised his eyelids slightly to open a gap and secretly peeked at the surrounding environment. With a dim red light, he struggled to see the surrounding situation, and immediately stared around in disbelief. Susu remembered this place, and even felt that it was still fresh in his memory. He had been here through the perspective of Susu. In this secret space, there were a large number of deformed babies and a secret laboratory. But why did he see all this? Was he also a member of this place? But who is he now? Chapter 132. The breeding progress of number 13's level high-quality genes has been completed. It will be offline in 12 hours and transferred to the Education Center for cultivation. The Education Center has received it. In the cold voice of the conversation, Susu felt that someone was waking him up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the turbid nutrient solution in the glass culture chamber had been drained, and the wires that originally connected and bound him were also removed. Susu walked out of the culture chamber naked, observing the environment and the researcher standing in front of him with a puzzled look. It seems that he is afraid of disturbing other sleeping children. There is only the prompt light of the machine here, and it is difficult to see the face of the person in front of him. But Susu vaguely guessed the identity of this person, and after the other party spoke, he was more certain of this idea. This person is Gabriel when he was young. Number 13. I don't like this number, but you are the most perfect S-level high-quality gene we have cultivated so far. Go, child, you will be the key to control the highest authority in Matthias in the future. Don't forget Hom's mission by then. Everything is for the future of the people. Susu now looks at the world from a child's perspective. Why does he feel that his thoughts are also ignorant? What is Gabriel talking about? What is the key to the highest authority? What is Hom's mission? Can't Gabriel explain it more clearly? The child who grew up in the incubator observed the world with his naked eyes for the first time, and also heard the voice of humans for the first time. He can't speak or think, and still let the experimenter lead him out of the darkness. He has an S-class superior gene, which is different from the A-class ones left in Mattia. You need to pay special attention to him. Yes. When Susu regained consciousness, he was already sitting in a classroom, listening to the teacher talk about the humanities and history of Mattia. He recognized this place. It was the Education Center. 13 the teacher called both sides, but the children in the first row did not respond. Although he was dissatisfied, this child was highly regarded by the experimental center and the uni garden, and he could not get angry in public. So he smiled apologetically, squatted down and asked in a gentle voice, "Why is there no response when I talk to you?" "Oh, is it because you don't have a name? I almost forgot that you are already at the age to name yourself. Do you have a name you like? If not, the teacher will write some for you to choose." The child sat in his seat woodenly, silent as usual, as if this body had never given birth to a soul. "Why don't you speak?" The teacher couldn't hold back his angry accusations, and thought of the task assigned to him by the garden, and said in an almost pleading tone, "Please, you have been in the education center for so long, but you still don't say a word. If you can't show your S-level genetic level, the professor and the director will hold me accountable, and I will die. Speak. If you don't speak, I will beat you. Tell me, what's your name?" The fear that emerged in his body did not belong to Susu, but forced him to blurt out, "Su Jigushi. My name is..." Susu gradually took control of this body. His perspective was no longer free, and his scattered pupils had a focus. "My name is Susu." Susu felt a mysterious shock in his soul, overlapping with his original body in confusion, as if he originally belonged here. "No, I shouldn't belong here." Susu broke free from the fusion process, and stared at the child, who had recovered his life in his seat in disbelief. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt. This child was indeed very similar to him when he was a child. Could it be that? Susu turned his head slowly and stiffly, and looked at Susu, who was standing there in a daze. The teacher followed the child's line of sight to the empty corner, and dragged him up from his seat with little patience, and asked in a vicious voice, "Okay, you said you wanted to call Susu. Okay, then Susu, I ask you, why don't you react at all again? Don't you have S-level high-quality genes? Do you know that this will kill many people in the education center? Speak, Susu. Speak." The teacher was so angry that he raised his hand to hit him, but suddenly heard the child crying like a newborn, crying and staring at the corner and saying aggrievedly, "Why don't you want me?" "Ah? What?" Su and the teacher almost spoke out in confusion at the same time, and the child was still like an unenlightened person, and only knew to cry loudly. Suddenly thinking of something, Su was startled, re-examining the crying child, and the strange dream reappeared in his mind. The one who sank to the bottom of the sea, the one who was rescued by the dean, the one who came from the deep sea, and the one in front of him who was created by Matthias, could they all be him? You can't leave me. You gave me a name, and I was born because of you. Su, the meaning of our existence is to prove each other's existence. Su, do you still remember who you are? The howling sound gradually became ethereal, and then gradually became thicker and thicker, and turned into the voice of an adult male. Su heard that the voice was the same as his own. Su stood there and looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but he couldn't find the target. He turned his head again, and suddenly his eyes fell into darkness. The excruciating pain pulled him back to reality, almost making him want to die. The short-term loss of consciousness did not make Su feel much better. He was so weak that he even found it difficult to breathe. He frowned slightly in pain, intending to secretly open his eyes to observe the situation in the laboratory, but after hearing the sound of the door lock opening, he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. The sudden footsteps were slightly hesitant and approached him step by step. Su silently hit his fists, held his breath, and listened to the unusual movement. From the whispers of the person who came, he knew that he was not Gabriel. Please don't wake up at this time. If you wake up normally, it's fine, but don't get up in a different state. Su was puzzled when he heard this. What did this person mean by he will change his state, like a lighthouse guard? Then he heard the researcher muttering, there is no problem with the connection of these lines. Why is the heart rate so high? It's really strange. We have confirmed everything and found no problems. It seems that the heart rate of the experimental subject is really high. After the researcher made a conclusion, he walked out quickly, fearing that if he delayed for a second, Su would wake up from his sleep. He quickly returned to the laboratory and reported to the professor in front of the one-way mirror. Professor, the instrument connection has been confirmed. Hearing the news brought back by his colleague, another researcher repeatedly looked through the current data and said distressingly, his heart rate is too high, which is completely beyond the current experimental expectations and violates the previous experimental data matrix. The original plan has to be overturned and redone. After learning the news, Gabriel was extremely excited and walked to the control panel to set the stimulation type. There was no rejection reaction for the first time participating in data collection. Is high-frequency heart rate the key to suppressing mutations? The new discovery made Gabriel very excited. He grabbed the push rod and pushed it up again, while the experimental subject is still not awake, quickly measure another set of data. I knew I was not wrong. Su is the most suitable experimental subject for the transformation plan. If I can get the most perfect data, it doesn't matter even if all plans are overturned and rededuced. The heat on his back burned Su's precarious reason again. He held his breath and endured the pain. He just endured a torture and felt the overwhelming electric shock pain spreading all over his body. In order to prevent himself from shouting, he clenched his teeth tightly, and a strong smell of blood filled his mouth. But the disaster seemed to have no end. He then heard the sound of axles rolling above his head, and a mask was slowly put on his face. Before Su could react to what was happening, the pipe connected to the mask suddenly flowed with ice water, pouring into his mouth and nose mercilessly. Su couldn't help but whimpering. The sound was tiny, and was completely covered by the sound of the water. Cold and heat appeared at the same time, like two ropes pulling him separately. Su completely lost the ability to resist, and his senses drifted away little by little in the painful suffocation. He instinctively raised his head, and suddenly floated to the surface, surrounded by ugly and terrifying monsters. Su knew that he should have entered a certain hallucination again. He calmly observed his surroundings, and found that the flag on the lighthouse, not far away, was very familiar. Taoyuan base? Su was very confused. According to his previous memories, he only saw old memories of the current scene. How did he return to Taoyuan base this time? He was dragged into the water by a sea python. Go and help. The person who wanted to help was stopped by the guards, who persuaded him kindly, let's just ignore him. Matthias wants him to fend for himself. Why help him? Su's desire to survive was not strong, but his desire to explore was strong. He climbed back to the watercraft with his own hands. Thinking of the illusion he saw last time, he lowered his head and stared at his hands, and didn't say a word for a long time. Why can he control this body? Is this a dream? Or is it because, as Su said, they are originally the same person? I heard from the senior who just returned from Mattia that he was originally rated as an S-level high-quality gene by Uni Garden. He was originally highly expected by many high-level people, but he was not up to the standard, and could not speak even in his teens. The other guards looked at Susu secretly with curiosity and surprise, whispering, "But doesn't Susu look quite normal now?" No, he looked lifeless when he rushed to the lighthouse, but after staying on the sea, yes, he became human. Several people did not shy away from the fact that Susu was not far from them at the moment, and talked and joked wantonly. Someone always said, high-quality genes are just like this. Uni Garden controls human genes and secretly cooperates with the experimental center to carry out genetic modification, using the method of survival of the fittest to collect human for Mattia. The reason why Susu appeared here is not difficult to guess. As the 13th S-level superior gene, he perfectly achieved gene splicing and maternal separation, and was a highly concerned existence on Mattia. However, he who should have been the best has not yet awakened and can't even speak, which shows that Gabriel's experiment failed. At that time, Susu was still a minor. If the experimental center wanted to get rid of him, an S-level superior gene, it had to give a reasonable reason and admit that its experiment failed, which was more painful for Gabriel than death. But if he was placed in the labor area, he would be exposed sooner or later, so most of the time, he was sent to the underground city base under the pretext of training or experimental necessity, waiting for everyone in Mattia to forget his existence. As for why Susu gradually gained the ability to think, Susu guessed that this was probably related to his inexplicable sense of belonging to the ocean, but he did not know the specific reason yet. Chapter 133. You're back. The greeting in his head made Susu pause, while wiping the glass cover in front of him. The strange thing this time was not only that he could control this body under his subjective will, but also that he could hear the voice of the original owner of the body. Susu. The ethereal voice did not deny it, but laughed and said with emotion, "After so many years, I almost thought that the awakening from the gods was actually my illusion." Susu didn't understand what gods. "Who are you?" The you he asked about was not just a name. "I am you," the voice in his mind said frankly. Susu denied, "No, you are not." "Then who am I?" In the endless darkness, Susu curled up alone on the ground, slowly raised his head with numb eyes. Susu's voice was calm and powerful. He didn't deliberately sensationalize or persuade. He just quietly stated a fact he believed in. "You are you. I didn't participate in your past experiences. Surviving in this hypocritical world is a trace of your existence. You don't live for me." He had doubts and fantasized about it, but the fact was that he was just an ordinary person in his eyes. Multiple identities sounded ridiculous. If he was really so powerful, what was the pain he had suffered in the past countless years? Susu's originally dull eyes brightened, and then he sighed regretfully and asked again, "But if I am Susu, who are you?" Susu was silent for a long time after hearing this. I am also Susu." As he hesitated and distracted himself, he no longer had control over his body, and the scenes in front of him began to flash wildly. He saw the figure of Susu standing on the high wall of the lighthouse, under the raging wind and waves and the scorching sun, fearlessly facing the monsters rushing towards him, and winning his own achievements in the cruel assessment. Even as a bystander, Susu watched this familiar yet unfamiliar individual gradually live the way he wanted, and a smile gradually emerged on his face, full of recognition and relief. The next moment, the scenes that flashed by suddenly stopped, and suddenly darkened like the transition of a movie or TV series. Susu's face froze, and then he heard a conversation coming from a distance. He approached the source of the sound in confusion, and the picture he saw was so white that it was a bit dazzling. He was very familiar with this place. It was the experimental center. "Why is he back?" someone asked first. It was Gabriel's voice. The researcher standing opposite him was very helpless. "We are also very surprised. It is said that after he went to the underground city base, he has been in a daze and has done nothing. Although he is still very withdrawn and does tasks perfunctorily, he has become very motivated for some reason. In the training records of the lighthouse guards, his performance has been gradually improved. It doesn't seem like someone has secretly tampered with him. This time in the recruitment assessment of Mattia, he also won the match in front of everyone. Now he has arrived in Mattia and is waiting for arrangements." The researcher wisely chose to hand the problem over to the superior for decision. "Professor, how are you going to deal with him? The navigation department is waiting for your news." Gabriel thought in his heart with a cold face, and it took a long time before he made a decision: transfer him to Uni Garden to observe his every move up close. After all, it is the highest level high-quality gene. As long as they find that he has room for development, the experimental center can give him another chance to prove his ability. His words sounded very merciful, but Su did not feel the kindness. He frowned with disgust and took a step back, but as soon as his toes touched the empty ground, the scene in front of him changed again. Su's eyes suddenly began to move quickly. After climbing over a window, he felt that he was also falling with the perspective. Looking back, he had already run out of Uni Garden with Su. This is the memory of Su discovering that there was a secret laboratory hidden in Uni Garden and taking away the experimental samples. Su stared at this pure land that he once trusted in disbelief, and turned around and ran away resolutely. He tried to seek refuge from the most fair existence of Mattia, but later the Pasa Palace also abandoned him. A disobedient chess piece. No matter how good the genes are, it's useless. Take this opportunity to destroy him naturally. Su knew everything that happened later. He saw with his own eyes the Su in his dream huddled in a corner writing a diary. The cover of the diary was the same one he got when he first came to Matthias. But he never expected that the last page of the diary was torn off by Su himself. Why? Su was puzzled. Su realized his existence and said with a wry smile, Su, I listened to you and tried to live my own life, but this world cruelly abandoned me. I also want to change something with my own strength, but I know I don't have that ability. He stood up from the ground. His eyes were level with Su's. His face was full of weakness and fatigue. Su, thank you in this timeline for recognizing the meaning of my existence. But this is all I can do. I hand the baton back to you. This timeline? Su became more and more confused as he listened. Su picked up the torn page of the diary in his hand. I should be the person who knows you best in this world. If I tell you everything clearly, you won't continue to explore. I'm sorry, I betrayed your trust. In fact, I am a very selfish person. I hope you can find out the truth for me after you come to this world. As for the question you are wondering about now. He still chose not to explain, and said ambiguously, Su, you will understand one day. You can be many people, or no one. The choice of this world is always in your hands. Su tore the page into pieces, swallowed it in front of Su, opened his arms, smiled and shed tears. Su, welcome to the fifth era of the earth. When Su's consciousness first appeared in his mind, he knew that his future dedication would bring great changes to the world. This was the last chance given to him, and this world that was about to fall by the wayside by the gods. Su. The complex information hit Su's chest like a heavy blow, pulling him out of his dream. He opened his eyes in confusion to confirm the world he was in. Is he in the laboratory? Is he still in a dream? What is real, and what is a dream? Su. Gabriel called Su several times, patted his shoulder with his hand, and said softly, Su, the data collection is over, you can come down. Su sat up in a daze, and the confusion in his eyes gradually faded. He didn't expect that he would faint from the pain later. Seeing Gabriel was observing the bed, Su subconsciously hit his fists, and suddenly noticed something strange. He raised his hands in surprise, and found that the wound on his palm had healed. The thumb that he broke by himself could move freely now. If it weren't for the blood, he would have thought that everything he had just experienced was just another dream. This was not the first time that his wound healed inexplicably. It was not the effect of some strong soldiers or nutrient solution, because he had experienced similar situations before. It was not accidental, nor was it a common phenomenon, but it was even more strange. Su. Gabriel saw that Su was in a trance again, followed his line of sight, and asked, Did you sleep well? What's the matter with the blood on your palm? Su put down his hands, buried his inner doubts in front of Gabriel, smiled and raised his head and said, Thank you, Professor, I haven't slept so well for a long time. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. He slept so well that he began to doubt the authenticity of where he was. Gurgle Su rubbed his stomach and smiled shyly. But it was absolutely true that he was very hungry now. Gabriel nodded knowingly, stretched out his hand to help Su get off the bed, and said intimately, My office is upstairs, follow me. Su followed Gabriel obediently to the door of the laboratory. Before leaving, he turned back and stared coldly at the wall with a one-way mirror, which made the researcher behind the wall feel cold. Does he know we are here? No way. The researcher felt inexplicably scared, but Su was just a humble third-class citizen, but the look in this man's eyes was too scary, and it was completely different from the innocent look when he talked to Professor Gabriel. Gabriel pressed the elevator button and said in a friendly manner, I asked someone to send some food over, and it will be here soon. You can't eat in the experimental area, so you can eat in my office. Su nodded and thanked. Thank you, Professor. He glanced at Gabriel's back. His eyes moved to the end of the corridor, and stared deeply at these unknown areas. The experimental center still hides many secrets. He will find what Wei Yu wants, and he will also find out the truth he wants to know. Su, what are you thinking about? After Gabriel entered the elevator, he saw Su standing there without moving, and keenly caught the inquiry in his eyes. Su came back to his senses and said ignorantly, I've never been here before, I'm curious. He stepped into the elevator quickly and said guiltily, Sorry, Professor, I kept you waiting. Gabriel's eyes swept over Su intentionally or unintentionally and suddenly asked, Did you feel anything special when you were testing just now? Su tilted his head and pretended to be stupid. Feeling? I think so. He rubbed the back of his neck. I felt something prick my neck before I fell asleep, and then I didn't know anything. Does your heart beat fast normally? Gabriel said, knowing that Su was very smart, and immediately added, Don't get me wrong, heart rate is also a necessary value for the experiment. Su said distressfully, Yes, because my heart beats too fast, I can't sleep well at night. He put on a weak attitude in front of Gabriel, letting the other party test and speculate on him, and then countering him. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, and Gabriel led Su into the office. A hot lunchbox was already on the table. Sit down and eat. Gabriel pointed at the lunchbox, sat down opposite, and continued the previous topic. Captain Emil's style of doing things is like this, and you just came back from assisting the Santa Maria base. You may not be able to sleep because of too much pressure. If you feel that you can't handle it, I can help you apply to the dispatch office to readjust the team. Chapter 134. Su had just stepped into the office when he felt a sense of familiarity. He had stood at the door of the dormitory and looked at the second floor of the experimental center with the curtain slightly open. He vaguely saw a corner of the room, and this was also the scene he had seen in his dream. But in front of Gabriel, he carefully put away his exploration and walked quickly to the table like a devil with only food in his mind. He was really hungry, so he sat down and started to eat heartily. Hearing Gabriel's good intentions, he shook his head and said, Thank you, Professor, but Captain Emil is very good, and the atmosphere of the 9th team is also very good. I don't want to go to a new team for the time being. He temporarily left the 9th team and joined the elite team's 3rd team to support the Sea Lighthouse. Now that he has returned to Mattia, he has returned to the original team. Although Emil's frequent tasks are very tiring, the benefits are still considerable, and he is very satisfied with this. Gabriel was a little stunned when he saw Su's honest and sensible appearance. He couldn't tell which one was the real Su, the ruthless one in the past, or the obedient one in front of him. Gabriel didn't let down his guard, and maintained his usual humility. He poured Su a cup of warm water. Good boy, if you have any difficulties you must tell me, I will do my best to help you. His voice, and the calculations heard in Su's dream were intertwined and overlapped, obviously coming from the same person. Take this opportunity to destroy him naturally. Su sneered in his heart, and nodded with a subtle smile on his face. Thank you for your kindness, Professor. You are the kindest person I have ever met. Gabriel nodded with a smile of satisfaction to accept Su's praise. As a reward for the sensible child, he kindly reminded him, By the way, Matthias is seriously short of manpower now, and a recruitment order will be issued to the underground city base in the near future. At that time, the vanguard will be needed to assist the guards to escort the candidates who have passed the assessment of the 2 major human bases. Your Captain Emil has already signed up. For tasks like escorts that have a short execution period and high efficiency, Emil always rushes to sign up at the first opportunity. Su reacted in an instant, bowed his head and said, As a devout citizen of Matthias, I warmly welcome the addition of fresh blood. If you find like-minded friends, you must bring them to see the professor as soon as possible. Gabriel is very satisfied with the current Su. He can understand his hints and obey orders to a high degree. He hopes that he can really be consistent in his words and deeds. Professor. Su suddenly took the initiative to call Gabriel. Gabriel, what? Su pointed to the lunch box in front of him that had been eaten up, and said embarrassedly, Do you have any more food here? I'm really hungry. Gabriel was obviously stunned when he heard this. He thought that the portion of this lunchbox was already very large, and it was unbelievable that Su was not full. He nodded hesitantly and said, Yes, I order you another one. Su's eyes were full of expectations. The moment Gabriel stood up and walked to the desk, his eyes quickly swept through all the furnishings in the room, looking for any suspicious signs, but he didn't find anything suspicious for the time being. Is the entrance to the secret laboratory not here? Please bring another lunchbox. After Gabriel finished speaking, he put down the desktop pager and turned back cautiously to check on Susu's situation. He saw that he was still sitting in his original position, lowering his head and sweeping the last few grains of rice. About 5 minutes later, another hot lunchbox was placed in front of Susu. He said thank you and started to eat attentively, but his eyes secretly glanced at Gabriel, who had been sitting in front of him. He didn't find any chance to continue exploring the office until the lunchbox was finished. However, Susu really couldn't eat the third serving. Thinking that he would come back later, he chose to leave for the time being. Thank you for your hospitality, Professor. I'm full. Sorry to bother you anymore. I go back first. If the lab needs volunteers later, I'm willing to continue to cooperate. Just provide meals. He stood up and walked out, saying goodbye to Gabriel again. Goodbye, Professor. Gabriel followed Susu's pace and said very considerately, I take you out. The plan to secretly observe the internal structure of the experimental center when no one was around failed. Susu did not show his anger at the moment. He smiled and said, this is too much trouble for Professor. I remember the way. Gabriel took a step ahead without saying anything and took Susu to the elevator. You just finished collecting data. You may feel a little uncomfortable. It's better for me to take you out in person. Susu twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded gratefully. Thank you, Professor. He said thank you so many times against his will that night. He was really numb. Gabriel led the way, and Susu quietly observed the layout of the second floor of the experimental center. His eyes swept through the ventilation ducts and emergency exits, silently measuring the distance to the uni garden above his head. The secret laboratory he had seen several times was very large. Either the uni garden or the experimental center, there must be a hidden space. If the actual usable area can be mastered, it will be possible to figure out where the secret laboratory is hidden. He came to the experimental center for 3 purposes: to find as many clues about HOM as possible, and then to fulfill the wish of Susu, to expose the evil of Uni Garden and the experimental center, and to take the bottle of seawater that way he wanted from the storage room of the 10 million level clean room. He could get information about HOM by gradually gaining Gabriel's trust, but the latter 2 things were extremely dangerous. No matter which one was completed first, it would cause Matthias to be highly alert. He must be fully prepared before he could start. As it stands now, if he wants to smoothly advance the plan, he still has to win Gabriel's complete trust first. Susu lowered his head and thought lightly all the way. He would not act rashly before achieving his goal. He followed Gabriel out of the experimental center and said goodbye again. Professor, please stay. I'm leaving first. Gabriel nodded and lowered his eyebrows to think for a moment, then stopped Susu, who was walking towards the dormitory area, and called him back again. The lower level of Matthias was quiet and silent in the middle of the night, so he had to lower his voice to the lowest level. Susu, come here. Susu's brows jumped with a bad feeling, and he turned back. Professor, do you have anything else to do? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that I promised you before that I would provide supplements for the experiment. Gabriel stared at Susu's facial changes tentatively. Once the suspicion in his heart grows, it will continue to expand. He always feels that there is something strange about Susu's state that he can't explain. The experimental subjects who take supplements will develop an irresistible dependence, and no one has been able to bear it so far. He has observed for so long, and Susu didn't mention a word about this matter. Susu reacted very quickly, and timidly lowered his head and said, I remember, but the professor is so good to me, I'm really embarrassed to ask for it again. Oh no, he was too full and really forgot about it. Gabriel took out a supplement powder from his pocket, and saw that he showed an extremely eager expression, staring at the thing in his hand, and then nodded with satisfaction and handed it over. Child, drink it. Susu greedily took it with both hands, and wanted to pour the powder into his mouth without adding water, but when he put the bottle to his mouth, a surge in his stomach made him wipe some and spit it out. He quickly covered his mouth to calm the nausea, but he felt unwilling to try again, but he still wanted to vomit. His face was full of regret. I haven't eaten a full meal for a long time, and I really couldn't help it tonight, Susu said, and pretended to vomit again, calculating that Gabriel loved cleanliness, and indeed forced him to take 2 steps back. Gabriel almost couldn't hide the disgust on his face, and stopped trying to keep Susu. It's really late now. You should go back and rest first. Thank you, Professor. Susu's thanks were emotionless, and he hurriedly covered his mouth and ran to the dormitory area, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the night. He entered the dormitory without looking back, cautiously opened the curtain slightly, and looked out from the gap. After confirming that no one followed, he breathed a sigh of relief, put away the bottle tightly in his hand, and prepared to take it to Wei Yu for testing next time. Wei Yu, Su murmured, walked slowly to the bed, took out his communicator from under the pillow, and saw the inquiry text message sent by the blank number not long ago. Are you back? Are you okay? Su knew that Wei Yu would definitely send a message to greet him, so he deliberately didn't bring a communicator, worried that if something really happened to him, it would be likely to expose Wei Yu's existence. But when he saw with his own eyes that Wei Yu sent a message of concern as he thought, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. I'm back, safe and sound. Most areas of the experimental center cannot be explored for the time being in my current situation. Do you still remember the internal map there? Su quickly edited 2 messages and sent them out. He glanced at the time and thought that Wei Yu was probably resting at this time. He was too full to sleep now, so he might as well draw the route he just passed while the night was still long, and then let Wei Yu help to supplement it later. But he received a reply in a moment, I remember, but the researcher's range of activities is also limited. I will try my best to draw the places I have been to. I hope it will be helpful to you. Su replied in surprise. Why are you still awake? It took a little longer to wait for the next response, and the content was beyond Su's expectations. Actually, I am Liang Zhan, and my brother asked me to help type. He asked me to send you that he didn't sleep because he couldn't sleep, but in fact he was so sleepy that he refused to rest. Oh no, my brother asked me why I typed so many words, and he found out. Su felt Liang Zhan's friendliness and cuteness across the screen, and smiled and edited a text message and sent it. Then please tell your brother for me that I am back safely, go to bed early, good night. He waited for a while, and didn't receive any more messages. He was about to take his clothes to the wash area to wash off the sweat on his body. Before leaving, he suddenly heard a prompt tone from the communicator. Good night. Then he received another message. Those 2 words were typed by my brother, good night, brother Su. Su stared at the 2 text messages and felt his ears warm. He couldn't help rubbing the back of his neck. Suddenly he felt a current running through his back, making him feel uncomfortable. This is the sequelae of electric shock, he guessed guiltily. Suddenly, another message notification sounded, and Su hurriedly picked up the communicator to check, only to see that the person who sent the message was Emil. Gather at the flight platform at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can attend or not. Chapter 135. Flying platform, here we are. The door of the shuttle slowly opened, and several people stepped onto the platform and walked towards the preparation area. The fierce high-altitude hurricane blew them a little messy. Do you think he will come? 80% of the time he won't. If it was me who returned safely after supporting the Santa Maria base, I would have been promoted directly by lying down and carrying many merits. The members of the 9th team said one after another, and they were sure that Su would not appear in today's mission. There was a strong regret in their words. If he doesn't come, we have to follow Captain Emil to do missions and earn points like before. It's really tiring. A team leader sighed and said, not hiding his purpose at all. Anyway, everyone else thought so. Although the majority of contribution points were still Su and Guanjie, they had a share of the pie after all. The contribution points they got from that mission made them free for a long time. If they could get some benefits more often, they would be willing to help Su all the time. What a pity. But it is understandable. After all, his strength is there, and there are many opportunities to distance himself from the burden. Their conversation was mixed with innuendo, and they all turned their heads to look at Guanjie, who was following behind. If it was not clear before whether the contribution points Guanjie got were due to his own ability or Su's help. After observing for a period of time, everyone in the team saw that Guanjie was a coward who hid behind others when something happened, and everything would be fine if he didn't get into trouble. Seeing such a useless person, who didn't want to make progress sucking blood from Su, they were jealous and felt sorry for Su. What on earth was he after? Guanjie walked forward with his head down, not noticing the disgusted looks from his teammates, completely immersed in his own inner world. He felt a tightness in his chest, shivering and shaking. The hope he had finally built up was gradually disintegrating because of Su's abandonment. Didn't he agree to help him? Didn't he promise to help him get the favor of the experimental center? A few days ago, the professor asked him a few more questions about the mission contribution points. What he had been looking forward to was finally within sight, but now, he suddenly told him that Su was going to abandon him and get promoted himself. If there were not enough contribution points, the professor would go back to the way he was before and no longer look at him straight in the eye. Liar! Su is a liar. When he returns from this mission, he will go to the experimental center and tell the professor what he saw when he left the collection center. Susu is very likely to have contact with people on the sea and may betray Matthias again at any time, or Susu is a spy sent by those thieves. If he doesn't let him get what he wants and ruin his dream, then he won't let Susu have an easy time. Hey, isn't that Susu? Where? The one in the preparation area walking towards our ark, tall, thin, fair, and handsome. When Guanjia heard Susu's name, he raised his head and looked at the preparation area in front of him. The haze in his heart dissipated in an instant. He ran forward to greet Susu in the disdainful eyes of others. Susu, you're back. It's not that he doesn't know that these people look down on him, but so what? As long as he can achieve his goal and get the professor's attention, he can do anything. Besides, the top leaders of Matthias will not listen to the gossip of these insignificant and ignorant ordinary citizens. When he climbs to a position respected by everyone, let's see what these people dare to say. Susu knew that the person who called him was Guanjia, so he answered without turning back. He walked into the cabin with a tired look, found his old seat, sat down, and fell asleep. He had eaten too much last night, and didn't sleep all night, so he waited for this moment to come to his old seat to make up for the sleep. The other team members on board saw that Susu really returned, and they wanted to ask a lot of questions, but didn't dare to ask, for fear of disturbing his rest and not sharing the benefits with them in the future. Emile, who was sitting in the driving seat, watched in silence and coldly, snorted slightly with some dissatisfaction, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator to start the ark, wanting to wake up the sleeping Susu in revenge, but he was stopped by the control tower as soon as he had this plan. Ark 357, is the pilot Captain Emile? If you have forgotten the ark's operating manual, get off the ship for training before setting off. Emile released the pedal angrily and honestly controlled the ark to leave the runway. He glared at Susu in the back seat, but he didn't expect that the other party had woken up at some point and stared at the rearview mirror he was looking at. Susu's back was tingling with fear. He sat up uncomfortably and glanced at Emile, but he couldn't help but sleep against the wall. Mattia had been docked for a short time, and the current exploration area had not yet expanded. It would not be long before they arrived at the target location. He had to hurry up to replenish his energy. After all, he was a person who had just taken supplements. Their ark finally landed on a ruin on the sea. It seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place not long ago. The ultralight titanium alloy covered with mud floating on the sea was covered with black scales and snake tongues. Captain, we are in the right place. The team members couldn't help but feel scared when they saw the scene below. According to their captain's usual style, he shouldn't take such a time-consuming, laborious and dangerous task. What happened today? Could it be? Didn't the former captain of the 10th team trick many people into the restricted area to kill them? Could it be that Captain Emile wanted to follow suit? Emile, who was being questioned, also felt strange. He stood up from the driver's seat, stretched his neck and looked down through the windshield in front of him, wondering, didn't they say that this place has been cleared? As long as we come here to place the seed dispersal device, how come it is occupied by alien creatures again? Susu looked down and had some impression of these lizard-like creatures. He had seen them in the Encyclopedia of Alien Creatures in the training base. He had fought with them several times when supporting the Santa Maria base before, but this was the first time he had seen such a large group of them. The encyclopedia said that this alien creature is called Scavenging Lizard, with a narrow and long body like a lizard, and its appearance and habits are somewhat similar to lizards. Their skin is covered with leathery scales, their teeth are sharp, their bite force is extremely strong, and their vision is highly acute. They are rare amphibians at present, but unlike most lizards in Susu's cognition, the saliva of the scavenging lizard contains corrosive poison. The lightest poisoning is skin ulceration, and the serious one is body perforation and death on the spot. Their slender tails and soft spines swing, and they swim fast underwater. They are also the first-level alert creatures of the two major human bases. Because once they have the opportunity to go ashore, with their strong climbing ability, they are likely to pose a serious threat to the base. Captain, should we go back now? A team member suggested. If the captain really can't let go of his pride, then why don't they take the initiative to give him a way out? Just as Emile was about to agree, he subconsciously glanced at Susu and insisted, keep going. As long as we can activate the dispersal device, our mission will be completed. Of course, he knew that it was a dream to get rid of these alienated creatures with only the people in his team, but he was not willing to go back now. The team members were about to follow Susu's lead. If he didn't do something, his position as captain would be handed over to others. In the past few days when Su supported the human sea base, when he led the team to perform tasks, the team members were not interested, even less motivated than before, and even began to dislike the small number of contribution points they received. It was obvious that they had eaten the chaff and didn't want to suffer anymore. But once the position of captain was handed over to Su, a radical, could he still live safely until the day of retirement? So no matter what, he had to take control of the team to ensure his own safety. Su was not surprised by Emil's persistence. He quietly stood up and took out the equipment distributed by the Combat Readiness Center from the locker under the chair. He quietly began to check the weapons, loaded the nuclear hand cannon with ammunition, confirmed that the gun was charging, and carefully checked whether the first aid supplies and the medical kit were complete, ready to fight at any time. It seems that there will be a fierce battle. When Emil turned on the descent system, his eyes still looked at Su intentionally or unintentionally. Although he was reluctant to admit it, among so many people in the rear cabin, who had higher and lower abilities could be seen at a glance. Others needed him to take the initiative to speak and signal before they would prepare for battle. They moved at every word and had no opinion at all. He admitted that Su was excellent, but he really didn't want to admit defeat. The ark didn't stop near the group of scavenging lizards. Emil still used the old routine. He planned to let two teams lead away the alien creatures separately. One team quickly placed the instruments, and everyone evacuated immediately. But as soon as the water boat was lowered to the sea surface, the monster that noticed something was wrong quickly jumped into the water and disappeared. Where is the monster? When the team members on the water boat hesitated, the sea surface suddenly began to rip. Su immediately jumped onto the water boat and grabbed the team member's clothes and pulled him back, saving his head that was almost bitten to pieces. He immediately drew his gun and fired 3 shots at the waist and abdomen of the lizard. Hiss! The injured lizard stuck out its tongue in pain, as if sending a signal to its kind. Su immediately felt something was wrong, turned around and shouted to Emil at the hatch, "Close the door, don't let them get in." Emil didn't react for a while, so he had to follow Su's instructions first. As soon as he closed the hatch, he felt the ark being hit violently, and then saw the terrifying monsters crawling through the glass window. If he had closed the door a little later, those monsters would not only kill him, but also take the opportunity to get into the ark and destroy everyone's hope of survival. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Emil staggered to the driver's seat with weak legs and gave instructions to the team members in the line. The original plan has been changed. I will be responsible for driving the boat to lure away the monsters, and you will find an opportunity to get close to the target location to complete the task. Okay, Captain. The teammates all took the order. Su was silent, not because of the supplements that made him focus on the battle in front of him, but because more and more monsters came over, all with fangs and claws, and he really had no time to distract himself from other things. He pulled out the short knife from his waist with his backhand, swung hard at the long tongue of the lizard, and then turned his wrist and stabbed it into its brain. He watched the blade rot quickly with his own eyes, and the monster gradually closed its vertical eyes. The splattered blood fell on Su's shoulder, burning a small hole. He brushed off his clothes and said thankfully, "Fortunately it didn't burn through. It would cost a lot to ask the maintenance department to repair it." Su didn't stand there celebrating his success, but raised his gun and pointed it at the belly of a lizard not far away. When he pulled the trigger and was about to shoot, he suddenly heard Guanjia's urgent warning. "Su, be careful." Chapter 136. Su immediately sensed the abnormality under the sea. When a lizard rushed out from the surging waves, he jumped into the water, avoided its wide-open bloody mouth, and swam back to the watercraft nimbly like a fish. He turned around and shot at the monster that was chasing him. The dirty seawater sliding down from the mask disturbed Su's vision. Everything in front of him was blurred. With a high degree of concentration, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the 2 green vertical pupils. The lizard felt that it was being teased and only had hunting in its eyes. Seeing that the prey suddenly froze in place, it immediately jumped out of the sea and rushed towards him. The situation was so dangerous that Guanjia's heart was about to jump out of his throat. He stood there and shouted anxiously, "Su, run!" He wanted to help, but he also knew that he could not help at all even if he went over now. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots were fired from the monster's pupils, piercing its skull and drawing a blood line in the air. The arrogant monster stiffened instantly and fell straight into the water before touching Su, causing a huge wave on the sea. Most of the lizards were led away by Emil's boat, and a few were still lying on the steel plate, staring at Su's direction with a sinister look, slowly raising their legs and moving, giving people a sense of déjà vu that was not very threatening. But Susu was almost bitten to death just now, and now he didn't believe that these ghosts could be quiet at all. When Guanjie saw the huge lizards looking over, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva in fear, and poked the nearest teammate with his elbow, suggesting that they should stay away. Although the other team members felt disgusted by Guanjie's behavior of using it like a penny and throwing it away like a worn-out shoe, to be honest, they really wanted to stay away to avoid being implicated. Scavenger lizards are cunning by nature. They will temporarily slow down their movement speed or stay in place to reduce the vigilance of their prey, and then rush out to attack in an instant, killing the prey with their highly poisonous saliva and super strong bite force. Just looking at the size of these monsters, and the fact that they did not attack rashly, but chose to stay in place to think about the hunting opportunity, they are definitely above the Pseudo-2 type. Should we go up to help? The other teammates gave similar answers as before, shaking their heads and avoiding the question, how dare I? It's good enough that we don't cause trouble, or let's just give spiritual support. A team member said in embarrassment, but if those monsters don't leave, how can we use the dispersal device? Yes, we have to find a way to lead them away, otherwise. The team members thought of Susu again at this time, and looked at the water boat not far away, and found that the people on the boat sat down calmly. Why did he start to rest? Isn't he afraid? If the smell on the sea was not really disgusting, Susu would even want to take off his hood and drink some water now. Last night's lunchbox was too salty, and he still felt a little thirsty. The lizard lying on the ultralight steel plate not far away stared at him straight, but his eyes were not scary, but more of exploration. Susu did not feel their malice, but was just very surprised why he could empathize with the alienated creatures again. There were so many things he didn't understand about the world, and even about himself, as if he had never really known himself in the past 20 years. It was the breathing sound that came from nowhere, but Susu could gradually synchronize with it, as if he was the one making the sound. Susu was surprised to see that the monsters did not attack him, but jumped into the water one after another to hide. The last one turned around and looked back at Susu before going into the water. Staring at the pair of dark green vertical pupils, Susu vaguely remembered the pair of red flame pupils he saw in the deep sea, both of which were filled with strong doubts and grievances, as if silently accusing him. But Susu didn't understand. What could he do to these behemoths? Before Susu could stop him, the scavenger lizard unexpectedly showed a sad look, turned around and jumped into the water. As the ripples gradually faded, calm returned to the sea surface, and a fierce battle that was about to start ended. Why did they all go into the water? Just like that. Just like that? The team members, including Guanjie, were confused and looked at Susu, who was just at the center of the storm. They didn't understand what had just happened. Why did the killizard suddenly retreat? Emil's question suddenly came out on the communication line, and then asked, "What about you? How is the situation?" The team members suddenly remembered that they still had something to do. One of them said evasively, "We are also here." They all withdrew for no reason. "We are now preparing to place the dispersal device." "When will you come back, Captain?" "Soon," Emil replied. When they heard the news, the team members who were still hesitating on the spot just now hurriedly took action, carrying heavy equipment and approaching the target location. Captain Emil is not very capable, and he has no connections in Mattia. He is just a person who just wants to eat and wait for death. But he is still a captain after all. What if they offend him accidentally and make things difficult for them in the future? When Emil drove the boat back to the vicinity of the target location, he noticed from a distance that there were several bodies of alien creatures floating on the sea. He knew who did it without thinking too much. "System, start the seabed scan." He controlled it by voice. He scanned the picture sent back through the windshield and confirmed that there was no danger under the sea. Then he reopened the cabin door and stood by the door to call the team members who had placed the sea surface dispersal device. "Hurry back as soon as the mission is completed." "Huh?" The team members subconsciously looked at the contribution points floating on the sea, unwilling to leave like this. Guanjie, who was usually timid, took a step forward and looked up at Emil on the ark, and said in an urgent tone, "Captain Emil, I promise that we will be able to clear the sea surface soon. Can you wait a little longer? He really needs these contribution points, and needs to be seen by the professor." Emil frowned and glanced at him coldly. Anyone could hear his impatient attitude. "Everyone get on board. We have places to go, and don't have time to drag these things around." Although he still hated Susu, if that person hadn't reminded him just now, he would have lost his life today. He chose to leave immediately, not because he deliberately targeted Susu, but because he had accepted other tasks. The people in the team didn't like the lack of contribution points, so he grabbed a job with fewer points and more points, which was safer and less labor-saving. When they got to the place and knew what kind of work they were doing, they would see if they were still dissatisfied. "Captain, where are we going next?" the team members asked, looking at the sea reluctantly. Guanjie didn't care about the mission, and even chose to ignore the life and death of other people in the team. He stared at the corpses of the alienated creatures, clenched his fists angrily, and suddenly thought of something, and turned his eyes to Susu expectantly, hoping that the other party could help and plead for mercy. Susu yawned gloomily, and even if he noticed Guanjie's hint, he pretended not to see it. He only cared about killing and not after sales, and was unwilling to do a loss-making business. If the partner wanted to get more actual benefits, he had to pay the corresponding price. He stretched his waist, controlled the rudder with one hand, and approached the ark, and walked into the cabin without saying a word. He was greedy for money, and didn't care about the trophies left on the sea today. He knew where they were going next, so no matter what Emile said, he would not agree. Why waste time? The team members saw that Captain Emile was so determined, so they stopped talking and drove back to the cabin, leaving only Guanjie stubbornly on the watercraft. Emile glanced at the time and estimated that if they dragged on like this, they might not be able to catch up with the guards, so he said coldly with disgust, "If you don't want to go back, you can stay on the sea." In the past, there were vanguards who felt that Matthias's mission was too heavy and wanted to escape quietly while they were out, but after being left alone, they either became the food of alien creatures or starved to death because of lack of supplies, and finally died in the sea. If Guanjie wanted to do the same, he would be very happy to lend him a hand. After all, this person was useless in the team and indispensable. "Wait, I want to go back." Guanjie's face was very ugly. He quickly entered the cabin before the door closed. Under everyone's disdainful gaze, he shrank in the corner and buried his head in his arms. No one cared about how he felt, nor did they notice that when he quietly raised his head, his eyes were full of resentment when he swept across everyone in the cabin. One day, he would make these people pay for their contempt. In the moment when the vicious eyes swept over him, Susu, who was sleeping lightly with his eyes closed, felt it, but he didn't mean to care about it. He just couldn't understand what was the point of Guanjie complaining about the world every day without taking any practical action. But he respected the fate of others. As long as it didn't harm his personal interests, Guanjie could do whatever he wanted. The team members complained in a low voice, but the cabin was closed, and even the smallest voice would be infinitely amplified. However, seeing that everyone was dissatisfied, the guilt of gossiping behind the captain's back gradually dissipated. With so many alienated creature samples, the experimental center will definitely want them. The contribution points we get will be enough for us to eat and drink for a while. Yes, and I think Susu doesn't seem to be prepared to participate in the division. We will actually get more. The more he talked, the angrier he got. One of the team members couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I want to know where Captain Emile plans to take us now. If the contribution points obtained in the next mission are not as efficient as staying at sea to pack up the bodies of the alienated creatures, then I will." He curled his lips and didn't dare to continue. What kind of identity is he? He has no choice at all. Catching the roar of the engine in the distance, Susu slowly opened his eyes and tilted his head to look out the window. He saw a giant ship leading the way in the distance, and the arcs in the back row were like migrating birds following the lead goose, flying towards the east. As soon as their arcs approached, they were stopped by the frigate, and the tail gun was fired at them without any explanation. Emile immediately revealed his identity, stared at the muzzle of the gun, and said respectfully, "Dear Admiral Muller, this is Arc 357, the captain of the 9th Team Emile. Our team has also undertaken the task of transporting talents for this underground city base, and I am here to report to you." Chapter 137. Mond reread the list of accompanying teams, came to his senses, and walked towards Muller to report. "Admiral, the list of participating teams given by the Navigation Department does include the 9th Squad." The captain of the 9th Squad was busy taking on missions, and even the guards had heard about it. It was estimated that this captain thought he had time to do another mission before going to the underground city, and accidentally arrived late. Muller's mind was not on the captain, but he murmured in a low voice, "The 9th Squad, it's him again." Mond was startled and asked, "Admiral, is there anything wrong? When did the Admiral contact the people of the 9th Squad? Didn't he never make friends?" "Nothing. Speed up to the lighthouse at sea." Muller's face was cold, as if he had never had any other expressions, as cold as the robots in the Combat Readiness Center. Mond understood what the Admiral meant, turned around and nodded to the guards following behind, suggesting that they allow the Ark of the 9th Squad to join the team. Considering that it would take a long time for the selected personnel to return to Mattia after entering, the lighthouse gave them a family visit holiday to say goodbye to their families in the underground city. Some of them were researchers and engineers in the underground city base, so the frigate and the Ark did not stop on the top floor of the lighthouse, but landed on the sea. As the frigate slowly docked, the escorting Ark spread around the frigate in the sea to ensure the safety around the frigate. The lighthouse immediately lowered the lift dock and prepared the stairs for the big shots of the frigate to disembark. As the main person in charge of the lighthouse's military affairs, Huafeng had been waiting at the entrance and exit at the bottom of the lighthouse. When he saw Admiral Muller of the guards coming down from the ship, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Admiral." Muller responded by raising his hand and saluted, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Huafeng, and said directly, "What are the results of this election?" Hearing this, Huafeng tightened his grip on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and then took out a manual from his pocket and handed it over. "The lighthouse has been selected for 2 days. According to Matthias' instructions, a total of 200 guards with excellent combat capabilities and 30 scientific researchers with outstanding professional knowledge were selected. Here is the list." While reporting, he waved behind him, signaling the guards to escort the people on the selection list. Muller glanced at the names on the list. He was not familiar with these people, and he had never even seen them. The list was just a string of numbers to him. He looked up at the people who were brought in. There were men and women among them, and their faces were full of yearning and expectations for a new life. Such joy deeply hurt his eyes. His lips were straight, and after Mond and the guards counted the number of people, he said without any fluctuation, "Get ready to go." Huafeng suddenly stopped Muller, strode forward, took a deep breath and said, "Admiral, because Matthias has moved to a new sea area this time, the number of recruits is twice that of previous years." Muller responded, "Yeah." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Huafeng gripped the hilt of the knife tighter, and spoke more quickly unconsciously, "I would like to ask the respected captain, have you ever considered that after experiencing countless alien creature invasions, the lighthouse is also short of manpower now, even if you only mentioned it once or twice?" As long as Muller can answer with a yes, he feels that there is still hope. The offshore base has been training talents for Matthias. In the past, only a small number of people were selected each year, and the remaining talents stayed to teach the next generation, ensuring the regeneration of talent resources and the endless flow of knowledge among humans. But now Matthias has taken so many people away at once. What about the lighthouse and the underground city base? Huafeng responded with a sigh. Muller avoided his questioning and replied, "Once the lighthouse encounters a crisis, Matthias will not ignore it." Before, when the Santa Maria base issued a request for help, Matthias sent people as soon as possible, so if such a thing happens again, Matthias, as the leader of the Human Alliance, will definitely provide help. Huafeng could hear Muller's evasion, and his heart trembled with coldness. "Admiral, can't you see that Matthias is insolent?" Muller's cold voice scolded Huafeng and stopped him from continuing. Huafeng had no intention of retreating. The Iron General, who was admired by thousands of people, knelt on one knee in front of Muller, causing an uproar among the crowd. "Admiral, you have the most superior human gene in Mattia. You have never been in the underground city base. It is normal that you have no feelings for this place. But I grew up here since I was a child. Now my only wish is to protect my home and the thousands of lives behind me." Muller glanced at Huafeng in front of him. He was not shaken by the other party's emotional words and still insisted, "Take him away." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the frigate, with only the task assigned to him by the captain in his eyes. Huafeng stood up immediately after hearing this and followed Muller to the frigate, saying worriedly along the way, "Admiral, Matthias wants to take them away. I know I can't stop them, but I hope they won't follow the old path of their predecessors." Matthias had a shock before the migration, and the specific cause was not passed to the underground city base. Later, when he went to Matthias to attend the parliament as a representative of Taiyuan base, he did not find out the cause of the incident, as if the underground city base was deliberately blocked from the news. It was not until later that Matthias's ship migrated to the new sea area, and the Vanguard continued to carry out sea missions, and came to the underground city base for entertainment in their spare time. He was drunk and accidentally let it slip, and he vaguely saw the real reason for the shock. In order not to cause trouble to the underground city base, he immediately had the news blocked and pretended to know nothing, but trouble still came. Will these fellow humans in the underground city base be able to go home and visit occasionally safely after following the guards to Matthias today? Muller's brows were slightly lowered, and his tone was extremely unquestionable. "General Huafeng, you have overstepped your authority today." He could not influence Matthias's choice, so it was useless for Huafeng to say more to him. He just listened to these words. But if someone with ulterior motives heard them, and spread them to the ears of some people in Matthias, Huafeng might not even be able to save himself, let alone this city. Muller's determination made Huafeng's shoulders droop. He had fought countless battles at sea, and this was the first time he felt helpless. General Huafeng, thank you for your training and encouragement over the years. I have achieved what I have today. Salute you. A guard ran to Huafeng in small steps before boarding the ship and saluted devoutly. They didn't dare to approach just now, and they didn't know what the general and Admiral Muller were saying, but they knew without thinking that the general's words and deeds were definitely for their own good. The guard's behavior inspired many people, who stopped to salute Huafeng and solemnly expressed their gratitude. Huafeng's eyes swept over everyone very seriously, trying to remember their appearance, but the innocence of these children was like a steel knife that pierced deeply into his chest, and with every thank you, it kept stirring, almost crushing his heart. Let's go. Be careful, Taoyuan base will always be your home, and will always be behind you. Su Su, who was standing guard on the watercraft, heard the sound and looked at the entrance at the bottom of the lighthouse. Looking at the faces full of expectation, he felt inexplicably emotional. Did Su Su also have expectations when he went to Mattia after winning the recruitment assessment? The watercraft under his feet suddenly began to shake uncontrollably. Su Su's thoughts returned to their place in an instant, lowered his lower body to stabilize his body, and stared at the situation on the sea, with a bad premonition. Why do I feel like I'm shaking? The wind on the sea is not strong today. How can there be such big waves? Guanjia was wondering, and just when he was about to turn around and ask Su Su if he felt any shaking, he saw a giant whale with half of its body skeleton and half of its body rotten flesh emerging from the seabed, swinging its tail fin and slapping the sea surface, causing waves and instantly disrupting the formation of the outer arc water boats. Guanjia was almost hit by the big waves and fell into the water. After realizing something was wrong, he immediately squatted down and grabbed the edge of the boat, so he didn't fall into the water. But looking at the giant monster that was gradually approaching, his legs were shaking with fear. Oh my god. Su Su frowned and stared at the monster in front, and intimately suggested to Guanjia, if you feel scared, get on other people's boats first. Guanjia opened his mouth, hesitated for a while, turned his head, and looked at his teammates who were twisted and distorted on the sea, and then said decisively, I'd better follow you. I think you are more reliable. It's not shameful to waver for the sake of survival. He is a man of insight. If he loses his life, how can he let the professor pay attention to him? Su Su curled his lips silently. In fact, he didn't want Guanjia to follow. All vanguards pay attention, prepare for shooting defense, and must delay until all recruits are on board and the lighthouse closes the entrance. One of the teams participating in the escort is the elite team. Its captain consciously assumes the responsibility of the commander-in-chief and loudly issues the order, shoot! The deafening sound of gunfire on the sea surface, all aimed at the approaching bone whale, and they must not retreat until they hear the sound of the frigate setting off. But not everyone thinks so. Some members of the vanguard team were so scared that they kept retreating, and even begged their captain, Captain, this is a bone whale, which usually does not appear in the nearby sea area. Why did it suddenly come here? The dispatch office had a joint mission against the bone whale before, but it was led by the elite team. What use can our few teams be now? Captain, why don't we take advantage of the chaos and leave first? Staying here will definitely kill us. Seeing that the situation of the vanguard team was not good, Huafeng immediately led his men to withdraw to the lighthouse to start the defense military. All the guns were aimed at the giant monster that suddenly appeared on the sea. Without endangering the vanguard team, they opened fire to suppress the monster from approaching, and tried their best to delay time for the guards. But the skin and flesh of the bone whale were too thick, and the artillery fire could not cause any damage to it at all, but angered the monster. The sharp sound of roar pierced the eardrum, and the bone whale angrily opened its huge mouth to cover the sky, trying to swallow all the sources of harm to it. The fierce swallowing disrupted all order on the sea surface, and countless watercraft were dragged away by the suction force. Su Su saw that their boat was also affected, and reacted quickly, wanting to jump to other boats to avoid the crisis. But just as he was about to move, he was suddenly pulled back by a hand. I'm sorry. Guanjia kept apologizing, but he also saw this rare opportunity to escape, and left Su Su to jump to the boat next to him. I don't want to die, I can't die. You die for me, I will remember you for the rest of my life. Chapter 138. The intense suction force stirred the waves into a turbulent chaos. The invisible water was like thousands of hands constantly pulling at everything in the water. There were constant explosions of water boats under pressure. The dazzling firelight could only illuminate a small area in the chaotic water, and it was difficult to see the whole picture here. The first moment he fell into the water, Su tried to curl up to avoid being broken by the fierce water flow, but the surging waves still made him dizzy. His body was uncontrollably turned upside down with the waves, and his internal organs were about to be shaken and exploded. Su felt a fishy sweetness in his throat. Every breath pulled the broken pain of his limbs, but he also stayed highly awake. He squinted to avoid the dazzling light produced by the explosion, and struggled to see the structure inside the mouth of the bone whale. He did not try to find an exit, but swam directly to the deepest part. Water boats kept exploding under the pressure of the esophagus, drowning out countless screams. In the noise, Su vaguely caught a regular sound. His arms were broken and twisted, and his feet were bent to a position opposite to the human bone structure. Su could not swim forward on his own at the moment. He could only pull up the thruster unit and approach the source of the sound. Boom! Boom! Su could not see the real source of the sound in the esophagus of the bone whale, but he roughly figured out the location. It's here. He covered his arm, gritted his teeth, and pulled out the gun, shaking uncontrollably and aiming at the approximate position of the heart of the bone whale. I just don't understand. You are obviously dead. Why is your heart still beating? This bone whale is not an exception. Many alienated creatures also retain vitality, and there are also strange heartbeats that he often hears. But they have obviously been destroyed with the ocean, but they continue to live against biological common sense, just like this ocean is just temporarily asleep. The muzzle of the gun was already pointed at the constantly beating piece of meat, but Su's finger that was pulling the trigger stagnated, and he finally chose not to inflict any more damage. Although I don't know why you suddenly appeared in this sea area, leave here as soon as possible and go back to where you originally lived. After Su was swept into the sea, the signal with the Vanguard team was also disconnected. He leaned against the sticky esophagus wall without strength, and chuckled, I guess I'm crazy, I think you may understand what I'm saying. He didn't have any friends in this world to talk to, and there were some things he couldn't even say to Wei Yu. Now it was rare that there was no one around, so he leaned against the bone whale's body without strength. He always believed that the more he talked, the more mistakes he made, but today he rarely said much. You should be considered as a pseudotype 1 in Matia's rating of alien creatures. Although I don't know the specific reason, I know you won't hurt me. But I don't understand. Why do you have no ill will towards me? The tingling sensation like ants biting crawled all over Su's body. He frowned and held his breath, trying to divert his attention by talking. Look, the wounds on your body are starting to heal again. This is also something I don't understand. Bone whale, why do you say I am like this? Who am I? Su paused while speaking, turned his head slightly and asked, You came from the distant sea to find me? You know who I am, right? The sound that the bone whale suddenly made was like a child's whimper, and it sounded like it was very aggrieved that Su didn't recognize it. Su raised his arm with difficulty and stroked the esophageal wall of the bone whale. Don't be angry, I really don't know. He could feel that the bone whale was moving, and his whole body was shaking with severe pain. He watched the oxygen reserves gradually decrease, and said honestly, I can't go with you. I have something important to do. The bone whale responded with a downward tone, like a child playing rogue. Su shook his head and said, The frigate will bomb you after ensuring that the recruits are on board. Go away, and leave this place. After the bone whale agreed sensibly, Su felt that the inside of his esophagus suddenly began to surge. The rising waves were not as violent as when Su was sucked in. He relaxed his body and drifted with the water. He felt comfortable lying on a rocking chair. The quiet and chaotic sea surface caused the crowd to panic again. The chaotic Vanguard team quickly rearranged to fight, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the vortex with greedy eyes. Toot with the deafening sound of the whistle, the frigate tore through the air and took off again. The gun turrets on the waist and abdomen of the ship slowly stretched out and aimed at the abnormality on the sea surface. The gradually red muzzles announced that the counterattack was ready. Prepare to ignite? Mon stared at the mirror and raised his hand to signal to fire. Mahler suddenly stopped them. Wait. Mon clenched his fist to signal a pause, and then asked, Admiral, what's wrong? Something's wrong under the sea. Following Mahler's direction, Mon saw bubbles inexplicably appearing on the sea surface, followed by a violent whale spray that broke out of the sea surface, the water column that blocked the view, and almost destroyed the frigate in the air. Look! A Vanguard pointed at the shocking water column on the sea. Guanjia blocked all sounds, covered his ears and huddled beside the boat, trying to reduce his presence, unwilling to stand up and dare not look at the sea. His mind kept flashing with assumptions about what he should do next, and he repeatedly deduced the decisions he could make, and found that he still couldn't make any of them work as before. Without Susu's help, can he do anything by himself? He is not a waste, he just has no chance. He doesn't want to be a waste, unwilling to be like a big net that binds Guanjie, unable to break free by his own ability. He can only shrink tighter and tighter in the struggle, gradually heading towards numbness and suffocation. A splash of water suddenly sounded behind him, and Guanjie was about to peek back, but a strong force suddenly pulled him underwater. Help! Guanjie hurriedly waved his arms and struggled, grabbing his things and savagely pulling him into the deep sea. He tried to turn his head to peek at his appearance, but was afraid to see the monster's terrifying face, so he could only call for help from the team members over and over again. But the whale spray on the sea covered all the noise, and no one cared about Guanjie's disappearance and help. Susu! Susu! Guanjie subconsciously wanted to ask Susu for help as usual, but this time no one responded to him. He cried helplessly, and the red light suddenly lit up in front of him interrupted his wailing. His rationality on the edge of despair gradually disintegrated. His oxygen tube seemed to be pulled by the monster behind him. After a wanting cry, the oxygen that could provide him with breathing quickly ran out. What should he do? What should he do? Help! Help! The gradually thinning oxygen took away his right to call for help, and he watched the light on the sea surface getting farther and farther away from him. Is he going to die so miserably? He didn't let the professor's eyes stay on him, and he was really unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, it dissipated as his consciousness was gradually withdrawn. Ah! Suddenly feeling the fresh air, Guanjie opened his eyes in horror, breathed greedily, looked around blankly, and realized that he had returned to the Ark without knowing when. I'm alive again? The sudden sneer was full of sarcasm. Yes, you're alive again, saved by the person you almost killed. If I were you, I would die now to apologize. What? Guanjie didn't react for a moment until he saw Susu, who was supposed to be swallowed by the bone whale, reappear in the cabin, his limbs hanging down by his side like broken strings, and he was slumped on the bench, dying. Susu. Guanjie looked at the man who should have been dead with a dull look, and whispered in disbelief. Seeing Susu's weak response, he waited to confirm that he was really still alive. Susu. Guanjie got up in a panic and rushed over, hugging Susu's thighs timidly and helplessly, crying very undignifiedly, You saved me again. Susu, I promise to listen to you in everything in the future. Please don't give up on me. Susu laughed falsely, I give up on you. Didn't you abandon me? He looked down at his legs that were hugged by Guanjie, and his voice trembled with pain. Let go. I'm sorry, I don't dare. I won't dare again. Guanjie shook his head desperately, and hugged him tighter and tighter. It was his teammates, who saw that Susu was not in a good state, and hurried forward to pull him away. Seeing Susu turned his head away indifferently, Guanjie lowered his head, and asked in a muffled voice, I did that to you. It's normal that you don't want to forgive me, so why are you still willing to save me? Susu slowly looked at Guanjie after hearing this, and keenly heard the temptation in the other party's words. It seems that Guanjie may have guessed that he was the one who secretly did it. However, Guanjie guessed correctly. The bone whale spit him out before it spewed. He did not rush back to the surface of the sea, but sneaked under Guanjie's boat. He grabbed Guanjie's clothes at the back of his neck, pinched the oxygen tube, and was sure that Guanjie would not dare to look back. Compared with Roger's coercion and Patton's fear, Guanjie's greed made Susu feel most disgusted. He had countless opportunities to take this idiot away, but Susu slowly raised his weak hand and patted Guanjie on the shoulder. Aren't we in a cooperative relationship? I still need you. Guanjie was stupid and worthless, but it was precisely because of this that Gabriel was relieved to send him. The relationship between them could not be replaced by others in a short time. Susu knew that he had no reliance on Matthias, and the only thing he could control was the saddest weakness in human nature. Guanjie's breathing stagnated, and tears flashed in his eyes as he looked up at Susu. You said, you need me? So he was needed? Didn't Susu hate him? Susu smiled, you are very useful in my eyes, so within the controllable range, I can accept your betrayal of me for a short time, but it's better not to do it again. He was very stingy, and couldn't guarantee how long he could endure, but what was certain was that the salary he paid out would be recovered from Guanjie one day, with interest. You are very useful in my eyes. This sentence kept reverberating in Guanjie's mind. Susu's words were obviously light and weak, but they hit him hard. Guanjie couldn't help but bow his head to express his loyalty. Okay. There was only one professor who he believed in devoutly, but Su Su was his greatest help to the pilgrimage site, and he was willing to offer his most sincere attitude of cooperation. The frigate blew the whistle, and led the way with a full ship of eagerness. Muller ignored the reserved citizens on the ship, and still stood in front of the telescope watching something. "Admiral, are there any monsters on the sea?" Mond asked in a low voice. Muller suddenly whispered for no reason. "Has Gabriel's military enhancement agent been developed to the point where it can be used freely?" Obviously, he didn't believe it. Chapter 139. Quick, send him to the medical center. This patient is seriously injured, with multiple fractures all over his body. Be careful when pushing him, don't touch him. After perfunctorily dealing with Guanjie, Su Su fell asleep. He couldn't remember how he got back to Mattia. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the treatment cabin. The patient is awake. Go and notify the attending physician. All indicators are good now. He is the patient with the best recovery level I have ever seen. Su Su, who had just woken up, stared at the people watching him outside the treatment cabin with a vigilant look on his face. When he saw that it was Emile who came in with the doctor, he let down his guard. Emile didn't want to wade into the muddy water from the bottom of his heart, but Professor Gabriel, who had never met him before, suddenly found him, and specifically reminded Su Su that he was his team member, and that he should take good care of him after being seriously injured during the mission. That's why he had to come to visit. "Su Su, how do you feel?" The attending physician stepped forward and asked. Su Su tried to move his hands and feet, frowning and saying, "It's still a little sore." The attending physician listened carefully, then made a note in the medical record, and patiently comforted him. "You are seriously injured this time. Both arms have multiple fractures, and both legs are sprained. Your ankle is the most seriously injured. Fortunately, your recovery progress in the treatment cabin is good. You need to walk carefully in the next few days, and you will be fine after a period of rest." Seeing Su Su's solemn expression, the attending physician swallowed dryly, and was puzzled. Isn't the treatment result good? Why does the patient seem unhappy? Did he make the situation too serious and scare people? "Su Su, do you have any concerns, such as side effects and recovery period? Feel free to ask. Our treatment team will answer them for you one by one," he said. Su Su took a deep breath and gathered some courage. He looked at Emile and asked the question he cared about most. "Captain Emile, can you help me apply for work injury reimbursement?" The injuries on his body looked scary, but in fact, they would heal if he was sent to a hospital, so he chose to care about the cost issue the most. This treatment cabin is much more upscale than his previous 2 visits. A whole medical team carefully takes care of it. The machines inside and outside the glass cover run around the clock. Although it is difficult to understand, the data monitored on the display screen is more than before. The cushions underneath are soft and breathable, and there is a sleep-inducing aromatherapy next to it. If you are bored, there are e-books to relieve boredom. This is not a place he can afford. Even if he empties his pockets, he can't afford the cost here. "Ah?" Emile was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "No money. Mattia did not provide any subsidies to the Vanguard, and their team has always earned the minimum contribution points, so Su Su was embarrassed to ask." Su Su shook his head regretfully and murmured, "When can the workers stand up?" The attending doctor did not understand what Su Su was mumbling, but it should be roughly what he meant, so he smiled and said friendly, "Don't worry about the medical expenses, someone has already paid for you." Su Su asked in confusion, "Who?" From the doctor's explanation, the kind-hearted person who helped him was most likely not Gabriel. The kind professor was eager for him to know, and then be grateful to the experimental center. When Emile saw Su Su's eyes glancing over, he waved his hands and said, "It's not me." The attending doctor held the medical record and did not help Su Su to solve the puzzle. "Sorry, I can't answer this question for you." The other party told him not to reveal his identity when he paid. Who could it be? Su Su didn't remember knowing other rich people. The attending doctor smiled, but looked at Su Su with an ambiguous look. In order to avoid him from asking more questions, he said, "You should continue to rest. You can eat some liquid food when you just wake up. You can call us at any time if you feel uncomfortable." Thinking of Su Su's concerns, he stopped as he was about to leave. "You are now in a high-end ward, and meals are free." After that, he gave a few instructions to other medical staff, and then turned and left. His steps were so fast that he seemed to be running. Su Su stared at his back as he left, with a constant inquiry in his eyes. Pop! A clear and crisp sound resounded through Gabriel's office. Guanjie fell to the ground and didn't dare to cover his face. He bowed his head and knocked his head twice. he said tremblingly. Professor, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I was just too scared at that time. I really didn't want to kill Su. Gabriel picked up the documents on the table and threw them at Guanjie. Now you know you were wrong. Do you know that you almost killed my most precious experimental subject? How dare you compare your life with his? The sharp corner hit Guanjie's forehead, leaving a horrifying gap. Warm blood slid down his cheek and dripped onto the clean white ground. He didn't care about his own injuries, but carefully wiped the blood stains with his sleeves, not daring to defile the professor's territory. Professor, you are right. He bowed his head humbly in agreement. As long as the professor is happy, he can say anything. Guanjie's heart was sour and bitter. The more humble he was, the more he longed for the professor's recognition one day. Suddenly, a warm hand gently stroked his hair. He looked up in surprise, and saw the professor looking at the wound on his forehead with an apologetic look on his face. Professor. Child, get up. Gabriel helped Guanjie up with both hands. His generous attitude was completely different from before. Did it hurt? Guanjie shook his head with tears in his eyes, and said, It doesn't hurt. I admit my mistake. Good boy. Gabriel smiled with relief, rubbed Guanjie's hair, and asked in a gentle voice, You have been with Su these days. What do you think of his actual ability? Worried that Guanjie would not understand his implication, Gabriel deliberately emphasized the word actual. The eager gleam in Guanjie's eyes turned cold instantly. It turned out that the professor's sudden care was to ask about Su's situation. But it doesn't matter, at least he was cared for briefly, right? Seeing that Guanjie had not responded, Gabriel's hand that was gently rubbing his head slowly moved down and stroked his cheek. Kid, you have been with me for many years, and have seen so many experimental subjects. You should understand the difference between ordinary people and experimental subjects, right? Guanjie was greedy for the warmth of the professor's palm, hoping to get more. Professor. He raised his head and looked at the person he missed in his heart. His voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. Professor, Su is different from your other experimental subjects. He wanted to keep this warmth, and he wanted the warmth to be only for him in the future. Guanjie closed his eyes, which were very easy to reveal his feelings, and leaned on Gabriel's palm with affection, reporting in a light and slow voice. He is different from others. He can move forward fearlessly in the chaos, and still retain some thinking ability. When the battle subsides, he can escape from the mutation by his own will. As the person you like, he should be the most satisfactory work in your hands. He followed the professor's instructions, and kept observing Su in secret. This person is indeed different from others. In the past, the experimental subjects participating in the Strong Soldier plan needed to take supplements to strengthen their bodies, and take Strong Soldier stimulants, when necessary, and use the brutal genetic violence of alienated creatures to break through physiological signs, so as to achieve human evolution. He has seen many people who could not bear the tyranny of the Strong Soldier agent, or could not extricate themselves from the drug effect, and they all turned into ugly monsters on the spot. There are also people like Patton, who, under the frequent testing of shallow Strong Soldier agents, became puppets, who completely obeyed the hints, and could only wake up when the urgency was too much. But Su is really strange. It is not right to say that he did not take supplements and strengthening drugs. How can someone be so brave that he is not afraid of the cruel and huge monster, and can fight back without distraction? But did Su really obey? Why is he the only one who can stay awake and control himself under the induction of supplements? Why does he look so weak and exhausted sometimes? It's like he is just holding on. Is the effect of the supplement beyond his tolerance, or? Guanjie was full of doubts, but he didn't say a word. As long as the results of Su's performance can make the professor happy, it doesn't matter to him whether he drank the supplement or not. But with Su helping him behind the scenes, when he gets the professor's approval and becomes a test subject for the transformation plan, he will share the professor's worries in person, and the professor will definitely be proud of him. He just has to be a bad boy who deceives the professor temporarily. After getting a satisfactory answer, Gabriel withdrew his hand, walked to the corner to wash his hands with disgust, and issued a cold and stiff order. Keep watching Su, and report anything unusual as soon as possible. Guanjie knelt on the ground to adjust the direction, bowed his head and said devoutly, I remember, Professor. Hearing the professor's cold response, Guanjie pursed his lips in grievance, and just as he stood up and was about to leave, he suddenly heard the professor calling his name again. Guanjie turned around expectantly, but heard the professor knocking him with a very cold voice. I prefer good children, who are sensible and obedient. Give up some inappropriate ideas as soon as possible. Guan Jia's expression suddenly darkened and ugly when he heard this. He bowed quickly and said with a smile, "Professor, I will obey all your arrangements unconditionally." But what he longed for was not just for personal desire, but also to share the professor's worries. He believed that when everything became clear, his beloved professor would understand. At night, the Matthias entrance gate, which was crowded with people during the day, was deserted. A thin figure walked out slowly from the medical center on the left side of the entrance, muttering something in his mouth. "It's comfortable to stay in the medical center and eat and drink for free, but I always feel uneasy. Don't wait until you wake up and find that you have been sold. It's better to slip away as soon as possible. I don't know if Captain Emile will go on a mission tomorrow. It's likely that he will go, but he may not call me who is in the hospital. I have to send him a message to let him know." Su Su walked forward slowly, following the doctor's advice, and paying attention to his feet and ankles at all times. In fact, there was another reason why he chose to stay in the 9th team. Now Mattia had no place worth staying in except the clues of the experimental center. Staying away, and staying less would at least be beneficial to physical and mental health. Su Su suddenly slowed down his pace, and glanced back suspiciously, noticing that someone seemed to be following him. The other person's footsteps were light and steady, unlike the researcher at the experimental center, who had been spying on him before. Who was the other person? Could it be someone from Uni Garden again? Chapter 140. Su Su pretended to be unaware, and continued to move forward, but suddenly changed his route, and turned into a dark alley. The man who followed him lightly, but found that Su Su had disappeared in front of him. He turned around quickly, and dodged Su Su's punch in the blink of an eye. Su Su said nothing with a cold face. He stepped on the ground with one foot, and turned around to sweep his leg. After being blocked by the opponent's elbow, he immediately changed his leg and hit him with a knee, and then rushed to punch the opponent in the face, not giving him a chance to fight back. The man dodged again and again, and seemed not to want to fight with Su Su. However, the oncoming attack was too brutal. He raised his hand and held Su Su's fist reflexively, elbowed sideways, grabbed Su Su's wrist, and threw him to the ground with his back. Su Su was not willing to give in. When he was about to fall, he hooked his leg around his opponent's neck, clamped it with great speed, turned around and threw him to the ground, and quickly tried to restrain his arm. But the man rolled to the side to avoid it, and stood up smoothly again. Su Su jumped up quickly against the wall, raised his hand, and punched hard, but the pain in his ankle when he landed made him pause, thinking to himself that it was not good. He was so busy hitting people that he almost forgot that he had an injury on his foot. With such an obvious flaw, this person, who had been secretly following him, would definitely find a chance to fight back. The counterattack that Su Su expected did not appear. The opponent stood there motionless, letting the fist hit him, and groaned in pain. The vision was unclear in the dim light, but the voice of the other party was somewhat familiar. Su Su took out the communicator in confusion, and with a weak light on the screen, he vaguely saw an unexpected face. Su Su took a breath and quickly stepped back 2 steps, staring in surprise at the man who was rubbing his face expressionlessly and walking slowly towards him. Admiral Mahler? The heels of his military boots stepped firmly on the ground, making a clattering sound, and approached Su Su with strong pressure. Su Su quietly retreated to the alley, trying to find a suitable opportunity to run towards the open area. He didn't know when he had offended Mahler, but as far as he could see, the other party was secretly following him, and would definitely not want to be seen by others. As long as he left this alley, he would be safe. He was careless. If he had known that the person following him was Mahler, he would not have brought him here. Mahler was tall, looking down at Su Su. When the light from the alley shone into his eyes, he could vaguely see the inquiry in his eyes at this time. "You didn't drink the strong soldier potion, right?" Su Su looked at him vigilantly, without making any answer, but asked, "Admiral, you paid for my treatment, and now you are secretly following me. What exactly does it mean?" He thought about it. Even Max from Uni Garden and Hollis from Posha Hall, and he waited for a day, but didn't see these people come to visit him, and say those words that tried to tame him. But who else on Matthias would have an intersection with him, and be willing to silently help him pay for the huge medical expenses? But after seeing Mahler, he immediately had this incredible idea, and it seemed that Mahler had no intention of denying it at all. Seeing that Su Su was avoiding the question, Mahler sighed and said, "Come with me." After he said that, he walked forward for a while, but when he didn't hear Su Su's footsteps, he turned around and said sincerely, "I won't hurt you. Please come with me." From finding out that the person following him was Mahler, to confirming that he was also the one who paid for his treatment, to now seeing him sincerely inviting him to follow, Susu felt that the doubts in his mind were about to overflow. Catching the expectation in Mahler's eyes, he actually believed that the other party would really not hurt him. Susu took a step forward and stopped not far behind Mahler. Lead the way. The two walked through the darkness one after the other, deliberately avoiding the low-level pedestrians and patrol guards in the middle of the night, leaving the dormitory area and approaching the other side of Matthias. Susu was very familiar with this place. It was Gabriel's experimental center. Admiral? Susu hesitated and stopped, seeing that Mahler did not walk towards the gate of the experimental center, but changed his route and went in from the side road. This path, which can only accommodate one person sideways, is located between the Paggio Palace and the experimental center. Ordinary citizens dare not even approach it, let alone enter and explore. But now, under the leadership of Mahler, Susu went all the way around the experimental center through the narrow slit, which was separated from the outside world by only a window. But Matthias, which was extremely short of space, should not have left such a deviation during construction. This is the fresh air system maintenance passage reserved by the engineering department for both sides, Mahler explained. Susu asked, "Why did you bring me here?" It was the Paggio Palace and the experimental center, and it was also related to the engineering department, but this guard general came to him? A scream answered Susu for Mahler first. As a witness of the test data of the experimental center, Susu knew very well what this sound was, but he was surprised that Mahler showed a painful expression after hearing this sound. The two stood against the wall for a long time in silence, listening to the screams that continued to ring out, and gradually became weak and had no strength. After a long silence, Mahler finally spoke. There are many kinds of people participating in the transformation plan. Some hope to change their class with the help of the experimental center, and some are eager to get strength to fight better. They all end up on the same path. He looked up and stared at the wall, as if he could see the tragedy happening inside the experimental center through the solid wall. They can no longer get rid of control, and become mindless killing machines until the last moment of death in battle. Mahler said slowly, and suddenly laughed sadly, as a warrior, you can become a sword and gun that kills all alienated creatures in this cruel world, and voluntarily become a shield that blocks thousands of lives. But in the end, we all become puppets in the hands of the superiors. Susu turned his head, and stared at Mahler in confusion. He could hear that the other party was sympathetic to the fact that more and more people participated in the experimental transformation, and that the guards of the underground city base continued to become killing machines. But what he didn't understand was that Mahler was so. If he cared about this, why didn't he do anything to stop it? He could break into the experimental center alone to protect the guards, but he could only complain about the fate of others through the wall like now. And what does this have to do with Mahler bringing him here? Mahler didn't need to look at Susu to know that he was staring at him, and said in a deep voice, I have seen many people who participated in the strong soldier plan. After drinking the enhancer, as long as they are in a weak position, their bodies will be stimulated with strong desires and become painless fighting machines. But you are different. Whether it is the several melees at sea or the fight just now, your eyes are very calm. Overlooked. Susu lowered his eyes silently, remembering that if he encountered a similar situation next time, he would have to pay attention to his eyes. The guards and Matthias had different positions. He was not afraid that Mahler would spread the matter, but if Gabriel noticed his abnormality later, his plan would fail. Don't you have anything to say or ask? Mahler hadn't said so much for a long time, but the person he wanted to talk to never responded. Susu smiled. What does the Admiral want me to say and ask? Mahler was speechless for a moment, and sighed. You are so smart. You should know that I am not here to ask you questions. There are not many conflicts of interest between them, and it is normal for Susu not to believe him, and he is willing to show his sincerity. Susu tilted his head to look at Mahler. The light in the experimental center flashed through the windshield on the wall and reflected in his eyes. His slightly raised eyebrows seemed to be full of doubt. It doesn't matter whether it is a rhetoric or not. Admiral, what position are you standing on to talk to me now? Are you sad for the Vanguard members inside, or for the lighthouse guards on the front line? In addition to sadness, do you have something else hidden? You are really smart. Mahler lowered his head to avoid looking at Susu, and said slowly and sadly, I don't know if you have heard that the experimental center originally wanted to recruit volunteers from the guards. Susu nodded. You broke into the experimental center alone and stopped this matter. Professor Gabriel is willing to listen to you? Mahler shook his head to deny. He disagreed, and contacted the captain on the spot to report me. The captain forced me to return. As a member of the guard, I had to obey his orders, but I couldn't watch my men become test subjects at the mercy of others. So I promised the captain and Gabriel that when the guard found a successor and I, Mahler, officially advocated, I would unconditionally obey the experimental center and conduct any human experiment. Why? Aren't you the admiral of the guard? Why did you obey? Sue continued to ask. Admiral? Mahler sneered. Sometimes I envy the vanguard. Although the mission is difficult and dangerous, it is relatively free and can work towards your goals step by step. I was born in Mattia and joined the guard after completing the graduation assessment of the education center. Even though I later became the commander of the guard, I was still a hawk dog beside the captain. I actually have nothing except my own life. So when disasters befell more and more people, it's not that I don't want to care, but I really can't do anything. Mattia gave him the title of superior genes and raised him to a position that ordinary people could not reach, not because of how hard he worked, but to tell everyone how excellent the genetic laws of Unigarden are. Later, I heard that Meg from the underground city base was expected to join the guard. Although this meant the end of my life, I was secretly happy and welcomed from the bottom of my heart to see that someone who broke through the genetic laws could rise to a high position and witness Mattia's authority being challenged. But I didn't expect that he would choose another path. Muller sighed regretfully, looked up at Sue, and continued, until you appeared, I observed your performance and found that you were better than Meg. I have a hunch that you are likely to become the successor of the guard, so I have been looking for an opportunity to contact you. I hope you can continue to guard the guard and save others if you are able. It's only been a few months, and I heard that you were also involved in the transformation plan. When he thought he had made a mistake, he suddenly found that Sue was not corrupted, as if he had regained oxygen when he was about to drown. Muller stared at Sue with enthusiasm, and said solemnly word by word, don't drink, don't compromise. Chapter 141. Out of his usual caution, Sue did not give a clear answer about whether he would take the strengthening agent, but under Mahler's enthusiastic gaze, he lowered his eyes, and thought for a while before saying, Admiral, to be honest, I am surprised that you would tell me this. If you want to win me over to join your camp, I am sorry to answer you that it is my subjective will to choose to follow Professor Gabriel. But there is one thing I can answer you clearly, it has never been a chemical agent that pushes me forward. Muller's frown suddenly relaxed after hearing Sue's speech. He leaned against the wall with his head raised and said slowly, You once said something that made me sure that you and I are on the same path. You said that just like humans screen genes, the Earth is also screening species. Mattia is crowned with the name of high-quality genes, and the idea of trampling on human lives will one day pay the price for it. As he said, he suddenly stood up, his eyes full of tenacity and fortitude. I am a soldier, protecting human safety. We can't just watch human genes become experimental toys for these people. He made that vicious promise to the experimental center. The captain was listening in on the line, and knew his future fate very well, but he still threw the bait of Matthias' successor to him. What does this mean? Will the captain protect him in front of the experimental center, or will he really hand over the position of captain to a monster who has participated in the transformation? Muller knew that Matthias created him, but he knew that Mother was doing something wrong that could destroy the rest of humanity. Whether he watched coldly or joined in, it was extremely stupid and violated the original intention of the community of human destiny. Even if he is discovered by Matthias one day and accused by the captain whom he has respected since childhood, he will not regret the decision he made today. He will only blame himself for not being strong enough and unable to protect more people. Before this, Sue was still wary of Muller, but after hearing the other party's sonorous statement of his determination to become a soldier, Sue's deep trust in this embarrassed and powerless soldier also fell on him. He reached out and patted Muller's shoulder. It's getting late, go back and rest first. The road he is walking is difficult to turn back, so he can't give Muller the answer he expects, but that bottom line is deeply buried in his body, and he will stick to it without others' warnings. I give you time to think about it. Without Sue's clear position, Muller is unwilling to give up. But he has said enough tonight. It is Sue who decides how to choose. If they still go against each other in the end, it will be considered that he has made a mistake. Muller took 2 steps out, suddenly stopped and looked back, whispering a reminder, the election of the new captain of the Vanguard is on the agenda. The experimental center and Unigarden are still the same. They vote for you and against you respectively. I and the command center are not eligible to vote, and the Pasa Palace is neutral. It seems that they want to retest your loyalty to Matthias, so you better make preparations in advance. Thank you. Sue expressed his sincere gratitude, stood in the dark and watched Muller's figure leave first, looked up at the rotating window on the wall, waited for a while, and left the narrow passage at a different time. When Sue limped back to the dormitory area, The morning light had already come out of the freight elevator passage. He sat on the bed to relax his feet, took out the communicator to send a message to Emile, and thought he would have to wait until dawn to get a reply. Unexpectedly, Emile was even more desperate than him and hadn't rested at this time. Emile replied, "Do you really want to go on a mission together?" "Yes, please take me with you, Captain." Su had a reason to go sailing, because only on the sea could he find a chance to leave temporarily. There was no follow-up for a while, and Emile could guess his entanglement at the moment. After a long time, he heard a prompt from the communicator: "I just got the second batch of underground city-based talent transportation mission, and I will leave for Santa Maria Base on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you are sure there is no problem, follow me." "Thank you, Captain." Su could feel that Emile's hostility towards him was not as strong as before. There was still some time before departure, and Su lay down for a light sleep, but as usual, countless memories of the welfare home flashed before his eyes, constantly stimulating his brain, and the obsession with finding the truth pushed him forward. The dark road ahead was full of thorns and sharp stones, which made him bruised and battered. He endured all the pain and moved forward alone, firmly believing that one day he would find the door representing the truth, even if it cost him his life. But strangely, as he walked, he found someone silently following him, gradually walking with him and helping him split some thorns. "Wei Yu." Su woke up mumbling, lowered his head and rubbed his throbbing chest, gasping in shock. This sleep is really... He scratched his hair in annoyance, glanced at the time on the communicator, and got up to go to the flight platform to wait. He knew that his wounds healed much faster than ordinary people inexplicably, but when he stepped on the ground with his feet, he was still surprised that his ankles, which were still stinging and sore yesterday, had no pain at all. Without the obstruction of clouds, even in the early morning, the flight platform was illuminated by the sun. Emile counted the combat readiness again in front of the dispatch team, and carried the equipment back to the bottom of the Arkansas. Just as he turned around to take down a batch of supplies, he saw someone coming to help. "Good morning." Su put a box of spare ammunition into the weapons warehouse, turned back to say hello to Emile, and prepared to go on board to continue to catch up on sleep. "Wait a moment." Emile called Su, curled his lips awkwardly and said, "If there is an accident again in this mission, don't rush forward. The navigation department has sent more people, and you are not needed." Su heard the care in his words, nodded and said, "Thank you." Emile turned his head away uncomfortably, waved to Su, hinting him to stay away quickly. He still didn't like Su very much, but he was not heartless. He had to give back after being saved by someone. The navigation department made full preparations for this escort mission. 2 elite teams were added to the vanguard team, and they were always on guard against abnormal situations. However, perhaps because the battle situation at Santa Maria Base was cleared up well not long ago, no monsters attacked until all the people sent to Mattia from the underground city base were on board. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, but when they saw Emile, the captain, actively approaching the guards, the members of the 9th team were so scared that their hearts beat to their throats. Why did Captain Emile go to the guards? Is he not afraid of death? It's over. I just noticed that Admiral Mahler looked at us from time to time. Could something have happened? I'm a good citizen. Who did I offend? Su knew that Mahler was looking at him, and wanted to wait for him to respond, so he deliberately avoided the opportunity to make eye contact, but he really didn't know why Emile was looking for Mahler. "That? Admiral?" Emile rubbed his hands awkwardly. Mahler stood straight, looking at Emile in front of him with a cold face. Emile cleared his throat and smiled shyly. "It's like this. I just got a job for the team to come to Santa Maria Base. If I go back now, the trip back and forth will delay things. Anyway, after setting sail, the frigate will not pose any threat in the air. Can we? That is to say." He shrank his neck in fear, but under the attraction of double contribution points, he still plucked up the courage to say, "Can the 9th team leave the team first?" Moeller frowned slightly, but considering that what Emile said made sense, there was really no need to waste unnecessary fuel resources, so he nodded and said, "Yes." Then the contribution points for this mission. Emile knew that he was a little too much, but most of the mouths in the team still depended on him to take the mission to support them. Besides, Admiral Mahler was not as scary as those monsters on the sea. Mahler didn't care about the contribution point distribution. His mission was just to bring these Mattia Reserve citizens back, What he really cared about at the moment was Su's attitude. After saying so much last night, what did Su think about it? Did he really want to join the experimental center completely in order to get help? Emile was excited to get what he wanted, but his eyes wandered between Mahler and the arc of the 9th Squadron. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and wondered in his heart, who is Admiral Muller looking at? Could it be Su sitting by the window in the back row? It can only be him. Is this a crush on Su? Although it is not uncommon for men to be together in Mattia, this is not right, because they are a generation apart in age. He still felt that it was unlikely that there was an emotional entanglement between the two. Could it be that after the uni garden, Su had quietly offended the guards again? Does this kid have nothing to do every day? He had to be patient. The selection of team leaders would start soon, and Su would most likely not stay in his team, and he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief soon. Emil clenched his fist to comfort himself. He thought he was bold enough to come to Admiral Muller, and almost forgot that there was a fearless person in the team. Muller lowered his eyes sadly, thinking that Su's avoidance was still considering the general, and it was indeed not suitable for conversation at the moment. So he walked into the cabin of the frigate without saying anything, and announced in a muffled voice that he would set sail immediately. Seeing the frigate and other Vanguard arcs take off, Emil was secretly delighted and did not follow them. Instead, he approached the lighthouse and said, as if to take credit, "Before we set off, I also took on a material transportation task for us. We will transport the goods from the Santa Maria base to the offshore energy collection station. While the underground city base is loading, everyone will stay in Santa Maria tonight to rest, and set off early tomorrow morning." Emil pinched his waist and raised his chin, enjoying the praise from the team members complacently, but seeing Su put on a sour face again, he snorted coldly in disappointment. Offshore energy collection station? Su remembered the groundwater collection center he had been to before, and secretly sighed that Mattia chose to continue to infringe on the Earth's resources under the premise of knowing the consequences. He really did not change his ways. Su originally thought that it would take some time to find an opportunity to leave the team, but he didn't expect that Emil, who was more ambitious than him, would unexpectedly create an opportunity for him. Is this considered a rare good luck for him? He had stayed at the Santa Maria base for a period of time and observed the patrol duty here. The next rotation was at midnight. Chapter 142. Seeing that the Vanguard team stayed alone, the lighthouse guards looked at them curiously, eavesdropped on the team members' chat, and said that it was for tomorrow's mission, and then dispersed without interest. After sending off the selected guards and citizens, Robert's face did not show any relief, and he sighed sadly. He saw a familiar figure passing by, and his heart was instantly very sour. Su nodded to General Robert, who looked over from a distance. He had only been in the underground city base for a period of time, and met this general a few times, so he just greeted him, and did not approach him to establish a relationship. Robert was disgusted with Su's joining the strong soldier transformation, but this person had just helped the Santa Maria base not long ago, so he had to be more polite. So he nodded politely in response, turned his head, and asked someone to notify the underground city to prepare the materials required for the mission of the 9th team. Emil arranged the time with the person in charge of materials in the underground city base, and took the others to the entertainment area instead. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. He was surrounded by his teammates and drank a bottle of wheat beer. He felt dizzy and burped loudly, saying, "Everyone should go back and rest early after eating. We will set off at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Su ate a portion of fish and chips without drinking any alcohol. He was so sick that he immediately drank a whole glass of lemonade. He got up and left silently without disturbing others. But Su's presence has always been eye-catching. Whenever he moves, he attracts everyone's attention. He is so unique. Why is he always not sociable? Maybe he thinks he is so awesome and looks down on us. Many people were drunk and didn't hold back. They said more and more excessive things. Guanjia held the wine glass in both hands, staring at the bubbles rising and disappearing. Although he tried his best to integrate into the group, he still felt out of place, and didn't want to follow Su at this unnecessary time. As early as the 10th team, Su often left the team alone. He once secretly followed him to spy on him. After Su left, he sat on the top floor for a whole night, and he didn't know what kind of performance art he was doing. Su walked up to the top floor of the lighthouse with a hood on his shoulder. The patrolling guards were surprised when they saw him, but then they continued to do their own things as if they were used to it. The moon in this world is bigger than any time Su has seen before, reflecting the sea surface in a white expanse, and the slightest wind will disturb the tranquility of the night. The two teams of guards saluted and shook hands to show goodwill. "Brother, you have worked hard. Next, it's up to you. Are there any abnormalities so far?" The guard who came to take over asked routinely. After thinking carefully, the patrol guard shook his head and answered truthfully, "Everything is normal today." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to the top of the wall and added, "Oh, by the way, Su from the Matthias Vanguard is sitting on the wall again. You should be careful not to let anyone fall down." "Okay." The guard who took over agreed, and then looked around the wall. He looked around but didn't see anyone. "Where is Su?" The guard was stunned for a moment, and looked back quickly. "I saw him just now. He probably went back to rest late at night." They continued to hand over without thinking too much. No one noticed Su's figure turning over and jumping down. Su held a dagger in each hand, and chiseled the wall to slow down the speed of falling, so that he would not fall to his death on the sea. The guards had less than 5 minutes to change shifts. He had to dive into the seabed from 100 meters away, and swim out of the patrol site at the fastest speed during this time. This was almost impossible. However, hadn't he encountered enough difficult things? In order to free up his hands, Su put on the hood on his head early, and the protective suit with poor air circulation made him sweat all over. The gloves with built-in anti-slip strips firmly grasped the handle of the knife, but the inside was soaked with sweat, so slippery that Su lost his grip several times. Schwa Su tightly grasped the dagger and inserted it into the gap in the wall again, but his left hand, which had long lost its strength, suddenly slipped due to the interference of sweat, and watched the dagger fall and splashed a layer of water on the dark sea surface. "Brother, we are here to take over. It's very peaceful tonight. I wish the sea would be so peaceful every day. I wish you all the best after you take over." "Then I take your good wishes." Su, who was hanging on the wall, looked up, and then turned down to estimate the distance. He was only about halfway down. It was very dangerous to jump from here, and it would make a lot of noise, but he didn't have much time left, so he could only take a gamble. Su lowered his eyebrows, and made sure that the patrol guards below had not come here yet. Then he looked up to the back of the lighthouse, calculating the time and waiting for an opportunity. "Hey, why does the patrol boat seem a little late tonight? Isn't it here?" The guard who took over raised his chin towards the sea, and the guards on the side looked over, and saw several goose-yellow searchlights slowly moving out from behind the lighthouse, signaling to approach the patrol boat at sea, and blew the whistle to signal to approach after confirming that the other party's cabin was safe. Beep. While witnessing the patrol boat docking at sea, the lighthouse guard also completed the final handover. When he was about to return to the lighthouse lounge, he suddenly stopped and looked back in surprise and asked, "Did you hear any movement? It seems that something fell down?" The guard looked at the top of the lighthouse, but couldn't see clearly in the dark, so he called the signal walkie-talkie, calling the top patrol, "Did you have any abnormal situation? Did anything accidentally fall?" The answer he got was, "Everything is normal on the top, what's wrong?" Facing many crises at sea for a long time, the guards always remain highly vigilant, and command the lighthouse searchlight to check the sea surface. Indeed, they did not find anything abnormal, but they clearly heard the sound of something falling into the water. "What are so many people doing here at night?" Everyone looked over and saw a woman with a high ponytail walking slowly and smiling. They all greeted each other at the same time. "Hello, Captain Lydia." One of them took the initiative to explain, "We just heard something. The sound of something falling into the water, right?" Lydia smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I made it by accident." She pointed upward and said, "I just came down from the top floor. When I passed by the shooting hole, I found that the moonlight tonight was good. I was thinking of taking a closer look, but I didn't hold the medicine box firmly in my hand, and it fell down. I thought you might misunderstand, so I hurried to explain." "Medicine box?" The guard looked at the sea and asked with concern, "Do you need our help to salvage it?" Captain Lydia has helped them a lot these days. General Robert has made it clear that the base will do its best to help Captain Lydia and her 7th team if they have any needs. But even if the general doesn't say it, they will be grateful to the vanguards, who really helped the underground city. Lydia smiled and shook her head to stop him, saying, "It's just a box. There's nothing useful in it. Don't take risks at night." She stretched her neck to look at the sea and said in a friendly tone, "Then I won't disturb your patrol. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Captain Lydia." The guards watched her leave respectfully before starting tonight's patrol. Lydia looked normal and walked straight to the big ship docked in the center of the lighthouse on the sea. When there was no one around, her worry finally surfaced on her face. She stared at the ocean solemnly, her eyes filled with confusion that could not be answered for a while. Hearing that Su came to the underground city base to rest, she brought some delicious food to him. She thought that this person, who has always been stingy, would definitely not be willing to stock up food for herself. Anyway, she had a discount when buying things in the underground city base, so she thought of letting Su take some as dry food. But when she found the lighthouse platform, she saw Su jump down by himself and climb down with only 2 daggers. It was obvious that he wanted to leave the lighthouse late at night. That was when she had the opportunity to stop him, but once she opened her mouth, Su's behavior would be exposed on the spot. Although she didn't know what Su wanted to do by leaving secretly at this time, but based on their past interactions and shallow understanding, she felt that Su was so smart. Since he made such a choice, he must have his own considerations, and Su had a clear purpose for staying in Matia, so even if he left now, he would find a chance to come back. What a pity, I have to buy another batch of dry food, Lydia murmured. Chapter 143. Searchlights kept passing overhead. In order not to be discovered by the lighthouse, Su could only dive into the deep sea alone, holding the electromagnetic gun tightly in his hand, ready to shoot back at any time if any alien creatures approached. Before he set off, he sent a message to Wei Yu about meeting him, and Su received a reply, which was a location of about 8,000 coordinates. Captain Emile said the departure time was 7 o'clock in the morning, and he had to come back before 6 o'clock in the morning and return to the lighthouse during the next shift change. There was no need to calculate carefully, as the time left for him was quite tight, but he had to see Wei Yu again. Su glanced at the oxygen reserve, shifted up a gear and moved forward in the water, preparing to leave the surveillance range of the lighthouse first and then make other plans. Suddenly, a light blue light flashed on the chaotic seabed, stirring the water flow and slowly rising, approaching Su with a clear purpose. Su opened his eyes and endured the conditioned reflex brought by the strong light, and quickly entered a combat readiness state and drew his gun to face it. Who could be coming? Was it the patrol boat of the lighthouse, or the Vanguard team doing a mission nearby? If he said that he accidentally fell down while sitting on the rooftop to enjoy the scenery, could he get away with it? Su curled his lips. He didn't even believe this reason, and it couldn't fool the people at the lighthouse at all. Is a fierce battle inevitable? When the light source got closer, he switched to low beam and stopped at the spot without closing the distance. Su vaguely saw a person coming down from the submarine and swimming towards him quickly. The other party waved to Su in a friendly manner, then raised his hands and turned a circle underwater to show that he was not aggressive. Su's gun was no longer pointed directly at the other party, but he still held the electromagnetic gun tightly in his hand, tentatively approaching him slowly. The man was wearing a light green protective suit, tall but quite flexible in the water. He knocked on his hood, opened his mouth and said a few words loudly, then turned back and pointed at the submarine behind him. Su's protective suit system could not connect to outsiders, so he couldn't hear what he said for a long time, but from the shape of his mouth, he recognized a familiar name. Wei Yu. Su murmured and repeated it, nodded heavily to the man to show his trust, and followed him to the submarine. The two swam into the buffer cabin one after the other, and the turbid and sticky seawater was discharged from the cabin. Then a nozzle stretched out from the wall, and a gentle mist disinfected them in all directions. I was sorting out supplies in the nearby waters. I came to pick you up as soon as I received the news from Wei Yu. Oliver took off his hood and hung it on the wall. As he spoke, he looked back at Su who had just emerged from the disinfectant spray, and raised his eyebrows curiously and asked, "If I hadn't found you, would you really have planned to swim to the Deep Sea Research Institute by yourself? Are you two so close?" Su took out the fully automatic inflatable kayak hidden in his waist bag, which he had secretly taken away when he helped Emile move things before setting off. His original plan was to use the injector of the protective suit as a kayak booster. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to find the next survival camp at sea before the oxygen reserves were exhausted, and replenish oxygen resources in time before setting off again. He didn't expect Wei Yu's people to be near Santa Maria. However, Su did remember that when Santa Maria was attacked by alien creatures not long ago, Wei Yu had mentioned that they also had a camp in the sea near the base. The man in front of him was probably going to the camp to clean up the mess at night. Seeing that Su didn't say a word, Oliver took the initiative to say, "I almost forgot that I haven't introduced myself yet." He extended his hand to Su. "Hello, my name is Oliver, from the Deep Sea Research Institute. Wei Yu asked me to find you." Su politely shook his hand and nodded to express his gratitude. "Thank you." He secretly pondered the man in front of him, recalled the description of Captain Lydia before, and silently made calculations in his mind. He's tall and strong, and doesn't look smart. His name is Oliver. Slap him for me. Oliver stared at the folding kayak in Su's hand, and nodded meaningfully. But it's still quite touching that he stays up late at night to meet his lover. Su clenched his fists and curled his lips, saying coldly, "Drive the boat well, or I throw you down and drive it myself." Before meeting Wei Yu smoothly, he couldn't do it, otherwise he really wanted to complete the instructions of Captain Lydia first. Oliver smiled, and waved his hand without caring much, and sat down in the driving seat. He forgot himself when he started joking. I said why the old director always looks uninterested when introducing partners to young people. It turns out that he likes spicy girls like you. Hey! Put your gun away, obey traffic rules, and don't disturb the driver's operation. After glancing at the muzzle of the gun against his neck, Oliver finally shut up and drove the boat towards the institute honestly. On the way, Oliver wanted to say something to relieve his boredom, but Susu's cold eyes shut him up. Why did he think Liang Zhan was a chatterbox before? Compared with this difficult person, the chatty Liang Zhan is so adorable. They passed through a dark muddy miasma, and the nearly sticky seawater scraped across the submarine's hull, making a muffled surging sound. A huge vortex appeared inexplicably not far ahead, rolling up the surrounding ruins like a hurricane, which was daunting. But Oliver drove the submarine and rushed up recklessly. The might of destruction did not really come, but everything in front of him suddenly became clear. The hull of the Deep Sea Research Institute landed steadily in the center of the vortex. Compared with the deserted time when Susu came last time, there were many people connecting lines outside the ship at this moment. It seemed that they had taken care of the defense system before starting to renovate their home. Brother, look! Oliver's ship is back. Liang Zhan jumped on the spot and pointed at the submarine rushing out of the mud. The titanium prism outside the institute refracted the water light. The situation inside the institute could not be seen clearly from the outside, but Susu could feel that Wei Yu was looking at him somewhere. Their boat slowly landed outside the door. Before Oliver put on his hood, he told Susu, "Be careful not to step on the wires on the ground." Susu raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Will you get an electric shock? Will it happen in the seawater?" Oliver chuckled and said, "Of course not. I just want to remind you not to trip." After he finished speaking, he put on his hood and walked into the buffer cabin. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, he saw Liang Zhan rushing towards them. Oliver spread his arms and said with a smile, "Why are you so enthusiastic today?" But Liang Zhan directly skipped Oliver, circled Susu several times in a familiar way, and then curiously approached him, laughed and said, "Brother Susu, I am Liang Zhan. Do you remember me? We have met before, and I sent you a message on behalf of my brother a few days ago." "Your brother?" Susu coughed lightly and immediately changed the topic. "I mean Wei Yu. How is his injury?" "My brother." Liang Zhan sighed helplessly, without giving a direct answer. The sadness between his eyebrows was hard to control. He grabbed Susu's sleeve and pulled him into the institute. "Brother Susu, you should go in and see him." Susu immediately swam forward, and in a panic, he did not notice that Oliver, who was following them, was confused. Liang Zhan's footsteps were hurried. When he passed the disinfection system, he stamped his feet anxiously. As soon as the system prompted that the disinfection was over, he immediately ran deep into the institute, and looked back from time to time to check if Susu had lost him. He hurriedly came to the door of an unopened room, pushed the door open, and let Susu go in first. "My brother is inside." "Wei Yu?" Susu hurriedly stepped in, thinking that he would see the picture of Wei Yu lying on the bed dying, but he did not expect to see the drawings all over the floor. He recognized at a glance that the lines and boxes on the paper were the drawings of the Matthias Experimental Center. He took a deep breath and walked slowly around the scattered papers, and walked towards the person sitting in the middle of the room. Liang Zhan complained with a pout, "Brother Susu, my brother doesn't rest or eat again. He has been drawing in the room for several days. The old director recently took Lu Bo out to see the residents on the sea. If he comes back and sees that my brother has not recovered from his injuries, he will definitely scold him. It's so fierce." Wei Yu laughed out loud and turned back to Liang Zhan and said truthfully, "If Director Finn knew you said that about him, he would definitely pull your ears." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately smiled at Susu. "You're here." Seeing Susu staring at him without hesitation, Wei Yu opened his arms without any shyness and said frankly, "I am really much better, don't worry." Susu saw that he was pale, his arms were still wrapped in thick bandages, and his pen-holding posture was stiff. It was conceivable how serious the injury Wei Yu had suffered before. Oliver knew the situation very well, and said tactfully, "Where is the person? I brought him back to you, so he won't be at Eyesore here. You two continue chatting, I will take Liang Zhan away first." As he said that, he grabbed Liang Zhan's collar and walked out like a chicken. He was stopped by Susu after just 2 steps. "I remember you said your name is Oliver." Susu turned around and walked forward a few steps, slowly closing the distance between him and Oliver. Oliver blinked in surprise and nodded in response. Yes. He then looked at Wei Yu and shrugged innocently. Have you ever served in the Matthias Vanguard? Susu asked. Oliver's face froze, his frowning eyebrows were filled with doubt, and he stared at Wei Yu with his eyes, wanting to ask for an explanation. Wei Yu was also puzzled, and shook his head to indicate that he had not mentioned Oliver's identity to Susu, so how did Susu know? After all, he was someone Wei Yu trusted. Oliver tried to convince himself that Susu had no ill intentions. Just as he was about to ask how the other party knew his identity, he was inexplicably slapped. Pa! Oliver covered his cheek that was slapped and stared at Susu in disbelief. Why did you hit me? He rushed back to the Deep Sea Research Institute all the way, fearing that he would waste time. But Susu didn't repay him, and he even beat him up. He just said a few teasing words at the beginning. Is it that serious? I'm sorry. Susu shook his hand that was sore from the slap, thinking that he had used too much strength. Then he explained frankly, it was Captain Lydia who said that if I meet a big fool named Oliver one day, I should slap him for her. Oliver was willing to bring him to the Deep Sea Research Institute, and he was grateful from the bottom of his heart, but Captain Lydia had also helped him many times, and based on the principle of first come first served, he wanted to help Lydia fulfill her wish. Chapter 144. Lydia. Hearing that familiar name again, Oliver's hands fell weakly, his expression dimmed instantly, and he asked in a hoarse voice, She knows I'm still alive. Lydia, his lover. When did she know that he was not dead? And how did she live alone for so long on Matthias, which despised women? Liang Zhan stepped forward angrily, pointed at Susu and complained, because you can't hit anyone. He usually quarreled with Oliver very often, but it was all a joke. He didn't allow anyone to bully people in the institute. Wei Yu stood up and blocked the two of them, explaining helplessly, Zhan, don't quarrel. If Susu hit Oliver for that lady, then Oliver really deserved it. Sorry. Susu's death was from a personal standpoint. Liang Zhan's mouth seemed to be weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He snorted angrily, glanced at Susu secretly, and whispered like a mosquito, I shouldn't be mean to you, I'm sorry. He knew something about Oliver's past, but the adults always said that he was a child and wouldn't understand, so they didn't want to tell him too much. Oliver stretched out his hand to pull Liang Zhan behind him, raised his head, and looked at Susu again, eager to seek an answer from the other party. Is she doing well? Susu didn't understand. If you really care about her, why don't you go to see her yourself? He was not very familiar with interpersonal relationships, but he knew that instead of thinking and worrying endlessly, it would be better to come and see in person. Oliver said something on his lips, but he finally shook his head without saying anything, and left sadly with his arms drooping. Liang Zhan, standing in place, looked at Oliver's back, then at Susu, and after receiving Wei Yu's eyes, he hurriedly followed Oliver to comfort him. Oliver, you're walking too fast, wait for me. Wei Yu stood beside Susu, looking at Oliver's voice gradually fading away, and sighed. He was invited by the experimental center when he was in Matthias and participated in the transformation of the strong soldier plan. Susu looked up in surprise. He participated? The first clue Lydia gave him about HOM was the invitation letter from the experimental center to Oliver, and what surprised him was Oliver's state. He had seen many people who had undergone transformation. Without the comfort of supplements and strong soldiers for a long time, they would be mentally distracted and listless, and even lose their subjective control for a time. Oliver has been away from Matthias for a few years, but his current state doesn't look like he has developed a dependency. Does the Institute have a way to help him quit drugs? Wei Yu nodded. Since Susu knew about the relationship between Lydia and Oliver and participated in the HOM plan, it was okay to tell him about some past events. Oliver listened to Gabriel's guidance and chose to accept the transformation of the experimental center to improve his own strength. But by the time he realized that there was something wrong with the experiment, he had already developed an uncontrollable dependency. Susu bent down and picked up a crumpled drawing from the ground. You don't mean to say that he had to leave Matthias silently in order to protect Lydia? The concept of love that silently dedicates itself has been out of use for hundreds of years. Wei Yu stared at this idiot, who was indifferent to others, but talked about love eloquently, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, shaking his head and said, Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Oliver chose to resist, but the result was that he was injected with a mysterious injection before he escaped from the experimental center, and then appeared in the sea in a daze. The experimental center wanted him to die at sea by taking an overdose of drugs and bursting blood vessels during an out-of-service mission, so as to eliminate the risk of leaks. Su Su scratched his ears, feeling embarrassed for his misunderstanding. You have already apologized. I believe Oliver will not blame you. Wei Yu saw his embarrassment and comforted him in a gentle voice. He continued, Oliver said he wanted to secretly go to Lydia, tell her the truth about all this and everything that happened to him, and take her away from Mattia. He tried to get close several times, but one day he came back and suddenly said that he decided to give up this idea. I don't know what happened specifically, and he didn't mention anything about Lydia after that. Su Su hadn't heard Captain Lydia mention this matter. Maybe they had accidentally crossed paths, but Lydia and Oliver are both adults, and they have their own considerations before making a choice. He and Wei Yu have no right to evaluate their decisions. Let's not talk about them for now. I came to see you for something else. Wei Yu raised his stiff arm and pointed to the desk. I prepared hot soup and snacks for you. You've been swimming in the water for so long. Fill your stomach before we talk. Su Su nodded without refusing, took 2 steps and stopped and looked back. Do you want to sit down and eat together? Wei Yu stared at Su Su for a moment, his emotions suddenly surging, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Okay. I don't mean anything else. Liang Zhan just said that you didn't eat. I know. Then what are you laughing at? Maybe. Everything is fine under the sea today, and Oliver's old submarine is also very obedient. Oh! Su Su thought Wei Yu was really happy about these little things, so he simply responded, swallowed the food in his mouth and said, regarding the cooperation mentioned before, give me some more time to find out. I think I can achieve it. Wei Yu was not surprised by this. He had long believed that Su Su and he were on the same side, and Su Su's caution also made him more convinced that this was a nearly perfect partner. Seeing that Su Su, as a partner, was so straightforward, Wei Yu did not lag behind and said bluntly, when do you want to go to the HOM Center? Su Su took a bite of the apple pie and his eyes fell on Wei Yu's arm. I underestimated your injury. It seems that I need to find a chance to come to you after a while. The sticky sugar and oil of the dessert made Su Su's lips glow with a bright luster, and the crispy pieces hung on his lips, moving up and down as he chewed, always attracting attention. Wei Yu paused in picking up the food, and unconsciously stared at the person sitting opposite him. He wanted to look away, but couldn't help but sneak a peek until he saw Su Su licking the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his tongue. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and suddenly his ears felt hot, and he lowered his head in guilt, only to realize that the mushroom he had just picked up had fallen into the bowl unknowingly. He put down his chopsticks with a bitter smile, and sat upright facing Su Su, wanting to get an answer from the other party. If you just want to confirm the cooperation, you can send me a message, but you took the risk to come in person tonight. Su Su was speechless for a moment, and put down the tableware without continuing to eat. Why? Because he wanted to see how Wei Yu's injury was, because what he was about to do was very dangerous, and if he was not careful, he would lose his life. He had missed and experienced many goodbyes. If the upcoming danger would make him the one to say goodbye, he wanted to say goodbye to Wei Yu as well. But some of the words he said to Oliver were sincere, and it felt strange to say them to Wei Yu in person. You take good care of your injuries, I'm leaving first. Su Su felt that he could be described as fleeing at the moment, but he was worried that if he stayed any longer, something hidden in his heart would run out of control. Even he himself didn't know what he was hiding. Don't go. Wei Yu stood up and grabbed Su Su, who was about to leave, and Su Su was surprised by the speed of his action. Your hand? Su Su raised his eyebrows and stared at Wei Yu's incompletely injured arm, waiting to see how he would continue to make up stories. Su Su had already seen that Wei Yu's hand was fine, and seeing that he was acting like he was seriously ill, he thought that he just wanted to rest for a while. He thought that since tonight was short a time, it would not be impossible for him to find a chance to come next time. But why did Wei Yu lie to him? Was he easy to deceive? Wei Yu guiltily let go of Su Su's wrist, knowing that he could no longer hide it, so he had to remove the bandage wrapped around his arm, revealing the scars of the scars, and then clenched his fist in front of Su Su, and then released it. I thought you would at least care about me when you saw me like this, but I didn't expect you to leave now. Su Su's eyes lightly swept across Wei Yu's scarred skin, so soft that he was afraid that his eyes could hurt people, but he said unforgivingly, you used this trick back when we were in the sea camp. The trick of self-torture can only be used once or twice, but it cannot be used every time. He was careless, and actually believed it at the beginning. Director Finn said that if you want to test whether a person cares about you, you can use this trick to find out. Wei Yu did not hide his intentions, stared at Su Su directly, and approached step by step. Su Su felt invisible oppression, but unwilling to be outdone, he looked up and looked directly into Wei Yu's eyes, You said last time that you had something to say to me when we meet again. What do you want to say? He could hear that Wei Yu had other intentions. But what was the other party's purpose? To benefit from their cooperation? It should not be, but apart from the cooperation that was put on the surface, were there any other connections between them? It seems that there was no connection. Su Su clearly recognized the current situation very clearly, but he was entangled in the strange dissatisfaction, trying to find the answer in Wei Yu's eyes. But the more he watched, the harder it was for him to grasp the rope of reason. An indescribable itch in his heart made him sink silently into it. I want to say Wei Yu grabbed Su Su's wrist again, not wanting to hurt him too hard, but also not wanting to give him a chance to break free. Knock knock knock. Wei Yu changed his expression upon hearing the voice, and turned his head to look at the door with disgust. What's wrong? Oliver cleared his throat outside the door and said, I just want to remind you of friendship, remember to pay attention to the time. If you want to go to the restricted area, you better leave immediately, otherwise you won't be able to send him back in time. He didn't want to spoil the fun, nor did he not care about Wei Yu's life. He just knew that Su Su, as a member of the Vanguard and a subject of great concern to the experimental center, had taken great risks to leave the lighthouse and come here, so he couldn't really let him go in vain. If everything is done, he can cooperate with Wei Yu to help Su Su get out of Mattia. By then, they will have plenty of time to spend together. Wei Yu also knew the priorities of the matter. He gently scratched Su Su's palm with his fingertips and said softly, I have arranged it there, just waiting for your instructions. So do you want to go? Yes. Su Su answered without hesitation. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to come to Wei Yu tonight. He didn't know if he could leave Mattia alive. If he could find out the whole story of the incident in the welfare home, he would have no worries at all. Then let's go. Wei Yu never let go of Su Su's hand from beginning to end, and took him out of the room. Chapter 145. The two walked faster and faster, and gradually trotted in tacit understanding. They put on protective equipment along the way, strode out of the institute, and boarded the high-speed submarine on standby. Su Su sat directly in the co-pilot seat to escort Wei Yu, increased the engine horsepower, and launched the voyage, leaving a circle of water mist on the outer vortex. After Wei Yu's submarine left, several submarines detached from the institute and followed closely to the Mathia Sea restricted area. The ocean seemed to fall asleep in the middle of the night, and the waves gently swayed like a cradle, slowly patting the hull, quiet and peaceful as if the end of the world had passed. The turbid seabed made it difficult to see anything, but the fluctuations of the water flow above his head told Su Su that there were countless submarines rushing around to escort them. Wei Yu focused his attention on the front and manually pushed the gear up, reminding other submarines, don't let your guard down, turn up the dispersal gear. I'm sure you'd be scared to death. Whoever turns it on later will be unlucky. Oh, you guys still have to wait for a reminder. I turned on the dispersal gear as soon as I got out of the cabin. The signal receiver transmitted the teasing voices of others, and the deep sea became less depressing invisibly. Thanks to Su Su, it's really peaceful tonight. Oliver said with a smile, and then reminded, there is a Mattia detection point ahead, remember to avoid it. Su Su was led by them to talk, and whispered, I always feel that I am unlucky. But it was a bit unlucky to say this at this time, so he changed the topic and asked Wei Yu, is this how you avoided Mattia's pursuit? Wei Yu looked up at the sea monitoring base station, nodded and said, the Research Institute and the sea camp will conduct regular sea patrols. As long as someone encounters Mattia's monitoring point, it will be marked on the public map. Actually, I don't agree with this approach. Wei Yu added, I mean the offshore base station. Why? Su Su followed Wei Yu's lead and asked. Wei Yu, Mattia's original intention of setting up monitoring points was to count the number and reproduction rate of alienated organisms within a certain range. But the overly dense base stations not only interfere with statistical data, but also cause a lot of marine garbage. Su Su frowned more and more, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, Mattia shouted for the future of mankind, didn't you notice these little things? They know they don't care. Wei Yu snorted lightly. Mattia was hanging high in the air. The ocean was a hunting ground and a garbage station for them, but it was never the homeland and home of mankind. The issue of marine environmental protection would be mentioned at the meeting earlier, but there were always more urgent important matters that needed to be prioritized. Over time, the most basic and important things became insignificant trivialities. Seeing so many things like this, he would sooner or later become numb to the crowd. He did not agree with this approach, nor did he want to become such a person. Liang Zan's angry hum came from the receiver. Those people are so hypocritical, I don't know what slogans they are shouting every day. If slogans are useful, when the earth is flooded, Everyone can shout slogans to summon Jingwei to fill the sea. Oliver was amused by him and echoed, "When they fall from the sky one day, the knife will really pierce their bodies, and then they will know the pain." Ah, such a big ship falling down must have killed a lot of alien creatures, so it can be considered a good thing. Liang Zan's seemingly benevolent murmur caused many people in the receiver channel to laugh. "Okay, no more jokes, stop it. The front is a restricted area. All ships, please pay attention. There are always a few serious people in the crowd, who can control the overall situation in time and force everyone to calm down." Wei Yu looked at the coordinates on the display screen and said seriously, "I trouble you to help clear the way later. We need to reach the center of the vortex as quickly as possible." "Okay, hold on tight, brothers. Go, sisters. Let's do something big today." The one called Sue, "If the job is done for you, come back to the institute with our boss Wei." "Lucy, what you said sounds like a bandit's den, and we want to kidnap a wife for the village chief." Su secretly glanced at Wei Yu in the main driver's seat, pursed his lips, and said, "My name is Su. Thank you for your help." Then he turned his head and lowered his voice to say to Wei Yu, "Thank you too." He had no connection with these people in the Deep Sea Research Institute. Whether it was for Wei Yu's sake or not, they were willing to support him at the risk of alerting the monsters in the restricted area. He was afraid that he would not be able to repay the debt of favor brought by this favor. Wei Yu's mouth curled up secretly, and just as he was about to ask Su something, he heard a sudden storm on the sea. They had already entered the center of the restricted area. The uninvited outsiders woke up the baby's deep sleep, and a few shrill cries completely broke the silence of the night. The angry mother screamed excitedly, intending to deter the approaching enemy. Roar the submarines traveling in the muddy sea slowed down their trajectory, raised their loading turrets, and entered combat readiness, waiting for Wei Yu and Oliver to unify the combat instructions. In front of the terrifying giant beast, their submarine was as small as a grain of rice. The irresistible pressure made Oliver's muscles tense up suddenly. He grabbed the turret joystick and stopped when he was about to load the nuclear bomb. Direct explosion may attract other monsters. We will lead the awakened ones away later. You hurry in. The skyline was already pale. They didn't have much time left. Wei Yu agreed to this plan. Okay, you guys act carefully. If you find that you can't cope with it, retreat first. The dispersal system there is still working. We will be fine. Understood. After receiving the responses from his friends, Wei Yu stared forward to seek the opportunity to sprint. However, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Su slowly stood up and looked up at the giant sea monster not far away, as if he had been summoned. He asked in confusion, Su, what's wrong with you? However, Su seemed to have not heard Wei Yu's voice at all. He stood there motionless and lost in thought. He raised his hand and touched the windshield woodenly, as if he was greeting something in the sea, if his eyes were not out of focus. Wait a minute. After noticing Su's abnormality, Wei Yu immediately stopped the operation. The violent storm stirred up the seawater, and the roaring monster became more and more restless, and began to actively approach the submarine. Wei Su, it's going towards you. Seeing that the danger was approaching, Wei Yu called several times but failed to wake Su up, so he prepared to retreat to a safe area and make other plans. Suddenly, he heard a few compassionate murmurs. Go home. Go home. Su. Seeing that he finally responded, Wei Yu asked in a gentle voice, Do you feel unwell and want to go back first? It's okay, we can come again next time. Su felt confused and felt that he was in a confused ocean, floating freely with the waves, as if all the burdens on his body were dissolved in the water, and he felt the freedom and joy he had never felt before, and even had thoughts he had never had before. He was a person who had no origin and could not find a home. Perhaps it was a good choice to stay in the sea from now on. Anyway, he didn't like Mattia, and Mattia also rejected him. On the contrary, these alienated creatures would not hurt him. So stay and become a monster like them. From now on, the ocean is his home, and he and they can go home together. If the matter is done for you, just go back to the institute with our boss Wei. Wei Yu Institute? No, isn't he in Wei Yu's submarine? Aren't they going to find the truth together? When did he go into a trance? Will the endless deep sea be his home? But whether it is or not, at least he has more important things to do at the moment. Wei Yu. Su's wandering thoughts returned to control, and his eyes suddenly raised and regained clarity. He turned his head to look at Wei Yu in the driving seat beside him, and noticed the worry in his eyes at a glance. He pursed his lips and said guiltily, Maybe it's because I didn't rest, so I was a little distracted, sorry. Wei Yu didn't believe Su's slightly hasty excuse, but still asked with concern, Then do you want to go back and rest first? No, I still want to go in and take a look, okay? Su stared at the depths of the vortex, and his increasing heart rate told him that there might really be something he wanted to know there. Okay, I listen to you. Wei Yu cooperated unconditionally, and then conveyed to other submarines, attention, all ships, proceed according to the original plan. Hey, there really is something fishy going on. Oliver's puzzled exclamation came from the signal receiver, and then he said in disbelief, Am I dazzled? Do you see this monster retreating? It just left like that? The giant octopus, waving its tentacles wildly, paced back, and the babies who had been crying heartbreakingly just now suddenly stopped crying, but still couldn't help sobbing and mumbling in grievance, just like the children whose wishes were not met that they had seen in the camp. Wei Yu also noticed this strange phenomenon, and subconsciously turned his head to glance at Su. The doubts in his heart suddenly intertwined and spread, and it was even more difficult to see the whole picture of things than the sea in front of him. Don't let your guard down, keep moving forward. Was it his illusion? The departure of the monster seemed to be related to Su. But what did Su do just now? Su noticed Wei Yu's gaze, but unfortunately, he himself didn't know the real reason for all this. After that, the submarine never encountered any aliens on the way to the destination. The forbidden area that was daunting tonight was a little eerie and peaceful. Those who didn't know would think that this was not a forbidden area, but a clean area. The beam of the searchlight penetrated the mud and fog, and was suddenly blocked by an obstacle. Su looked forward and saw a building sitting alone in the dark deep sea. Most of the nameplate on the top floor had fallen off, but the remaining 3 letters HOM always revealed that this was the HOM Marine Biological Research Center. Dozens of submarines quickly surrounded the building. Even though they knew that the dispersal device was turned on in the building, they still prevented monsters from approaching. We are guarding outside, you go in, call us if you have anything. Wei Yu stopped the submarine and stood up to get the protective equipment. Let's go, I go in with you. Su pressed the hood in Wei Yu's hand to stop the other party from putting it on. He shook his head and said, You stay here, I go in by myself. I checked it for you, my injury is fine. Wei Yu thought Su was worried about his injury, but then he thought that since Su had made a decision, he would not change it because of others. So he said, Okay, then you go in by yourself, and if you find anything abnormal, you must notify me in time. Chapter 146. Su repeatedly refused. If something happens, you should retreat first. The restricted area is full of dangers, and there is no guarantee that the monsters that leave will turn back and fight back. He already owes Wei Yu enough to the Research Institute, and he can't let them die here. You? Wei Yu was troubled by Su's stubbornness. He grabbed Su's shoulders in a fit of anger, limiting his vision, leaned forward slightly, and looked straight at him. I know you don't like to owe favors, but not all favors need you to repay. I really want to help you. He could see that Su was cautious, and knew that he did this out of habit. What he wanted to say was that if Su was willing, he could try to accept him first. Su stared at Wei Yu's eyes, which were so close to him, and saw his own figure through those deep eyes. He didn't like to be involved with people, so he didn't have to bother to help others, nor did he need to be burdened by others' help. He existed alone in this world, or gradually disappeared in a corner without any worries. Wei Yu was really a very annoying person. He always gave him favors without his permission. At first, he had the ability to repay him, but as he got more and more, he couldn't figure out whether the mess in his heart was gratitude to Wei Yu or something else. Su raised his hand and patted Wei Yu's hands that were holding his shoulders. Wei Yu, thank you, but I still want to go in alone. He knew that Wei Yu was very good to him. He had seen such kindness in the dean, who took care of him growing up, and when Captain Lydia recognized him as her younger brother. But Wei Yu seemed to be a little different from them. This was a kind of aggressive flattery. It didn't hurt him at all, but it always made him confused. This was an emotion he had never had before. But he rejected Wei Yu not because of this, but because he couldn't let another person in this world know about the welfare home. He had too many secrets that he didn't even know. The more people knew, the more dangerous it would be for both him and Wei Yu. Wei Yu lowered his arms in frustration, letting Su leave freely, and nodded gloomily, Okay, be careful. He thought that as long as he was patient enough, he would be able to warm up Su's stone one day, but now it seems that he may need more time. Su stared at Wei Yu's eyes all the time, and caught the frustration in his eyes at the first time. He always felt that he should say something at this moment, but he never comforted people, fearing that he would make more mistakes the more he said. He turned around slowly, and was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something, stopped and turned back, and set his eyes on Wei Yu again. Wei Yu, I'm actually very happy to see that your injury is fine. He had a weird temper since he was a child, and there were very few peers around him who could talk. For Wei Yu, he should be a very difficult partner. As long as he can endure until the end of the cooperation, he can get rid of this weirdo. But Wei Yu did not do so. He not only accepted his dullness and awkwardness, but also took the initiative to lose the upper hand in the originally equal relationship, retaining his original attitude to the greatest extent, being cautious and caring. He is not a fool, and he will not fail to understand Wei Yu's sincerity towards him. He is not good at flattery, and the only thing he can respond to Wei Yu is his own sincerity. Time is running out, I'm leaving first. As soon as the voice fell, Su Su jumped out of the cab in a blink of an eye. Before, he felt that some words were normal to say to others, but when facing Wei Yu, there was always something strange that he couldn't explain. He probably knew the reason now, because Wei Yu was also a special existence to him. Wei Yu stood there in a daze, watching Su Su's figure dive into the sea and slowly approach the building. It took him a while to react. Is he happy for me? Suddenly, all the bitterness in his heart was diluted by the surging joy, turning into a warm current flowing through his almost dry heart, and the shrunken love was nourished and gradually expanded, as if to fill the entire chest. So he cares about me! Wei Yu's mouth corners raised uncontrollably, and he tried to suppress his smile, not to make himself look so worthless. But he couldn't help but repeatedly savor what Su Su had just said to him. He inexplicably felt a light feather passing through his heart, itching so hard that he couldn't grab it. His whole body was hot and numb, and he wanted to get into the water to calm down. Bang! Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted Wei Yu's joy alone. Oliver turned around after hearing the sound, glared at his teammate who accidentally kicked the obstacle behind him, and then cleared his throat and said, "That Boss Wei, I actually wanted to say it a long time ago, your radio has never been turned off." Yes, their polite and disgusting conversation just now was heard by everyone. So Wei Yu fell into Su Su's hands, and they caught him. It's all over. After learning the truth, Wei Yu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up." Careless. But everyone knows his ins and outs, and his feelings are nothing to be ashamed of. Wei Yu quickly regained his serious expression. Everyone pay attention to the movements in the sea area and ensure the safety of the building. He only brought basic weapons. Don't worry, they are all in place, watching. Oliver never gives in when he can make jokes, but he still knows what is important and what is not. Liang Zhan half knelt on the chair by the window, swaying with his feet up. I wonder how Brother Su Su is doing now. The engine at the bottom of the building is still running, rolling up vortices to form a series of barriers on the periphery, but the engine hidden in the ground in front of the door seems to have been deliberately destroyed, so that the barrier has a gap that can accommodate one person to pass through. After sleeping in the sea for hundreds of years, the building is dilapidated, and the power and drainage systems have long been paralyzed. Su Su immediately turned on the searchlight on his shoulder to confirm whether the surroundings are safe. According to Wei Yu, the people from the Institute had explored this place before. There are laboratories and conference halls upstairs, and the archives he is looking for are on the first and second floors underground. Following the guidance of the safety passage signs on both sides of the corridor, Su Su quickly swam to the stairs, but the closer he got to the truth he pursued day and night, the heavier he felt, and even his breathing became increasingly labored. The door of the archive room was sealed, with traces of being cast. A titanium steel door was inlaid on the side wall, which was so new that it looked out of place in the building. It was obviously installed recently. Su Su put his hand on the door latch and took several deep breaths before he mustered up the courage to open it. He walked into a deep and narrow passage that was artificially excavated. He vaguely heard a suction sound coming from behind him. He turned around and confirmed that it was the sound of the water suction and drainage device of the special steel door. After opening another steel door, Su Su finally entered the archive room that had sunk to the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years. Even though it had been treated to prevent moisture, the archive room was soaked in seawater all year round with the building, and the air was still filled with a damp and rotten smell. The air here is thin, and Su Su still relies on a hood for oxygen. He steps lightly on the peeling and curling flooring, passes through the borrowing registration office at the door, pushes open an iron door covered with brown and red rust spots, and sees endless iron bookshelves. Each compartment is filled with files. This place preserves the hard work and regrets of generations of researchers, and how many unknown secrets are hidden. Su Su glanced at the communicator. Even if the return time is compressed to the limit, he now has less than 2 hours. With so many files, where should he start? H36N5N7216. Su Su recalled the spray code on the inside of the milk powder can. If H36 represents the experimenter's number, then what does the character behind it also represent? He didn't rush to check the information, and quickly ran through the bookshelves. His eyes lingered on the guide sign on the side of the shelf, and he suddenly stopped. It is indeed divided by letters, but where is the bookshelf before O? Su walked around the archive room, and then stood there looking around, but did not find the entrance to the second underground floor. There must be a place to go down here, but he didn't have time to explore slowly at the moment. The pipeline was narrow, and Su was wearing a protective suit and a hood, so he was even more clumsy. He struggled to grab the seam, and went down along the straight ventilation duct. Sure enough, he found the pipeline entrance on the second underground floor. It doesn't matter if the trick is new, as long as it works. Su said inwardly, raised his foot, and kicked open the protective net at the pipeline entrance, and crawled out with his back bent. He was about to stand up, and was almost tripped by the screws that fell on the ground, so he kicked the nails aside carefully. The nail was seen rolling slowly into the pipe under the force, but it took a while before the sound of it landing was heard. Could it be that this building has more than 2 underground floors? Su hesitated and shone a light under the pipe, and there was indeed no end in sight. He had no time to worry about the others, so he retreated to the second underground floor to continue searching, and finally found bookshelf No. N in the corner. Is it the 5th row of No. N? Su raised his head and stood on tiptoe, his fingers sliding over the document numbers displayed on the bookshelf. His fingertips brushed over a string of numbers engraved in his bones, and Su's whole body trembled. He looked back at the file he had just passed by, and took the file named 7216 with bated breath. Su wiped the dust off the file with trembling hands. When he saw the Sacred Heart Welfare Home clearly written on the cover page, he had clearly prepared himself mentally in advance, but he still couldn't hold back the grief in his soul, and leaned against the bookshelf weakly. Dean, I found it. Su gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions, holding his breath and opening the truth that had been sealed for countless years. On January 1, 2020, the HOM research team carried out human gene research in accordance with the instructions of the superiors, aiming to enhance the adaptability of human genes. Since the formal implementation of the research plan requires a large amount of data support, volunteers of different ages and genders are sought to conduct periodic life-related comparative studies. January 1, 2023. Under the care of the Society, the research team established HOM Biopharmaceutical Company, cooperated with many welfare homes, established experimental reference points, and regularly released biochemical antibodies to test the changes and adaptability of human genes in different environments. After a year of debugging and tracking, the following indicators of 24 volunteers from the Sacred Heart Welfare Home were sorted out. The social care and volunteers on the document deeply hurt Su's eyes. He frowned and flipped through it. 24 fresh lives became cold numbers on the page, under a few light nonsense. Su suddenly had a bad feeling. He raised his hand to take down the other documents beside him, and read through them one by one, in a trance, until a whole row of documents were opened, and the information was scattered all over the floor. In a trance, he saw countless half-grown children crying and begging in pain. Although he had enough oxygen, he was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. They are all welfare homes, all 24 children. How could these people do this? What do they want to do? Chapter 147. So the string of codes in his memory may represent the 5th experimental project in charge of the researcher numbered H36, and the last 4 digits may represent the children in the welfare home. He can only hope that the last 4 digits are the number format, not the actual number. Anger and grief constantly hit Su's reason, causing his hands holding the paper to tremble uncontrollably, and his face was gloomy as he stared at the conclusion on the last page of the experimental report. This experiment is intended to open up a new path for human development. All participants have obtained the consent of themselves, or their guardians, and regulatory agencies. The HOM research team would like to sincerely thank the 24 volunteers in this reference group. It is their selfless dedication that has forged the ladder for mankind to a better future. Everything is for the future of mankind. Again for the future of mankind. Su suddenly laughed in anger, slowly raised his head, and looked at the foul and turbid sea surface, as if across the reinforced concrete of the building, the future of mankind is about to end. He squatted down with all his strength, picked up the documents that fell to the ground one by one, and put them back on the bookshelf. But when he picked up the record of the Sacred Heart Welfare Home at the bottom, he held it tightly in his hand for a long time, and was unwilling to put it back. He had found the answer he had been thinking about day and night, and had foreseen the ending, but he still couldn't suppress the pain in his heart when he saw this experimental file. Susu hugged the file box tightly and leaned against the bookshelf. The powerless frustration was like a big hand with sharp claws, tearing his heart mercilessly. He suddenly felt that the road ahead that supported him all the way became unclear, and he couldn't help but hesitate what he had been trying to find. What was the point? Everything can't be changed, right? And what is the meaning of him staying in this world? Countless bad-mouthing voices filled his mind, his temples were swollen and almost bursting. Susu suddenly felt dizzy. The whole world in front of him was disintegrating, as if his soul was about to get rid of his body. Director, I found out who harmed the welfare home. So are you coming to take me away with you? Susu stared at the pure white ceiling of the archive room in confusion, feeling more and more dizzy, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. The sudden reminder ring of the communicator interrupted Susu's trance. He glanced at the name on the screen with regret, and his scattered reason was instantly pulled back to reality. No, it was meaningful for him to stay in this world. As a qualified partner, he had to repay Wei Yu for helping him get the bottle of seawater, and Susu stared at the number of researcher H36 on the page viciously. He would not let these innocent children die in vain. He took a deep breath to adjust his mood. Just as he was about to say, Wei Yu, he heard Wei Yu's voice on the other end of the call anxiously say, Susu, have you found what you want? You have to hurry and leave the building. We suddenly detected that a turbulent ocean current was approaching the building. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Susu looked around in surprise, and then realized that the dizziness he felt was real, so he immediately responded, Okay, I know. He closed the file box and put it back on the bookshelf, staring at it deeply, making a promise in his heart, and slowly retreated to the ventilation duct in the corner. Susu bent down and got into the duct again, climbing up nimbly. He had already preset the fastest escape route in his mind for a while, and suddenly heard a sharp and rough friction sound, and the swinging arc increased in the turbulent ocean current. You're not that unlucky, are you? What happened? The line was not disconnected. Wei Yu stood in front of the window, staring at the exit, and responded as soon as he heard Susu's whisper. Susu wanted to crawl out before the ventilation duct broke, but he couldn't do it. He watched the screws of the pipe above his head loosen. He had no choice but to plan to temporarily retreat to the second floor underground to find the hidden passage connecting the first and second floors. He made the movements as light as possible. When he was only one step away from reaching the entrance of the second floor passage, the sound of breaking above his head was like ice cracking in spring floods, and the tilted pipe was out of its original position, blocking his lucky idea. Susu reacted quickly to adjust his position, took off the searchlight on his shoulder, observed the situation under his feet in advance, and slid down steadily in the narrow pipe. Unexpectedly, there was another ventilation window at the end of the pipe. This window was different from the structure of the first and second floors underground. It was embedded in the top of the room, and a faint light was shining out. Susu kicked the mesh window open with the momentum he brought when he fell, and got into the unknown third floor underground before the ventilation duct collapsed completely. Susu, how are you? Wei Yu called out several times in succession, but got no response. He was so anxious that he put on protective clothing and prepared to rush into the building for support. I'm fine, but Susu's tone was more puzzled. The place I'm in now is a bit strange. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the statues placed in the room and the Buddhist shrines embedded in the walls. He had seen and not seen all kinds of religious representatives here, but if it was just an ordinary exhibition hall, why was there a cushion in front of each statue? This seems more like a confession room? Wait for me, I come to you right away. Wei Yu's speed quickened, and he left the submarine without hesitation and rushed into the sea. Susu responded, Okay, I'm on the third floor underground. As he said this, he noticed a message book in front of a statue, and walked up quickly to take it down to check. He noticed that the time span of the messages in the book was very long, nearly 100 years, until the building was completely submerged by the sea. Susu pieced together the fragmentary information in the message book and speculated that this room was set up to take care of scientists from various countries who participated in the research under high-pressure conditions when the doomsday came. Buddha, I know I was wrong. I have lost my morality. Even if there is no mutation, I have already become a complete monster. God, we are doing something extremely crazy. If the experiment succeeds, humans will become a fearless existence on the earth. Some people think we are crazy, but if everyone is crazy, are we not crazy? Lord, I am guilty, and I am willing to atone for my sins. The experiment has progressed to this extent, and has completely transcended human control. It seems that there is an invisible force interfering. Lord, is this the revenge of the ocean? Su turned page after page with a cold face. There are many such message books in the confession room. He couldn't understand most of the languages, but they were basically feeling guilty for the experiments they did on weekdays. They had obviously noticed that something was wrong, but they still chose to obey the instructions of their superiors and continued to carry out research. They naively thought that sacrificing a small number of people would one day find a way to break the crisis. But one wrong step leads to another. They went further and further on the wrong path and could not turn back. Su didn't want to sit and wait for death, so he found a secret door in the corner of the room and a relatively new message book hanging behind the door, which seemed to have been separated from the other books for a long time. My name is Zhu Yuan, and I am the 72nd head of the HOM research team. Before I died, I risked my life to come back here to repent for the heinous crimes committed by mankind and ask all gods to favor mankind again. Chapter 148. Zhu Yuan? Su repeated the name on the paper in a low voice. The surname Zhu is not common, especially in this era. The last time he met someone with the surname Zhu was Zhu Hui from the nearby sea camp. Could it be that this Zhu Yuan is Zhu Hui's ancestor? Su has no way to verify the relationship between the two for the time being, so he chooses to continue reading. My ancestors worked diligently in this building for decades, and I chose to inherit their legacy and devote myself to the underground city base, contributing my own efforts to the beautiful hope of mankind returning to the land again. Yes, just one effort. I am just one of the thousands of researchers. I only carry out one part of the experimental project according to the instructions of my superiors. For decades, I have always believed that everything I have done is for mankind. Until the Human Alliance abandoned me, an old man, and expelled me to the care camp on the sea. There, I met other researchers who participated in the experiment. Reluctance and anger brought us together. We cursed the shamelessness of the Human Alliance, but accidentally pieced together the contents of our respective experiments, which made us discover the truth that HOM had concealed for many years, and made me completely believe that the relevant reports hidden by our ancestors were not groundless. But I am old and no longer have the ability to resist, nor do I want to die with these secrets. If there are later generations, I hope you don't think I am too long-winded. Please continue reading. Even if I only plant a seed for you to question, it will be worth my risking my life to come here. Su smiled faintly. How can you be so honest and speak your mind? Suddenly, he thought of something and sighed knowingly. Perhaps because he had been deceived for too long, the old man did not want to become the kind of person he hated the most. Thinking of this, he turned the page of the message book. I wonder if there are still such rumors in your time, latecomers. I don't think there will be any. They will not allow a second voice, and everything I know comes from the painstaking collection of our ancestors. My ancestor was saved by a kind-hearted person. His parents hoped to donate to the welfare home to repay the kind-hearted person's selfless rescue, but they accidentally learned from the caregiver that the police suspected that a biopharmaceutical company called HOM had murdered the children in the welfare home. From that day on, collecting clues about HOM and continuing the life of the benefactor became the deepest belief of our lineage. In order to get closer to the truth and obtain research resources, the ancestor chose to join HOM. He said that he no longer expected to meet in the afterlife one day, and that the benefactor could understand what he did, but he wanted to do his best to repay the benefactor for saving his life. Su pinched the message book with his fingertips until they turned white, but he did not expect that the events of the year would be echoed again at this moment. His unintentional act kept echoing in the disconnected timeline, guiding him in the direction of confusion. Thank you for your kindness and tolerance for the nagging of an octogenarian. I won't waste your time. Here is everything I know. If you are interested, you can lift the carpet and find a pile of information. This is the evidence accumulated by our ancestors. Su bent down doubtfully and lifted the carpet, and indeed found a stack of newspapers and printed documents in a file bag. Judging from the time of the report, the source of the old newspaper that way you showed him about the first black rain virus antibody vaccine was successfully developed should be here. It seems that way you had been here before. Su said inwardly, squatting on the ground, flipping the message book with one hand and looking for verification in the information with the other hand. He turned the message book to the back of one page and finally wrote the key. HOM Biopharmaceuticals was originally an underground secret laboratory stationed in Country J by Country A. They had conducted several secret studies before Country R's first public discharge of nuclear wastewater. Due to the confidentiality of the underground laboratory, they stockpiled a large amount of wastewater that could not be treated. After learning about the discharge of nuclear wastewater, they took the opportunity to dump a large amount of biochemical waste in an attempt to cover up their crimes. After discovering that a large number of marine organisms had undergone morphological distortions, many scientists extracted seawater samples for testing and found that the content of various radioactive materials in the water was more serious than the worst expected result. In addition to publicly criticizing the discharge of nuclear wastewater, which completely disregarded the future fate of mankind and the Earth, they also joined forces with environmental protection organizations to begin monitoring the pollution values of various discharge sources. They vaguely realized that in addition to the known discharge points, there seemed to be other sources of pollution in the seawater. Su turned his head to look through the materials, and indeed found relevant reports. At that time, many netizens suspected that in addition to the several public nuclear wastewater discharge points, country R actually had other small actions in secret. But looking back now, things are not as simple as they appeared back then. HOM's secret laboratory was worried that what they did would be discovered one day, and Country A might not be able to protect them. In order to atone for their crimes, they began to study remedial solutions. So HOM's research on human genetic adaptability officially began. Due to the special nature of its existence, it was impossible to recruit volunteers publicly, so they turned their attention to special groups in society, using children who were neglected by their parents or had no relatives, and in the name of HOM Biopharmaceutical Company, they forged past charity experiences and successfully deceived social institutions. What they did was inhumane. They concentrated the components of seawater and mixed them into food for innocent children to eat, simulating the impact of future seawater pollution on humans, and then used health products or food to give them to the experimental subjects. Chemical agents were regularly administered to obtain human feedback and experimental data. The welfare home, where the benefactor who saved my ancestors worked, had 24 children, who unfortunately became experimental targets. After 5 years of suffering from illness, the children sensibly expressed that they did not want to be a burden to their guardians in a difficult environment. All 24 children voluntarily gave up treatment and chose to stay in the hospital that was about to be flooded, and did not participate in the evacuation. Su repeatedly checked the text on the message book with difficulty, confirming again and again whether the report was wrong, but even if he had more doubts, it was impossible to verify it at the moment, and there was no need for Zhu Hui's descendants to lie to him. So his brothers and sisters were tortured by illness for so long and finally stayed in the sea. He deeply understood the feeling of being suffocated to death by water poured into the nasal cavity, and knew it was very uncomfortable. He could accept death calmly, but he could not calmly face the news that the once lively and lovely children ended their lives like this. He fell backwards weakly, without the expected pain of falling to the ground. Looking back, he found that Wei Yu had found him at some point. Wei Yu glanced at the information on the ground. Su did not explain anything, so he did not say a word to inquire, but asked with concern, "Are you okay? Can you stand steadily? The underwater turbulence is coming soon. I will help you move whatever you want to take away. Let's evacuate first, okay?" Su nodded, put away the message book without saying a word, transferred all the information back to the file bag, and put them all into the inner pocket of his waterproof protective suit. Wei Yu leaned down to observe Su's eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Time is a bit urgent. If you don't have the strength, do you need me to carry you out?" He had never seen Su show such an expression, powerlessness, self-blame, and heavy resentment intertwined. His eyes were as dark as the dark deep sea, which was daunting. Looking at Su like this, he sincerely felt a dull pain in his heart. He hoped to share Su's grief, but he didn't dare to interrupt his sadness at this time. Su took a deep breath and shook his head and said, "I'm fine, let's go." In addition to the reason of the ocean turbulence, it was time for him to rush back to the lighthouse. "Are you out? The turbulence is very close, and the ship is shaking severely now. We must evacuate within 5 minutes. Oliver stared at the movement of the seabed, and his eyes looked at the exit of the building from time to time. Seeing Wei Yu and Su coming out one after another, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Yu opened the hatch and let Su go in first. After the drainage and disinfection of the buffer tank were completed, he quickly sat in the driving seat, already in place, set off. As soon as his voice fell, all the submarines waiting outside the building evacuated at once, and withdrew from the restricted area at the fastest speed before the chaos. Wei Yu secretly glanced at Su, keenly aware of his abnormality, reached out to temporarily turn off the communication receiver, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Su lowered his head and stared at the clues he brought out, and asked in a muffled voice, "Why didn't you tell me about the third underground floor before leaving? What do you want to test me about? Are you worried about this cooperation, or are you worried about him as a person?" Wei Yu knew that Su would definitely ask, He could see that Su was a little angry now, but if he didn't answer well, Su would definitely be even angrier. I did doubt the relationship between you and HOM. I don't think there is any connection between you, but I always feel that something is wrong. I said I wanted to go in with you, but I couldn't ask too much about your secret, so I thought I would tell you after you had almost found out, but I didn't expect to encounter an emergency turbulence. If I can bring you here once, I can bring you here again. Wei Yu didn't care about dignity, and immediately bowed his head to Su. I really didn't doubt you, and I did have selfish motives. Su, I know I was wrong, and it's normal for you to be angry with me, but can you please not ignore me after you're angry? He underestimated the importance of those clues about HOM to Su, so he sincerely knew that he was wrong. That's going to have to wait until I'm angry. Su turned his head away angrily, and didn't look at Wei Yu. While returning to the lighthouse, he continued to check Zhu Hui's message book. The content recorded in the message book is information that Su has never heard of, and has no way to find out. If it were not for the accumulation of Zhu Hui's ancestors, these clues would probably have been submerged in the long river of time. From 2024 to 2103, HOM Biopharmaceutical Company used the data obtained from human experiments to invest in related research and development in advance, and produced a series of purification systems, medical equipment, etc., and quickly rose from an unknown underground secret base in the Human Doomsday Society, covering up all the crimes that had been committed. When the Black Rain crisis came, tens of thousands of humans disappeared and died. HOM tasted the sweetness of taking advantage of loopholes. It took advantage of the chaos to detain infected or slightly infected humans, and secretly conducted human experiments, saying that no matter what kind of medicine, testing on animals is always not as intuitive as human reactions, and it was named as an extraordinary measure in the Doomsday period. Even if the victim's family found something wrong, HOM at that time already had a force that could not be underestimated. Whenever they heard a strange sound, they would clean it up without hesitation. And they gradually became the savior of that era. Chapter 149. Human society experienced several civil wars due to the Black Rain crisis, and a large number of infected bodies attacked humans, and the number of existing humans decreased rapidly during the period. After conducting a large number of human experiments, HOM developed an antibody vaccine at the fastest speed. But the speed of HOM's biopharmaceutical rise was too fast, which aroused the suspicion of the Human Alliance and triggered a large number of media follow-up reports. People began to secretly investigate HOM's research and development process, and captured clues that they were conducting human experiments. But at that time, HOM had basically controlled the lifeblood of mankind, and even the Human Alliance could do nothing about it. In the end, both sides took a step back. HOM announced its dissolution, and all members joined the Human Alliance to continue to dedicate their lives to the future of mankind. In exchange, the Human Alliance would help cover up past crimes. So overnight, all media reports on HOM were silent, but coincidentally, all people involved in the incident got the opportunity to be vaccinated at the first time. Su sneered dimly. Sure enough, once the greedy nature of human beings is aroused, it is difficult to turn back. Faced with the temptation of survival, many righteous people who once shouted to expose the truth bowed their heads. It is not shameful to want to live, but such behavior is really sad. After the Jingwei plan was proposed, the former HOM managers and researchers devoted themselves to the optimization and transformation of the human base, and soon infiltrated all parts of the base. With the number of scientific researchers and research experience, they gradually controlled the right to speak and led the scientific research team. In the turbulent environment at that time, the HOM management hidden in the crowd took the initiative to stand up and appease people's hearts with the will of God. They were very good at winning people's hearts. They deceived social charities, and also fooled mildly infected people, who still had a chance of treatment, to willingly join human experiments. They even withdrew from the collective crusade of the Human Alliance. No one believed their oracles at first, but as disasters continued to come, people gradually lost their confidence in living, and could only pin their hopes on nihilism, begging heaven and gods to give them a chance to live. And when no one revealed their past deeds, these management created the Shinji sect and maintained human order with human care. Su didn't understand. HOM was so blatantly leading the collective direction of mankind, and the Human Alliance didn't interfere. He continued to watch silently, and soon got the answer. The sect and scientific research team are growing day by day, but they are not recognized by everyone. Some old guys who know the truth are still alive. They excitedly told the truth they knew, but what they got was the news that they were exiled to the Doomsday Care camp. In the face of absolute interests, the Human Alliance chose to abandon their fellow humans. No matter how dissatisfied the rebels were, They could only tell the old, weak, women and children in the camp, who were not a threat to the human base. As a latecomer, I am really unwilling, but what else can I do except full of resentment when my life is about to end? I heard that the Human Alliance is planning a spaceflight plan to take the high-quality genes of humans away from the surface of the Earth, and wait for the day when land reappears. I wonder if humans have returned to land when you find this message. I look forward to that day, and I wish that the fate of mankind will be immortal, and that you will be healthy. Su turned the page again, but there was no follow-up. This time he did not enter a dream, and he could not imagine what kind of mood an old man had when writing these sad things. The old man had expectations for the gods from the beginning, but faced with the beliefs of various sects in the confessional, he could not find a god to entrust his wishes to. Even though he was ruthlessly abandoned by human society, and was dissatisfied in his heart, he still kept good wishes at the end of the message, hoping that humans would be able to set foot on land again one day. But reality will eventually disappoint this old man. Humans did not move towards light, but sank step by step into the abyss in selfishness and desire. Wei Yu noticed that the receiver was flashing red and immediately started a conversation. Oliver? Oliver's reminder came out immediately. Boss, the monitoring range of the lighthouse is ahead, and we can't get any closer. Okay, we know. Wei Yu looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left before the next shift change at the lighthouse. He slowly stopped the submarine, untied the safety belt, and squatted in front of Su, tilting his head to observe his expression. Noticing Wei Yu's approach and his cautious and inquiring eyes, Su raised his eyes from the message book, shook his head sadly and said, "You don't know why I investigated HOM, and you don't know what happened to me. It's normal to have doubts. I am angry, but I know that the main reason is that I didn't explain it to you clearly. He is not an unreasonable person. The past of the welfare home has nothing to do with anyone in this world. He chose to keep it secret, so he can't blame others for not understanding. But he was indeed unhappy because of Wei Yu's concealment, which is an indisputable fact. I concealed it first, so you deserve to beat me up now." Wei Yu spread his hands calmly, indicating that he was willing to let Su deal with him. But seeing Su's gloomy face, he whispered comfortingly, "Humanity has come to this point today, which is inseparable from HOM. The sins they committed have to be paid by all of humanity. It is really abominable. I believe that one day, they will pay the price they deserve. Your tone of coaxing a child is too strange." Su was a little speechless about Wei Yu's rather deliberate comfort, but the haze in his heart was indeed relieved a lot. Wei Yu smiled softly, took out a sugar cube from his pocket, and handed it to Su. Being coaxed is not the exclusive right of children, and neither is eating candy. When it comes to business, he regains his serious expression. There are still many people in this world who hold hope, and all the Deep Sea Research Institute does is to keep them alive. We will do our best to make the hypothesis a reality. Su held the candy handed to him by Wei Yu, and understood the solicitation hidden in his words, but he did not waver in his thoughts because of others' words. He shook his head and said frankly, "From my perspective, the world is still so annoying, but I will still abide by the agreement and complete our cooperation." He lowered his head and read Zhu Yuan's farewell again, "Because I also want to see how far humans on the edge of despair can go in the end, and what will this broken world become." Su glanced at the approaching time, put away the message book and handed it to Wei Yu. "Please keep it for me first. If there is a chance, I will come to you in person to ask for it." Wei Yu knew that these clues were hard ones for Su, and immediately understood the other party's plan. He opened the cabinet next to the driver's seat with a solemn expression, took out 3 bottles of nutrient solution, and handed them to Su as if in exchange. "I'm not sure what the orange you are talking about tastes like, so this time I tasted it and matched it. It's sweet and sour, and not hard to drink. If it doesn't suit your taste, remember to tell me again." "Thank you." Su didn't think Wei Yu's nagging was annoying, but smiled warmly with lowered eyebrows. His cold fingertips accidentally brushed across Wei Yu's warm back of the hand, and held the nutrient solution bottle, but he saw that the other end had no intention of letting go. He looked up at Wei Yu in confusion. "What's wrong?" Beep Su looked towards the lighthouse when he heard the sound. It was the sound of the next patrol boat setting sail, which meant that he didn't have much time left. "You will come to me, right? I don't just want to get that bottle of seawater, I also want." Wei Yu suddenly stopped, stared at Su's eyes and swallowed, eager to get the answer he expected. "I want you to be safe." Su never made promises about uncertain things, but he really felt Wei Yu's expectations. In this cold and cruel world, how could someone who had nothing to do with him care about his safety? What does this person want? He is alone and has nothing to exchange. But Wei Yu's eyes were full of purity when he stared at him, and he saw his own reflection. Toot, another whistle sounded, as if urging separation. Su suddenly stepped forward and hugged Wei Yu on tiptoe. The whistle sound resounding through the sea almost covered his whisper. Wei Yu, your coaxing skills are really poor. He quickly let go, took the nutrient solution while Wei Yu was stunned, and backed to the hatch. Wei Yu's flattery was a little awkward, but what was even more funny was that he actually enjoyed it. The warmth in his ears lingered for a long time, and the indescribable dampness tightly wrapped around his increasingly restless heart. Wei Yu nodded woodenly. Okay, I study it again. He stood there, and watched Su leave the submarine and enter the water. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, covering his heart and breathing heavily, as if waking up from a dream. It was not until the third whistle sounded that Wei Yu's wandering mind was willing to return. He sighed and laughed for a long time before sitting back in the driver's seat and restarting the submarine. There were no clouds blocking the sky. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was so dazzling that it was impossible to see anything. The cold sea water drove away Su's fatigue from a sleepless night. He swam as fast as he could to the patrol boat that was moving, and climbed onto the ship that was about to return to the port, quietly approaching the lighthouse. But the lighthouse at sea has infrared monitoring hidden underwater, which pays attention to abnormalities in the water all day long to prevent alien creatures from taking the opportunity to infiltrate the human base. The patrol boat slowly entered the detection range of the lighthouse. No one noticed that a figure clinging to the hull flashed by, and nimbly bypassed the monitoring line of sight, and jumped onto the command ship. Su was hanging upside down on the iron net connected to the incinerator. According to his experience from secretly observing the Santa Maria base, this place was temporarily out of use after the war. In addition, all the posts were changing guards at this time, and the current defense was the weakest. But if he was unlucky enough to grab the wrong one or step on the air and roll down directly from here, even if he didn't fall to death, the incinerator would be activated and he would be cremated directly. Su had already preset the return route since he made the plan to leave the lighthouse. Now, as long as we wait until no one is around, we can climb onto the medical ship and walk down the plank road connected to the lighthouse to return to the underground city. The sea breeze in the early morning was a little chilly. Lydia had not slept all night, standing on the deck of the medical ship and looking out at the sea, but she did not wait for Su to come back for a long time. Suddenly, she heard a slight friction sound of iron chains, and quietly retreated to a corner to hide, secretly spying on the source of the sound, and saw a familiar figure jumping onto the ship. Instead of calling for patrols to arrest him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 150. Su turned his head suddenly with a subtle premonition, but he did not catch anyone spying. He did not take it lightly, and quickly retreated to the lighthouse. Lydia walked out from behind the bunker with worry, and she could not understand Su's position more and more. She once thought that Su was just more clear-headed than others, and could realize that the Matthias system was flashy and impractical, but now this idea has been overturned and rebuilt. Why did Su choose to pretend that he cooperated with the strong army plan to gain the trust of the experimental center? There is a high possibility that there is another force behind him, but who is it? What exactly does he want to do to the human alliance? Lydia shook her head silently. Although she could not produce any concrete evidence, she still believed that Su was not a bad person. You won't let me down, right? She murmured at the other end of the lighthouse plank road, turned around and walked into the cabin. Su walked quickly across the plank road and met the guards, who were changing their posts. He walked forward fearlessly until he was stopped and asked why he went out. He replied calmly, I wanted to come to see Captain Lydia to catch up, but she wasn't in the treatment room. The guard looked up and down at the person in front of him, and recognized that Su was one of the vanguards, who had helped Santa Maria fight back against the invading alien creatures. Out of the most basic courtesy to the helpers, they just went through the venue to check if Su had any signs of infection. Why are you still wearing protective clothing? Su seemed to be frank and said, I sat on the platform to get some fresh air after dinner last night, and then came here. I didn't go back to the underground city base to change clothes. The guards looked at each other and nodded. They checked the abnormal records of last night. A patrol guard at a lighthouse registered during the handover, saying that he saw Su appear on the top floor, and did not show any abnormal behavior, but left quietly later. Okay, the conversation is smooth, and there is nothing unusual in the movements and expressions. You can come in, the guard said, allowing Su to pass. Thank you. Su was not panicked throughout the whole process. He entered the lighthouse calmly, and walked towards the underground city base. No one noticed that his hands tightly holding the hood had spread a layer of moist mist on the glass. Before he stepped into the underground city, he happened to catch up with Emile, who was gathering the team members to prepare for departure. Emile glanced at Su, who passed by him, and walked towards the nearest food supply point indifferently, and turned his eyes away nonchalantly. He was thankful that Su didn't make trouble. He didn't care where this person went at night. It was not until Su came back from the underground city to collect the food supplies provided by the Vanguard, and finished his breakfast slowly, that the other team members arrived one after another in a drowsy state. One of them yawned and said, "Captain, can we leave later next time?" But there was no need to wait for Emile to answer. They also knew the answer. Emile snorted coldly, secretly cursing these team members for being ungrateful, but he couldn't say anything too harsh on his face. After delivering the supplies late and returning, plus the escort mission, each of you will have at least 20 contribution points on average. If you are really tired and want to rest, wait until you return to Mattia. If you don't want to earn contribution points, just continue to rest. When the team members heard what Captain Emile said, how dare they say anything? The team member who just mentioned getting up late immediately made up for it. "Captain, don't be angry, you spent so much effort to get such a well-paid and leisurely job. We can't thank you enough." His words were echoed by many team members, and some people even took the supplies for Emile, and handed them over respectfully, saying all kinds of nice things. Emile was surrounded by his team members, squinting his eyes contentedly, raised his hand, and said, "Okay, let's go." He received a message from the underground city's supplies department early in the morning, indicating that the materials required for the mission had been loaded. He led a group of people to stride out of the underground city, and stepped onto the ark that had been parked on the sea from the lift bridge door at the bottom of the lighthouse. Emile was satisfied with the team members' diligence and the lighthouse's respect for the citizens of Matthias, except for Su, who was yawning and passing by. This man fell asleep in his old position as soon as he entered the cabin, and no one paid attention to him. Even if he didn't say a word, it was quite eye-catching. "You don't sleep at night, and I don't know where you go to fool around." Emile condemned in a low voice with dissatisfaction, and secretly thought that he had unconsciously given Su too many eyes. He deliberately adjusted his sight, sat in the driver's seat, and left the lighthouse port, driving the ark closer to the mission coordinates. The mission was not complicated. They only needed to transport the materials of the human base to the Marine Resource Collection Base Station for the daily life of the workers responsible for energy mining. Resource-based stations are divided into many types according to the collection content, including groundwater mining, underground minerals, and oil fields. The surface of the Earth is vast and rich in various resources, so humans still have to find a way to return to land. Just collecting materials is much more convenient on the ground than in the sea and in the air. But whether it is the education received since childhood or the experience accumulated over the years, Su does not agree with this idea. On the way to transporting materials with Emile, he had a calm face and was worried. He suddenly remembered the dream he had seen in the groundwater collection center. At that time, the Vanguard was also responsible for transporting materials and taking away the collected groundwater resources. Even though the lessons of the past were vivid in his mind, the greedy Matthias still did not repent, absorbing nutrients from the earth like a blood-sucking leech, perhaps naively believing that resources were inexhaustible. Su watched the handover between the Vanguard and the collection center calmly, as if completing an ordinary task, and no one felt ambiguous about Matthias's instructions. A strong sarcasm passed through his heart, and what flowed down was no longer blood, and the disappointment and sadness he had felt were diluted. The more he hated such a world, the more he couldn't help but want to see what ridiculous actions Matthias, who shouted everything for the future of mankind, would take. Those beautiful futures that way you imagine seemed like an innocent fairy tale in the face of cruel reality. Perhaps out of trust in his partners, this has become the only expectation that Su has left for this rotten and smelly world. Emile took the mission with the goal of saving time and effort, and paid special attention to the difficulty of the mission. This time, they didn't have to dive into the deep sea, and they could complete the task by handing over supplies on the sea surface. Seeing that the contribution points were easily obtained, Emile didn't show it on his face, but he had already gotten carried away in his heart. If he hadn't met the guards again when returning to the flight platform, he looked far away and was surprised to find that it was not only the guards standing next to the inspection team, but also Admiral Muller. It was a pity that the Admiral seemed to be looking at them. Why do I run into him so frequently recently? This is not a good thing. Emile glanced at Su silently, guessing that it was probably him who caused the trouble again. Emile, who was always impatient, couldn't help but curse in a low voice, and chose to line up in the team farthest from the guards, but with the most people waiting. It's better to have no time than to have no life. Su received Emil's disdainful look and subconsciously turned his head away to avoid looking at Mahler, but met Guanjia's curious look. He lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before asking Guanjia, "The guards and the command center have similar status in Matia. Why do people seem to be more afraid of the guards?" He didn't have much contact with Mahler, but from the current point of view, there was nothing terrible about this man, just a little unpredictable. What surprised him was that both sides only obeyed the captain, and were the left and right arms of the superiors. Why was there such an obvious deviation? However, the guards were unexpectedly respected in the lighthouse base. Guanjia's answer blurted out, "Because the guards have absolute disposal rights. Not to mention us third-class citizens. Even those second-class citizens working in the experimental center and the engineering department, if they accidentally offended the guards, they can arrest them if they want." "Did they do that?" Su asked one more question. Guanjia shook his head and said, "No, but they have the right, don't they? Who dares to mess with them? The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure." When the illusion was concretized in front of him, Su couldn't help but sigh. He stole a glance at Mahler not far away, and realized that the other party was indeed staring at him. He knew what Mahler was waiting for, but his plan could not accommodate such a big variable as the admiral of the guard. Su turned a blind eye and looked at Guanjia again and asked, "Who do you think the legendary captain is?" When Guanjia heard this, he hurriedly covered Su's mouth. After he was avoided by him, he immediately put his index finger in front of his lips to signal silence. "You can't talk about the captain, you are going to die." Chapter 151. Guanjia looked around timidly, fearing that someone would notice their conversation, and then lowered his voice to a very low level before continuing. "Except for the senior executives of each department, it seems that no one has actually seen the captain. It is precisely because of this that I always feel that the captain is everywhere. Maybe he is staring at us somewhere in the crowd right now. How could these low-level citizens have the qualifications to meet the captain? But he always hoped that he would get this opportunity one day to participate in the meeting with the professor and share the professor's worries." Thinking about it, Guanjia tilted his head and stared at Su in confusion, and asked, "By the way, you worked in Uni Garden before. Didn't you ever meet the captain once?" Su reacted quickly, raised his eyebrows, and asked back, "You have been with Professor Gabriel for so long, have you met him?" Guanjia pouted in frustration and muttered, "One day I will." Su asked Guanjia to avoid Mahler's attention. During the time he was in Matia, he didn't hear anyone mention the legendary Captain Matia, so he roughly guessed the mystery of this person. However, Mahler's appearance reminded him of one thing. It was said before that the selection of the team leader was imminent, and the Posha Palace was very likely to use a trick to test his loyalty to Matthias. What did that group of confused people want to do? Su kept silent and pondered for a moment, then called Guanjia again, smiling and saying sincerely, "Guanjia, I have a very, very important thing for you to do. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to me and the professor, and you must be the one to do it. So, are you willing to do me this favor?" His voice was very low, and the words "it has to be you" lingered in Guanjia's ears like a bewitching spell, but it ignited his blood. Without thinking too much, he nodded heavily and promised solemnly to show his loyalty. "You saved my life before, and I promised you that I would repay you. As long as I can help, I will definitely live up to your trust." Su raised his mouth slightly with satisfaction, leaned closer and whispered, "Help me." Mahler saw Su talking and laughing with the spy that Gabriel had planted in the vanguard. His brows furrowed more and more, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if he was going to shoot someone the next moment. It was already surprising that the admiral suddenly said that he would come to the flight platform for inspection in person today, and he kept staring at one place. Mon followed his gaze in confusion, and saw the familiar figure again. He was even more confused, but he was careful not to ask more questions at this moment. Mahler sighed coldly, turned around without stopping, and walked towards the frigate parked on the edge of the platform. "Let's go." This scene was not the first time that Mon thought about it more and more. He followed Mahler's steps suspiciously into the cabin, and his eyes repelled the surrounding guards. He took a step forward and said resolutely, "Admiral, if you feel that you can't do it, your subordinates are willing to eliminate the hidden dangers for you." Mahler paused and turned around, looking at Mon with a slightly surprised expression. "Why should I kill him?" "Ah?" Mon's murderous intent suddenly faded, and he scratched his head blankly. "I see you are always staring at him, and you look like you have something on your mind. Admiral, did Professor Gabriel use the captain's hand to put pressure on you? I heard that Su is likely to be promoted to a squad leader or even a higher position. He has only been in the vanguard for less than half a year. At this rate, it is hard to say whether he will be incorporated into the Mafia military one day. If that time really comes. He knew that the experimental center had wanted to recruit the guards to join the strong army plan, but he didn't know what conditions the Admiral and Professor Gabriel had negotiated to suppress this matter, but he didn't need to think about it to know that it would definitely not be a good thing. In his opinion, the experimental center is only mild on the surface, but in essence it is a war faction. They believe that the best way to protect the remaining humans is to turn some people into monsters that are more terrifying than monsters. But even if they win, will humans still be humans? Matthias carries the last hope of mankind. If even the military is infiltrated, who will protect the future of mankind? Mond stood upright and spoke with a loud voice. Admiral, I am not smart, and my ability is not the best in the guards. Thanks to your care over the years, I have the honor to be promoted to the position of Lieutenant General. So as long as it is your instruction, even if I have to go through fire and water, I, Mond, will never retreat. Didn't Gabriel value the man named Su? He wanted to gradually extend the experimental center's hand into the guards by promoting him. Since there is such a possibility, he will deal with Su first. The ambition of the experimental center cannot be cut off. At least his sacrifice can slow down the speed of Gabriel's trick. Not very smart. Moeller suddenly commented, looking at Mond in front of him, sighed and corrected, I promoted you not out of human relations, but because you are really suitable. Your carefulness and kindness are enough to make up for the lack of ability in a short period of time. He raised his hand and patted Mond's shoulder. Although he said a few words, every word hit the point. So Mond, you have to grow up as soon as possible before I leave the guard. Also, regarding Su's matter, I don't want you or others to get involved too much. Remember the original duty of the guard. Mond opened his mouth to defend himself, but as a soldier, he habitually obeyed, so he closed his mouth and nodded heavily. Yes, the Admiral could have applied to withdraw from the front line, stay in Mattia to work in logistics, or go to the underground city base to enjoy a peaceful life. But the difficulties faced by humans are endless, and there is no one in the guard who can take charge of the overall situation like the Admiral, so they can only hold on and wait for the right person to appear. Mond was stunned as he pondered. Wait, does the Admiral want to? But isn't Su Professor Gabriel's experimental subject? The returning Vanguard team members took the shuttle boat back to Mattia. Some of them talked about how they calmly responded to the thrilling encounters when they were on missions. One person huddled in a corner without saying a word. After getting off the boat, he walked alone to the experimental center. In order to avoid the sight of others, he deliberately waited until everyone dispersed before entering through the side door. Even if there was only one light on in the pure white corridor, it was enough to see that the person kneeling outside the office waiting for orders was Guanjia. Gabriel glanced at the door indifferently and said, "Come in." Guanjia hunched his back and walked in timidly. He walked closer and knelt down again and said humbly, "Professor, I'm here to report to you about Su's mission this time." Nothing happened in this escort mission, which should be a good thing, but Professor Gabriel's face was not good after hearing his truthful report. Guanjia was even more timid when he saw this. He lowered his head and took a deep breath and then mentioned another thing. When returning to the flight platform, I heard that the navigation department responsible for receiving new citizens had completed the basic connection with Unigarden. I didn't see anyone from Unigarden, but Su said he saw it, and said that the man made a gesture, as if threatening him. Su was surprised at the time, and said that he hadn't had any intersection with the garden for a long time. You don't know, but I know it. Gabriel gritted his teeth in a vicious voice. He used his own methods to make Su join the experimental center, but Unigarden was determined not to let the betrayer have an easy life. Mattia was in urgent need of new population, and the addition of new citizens would make Unigarden's status in front of the captain rise sharply. The originally wavering Posha Palace might also tilt, and his plan to recommend Su was very likely to fail. Chapter 152. Stupid. Hearing the professor's curse, Guanjia subconsciously thought he had misheard, and then he saw the professor stand up from his seat, walk to the window with his hands behind his back, and he had a full view of Matthias's lower floor. What do a group of idiots, who seek a sense of mission on a woman's belly know? Gabriel was arrogant and straightforward, snorting coldly, the earth is now undergoing the law of survival of the fittest. If humans want to avoid being eliminated by nature, they can only actively seek evolution and become the overlord of this world again. He knew that some people were ignorantly laughing at his madness, but what he did today would surely be praised by humans thousands of years later. Time will verify everything he did. The resentment of not being recognized by everyone was running rampant in his chest, and the strong desire for self-affirmation that grew out of it made Gabriel's eyes fall faintly on a corner of the dormitory area opposite the experimental center. Su, who had returned to the dormitory with the team to rest, couldn't sleep. Suddenly, he felt an unusual itch in his ears. He turned over in annoyance. When he closed his eyes again, Wei Yu's figure was still lingering in his mind, and the beautiful memories of the welfare home kept interweaving and gradually overlapping. In a daze, he saw the courtyard that haunted his dreams again. The warm evening sun shone through the yellow branches of the old tree, spreading golden light all over the ground. The children circled around their kind grandmother, reciting the new poems they learned today. Seeing the children's cute and sensible appearance, the teachers nodded with satisfaction, and picked and washed vegetables with the nursing sister. Appa found a satisfactory job. He came back to help as soon as he got off work. He ran to the kitchen with a vegetable bowl and said hurriedly, "Sorry, I'm back late. I cook now." The dean smiled and gently reminded, "Don't be in a hurry, run slowly, don't fall." "Oh, there are guests at home today. I cooked 2 more dishes." The nurse sister smiled and stood up, carrying another dish basin to follow Appa. Su stood there in a daze, and suddenly felt someone approaching behind him. He turned his head, and saw that it was Wei Yu, who stepped over the threshold with a gift and walked towards him with a smile. "Sorry for waiting." Wei Yu put the gift he brought in one hand, stretched out his hand to Su and invited, "Let's go home together." Su's eyes moved down and stopped at Wei Yu's palm. He raised his hand to touch it, but was suddenly pulled back to his senses by a text message alert. "I'm really confused," he muttered in a muffled voice, sat up from the bed in a distracted manner, rubbed his messy hair, and then picked up the communicator to check. He was not surprised to see that the message was sent by Guanjia. "I repeated what you said to the professor." As you expected, he was very angry and took the initiative to mention the matter of Pajuo Temple to me, probably because he knew I would tell you. However, the professor said that he didn't know what Pajuo Temple wanted to do specifically, but he sent someone to inquire. Later, a member of the elite team of the Vanguard was secretly taken away by a group of believers. I don't know if it has anything to do with you. Su tried to recall in confusion. In the Vanguard, except Guanjia, he had no other personal friends. Was Pajuo Temple coming for him? He immediately replied and asked, "Professor, have you found out who was taken away?" I checked. It was a member of the elite team of the Vanguard. His name is Boris. However, the other members of his team unfortunately died, because they assisted the Santa Maria base not long ago. He is currently temporarily assigned to another elite team. "Do you know him?" Guanjia sent a message quickly. "No," Su replied. But his eyes were fixed on the word Santa Maria base on the screen, and he vaguely figured out something unusual. The huge mechanical ship hanging in the air could not see the sky, and the bright moonlight could not illuminate the research institute hidden deep in the sea. However, the people living here used the dark and deep background to create a full moon with light bulbs, gathered together to celebrate the completion of the new home, and called on other people in the research institute to dance with them on the seabed. Liang Zhan was excited to run out to join the gathering of his brothers and sisters. He trotted for 2 steps, and suddenly stopped. He looked at Wei Yu, who was concentrating on painting, and asked, "Brother, do you want to go out and play together? If you can join, they will definitely be very happy." Wei Yu raised his head and looked out through the window, and then continued to concentrate on the work in his hands. "It's almost done. We have to hurry up and finish it. Go out and play by yourself." He had a feeling that Su would take action soon. Matthias was full of dangers, and Gabriel was not an easy person to deal with. He could not go back, and could not provide direct help. What he could do now was to reduce the risk for Su as much as possible. Liang Zhan, who was rejected, pursed his lips in grievance. He wanted to go out and play, but was afraid that Wei Yu would be bored, so he wanted to help him here, although he was often annoyed by Oliver, who was wiping his knife next to him. Ding Wei Yu's composure was interrupted by a ringing sound. He immediately put down his brush and answered the call, greeting, "Su, why are you contacting me at this time? You should have returned to Matthias. Don't you rest tonight?" Su on the other end of the line took a deep breath and said straight to the point, "Wei Su, I thought about it carefully. If I want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you, there are some things I really need to make clear to you." "What?" Wei Su was completely focused on the long-term relationship that Su mentioned, and held his breath and waited for his follow-up. "My name is Su. I have no parents since I was a child. When I was still in my infancy, I was brought back to the welfare home by the director to be raised. The director and other elders were very kind to me. So after entering the society, I worked hard to make money, hoping to share the pressure with the director and create better living conditions for the brothers and sisters in the welfare home. But suddenly one day, the peaceful days of the welfare home were broken. The brothers and sisters fell ill strangely. The director wanted to attract more social attention and chose to commit suicide in self-blame. Wei Yu, the welfare home is my only home in the world, but this home has been destroyed. All the clues of the subsequent investigation eventually pointed to HOM. This world does not mean much to me. The reason I am alive now is to find out all the truth. So no matter what, even if it costs my life, I will make HOM pay the price. Su Su explained his origins in one breath. Since they want to become long-term partners, background checks are essential. He did not want to repeat the dispute that occurred when exploring the HOM building. He did not want there to be any suspicion in their cooperation, so he was willing to take the initiative to be honest. In addition, his rare selfish desire was secretly competing with him, and he couldn't help but think about how to continue this cooperation, or to make the relationship between him and Wei Yu more than just cooperation. He could realize that such emotions might be a bit naive, but he also knew that in the confusion and entanglement, his thoughts would only go astray, so he might as well make it clear in one breath and see how Wei Yu would react after knowing his experience. But Su Su waited for a while, but didn't get the expected response, and was ready to end the call in frustration. Suddenly, he heard Wei Yu's confused voice, scratched his head and said helplessly, "Su Su, to be honest, I don't know where the welfare home you are talking about is. Is it a place like the child adoption agency in the underground city base? Wasn't the clue about HOM destroyed when they joined the Human Alliance? How did you find it?" He said with a free and easy laugh, "But it doesn't matter. It's rare that you are willing to tell me so much." Wei Yu repeatedly considered everything Su Su had just mentioned, and wanted to give a sincere response to every word, and said sincerely, "After all, I am not you, and I have never seen the eyes of you world, so I have no right to force you to like it. If you don't like it, then don't like it. What I want to tell you is that no matter how smelly and shabby this world is, as long as you need it, there will definitely be someone who is sincere and pure and ready to come at any time. Su Su, he said, glancing at his friend who was watching the fun next to him, coughed lightly and changed his words. "I have almost drawn the map, and I will give it to you when I have the chance. However, do you have anything else to ask me today?" Su Su and he are both very purposeful people. It's impossible that he is sentimental in the middle of the night and asks him to relieve his depression. Although he is actually looking forward to it, Su Su is not such a person. "Don't you think I am using you?" Su Su rarely cares about the other person's thoughts so much, and is cautious and a little restrained. Wei Yu smiled softly. "You don't like to owe favors to others, and you will definitely find a chance to make it up to me later. Maybe let me instruct you to do something again, or directly ask you for something. It's a pity, I'm not a fair person, I like to take advantage, and I'm happy to continue this tug of war with you. So tell me, what do you need me to do?" The communicator was close to his ear, and the chuckle that came out was like a feather scraping across Su Su's spine, so strange that he couldn't help but bend his back, secretly suppressing his increasingly rapid breathing, and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow at the earliest, I need you." Wei Yu couldn't help licking his lower lip when he heard it, and he held back his laughter until Su Su finished his explanation and hung up the phone. He confirmed that the other party couldn't hear it, then he smiled foolishly and muttered repeatedly, "He said he needed me. Su Su needs me." Oliver looked at his silly face, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. "There is a word in the old world that suits you very well, licking dog." His complaints interrupted Wei Yu's recollection, and he was very impatient, and was interrupted by Liang Zhan, just as he was about to refute. "No, no." Liang Zhan stood in front of Oliver with his hands on his waist, strongly expressing his disagreement. "If you like someone, you have to be twice as nice to them, otherwise how can they feel it?" As he said this, he poked Lu Fangqing, who had been quietly reading the information beside him, with his elbow, as if he wanted to make an alliance. "What do you think?" "Ah?" After Lu Fangqing thought carefully about Liang Zhan's words, nodded firmly yes. Then, he left Wei Yu's office at a very fast pace. "Where are you going suddenly?" Liang Zhan stretched his neck to look in the direction where Lu Fangqing left. Oliver held his knife and crossed his arms across his chest, grinning and said, "Where else can Lu Fangqing go? Of course, he will worship his beloved cell culture box." Seeing Liang Zhan's angry look, Oliver felt relaxed physically and mentally. He tilted his head and looked past Liang Zhan, who was spinning in anger, and asked Wei Yu, "Do you need help, brother?" Wei Yu lowered his brows and thought for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at Liang Zhan. "It's more appropriate for a Zhan to do what Su Su asked." "Me?" Liang Zhan stopped walking, pointed at himself and blinked in confusion. The next day, Su didn't fall asleep all night. When he closed his eyes, he saw Wei Yu's figure, which made him feel more depressed than returning to the welfare home and living with his family in his dream. Last night, he received a text message from Captain Emile, saying that they would gather at the flight platform for an outing mission this morning. Su packed himself up simply, took the supplies he got from the underground city base before returning as breakfast, and walked slowly towards the gate. Along the way, he glanced around, and when he passed the central square, he noticed that the door of the Pajuo Hall slowly opened, and 4 believers in golden robes walked out and walked towards him. Su pretended calmly that he had not noticed until the believers blocked his way, then he showed surprise. "Excuse me, are you okay?" The believers of the Posa temple suddenly surrounded him, and the citizens of Matthias who passed by cast curious glances at him. One of them recognized Su and whispered, "Is this guy in trouble again? Who knows? He has offended all the big shots in Matthias. It's strange that nothing has happened yet. Let's go quickly, so as not to get into trouble later." The believers glanced at the crowd that quickly dispersed, and politely asked Su, "Father Hollis invites you. Please come with us." Su's surprise was only superficial. In fact, he had already made plans to be taken away by the Posa temple, and nodded in agreement. "The priest invites me, so of course I will go. Please lead the way." He followed the believers calmly into the temple gate, and walked straight into the magnificent miracle hall. The candlelight on both sides illuminated the hall with golden splendor, and even reflected a holy light on the prism on the top. Su saw someone kneeling in the middle of the hall and trembling, and in front of him was Hollis with a kind face. "Su is here." Hollis smiled and raised his hand to beckon Su to his side. Su nodded and responded without asking any more questions. "Father Hollis, long time no see." Recalling the last time they met, he was hung in the air and tortured by this priest, who was full of compassion and charity. Hollis seemed to have forgotten everything, and said to Su politely, "I heard that you rushed to the Santa Maria base and made a lot of contributions. Now many senior officials value you very much and mentioned you many times in the meeting. I thought you happened to be on a mission, so I invited you to visit Pajuo Temple." Su raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, "Although I don't know when Pajuo Temple and I became so close, I am still very grateful for the generosity of the priest." Hollis could hear the sarcasm in Su's words, and pulled the corners of his mouth nonchalantly. He raised his hand to signal the kneeling vanguard member next to him, and said, "It's a bit boring for the two of us to reminisce about the past, so I invited another person." Su, do you remember who he is?" Boris, who was curled up on the ground, heard Su's name, as if he had sensed a rescuer, and hurriedly raised his head to look at him, calling for help. Su, save me, please save me." Su frowned slightly in doubt. He was sure that he didn't know this Boris, but after a closer look, he felt that he was familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Recalling Wang Jie's mention of the experience of this person named Boris, Su did have some impression. When the Santa Maria base was invaded by alien creatures, he saved a person at sea who looked a bit like Boris. Chapter 153. Su had clearly recognized Boris, but shook his head and said, "This person doesn't seem to be from our 9th team." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a message prompt from the communicator. He glanced at it, and saw that it was a message from Captain Emile, so he showed it to Hollis directly. "Our team has a mission this morning, and Captain Emile is urging me to leave." "Father, do you have anything else to say?" Hollis glanced at the believers guarding the door, and his eyes hinted that they should guard the door, and not let Su find a chance to run out. He still had a kind smile on his face, and said gently, "Oh, I'm so sorry. It seems that the Posa temple has delayed your mission time. Let's do this. I will personally explain the situation to Captain Emile, and the compensation for not participating in this mission will be directly paid to your ID account." "Is there such a good thing?" Su raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was used to being haunted by bad luck. Although he would occasionally encounter some good things, he would probably be unlucky soon. It is said that the fate of mankind also follows the principle of energy conservation, but why does he feel that he has not hit a few good lucks? Su smiled knowingly, crossed his arms, and asked directly, "It seems that the kind priest wants to keep me here. I wonder what you want to talk about." This is not the first time he has contacted Su. He has already known this man's sharpness. In addition, the Posa temple is not secretive, so it is not surprising that he was guessed. Hollis kept smiling calmly and said frankly, "Child, I really have an unwelcome request to ask you to come here this time." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Boris, who was still kneeling on the ground begging for help, and introduced him. This man is called Boris. After their team finished their mission, they stayed in the underground city base overnight, but when they left the next day, he took advantage of the fact that his new teammates were unfamiliar with him, and secretly hid in the underground city. When he was discovered by the patrolling guards, he argued that he was just lost. Mattia treated every citizen sincerely, but Boris became a traitor and a deserter. It's really chilling. As soon as Hollis finished speaking, he covered his face helplessly and sighed, looking very sad. Susu suddenly felt an itch in his ears, as if someone had poked him in the back, but he didn't feel wronged at all, and answered casually, "So how does this relate to calling me here?" Then he suddenly realized, oh, could it be that the priest wants me to teach him some experience in reforming himself? Hollis thought that Susu might not cooperate, but he didn't expect that the other party would not only talk to him, but also take the initiative to provide ideas for solving the problem, which disrupted his prepared remarks for a while. He sorted out his thoughts, and continued to smile. "I have this plan. But aren't you curious about the origin of yourself and Boris?" Susu shrugged, looking indifferent, not curious. "You?" Hollis hesitated, his back teeth clenched. Wasn't Susu just trying to pick up his conversation? Why did he go off topic again? He took a deep breath and forced himself to continue his topic. "It seems that Captain Emile takes on missions too frequently. You are so busy. You and Boris have actually met before. This man was a survivor of their team when they assisted the Santa Maria base before. You saved him at that time. Now that something like this has happened, I think that you are the one who saved the person, so I would like to hear your opinion on how to deal with Pajuo Hall. When did Pajuo Hall need others to influence its actions, especially when it was an ordinary third-class citizen like him?" Hollis's temptation was too straightforward, and Susu could see through it at a glance. This was a naked request for him to express his position and exchange a life for a pledge of loyalty. Susu smiled with his head down, and clumsily pretended that he did not understand what Hollis meant, and continued to refuse. "Father, I didn't know that this team member betrayed Matthias. I saved him in an emergency at that time, and I didn't intend to ask him for a favor, let alone manipulate his life. Boris and he didn't have much to do with each other. Even if he wanted to climb up, there was no need to harm an innocent person. It was not without precedent that the Vanguard team members secretly stayed at sea for the sake of missions. From his experience, it was not too difficult to leave the team. He had never seen the Pajuo Palace care so much before. Now not only did they severely punish Boris, but they also threw the problem to him. This matter itself was a big problem. Hollis certainly saw Susu's reluctance and threw out the olive branch that he had prepared in advance. He is a member of the elite team. Once the position is vacant, someone needs to fill it immediately. To be honest, you are now on the list of candidates for the captain. Are you really not going to think about it carefully? As long as Susu is willing to express his position and obey Matthias absolutely from now on, he will not only be the captain of the ordinary team that Gabriel expected, but Posha Hall Roque can directly recommend him to be the captain of the elite team. At the last meeting, when the navigation department proposed to reselect the captains of the Vanguard teams, Gabriel and Max argued fiercely over whether Susu could be a member of the team. The previous commotion caused by his defection from Uni Garden was not small. Later, the assessment of the Vanguard team and the matter of getting rid of the labor zone made many senior officials pay attention to Susu again. Seeing that Susu's ability is gradually revealed, and although there is no direct proof of his relationship with the experimental center, it has long been known to everyone. This person has extraordinary ability, and now with Gabriel as a backer, he will definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. Many people have seen the wind direction and want to win over Susu, but because of the location of Uni Garden, they dare not recruit him openly. It's funny to say that when Susu betrayed Uni Garden and returned to Mattia, he did odd jobs everywhere to earn contribution points. It was also these people who refused to give Susu a chance to make a living in order to show their loyalty to Max. Only a few months have passed, and the minds of the fence-sitters have changed. Therefore, in the matter of selecting the captain, the position of the Pajuo Palace is very important. He can help Susu, or he can make Gabriel's hopes come to nothing and hate him from then on. But he thinks the latter is unnecessary, and Uni Garden has recently relied on Mattia's population needs to actively interfere in the important affairs of other departments. It's too long, which makes the captain very unhappy. Therefore, the Pajuo Palace tends to help Susu move up a step. In fact, how to punish Boris is not important. What he wants is that Susu will have a certain achievement in the future, and remember that this most critical vote was given by the Pajuo Palace. Boris was trembling with panic and placed his last hope on Susu, begging him to say a few words for him. "Susu, please save me. Please help me ask the priest for mercy." I also listened to the instigation of others, and had the idea of leaving Matthias. Now I know I was wrong. I am willing to make up for it, and I can do anything for you. Just don't kill me. Su, please help me, I beg you. Looking down at Boris, who kept kneeling and kowtowing to him, Su's face was quite calm. He sneered and then looked up and smiled and said, Father, in your kindness, I feel the call of God and am willing to execute this traitor with my own hands. Boris stopped his action immediately, and stared at Su with eyes wide open in disbelief. He reacted quickly and rushed to Su and yelled wildly, Why don't you help me? You also betrayed Matthias, didn't you? Now you use me as a stepping stone to get to the top. Su, don't you feel guilty? Seeing that the situation was out of control, a believer immediately stepped forward to pull Boris away and pressed him to the ground. Boris had already fallen into madness, gritting his teeth and cursing, If I die, I will definitely turn into a ghost and curse you to be cut into pieces and die a miserable death. Hollis covered his mouth and nose in disgust, looking at Su with interest, as if he regarded the shouting and cursing as garbage, and asked, What are you going to do? Faced with the questioning and insults, Su's smile did not diminish, but looked a little creepy. My dear priest, I want to kill this scum with my own hands, but... He looked up and looked around the exquisite and magnificent temple, and suggested, I don't want to dirty the holy miracle hall, and I don't want to defile Matthias. Please allow me to offer my most sincere heart to my love in my own way. Hollis raised his chin slightly, looked at Su with an inquiring look, thought for a moment, waved his hand to withdraw the believers guarding the door, and nodded to allow him to act. The news that the Posa Palace was going to deal with the traitors, who had fled from Matthias, spread quickly to all parts of Matthias, and even the frigates patrolling around heard the news. What did you say? Muller was slightly surprised. Mon guessed what the Admiral was concerned about, and explained, It was not Su, but another member of the Vanguard, but... The person who was responsible for dealing with him was Su. Muller held his breath, and was stunned, and immediately drove the frigate down. Why was it him? Pajo Palace, Su. He had reminded Su before that Pajo Palace would find a chance to test him. Could it be that Hollis had already found him? So, has Su made a choice? Mon pursed his lips and said, I didn't find out what happened specifically, but he has dragged the defector into the cargo elevator, and he should be going to the material platform. Muller's face was stiff and heavy. He walked out of the cabin quickly as soon as the frigate landed to the same level as the platform. He noticed the corner that everyone on the platform was paying attention to at the moment, and watched Su push the person, who kept struggling for help, down, with an expressionless face. Su was so cold that he regarded human life as nothing. He brushed off the dust on his palm with disdain. He had inherited the determination of the labor district to support him with all his strength. Now he had become a thorough apostle of Matthias. Ding! Ding! The communicator in Su's pocket suddenly sounded a prompt, interrupting his silence. He turned around slowly, and met the sight of the other end of the platform. He calmly faced Muller, who was staring at him. The guilty look on his face silently declared his position. Crossing the sea of people on the platform, the two people's eyes met with strong questioning and calmness, silently ending an unresolved cooperation. Admiral? Mon looked at Muller worriedly. Muller laughed at himself. I should have thought of it earlier. In the face of interests, how many people can refuse? I thought he would be an exception, but the result is no different from others. Let's go! Muller turned his back, and no longer looked at Su. Since no one could share what he wanted, he would take on everything and continue to move forward unwaveringly. Watching the frigate slowly rise, it returned to the area around Mattia to continue patrolling, and repeated that it had not appeared just now. Su sighed, lowered his eyebrows, took out the communicator and looked at it, and then sent a message to Captain Emile. I was called away by the Pajo Palace, sorry. Emile, who had already arrived at the mission site, received the message and pouted nonchalantly. He wished that Su would not come to participate. The selection of captains of each team would start soon. Su would leave the 9th team sooner or later, and it would be a good thing to let these guys in the team who were ambitious but incompetent adapt in advance. He didn't even want to reply to the message, and just waited to receive the notice that Su had been transferred from the team. In fact, he didn't hate Su, but he really couldn't say he liked him. The reason for excluding this person was nothing else but for himself. After staying in Matthias for so many years, his state of mind had long gone from the initial yearning to the later fear, obedience, and numbness. Now, being able to leave Matthias has become the only motivation to support him to move forward. Therefore, anyone who hinders him is his enemy. As soon as Su returned to Matthias, Hollis came to greet him with the believers, gently stroked his arm, and praised, "Child, you did a good job." Susu obediently bowed his head in front of Hollis and prayed devoutly. Everything, for the future of mankind. Chapter 154. Admiral, the Monitor just captured an abnormal frequency band, suspected to be a stealth source that is not ours. A guard hurriedly greeted Muller, who was returning to the cabin. Although he was anxious to report, he still maintained a respectful attitude. Muller immediately realized that something was wrong, and walked into the cabin quickly, looking at the multiple surveillance and frigate ship radar scan records at the bottom of Matthias. He stared at the display screen with a heavier gaze, frowned and whispered, "No." Mond watched the scene of Boris being pushed off the material platform by Susu himself again, and angrily complained that Susu was really cruel and ruthless, until he saw Boris's falling figure suddenly disappear out of thin air, and his eyes widened in disbelief, and turned his gaze to the Admiral beside him, trying to confirm with him whether he was dazzled. How did he? But before Mond got the answer, Muller raised his hand to stop him from continuing, and even deleted all the videos about Boris's fall with a cold face, as if nothing had happened, and then turned and left in Mond's shocked eyes, without saying a word. What is the Admiral doing? Mond pondered for a moment in confusion, and soon tasted the meaning. He looked at the other guards in the cab with a serious face, and reminded them coldly, "Even if you saw it just now, just pretend that nothing happened. The Admiral has his own arrangements. Do you understand?" The three guards in the cab looked at each other, and one of them said very politely, "Lieutenant General Mond, why are you here? Where is the Admiral?" The other two looked at each other and nodded, keeping silent. They knew who was trying to harm them, and who was sincerely good to them. They believed that the Admiral must have his own plan for doing this. Before the superiors gave the next order, they just had to do the things in front of them. Mond nodded slightly at them with relief, and said a few more words, turned around and left the cab, and continued today's patrol mission as if nothing had happened. He had a strong premonition that Matthias would soon usher in a change beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, a large group of people gathered at the lower entrance of Matthias due to the sudden change just now. All the citizens of Matthias stared at Susu, who had just passed the gate, but when they saw that he was greeted by Father Hollis of the Posha Temple, they had to suppress their dissatisfaction. Seeing Susu bowing his head in front of him, Hollis narrowed his eyes contentedly, turned his back, and said to the believers, "Okay, we should go prepare for this month's memorial service." Susu did a good job of fulfilling the result he expected to see, and it was time to give the answer to the Posa Temple. "Father, take care." Susu respectfully watched Hollis leave, accepting everyone's questioning eyes alone, and continued to move forward without any explanation. He had missed Captain Emil's departure, and wandered to the door of the cafeteria with nothing to do. He clearly saw that there were still people eating inside, but the door was closed indifferently when he approached. Susu naturally understood what Chef Jeff meant, and simply turned around and left without entanglement. The labor area was no longer there, and the cafeteria was no longer willing to accept him. Once Captain Emil chose to abandon him, he would not even be qualified to do sea missions. If he wanted to survive on Mattia, he could only rely on the experimental center. He attacked the citizens of Matthias in front of everyone, openly challenging the bottom line, but he did not receive the punishment he deserved because he was protected by a certain high-level official. Such a person is so hateful. He once again became the target of public criticism, and all his escape routes were cut off. There is only one way for him to survive now, that is to humbly seek shelter from the experimental center, satisfy all the plans of Professor Gabriel, and become a hateful and pitiful survivor. Susu exuded a decadent aura, and wandered aimlessly in Matthias with his head down in the disgusted eyes of everyone. Ding ding. Susu stopped when he heard the sound and immediately took out the communicator to check. "Hello Susu, ID 5698741. After careful evaluation by the navigation department and careful consideration by Matthias, we have decided to appoint you as the captain of the 6th Elite Team of the Vanguard, effective immediately. Please reply when you receive it." After he read the content of the text message, the doubt in his eyes turned into surprise, and he excitedly bowed deeply to the high platform in the central square, and hurriedly replied to confirm the message, fearing that he would delay the time, and the navigation department would regret it. Another text message followed, which was a congratulatory message from Professor Gabriel. "Congratulations on your transfer to the elite team and becoming the captain. I was right about you. Come to the experimental center, I will personally congratulate you." It seems that Hollis was right. This vote from the Pajua Hall is very critical, and directly affects his future. However, he did not expect that this east wind would blow faster than he expected. Su was flattered and replied immediately, quickening his pace towards the experimental center. Nowadays, everyone knows that he is Professor Gabriel as his backer, and according to his current personality, he should wish that everyone knew about it and be afraid of it, so there is no need for him to sneak out to the appointment in the middle of the night. Probably because Gabriel had informed the researcher in advance. When Su arrived at the door of the experimental center, someone immediately came out to lead the way for him, with a completely different attitude from before. Su, you are here? You must have been waiting for a long time. The researcher greeted him very familiarly, as if he had already treated Su as his own. Su replied stiffly, no, I just got here. The researcher waved his hand indifferently, and smiled and asked him to go in. Today's lunch box is braised pork, and the professor said to leave 2 more for you. Come with me quickly, don't wait for the food to get cold. Ah? Su secretly said that it was not good, and he felt the pain of shooting himself in the foot. The researcher said, I understand, raised his chin and said, everyone in the experimental center knows about the last time you ate 2 lunch boxes by yourself. Don't worry, the professor said that you will be a member of the experimental center in the future. If you come here in the future, I will leave 2 lunch boxes for you. The Ministry of Materials and Energy gave them enough lunch boxes for the professor's sake. 1 lunch box is enough for an adult male to be full. I didn't expect Su to be able to eat 2 lunch boxes. It seems that his metabolism is good enough. Their research group has read Su's experimental report. Although it deviates from the previous data distribution, whether it is the tolerance threshold or the reaction effect, as the professor said, he is a rare and perfect experimental subject, just like a blank sheet of paper, allowing them to construct experimental possibilities. Although I don't know what happened, judging from the professor's attitude towards Su, this person has surpassed the status of any previous experimental subject in the professor's eyes, and with the professor personally arranging the experimental plan, he is very likely to become the strongest evolutionary body in history, realizing all the arguments of the research group. Of course, these researchers have to win him over. Perhaps in the near future, their experiments will be recognized by all the remaining humans, and the research team will help humans complete their evolution, defeat the cruel laws of nature, and snatch back the right to survive on land and sea from alien creatures. There will be a mark of their contribution on the monument of mankind thousands of years later. Then, thank the professor for me, Su said with a polite smile. But when he passed the wall of merit again, he subconsciously stopped. He looked up at the highest researcher, H36, silently suppressed the emotions in his eyes, and sighed. The experimental center can have today's results thanks to this researcher numbered H36. The last time he came, he asked Gabriel, but he only heard a meaningless praise and a question about his dissatisfaction with not listening to the class well in the education center. Yes. The researcher placed his hands on his chest devoutly and generously praised himself. It was he who developed the vaccine at the beginning of the disaster, led HOM to gather the power of human wisdom, and created countless works that benefit the world, becoming a beacon on the sea for the remaining humans in the doomsday. A beacon on the sea? Su couldn't help but sneer in his heart, but what he said was, it's a pity that the textbooks of the education center can't explain all his achievements. I really want to know more about this great man. Can I borrow more information from the experimental center, or the archives? Seeing that his attitude was very polite and humble, the researcher said without thinking, Senior H36 did leave a lot of experimental records, and its preciousness even continues to many experiments now. As he said, he smiled bitterly with some regret, but what we can see are only fragments. The originals are all with the professor. He said that it is a treasure of mankind, and cannot be taken out easily. If you want to see it, you have to ask the professor if he is willing to lend it to you. Su retreated and said, how can I understand the experimental data? I just want to admire the achievements of my predecessors. Besides, the professor has a very noble status in my heart. He saw that he had reached the previous fork in the road again, and asked, go through this door, and go upstairs to the professor's office. Then go straight? I haven't been to your laboratory yet. Su's flattery made the researchers feel a little inferior. They accepted his sincerity frankly, and said bluntly, go forward and you will see our laboratory. There are 6 1,000 level laboratories, for 10,000 level laboratories, 2 100,000 level laboratories, 1 1,000,000 level laboratories, and 1 10,000,000 level laboratories at the innermost. If you want to see the 1,000 level and 10,000 level laboratories, I can take you in when I have time, but the professor may take you in later. I will. He smiled apologetically, and shook his head, implying that he did not have the authority. Su understood what the other party meant. It seemed that the 10 million level laboratory, he was looking for required entry authority. Either he asked Gabriel to take him in, or he found an opportunity to steal the key. Both plans can be tried, but the premise is that he must cooperate with Gabriel to transform and gain the other party's deeper trust. Professor. The researcher's respectful greeting recalled Susu's thoughts, and he immediately raised his mouth and bowed to Gabriel and said, "Professor, I'm here." Gabriel smiled and waved Susu to come closer. "You're polite. There will be many opportunities for you to come to the experimental center in the future. If it's like this every time, I can't stand it." Susu smiled shyly and asked actively, "Professor, do you need me to continue to cooperate in collecting data?" "No." Gabriel smiled mysteriously and led Susu to the office upstairs. When they were the only two left in the space, he continued, "Susu, are you interested in joining the strong soldier transformation?" Susu stared in surprise. "Before at the Santa Maria base, you asked the researcher to give me not." Although he didn't drink it, the last time the researcher at the experimental center distributed the strong soldier agent to the lighthouse guards, he also gave him one. At that time, the researcher didn't tell him what it was, but only said that Gabriel ordered him to give it to him. Gabriel shook his head and said, "That was just a dilution of the strengthening agent. In your state at that time, you could not fully withstand the breakthrough of the strengthening plan. But you have experienced the effect yourself. If you are willing to join formally, the experimental center will vigorously train you and help you become an invincible warrior. By then, not to mention the captain of the vanguard, you will only climb higher and higher with your merits." He turned his head to look at the half-open window and said meaningfully, "Today they exclude you because of jealousy in their bones. When you show real results, they will be afraid, admire, and depend on you. No one will suppress you in the future, and those days of hunger and cold will become a thing of the past." Susu held his breath and stared at the words. The emotions in his eyes revealed his unwillingness at this time and his expectations for what Gabriel said. Gabriel gently patted Susu's shoulder and said in a persuasive way, "Child, the experimental center is very optimistic about you. You won't let the professor down, right?" Chapter 155. "I would like to." Susu suddenly stopped talking halfway, hesitating with difficulty. "Professor, you have helped me so much, I am really grateful to you." He lowered his head and grasped the corner of his clothes. It was rare that he wanted to say something but stopped himself several times. He repeated just several times, but there was no follow-up for a long time. Gabriel felt that he had seen him before, and had a sense of familiarity that he couldn't explain. But since the conversation had come to this point, he had to patiently ask, "What's wrong? Do you have any concerns?" "Professor, I also want to agree to your request, but..." Susu sighed and glanced at Gabriel, looking as if he would not say anything if he was not asked. He said with resentment, "Professor, I just received the appointment. Not long ago, in order to deal with the traitor Boris, the Vanguard members had a lot of opinions about me. My mind is in a mess right now, and I am worried that I can't fully cooperate with the experiment. So can you give me a little more time?" Susu timidly and worriedly glanced at Gabriel's reaction, fearing that he would be angry, and whispered, "In fact, I am also worried that this is my first time participating in the strong soldier transformation. If I can't recover before the first mission, I am afraid that the navigation department will cancel my appointment." He guessed that Gabriel wanted to use him to gradually influence the military. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time trying to promote him to the position. And the timing was just right. He had just been promoted to captain and was still finding his feet. If he agreed to the transformation now, and if he was unable to get rid of the drug effects on his own like the guards at Santa Maria base, or could not recover to normal in a short time, Gabriel's plan would be ruined. So he was reminding Gabriel that there was no rush to reform him. Once he had established a firm foothold in the new team, the error tolerance rate would be higher. The worst that could happen was that the time to take on new tasks would be extended. But if something went wrong now, all the work would be in vain. Gabriel's questioning eyes kept sweeping across Susu's face. Although this man seemed weak and humble now, he always gave him a feeling that he was secretly scheming, as if it was Susu who was pushing everything, not him. But Susu clearly had no real power, and everything was going on according to his plan. Why did he still feel inexplicably uneasy? In the eyes of the research team, Susu was a blank sheet of paper with infinite possibilities, but how to start writing was also a problem. Even if Gabriel had doubts about his attitude, what he said just now was indeed reasonable. "Professor, whether it is cooperating with the transformation or taking control of the real power, I will not let you down." Susu still looked timid and cowardly in Gabriel's doubtful eyes, but he did not give any guilty look, and took the opportunity to make his promise sincerely. Regarding the transformation, Susu had been perfunctory and seemingly sincere in a few words. Now if he was forced to cooperate and keep the person in the laboratory for follow-up research, he would have to spend time to cultivate a person who would be able to shake Mahler in the future, so as to gradually control the military. But from the current point of view, the sunk cost of doing so is too high, and the gain does not outweigh the loss. Gabriel suppressed his angry temper and smiled modestly, saying, I will let Guanjia actively cooperate with you. I believe you will soon bring good news after the next mission. Su Su understood Gabriel's restrictions and threats, and nodded obediently and repeatedly, Yes, I will try my best. Seeing that Gabriel was so angry that he could hardly hold on to his smile, Su Su was very tactful, and used the excuse that the navigation department had called a meeting with the new captain, took the 2 lunch boxes that the researchers had just sent, and quickly left the experimental center. Su Su left with a happy face, and then heard a fierce smashing sound from behind the professor's office door upstairs, but no researcher dared to ask what happened. The exhaust cloud passed through the skyline of the clear sky, rushed towards the giant ship hanging upside down in the air, and landed steadily on the platform below waiting for inspection. When Guanjia received the mission message and came to the assembly, he felt very strange that he didn't see Su Su for a long time. After the team set off, Captain Emile deliberately didn't mention the reason why Su Su didn't participate in this mission. He had a hunch that Su Su might have been tripped by something. Just after getting off the Ark, he heard many people on the platform mentioning Su Su's name. He slowed down and eavesdropped for a while. He was surprised to learn that Su Su had killed a member of the Vanguard with his own hands. Even though he was the one who told Su Su about Boris, he didn't expect Su Su to do it so ruthlessly. Captain Emile always only did the bottom-line missions, so there was no need to submit resources to the sample and material receiving office. After returning to Mattia for settlement, the team members could go back to rest. Before Guanjia got his settlement slip, he received an urgent summons message from Professor Gabriel. He hurried to the experimental center in a hurry, not caring about the teammates, who called his name behind him. When he arrived at the place, he used the cart that the materials and energy department used to transport food to the cafeteria as a cover, and sneaked into the experimental center. The members of the 9th team hoped that Guanjia, the freeloader, would know what was going on, and not participate in the division. Now that he left, the contribution points were instantly distributed to other people's accounts without any favors. Emile had no intention of stopping them, because he had just received a notice during the settlement that Su Su and Guanjia would be transferred from the 9th squad from today. Goodbye, Su Su. Emile stood in the dispatch hall, looking coldly at the interior of Mattia. He didn't care what Su Su had done, nor where they would be transferred to after leaving the 9th squad. As long as they didn't get in his way, anything was fine. When Guanjia saw Su Su again, he was participating in the mission, as a member of the 6th Elite Squad, and went to the flight platform to gather. He was now a member of the elite team. As long as he successfully completed a few missions with Su Su, he would definitely be recruited by the experimental center. He was getting closer and closer to his goal. Thinking of this, Guanjia excitedly trotted towards Su Su standing by the Ark, but saw that the other party looked annoyed and asked worriedly, Did something happen? Su Su must not have any accidents, otherwise his expectations would also be affected. Su Su sighed with regret and looked down at the captain's manual. Why is it stipulated that the person driving the Ark must be the captain unless it is necessary? In this way, won't I have time to catch up on sleep? After completing the captain appointment process in the navigation department, he learned that the new team must accept new tasks within 3 days to run in, so after Guanjia, who would definitely be transferred to his team, returned to Mattia, he took a relatively simple task. Guanjia was speechless when he heard this, and the words of comfort were stuck on his lips. He actually worried that Su Su would have a negative psychological impact because of the accusations made by the citizens of Mattia during this period. Yes, if Su Su cares about other people's opinions, is he still Su Su? It's almost time to leave. Why haven't the others come yet? Guanjia walked around the cabin and saw that there was no one inside. He checked the time and confirmed with Su Su. Su Su didn't care much about it. He was still studying the captain's manual carefully to see if there were any loopholes. Suddenly, he heard neat footsteps approaching behind him. He looked suspiciously, and saw several vanguards walking to the side of the Ark in an orderly manner. After saluting him, they went directly into the Ark to wait. Su Su tilted his neck and looked into the cabin, and asked Guanjia at the cabin door, Why do I feel that they are a little strange? He seemed to have seen similar weirdness somewhere before. When facing him, they would show curiosity, disgust, fear and other human emotions, but their perception was relatively slow and sluggish, as if their thinking ability could not keep up with ordinary people. Su Su was thinking, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He quickly found the source of the impression in his mind and asked again. They, like Vita's team before, have all participated in the strong soldier transformation, right? What a coincidence, they are all the Elite Six teams. Guanjie saw that Su Su could react by himself, which saved him a lot of effort to explain. He nodded and replied, the professor considered your current situation and thought it would be best to arrange someone from the experimental center to avoid unnecessary trouble. You just need to complete this mission smoothly and set an example for the navigation department and other vanguard teams, which will be considered as the position of the captain. Really? When I come back from the mission, I have to find a chance to thank the professor. Su Su's smile was a little forced. It seems that Gabriel has also blocked his way, telling him in disguise that he must cooperate with the transformation plan of the experimental center after returning from this mission. Now he has cut off his other life routes on Mattia with his own hands. Once the experimental center announces that he has abandoned him, Uni Garden will be the first to trouble him. The Fence-Sitter Pajua Palace will definitely not help, and Mahler saw him push the man down with his own eyes, which can be regarded as a complete demarcation between him and the guards. Therefore, this mission is the last tolerance given to him by Gabriel. Su Su walked into the cabin and went straight to the driver's seat. He entered the state in a formal manner and sent a departure request to the control tower and the navigation department. Arc 646, please confirm the combat readiness. Yes. Please estimate the return time. Return on the same day. Arc 646, go to the 4th runway to prepare for departure. Received. Su Su completed the report with a dead look on his face. After half a year, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu that he was forced to go back to his workstation. The smell of office work naturally emanated from him, and he couldn't stop it. Because their mission was too simple, the navigation department did not even have a mission description, so Su Su had to say, this mission is to obtain sea surface samples in accordance with the requirements of the navigation department's Sea Condition Collection Center. It is expected to arrive at the mission coordinates in 1 hour. The cabin was silent. The team members present were all following Professor Gabriel's instructions to assist Su Su, and no one was really obedient. Su Su did not feel wrong because of this, but instead understood Meg a little. He drove the boat to the mission site without saying a word, stood up and checked his equipment, and mechanically made arrangements, 16 team members, for people in a group, collect sea surface samples separately, and keep communication open. After speaking, he took the lead in putting down a water boat. He thought Guanjie would not go with him, so he formed a team alone and was responsible for one direction. He had observed this sea area before landing. There were several sea base stations placed by the Vanguard team. Apparently, a team had come to clean them up before. Overlapping sea base stations and meaningless split sea missions had wasted so much manpower and material resources. Matthias would be in a state of energy crisis. Su Su thought it was reasonable and even thought they deserved it. Except for Guanjie, the other team members were somewhat surprised. They all thought that Su Su, who killed his compatriots, should be a very violent person. They didn't expect him to be so calm. Guanjie had long been accustomed to it. He shrugged and mediated, you are all people valued by the professor. Only by cooperating with each other can the professor be satisfied, and you can get more of what you want. So let's get started, for the professor and for yourself. His words were very useful to these Vanguard team members, whose brains were not very smart. They went on board one after another to cooperate in completing the mission. Today's sea was rare without wind and waves. In addition to the dazzling sunlight, the air was still filled with a strong stench. Standing on the watercraft, it felt like a seaside vacation. But the sea surface near Su Su's boat suddenly began to ripple, as if something was approaching underwater. He immediately drew his gun and turned around, but before he could pull the trigger, a hand covered his mouth. Su Su stared at the person in front of him in surprise, lowered his eyes to look at the hand covering his mouth, and patted it lightly to signal the other party to take his hand away first. As the other party took his hand away, he looked around the sea with concern and pressed the person to the bottom of the boat. Wei Yu, why are you here? Chapter 156. The hot wind on the sea surface gently pushed the boat floating alone on the water. As it swayed slowly, the hoods of the two people touched each other from time to time, and the fog on the glass thickened and gradually faded. North of the Ark, the sample collection team is in place. The faint report suddenly appeared on the quiet sea. Wei Yu had not answered Su Su's question just now, and subconsciously pulled him into his arms, and raised his head slightly to check the surrounding situation vigilantly. Su Su turned his head slightly in surprise, and looked at the two hands holding his shoulders and waist, and then raised his eyes to stare at Wei Yu, not caring that he had not taken off the hood, and that the other party might not be able to hear clearly, so he swallowed and asked directly, "What are you doing?" He pulled his hands out of Wei Yu's shackles with some difficulty, and nodded his hood, indicating that it was the voice of his teammates just now. Wei Yu turned his head away in embarrassment, and slowly and stiffly loosened his hand holding Su Su. He pretended to lift his head, and took off his hood naturally, coughed and explained, "I'm afraid of being seen by others. The airtightness of the protective suit is actually quite good, but it's rare to be so calm on the sea today. There are only him and Su Su on the boat, and if you pay attention, you can still hear the sound." Su Su, who was free, hurriedly climbed up from Wei Yu. After hearing what the other party had just said, he couldn't help but pause to take off the hood. He was angry and amused and secretly said, "Why do I feel like I'm having an affair?" He was stunned for a moment, frightened by his absurd thoughts, and didn't dare to look directly into Wei Yu's eyes. He raised his hand to wipe the tip of his nose and asked, "So is there any problem if others see me?" Wei Yu was speechless and looked away for a while, but couldn't help but sneak a peek at Su Su's reaction. He couldn't help but apologize and smiled. "I was wrong, pay attention next time." Su Su was infected by the laughter, and a hidden smile appeared on his face. He asked immediately, "Why did you come here suddenly?" Although he wanted to contact Wei Yu just now, he hadn't sent the message yet, but he had already come. Wei Yu leaned his upper body toward Su Su, and his clear eyes sparkled under the scorching sun. "Because I sensed that you might need me, I came here on my own initiative." Su Su moved his eyes to meet Wei Yu's, raised his eyebrows and asked, "When did you install a positioning device on me again?" "Again?" Wei Yu thought carefully about the sin he had committed, and realized that Su Su was talking about the small dispersing device he had given him before. He found Su Su at the collection center, with a positioning device on it. Wei Yu immediately raised his hands above his head to prove his innocence, but after thinking carefully, he felt a little guilty, so he put his hands down and said, "It's almost the same." He laughed dryly, "I have contacted all the residents of the camp, and the mission team of the Institute at sea. If anyone finds your whereabouts, please notify me immediately." Wei Yu lowered his eyebrows, and glanced at the communicator in Su Su's hand. The screen showed the edited text, but the recipient was blank. He immediately understood and said, "It seems that I guessed right. Is this a kind of telepathy?" He tilted his head and stared at Su Su's eyes, as if to seek credit, looking forward to getting a response from the other party. Su Su opened his mouth to speak but stopped, then said, "I have something important to ask you." Seeing his serious face, Wei Yu nodded in agreement. "Okay, go ahead." Su Su lowered his eyes to sort out his thoughts, and put forward his own hypothesis. "You said before that the Institute investigated the guards, who took the strengthening agent, so I want to confirm with you. If a person skips the physical improvement stage of nutritional supplements and directly accepts the transformation of the strengthening plan, can he stay awake to a certain extent? The last time he worked with Gabriel to collect experimental data, he was awake, but he was not sure if he could still control his body after taking the strengthening agent. He originally planned to contact Wei Yu again in the near future, but he listened to the on-the-job training of the team leader in the navigation department all night yesterday, and took the mission again in the morning. He also found that he overestimated Gabriel's patience, so he had to confirm the feasibility of the plan before this mission. Wei Yu's eyebrows were originally relaxed, but they tightened after listening to Su Su's words. He said bluntly, "There is an essential difference between nutrient supplements and strengthening agents. The former is a highly addictive supplement, which is a means for the initiator of the experiment to make people succumb and lay the foundation for transformation. The latter is a biochemical reagent. Even after a long period of physical optimization, there is still a great risk of sudden death in the case of abnormal gene invasion. What's more, you want to be fully awake to accept the process of your own genes being modified. Such pain is almost impossible for ordinary people to do." He gritted his teeth and reminded Su Su of the most serious consequences: "You are likely to die." Su Su smiled calmly and said, "But this is the most direct way, isn't it? The last time he went to the Institute to find Wei Yu, he already had this idea, and from the behavior of Wei Yu handing him the newly prepared nutrient solution, he also guessed that he had this plan." Wei Yu raised his head and sighed helplessly, unzipped his protective suit, took out a map from the inner pocket, and handed it to Su Su. "This is a map of the experimental center. All the places I've been to are drawn on it. This blank area is beyond my authority. It seems to be Gabriel's private activity area." As he spoke, he pointed to the second floor, except for Gabriel's office, the experimental sample storage room, and the research archive management room. There was a small unknown area in the corner. In order to make it easier for Su Su to find the way, He even drew the safe passages and pipeline connections for going up and down the stairs, just hoping to minimize Susu's risk. Susu's eyes fell on the blank area on the map for a long time, silently planning something, and did not notice that Wei Yu was staring at him. When he came to his senses, he said woodenly, "Thank you. I'm not waiting for your thanks." Wei Yu sighed in frustration and asked, "Have you drunk all the nutrient solution I gave you?" Susu nodded and said truthfully, "I won't feel sleepy this time." Wei Yu then took out a medicine bottle from his pocket. This medicine is used to block and calm people. It can only be used when necessary. The research institute secretly took away several guards, who had taken the strengthening agent under the sea. By analyzing their blood components, they tried to develop counterdrugs, but because Gabriel's experimental plan was too crazy and constantly changing, the institute has not yet been able to provide the most effective blocking drug. However, judging from the latest development plan, the effect of this special medicine is still considerable. Susu took the medicine bottle and held it in his palm, trying to ease the atmosphere by joking, "You know, you are now like an NPC who provides key props in an adventure game." Wei Yu's worry did not fade away at all, but seeing that Susu took the initiative to speak to ease the situation, although he did not understand, he still cooperated and raised his mouth slightly. "I will take it as a compliment. If there is anything else you can do with me, just tell me. No matter whether it can be done or not, I will try my best to do it." His promise was gentle but extremely powerful, which made Susu hold his breath and daze. His restless heart beat faster and faster as if in resistance, and the confusion he gave rise to became stronger. "Why? I don't quite understand. What you have done has far exceeded the obligations of a collaborator." Wei Yu, who was discovered by the other party, was not shy. He looked at the person in front of him with more tenderness and asked, "Why don't you have any assumptions about this matter? The reason why I did all this, could it be because I—" "Stop." Susu raised his hand to stop Wei Yu from continuing, shaking his head and said, "Forget it, the answer is not important to me now. With Wei Yu's special medicine, he should be able to hold on until he can bring out the bottle of sea water. As for whether he can survive, he cannot guarantee it. Instead of having some worries, after knowing the answer, it is better to let go without any worries." Wei Yu held Susu's raised hand, respected his wishes, and did not speak, and followed his heart and said slowly, "Because I hope there will be good weather every day." Susu tried to pull his hand back, but Wei Yu held his wrist tightly, as if he had something else to say. He had to look up at the sky, pursed his lips and said, "Does the weather have anything to do with me?" Wei Yu's smile became even stronger. "It has something to do with it. As long as I receive your message or see you, it will be good weather." He did these things without expecting Susu's return, so Oliver always laughed at him for being self-indulgent, but he also knew that Susu was not ignorant, but always had his own considerations. Therefore, he only needed to clearly express his thoughts. If what he did required Susu to pay in exchange, it must be that Susu could appear in front of him again safely. Chapter 157. "Do you want to eat vegetable cake?" Susu suddenly asked. Wei Yu suddenly remembered the half-vegetable cake that Appa gave him when they were in the labor area. He immediately understood what Susu meant and nodded in response. "Yes, of course." "Yes, they will definitely meet again." Susu nodded. "Okay, I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, his upper body was suddenly pulled forward by a force and crashed into a broad and soft embrace. A pair of strong arms surrounded him, tightening the force, almost stripping him of his breath. Wei Yu hugged Susu lovingly, trying to carve all the traces of his existence on his body to prevent the worst from happening. But the more he thought about it, the more his chest ached, as if something was being peeled off. Even he didn't know when Susu's existence had become entangled with his thoughts. This is really stupid, but he is happy with it. Wei Yu buried his head in Susu's neck and said in a muffled voice, "I have arranged that person, and the next action is waiting for your instructions." The hot and humid breath brushed past his ears, turning into a warm current flowing into the rippling heart lake, driving Susu to raise his hand to respond to Wei Yu's hug. "Okay." His future is unpredictable, and he can't give Wei Yu the answer he wants before everything is certain, so as not to regret it. But the surging selfishness at this moment is beyond Susu's plan. Even if he tried his best to suppress it, the high wall built in his mind began to shake when he saw Wei Yu's appearance. The sea surface was so calm that it seemed as if the whole world had fallen into stillness. In this place where no one knew, let his suppressed emotions indulge for a moment. Just a moment was enough. The evening bell rang out of the palace, echoing in the sky covered with golden rays of light. The citizens of Matthias who passed by stopped and bowed deeply to the pilgrimage site, but subconsciously avoided the quiet and silent experimental center next to it. "Professor, I am willing to fully cooperate with the transformation plan of the experimental center, all for the future of mankind. After seeing Susu's reply on the communicator screen, Gabriel leaned back in satisfaction, squinted his eyes, and looked at Guanjia, who came to report after returning and asked, "It seems that you completed the mission quite smoothly this time." Guanjia knelt on the ground devoutly, hunched his back, and reported truthfully, "Yes, Professor, we successfully collected sea surface samples, Susu." No, Captain Su led the team to complete the mission settlement. As you expected, the dispatch office gave him a high evaluation. His words not only confirmed Susu's ability, but also praised Gabriel's vision of judging people. Perhaps because he brought good news, he rarely heard the ridicule of the person in front of him. Gabriel was happily playing with a pen in his hand, and asked for confirmation. Did Susu take the nutrient solution according to the instructions? Yes. Guanjia answered without thinking, and suddenly thought of something. He lowered his head with complicated eyes to avoid Gabriel's direct gaze, and continued to answer, "Before each mission, I watched him drink it with my own eyes. It was your help that made him achieve good results today." Such explicit and implicit praise was very useful to Gabriel. He patted the armrest of the chair happily, and said meaningfully, "It seems that it's time." The current evolution speed of the alienated marine creatures has far exceeded Matthias's estimate. If the human alliance cannot come up with a solution in a short time, the invasion of human bases by monsters will no longer be accidental. So he needed Susu to cooperate with the transformation as soon as possible, and find a way to overcome the laws of nature. Now that it has been confirmed that Susu will participate in the transformation, Gabriel immediately contacted the researcher to prepare the experimental plan, immersed in the research, and completely ignored Guanjia, who was still kneeling in front of the desk. Guanjia wanted to say goodbye to Gabriel, but he knew that he would be scolded for disturbing him, so he sighed and got up and left quietly. When closing the office door, he suddenly stopped and looked at Gabriel with worry, not knowing whether to tell the truth. In recent times, he actually did not see Susu drink the supplement with his own eyes. The reason why he did not tell the truth was that he thought the professor would be more willing to hear such an answer, but he saw Susu's ability, so there should be no mistakes. Guanjia silently justified himself in his heart. He didn't want to deceive the professor, but Susu was now the captain. If everything went well, he could say a few good words for him in the dispatch office. It might be heard by the experimental center, and he would get the opportunity to participate in the strong soldier plan before the next Vanguard assessment. When Guanjia regained his confidence and walked out of the experimental center, there were no more people wandering around the lower floors of Matthias. Most of them were asleep in the middle of the night. Thinking that he was a little sleepy, he yawned and walked towards the dormitory area opposite. Suddenly, he saw the door in the corner was opened, and a familiar face poked out from behind the door to observe. He hurriedly hid back in the corner leading to the side door of the experimental center, silently observing Susu's words and deeds. In the past, he might have gone up to say hello, but looking back at Susu's recent behavior, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Professor Gabriel and Susu were both his benefactors who had saved him, but if it wasn't for the professor, he wouldn't have any involvement with Susu, so he couldn't let go of anything that might hinder the professor's plan. Guanjia hesitated for a moment, and after the elevator reached the upper floors, he quietly approached and pressed the up button. Even in the middle of the night, there were still guards patrolling the upper floors. Guanjia hid in the elevator and stared at the direction Susu left. He waited until a team of guards passed by, then he carefully flashed out and hid in the corner where Susu disappeared. He had never been to the upper floors, but judging from the frequency of patrols, the degree of martial law was not as good as that of the lower floors. But even so, he was almost caught by the patrol team several times. Just when he wanted to back out and leave, he accidentally saw Susu's figure again through the glass of the education center. Guanjia was sneaking around the corner and spying, but he saw Susu just standing outside the classroom, watching the children who were still learning late at night. He didn't talk to anyone and stood there for a long time without doing anything. It was not until his toes became sore that he saw Susu turn around and walk towards the exit. Susu walked out of the education center without saying a word. He seemed to have thought of something and stopped and looked back when he was about to go downstairs. Guanjia thought Susu had discovered that he was being followed. When he was about to go out of the corner to explain, he found that Susu's eyes were not looking at him at all, but staring at the uni garden not far away. He didn't know what he was thinking. The faint lights in the corridor were like fireflies at night, chasing the garden at the end. The bright and colorful flowers were covered with star-like light strips, which were dreamlike and somewhat inconsistent with this world. Su stared at the castle-like building behind the garden, intending to see the truth through the thick wall, but was suddenly interrupted by a bell. The sudden ringing of the bell was very abrupt in the middle of the night, and quickly attracted the patrol guards around. The dense footsteps carried a strong pressure and rushed towards them. Guanjia was so scared that he froze in place and couldn't move. Suddenly, a hand appeared and pulled him into the elevator. He quickly went downstairs and sneaked into the winding dormitory area. At this moment, even if the guards really chased downstairs, they couldn't find their shadows. "Why are you still standing there? Go back to sleep." Su let go of Guanjia and turned around and walked towards his dormitory. Su's face was calm, but Guanjia could vaguely feel that he didn't seem very happy now. "Did you just receive a message from the professor, informing you of the time to participate in the transformation? But you have worked so hard for so long. Didn't you want to participate in the transformation of the strong soldiers? It's about to start now. Why are you unhappy?" Guanjia vaguely guessed the content of the text message and trotted to catch up with Su's footsteps. "Also, you obviously found out that I was following you a long time ago. Why didn't you expose me?" Su listened to his non-stop questions and suddenly stopped. Guanjia hit his back hard. He sighed helplessly and said, "I couldn't sleep at night and wandered around. I went to the education center to feel the power of knowledge hypnosis. I thought you didn't sleep in the middle of the night and had difficulty falling asleep." He found out when Guanjia came out of the experimental center, but he really didn't want to do anything tonight. Guanjia had the courage to follow him. However, he encountered something even more strange than Guanjia's tracking, that is, after entering the upper floors, the patrolling guards seemed to deliberately bypass his route, as if deliberately letting him wander around the upper floors. "Can't sleep?" Guanjia's expression was very interesting. Wasn't it Su who slept soundly in his position every time he went on a mission? Su didn't explain much to Guanjia, and answered his previous question without hesitation. "I'm going to the experimental center tomorrow, so I won't take any missions. You guys can do whatever you want." Chapter 158. Is the food good today? I heard that you completed the task yesterday well. How are the new team members? I envy you for being able to go to the sea to get some fresh air. I haven't been out since I came to Matia. The researcher who led Su into the experimental center always had a lot to say. Even if he only got a simple response, he was happy to share his thoughts. It seemed that he hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. "It wasn't you who led the way last time." Su's words were a little confused. The researcher smiled shyly and said, "His differentiation work has begun. He has to stay in the lab for a while. I just came out, so I came to pick you up." "Su, how long does your experiment last?" The researcher nodded. "At least 3 to 5 days, at most a month. Just eat and live outside the clean area." He raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered to Su, "Our professor looks easy to talk to, but in fact, he has very high requirements for experimental conditions. Experiments always have errors of one kind or another, but if the research team leaves in the middle of the experiment, how to explain if there is an error? Are there many people in your research group?" Su chatted in a flat tone. The researcher nodded and shook his head. "There are quite a few people, but each person is responsible for a part of the experiment. I haven't talked to anyone for more than 10 days. I almost don't know how to speak." Su, not bored. The researcher pursed his lips and said with a wry smile, "In order to find a new way out for mankind, it doesn't matter if a small number of us are exhausted to death." He walked while raising his hands behind his head, stretching his arms and spine, making a clicking sound, and said in boredom, "When the labor zone was there, I could sneak there to relieve myself during my breaks. Now, the experimental subject exposed such a big thing, and their research group was reshuffled because of it, and countless Vanguard members were sacrificed. Except for a few laborers left by the Ministry of Materials and Energy to maintain the farm work, the entire labor zone is gone. But I heard that a loading ship at the Combat Readiness Center is going to be scrapped, and the engineering department is going to use it as a new labor area." Hearing a long-lost existence, Su frowned and asked evasively, "Do you know what a soldier enhancement agent is?" The researcher turned his head and stared at Su. "Today is your first injection. Are you nervous?" He used his badge to swipe open a door and comforted him. "Don't worry, the concentration of the first injection will not be very high, and you will have a period of adaptation." Su opened the conversation box and asked, "Injection? Why do the guards at the Santa Maria base take drugs? Why can humans become as powerful as alien creatures after the soldier enhancement transformation? You are actually afraid of injections?" The researcher looked at Su as if he had heard something strange, and couldn't help laughing. "I didn't expect that Su, who who dared to face alien creatures, would be afraid of a small needle. He laughed too hard and got a choke, and his movements looked a little funny and exaggerated, and he coughed for a long time. In contrast, Su was so calm that he seemed to be still. He did not feel embarrassed about being stepped on, but the laughing researcher froze. "You are really not humorous at all." The researcher curled his lips in boredom, and then began to answer Su's question seriously. "Our strong army plan integrates the efforts of several generations of researchers. It is to obtain adaptive genes that have been preserved to this day under natural disasters, and interact with mutant genes at different stages to develop antigen-antibody vaccines. You won't understand if I explain it in detail." It was rare for someone to speak, so he said a lot of things to give face. As for the injection, the superior genes that can stay in Mattia, and the residents of the underground city base, who later became Mattia citizens through training and hard work, all have better physical qualities than others, and naturally have a higher degree of acceptance. Why do we need to test something that can see benefits in the short term, right? Yes, right. Su suddenly stuttered with worry, lowered his voice and asked him, "What if I don't perform well? Will the professor give up on me like he gave up on Patton and Captain Vitas?" This matter. The researcher's words suddenly stopped, and his footsteps also stopped at the fork in the road. His mind was as tangled as the fork in the aisle in front of him. It took him a long time to say, "The professor cherishes every volunteer who participates in the experiment. If it weren't for the fact that some experimental subjects are eager for quick success, the research team would not give up on them. But you don't have to worry too much. I have also seen your previous test data. It can be said to be quite perfect." The professor said that he would follow up on your transformation throughout the process, and there will definitely be no problem. He was so busy comforting her that he didn't notice the sneer of understanding in Su's eyes. The researcher remembered that they had already wasted a lot of time on the road, and the professor must have been waiting for a long time, so he quickly led Su straight ahead, and after passing through the protective door, he stopped in front of a closed white door. "We're here," he said, raised his hand and knocked on the door lightly, asking, "Professor, Su is here. Let him in." "Yes." The researcher responded by scanning the access control authority, and was about to remind Su that he could go in, but saw that he was staring at the laboratory on the other side, so he whispered, "What are you looking at?" "You don't have to go into the million-level clean room experimental area opposite. That's where the researchers do experiments. You just need to go into the test room." Su retracted his thoughtful gaze, and his expression changed the moment he turned back. He looked at the half-open door behind him with worldly anxiety and excitement, and took hesitant steps to walk in. The door in front of him was pale, but the room was dark. Su walked slowly into the darkness and observed carefully. He vaguely saw a heavy outline. It was not until the man took the initiative to walk to the center of the room and turned on the spotlight on the top that Su saw that the other person was Gabriel wearing a radiation-proof lead suit. "Professor." Su walked forward. Gabriel was not in the mood to chat at the moment. He was anxious to see the results of the first phase of the experiment. "You sit here." His tone was even a bit commanding, and he even dragged Su to the seat under the spotlight. Su suppressed his resistance and looked at the seat next to him with doubtful eyes. Before he approached, he thought it was a 1-meter-high iron box. The last time he cooperated with Gabriel to conduct a data test, he was restrained on an iron bed, and his movements were restricted by straps. This time was different. Under Gabriel's urging gaze, he leaned over and got into the steel box with a built-in seat. But as soon as he sat down, the door with a small ventilation hole in front of him closed without explanation. Except for the small spot of light on the door, there was no light. "Professor?" This kind of oppression that was completely controlled by others made Su a little annoyed, but he couldn't show too much at the moment. "Don't be afraid, this is to protect you." Gabriel's voice suddenly came from above his head. Although it was too dark to see clearly, Su guessed that there should be a camera and microphone installed somewhere in this narrow space to observe him. Suddenly, a fist-sized hole was opened on the door in front of him, breaking the darkness, and Gabriel outside the door said coldly, "Put your hand out." Su did as he was told, and put his hand out of the hole, and was immediately grabbed by a hand. He could choose to pull it back and resist, but he didn't do so. The suffocation of being completely unable to see made him clearly feel the stinging pain of the needle inserted into the back of his hand. The cold liquid medicine was injected into his body through the needle hole. His blood rushed into his body, like boiling water between breaths, and all his joints seemed to be disassembled and reassembled in an instant. The rapid effect of the medicine deprived Su of all his resistance in an instant. His empty hand was pushed back by external force, and he immediately closed the small hole in the door, as if he was defending against something. "Let me out." Susu gritted his teeth and pounded on the door to leave, but was trapped in the endless darkness to no avail. With a click, Susu vaguely felt that his arm was dislocated and hanging down, connected only by flesh and skin, and the strange sound of joint disconnection continued like raindrops. He slid to the ground like a puddle of mud, with sharp bones still poking at his swollen internal organs, and every breath was filled with a very heavy smell of blood. An invisible force gradually drained all his strength. His blood, which was as hot as magma a moment ago, suddenly fell into an extremely cold ice cellar, and his whole body trembled with cold. He tried to hug himself to keep warm, but his limp body made him unable to move. Is it over? Now he has no ability to resist, and can't even struggle. Is he just waiting desperately for the moment when his heart stops beating? He still hates this world. Life and death have no meaning to him, but he still has a lot of things to do. It can't end before then. Susu was unwilling to surrender to the status quo. He tried again and again to take back control of his body. The click sound of his joints was like a symphony of fate, driving him to gather strength to support his body and sit up, but he suddenly felt strange. He raised his hands with difficulty and doubt. He couldn't see any changes in the darkness, but when he slowly clenched his fists, the abnormal stickiness of the skin and joints made him feel uncomfortable. An absurd idea suddenly poured into his head. He stroked the back of his hand in disbelief, but he touched the scales like snake skin. This is his hand, but it is not his hand. Because he couldn't see anything clearly, he didn't know what changes had happened to his body. Susu understood a little bit what Gabriel meant by protection. Susu tried his best to suppress his anger. Many of his previous puzzles got the clearest answers after his own experience. Thanks to the injection injected into his body, he caught the proof that Gabriel was peeping at him in the corner. Gabriel stared at the screen with joy in his eyes. When he saw Susu stand up again, he couldn't help but exclaim in ecstasy. He succeeded. I knew he could do it. Suddenly, a light brown vertical pupil suddenly appeared on the screen, as if it could see them directly, frightening Gabriel so much that he couldn't help but gasp. The researcher next to him didn't have such good concentration, and fell off the chair in panic. The researcher pointed at the screen, with his hand shaking uncontrollably. When he got up from the ground, he saw that the experimental subject had returned to his seat. Susu stared coldly at the camera in the corner. His body deformation pushed his reason to the edge of collapse. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, but suddenly heard a breathing sound other than his own, with an unknown source, familiar and weird. Who? Chapter 159. Here it comes again. Susu leaned back exhaustedly. The joint reorganization drained all his strength. The resistance to darkness and the fear of his own deformation invaded his consciousness like a nightmare, and his whole body was stiff and unable to move. What frightened him was not the transformation into a monster, but the mutation of a human being caused by another human being. He would rather it was an absurd dream. But the feeling of skin that did not belong to human when the flesh was rubbed was clamoring for the changes in the body all the time. Susu felt his throat tighten and dry, and the side of his neck seemed to have cracked, opening and closing with breathing to absorb oxygen. In an instant, he felt his heart began to pump violently, and heard the blood flowing in his body like a spring again, and even the communication outside the iron box could be clearly heard. It started. He is merging. Susu frowned in resistance, disgusted with the blood flowing to his limbs at this moment. It did not belong to him. The breathing sound that appeared again was extremely strange, but at this moment, it made Susu feel more at ease than this mutated body. He was too lazy to explore the source of the sound, and leaned against it, and gradually got in tune with it. Susu couldn't tell what was a dream, and what was reality. But he was unwilling to let others manipulate him, so he tried every way until the pain of bruises all over his body awakened his consciousness again. Susu's slow breathing gradually overlapped with it, and slowly could not be separated, as if there was no other strange sound. After experiencing the pain of bones, blood and flesh being dismantled and melted, the relief at this moment made him feel more comfortable and relaxed than ever before, and he was so careless that he was led to sink. How good would it be to fall asleep like this, never be bothered by troubles again, and return to peace without worries? Or after waking up, I can follow the arrangements of the experimental center, rise all the way from the captain of the front guard, and have money and power within my reach. Isn't that good? Is this good? The chaotic consciousness gradually paralyzed the little thinking ability left, but Susu was terribly awake in the chaos, and coldly drove away the voice in his brain that guided him. Submitting to life and being numb to death, he didn't like such a choice. He liked to have choices, but the choice must be in his hands. Su took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, once again breaking away from the mysterious frequency and jumping out of the established. He was awake and heard the sound of water splashing that didn't belong to this small space, and who was crying? Su opened his eyes in confusion, and the sudden white vision made him close his eyes again, and suddenly felt that he was being pushed by a force. He raised his hand to block the sun, and looked back at the sound. He saw that the huge pipe was opened after a whistle, and the dark red sewage poured into the ocean, invading the lifeblood of the earth. Su was rushed into the sea by the violent discharge. In the sound of the surging water, he caught a faint and hard-to-hear sob. But there was no one around. Who was crying? He was hesitating, and was shocked to find that the rusty red liquid was pushed to the distant sea, as if the sea was crying. As a large amount of filth invaded the ocean, the drop of tears spread faster and faster, and suddenly the sea surface tilted upside down, and blood and tears dripped in the upside-down world, falling endlessly. Su's thoughts were already shackled, and now he had no time to react, and fell with the red. He felt inexplicably that his body was getting smaller and smaller, and he actually landed on the ground before the water drop. The power of the fall from the sky did not hurt him at all, but he was shocked when he saw the huge scene in front of him. He saw with his own eyes a researcher holding a pipette, and blood-red water drops dripped from the muzzle and slid into a transparent test tube, but it continued to fall through the container without stopping. Su followed his gaze, and turned his head to find that he suddenly appeared on the beach. A strong stench filled his nose, which was really nauseating. The creatures swimming in the ocean lost their breathing conditions in the turbid water. The home they originally relied on for survival became a cage that trapped them. They could not hide or leave until the bodies of their companions were pushed onto the beach one after another. They also wanted to cry and wail like humans, and tried their best to send out calls for help, but they couldn't do it. Who can come to save them? No one. The scorching sun burned their deformed bones and blood. A drop of water suddenly fell, crossed their eye sockets, and carried away endless sorrow and continued to fall, turning into raindrops to try to wash away this dirty and messy world. Seeing countless lives annihilated, humans suddenly realized that the world was facing the most serious disaster in history. Most people were powerless, and could only express their protests through various channels, in an attempt to awaken the conscience of those who did evil. Ordinary people had done nothing, but they had to bear the disaster with those people. But it was precisely because of this that they found that they could not change anything when facing the monstrous disaster. They shouted and cursed the instigator together, and in panic and resentment, they shed tears unconsciously, blending with the overwhelming black rain. Rainwater flowed through the streets and alleys of the human world. Su hurriedly raised his feet to avoid it. He looked down and saw that the dark water had become sticky and sticky. He looked back against the flow and saw that the end of the water was a bloody ground. The humans who survived the disaster fled everywhere. The figures chasing behind them were originally living ordinary people, but now they were like zombies and only knew how to kill. Humans were defeated by nature and by humans themselves. The shrill wind blew over the sea of corpses and blood, and the waves it brought were mixed with the resentment of the sea. With the increasingly fierce waves, it tried to destroy everything, wash away all the sins, and let the world return to its original appearance. The sea roared furiously, but there were ignorant and fearless humans shouting, "Man will conquer nature," and secretly took her children away. She continued to extend the scope of her exploration, trying to find the lost children, but she smelled a familiar smell on the vaccine that appeared soon after. There is no need for everything in this world to go on, and humanity is no longer worth redeeming. Su's wandering soul watched the surging waves return to calm. Although he could not see it, he could sense that the sea had fallen into a dead silence from then on, and chose to sleep in disappointment. He watched coldly as human society fell into self-selection, and tried to save itself. Countless lighthouses were built in the vast ocean, but the mist that permeated the sky above the base could not be dispelled even if the community of human destiny was united, because it was the greed of the troublemakers. The human alliance never surrendered, but the evil spawned by the disaster guide was enough to crush all positive struggles. Su watched everything indifferently, and suddenly noticed a drop of water falling on his shoulder. He slowly turned his sight, and shook his head with a dark look. He didn't care whether human society could continue. Perhaps the final destruction of everything could make the earth return to normal, but what did it have to do with him? He was just a drop in the ocean. God, I want to repent for the heinous crimes committed by mankind, and ask you to favor mankind once more. Even if it's the last time. The voice of the old man's prayer came from afar, and Su's soul was shocked and suddenly realized something. He stared up at the Matthias boat carrying the last hope of mankind flying high into the sky. Chapter 160. The display screen seemed to be stuck, and there was no change for a long time. The researcher looked at Gabriel next to him with a worried look on his face. "Professor, why is he not moving?" Seeing the professor staring at the screen intently, the researcher was even more panicked. The concentration of this plant is 1.5 times that of the previous experimental group. Other experimental subjects need to be injected for the third time before using this gear. The professor used it on him for the first time. Will Susu never wake up again? Gabriel's eyes lingered on multiple screens, and his calm and crazy tone was obviously raised. His threshold is far higher than that of the previous experimental group. All indicators have been significantly improved. The antigen is completely effective in his body. His eyes were shining, like a child who finally got his favorite thing. He was so excited that he clenched the report in his hand and checked the data that was far beyond expectations over and over again. The machine continuously printed the monitoring values of the experimental subject. The researcher took away some of them in time for sorting. He looked through the records and murmured in disbelief. This is not the level that normal humans can reach. The more he looked, the colder his back felt. He couldn't believe that a living person could survive under such biochemical stimulation. It's just a monster, the researcher muttered, unable to suppress the confusion in his heart. He entered Mattia and was assigned to the experimental center for 5 years. So far, he has changed 2 research groups. The projects he has handled can be counted on one hand, and the same experiment has been repeated over and over again. In fact, this is not a strange thing for the researcher. What really puzzled him was that he didn't know the content of other people's experiments over the years, and the professor never called everyone together for a centralized discussion, as if he deliberately separated them. Occasionally, when he met other researchers and discussed a few words, he would be interrupted by someone else, as if someone was constantly monitoring everything behind the blind spot surveillance. He had been in Mattia for so many years, and he had only heard fragments of other experiments, but he didn't think their experiments could make an ordinary person look like this. Didn't the previous group of alienated biological gene research group create alienated humans in violation of regulations? What happened to Susu's body that he saw with his own eyes just now? The job of assisting the professor in calculating the experimental body data was taken by researchers in turn. Just counting the ones he had encountered, it was not the first time such a situation had occurred, and there were many who had more intense mutation reactions than Susu. Why didn't the professor feel strange, but seemed to be looking forward to such a result? He didn't dare to ask more, knowing that even if he really expressed his doubts to the professor, he would not get any positive response. Monster? Gabriel was very sensitive to this word, and corrected the researcher's statement in a sharp voice. He is the best experimental subject, the top warrior I have created. He will no longer be afraid of alienated monsters, surpass their evolution speed, and lead the new human beings to the light. After being lectured, the researcher dared not refute, and nodded and agreed. Yes, the professor is right. People outside saw that the professor always smiled on weekdays, and thought he was easy to talk to and get along with. Only people in the experimental center knew how cold the professor was on weekdays. He was an ordinary researcher. If he offended the professor, and was driven out of the experimental center, he didn't know where he could go, so his attitude was naturally better. Gabriel was still dissatisfied, but the most important thing at the moment was not this useless person, who had no experimental spirit. He looked away with disgust, and his face suddenly became happy when he looked at the screen again. He reached for the microphone on the table, and tried to wake up Susu, who was in deep sleep. His attitude was completely different from before. Susu, wake up, the experiment is over. But the figure on the screen did not move, and he was responded to by a long silence. If it were not for the bioinformation monitoring system on the seat that could synchronize Susu's breathing and pulse, Gabriel would have almost gone over to open the door to check. Susu, wake up. Gabriel stared at the data sent back by the machine with his peripheral vision, calling Susu's name over and over again. His firm confidence was faintly shaken during the long wait. His originally calm voice became more and more urgent, and even his breathing unconsciously became more and more rapid. All physiological indicators are within the normal range. Why haven't they woken up yet? Gabriel took a step back, thinking that something was wrong. He pushed the door and entered the radiation zone without caring about the lead suit he had not put on properly. He walked towards the iron box with reinforced chains amid the alarm. The flashing red light made people panic. He slapped the door and shouted, no longer gentle as before. Susu was his most perfect work. As long as he could prove that humans could adapt to extremely harsh conditions and actively evolve, if their physical condition allowed, he could promote antigen antibody strengthening agents on a large scale, and save humans from disasters again, like the ancestors who brought hope to human civilization in the Black Rain era, so he would not allow any accidents to happen. Are there any reactions? Gabriel turned around and shouted at the control room behind the one-way mirror. After hearing the sound, the researcher stared at the monitoring screen again to confirm, sighed in disappointment, and responded, "Professor, he still hasn't woken up. It seems that Su really didn't make it. Although he is taciturn and boring, he is still a living person." Gabriel took out the key and unlocked the chain in disbelief. He dared not breathe when he slowly opened the door of the box. He repeated Su's name in a panic and trembling voice. Su's superior bone structure looked particularly mysterious under the strange red light. His thin lips were tightly pursed, which made people feel uncontrollably afraid. Su. Gabriel's voice was weak, and his hand that reached into the iron box to test Su's breath was sweating with nervousness. The stiff body suddenly opened its eyes, and the light brown pupils staring at Gabriel reflected the red light above his head, like an evil ghost sitting in a coffin, looking strange and weird. "You woke up?" Gabriel was excited and hesitant, asking about Su's condition. "How do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable now?" After the awakening of the previous experimental subjects, they all reported that their bodies became lighter and faster, and their senses became much sharper and clearer. Therefore, even if the experiment was unbearable, most of the experimental subjects would choose to cooperate actively, knowing that they could achieve transformation by enduring it. But Su's reaction after the drug effect faded seemed different from others. He was calm and numb like a soulless walking corpse. Could it be that there was something wrong with his nervous system? Gabriel secretly noted the side effects of the drug, and thought about Su in front of him, trying to find his unusualness. Gabriel's eyes, as if he was reviewing a work, were like needles, making Su frown and purse his lips in extreme discomfort, and finally spoke, "Professor." Hearing Su calling him, Gabriel immediately asked excitedly, Su, you finally? Anyway, how do you feel? Is there any pain or discomfort?" He couldn't describe Su's abnormality just now, but he was most concerned about whether the newly configured injection would have any side effects on Su. Su's thumb gently stroked the needle hole on the back of his hand, then looked up at Gabriel's stiff smile and said, "Professor, the strong soldier transformation is really a bold plan." Gabriel thought Su was praising him, and nodded heavily in comfort. "This is only the first transformation. The data of your body's reaction has exceeded expectations. The effect is not obvious at the moment. After you have a good rest, find a place to practice, and you will be able to experience your changes firsthand." Su didn't show any joy when he heard this, and he was indifferent as if he had changed into a different person. Gabriel thought he was too tired and didn't want to delve into his feelings. He comforted him in a stereotyped way. "The supplements for the next stage have been prepared for you. They are placed at the door with the freshly prepared meals. You can take them home and have a good rest at night. I will notify you of the time for the next transformation before you come back." "Okay," Su responded. His heart was finally at ease. Gabriel turned around and put all his energy into the monitor data, thinking about how much more he could add to the next injection dose. He could no longer spare the energy to deal with Su. Su turned around and left without minding at all. Perhaps Gabriel was completely immersed in research, or perhaps because of his obedience, he was recognized by the experimental center, and no one restricted his actions. He picked up the bag on the ground at the door, and held it by his side without even looking at it, staring at the laboratory on the other side of the aisle with a serious look. Separated by a wall, what way he wanted was within reach, but the security doors of the experimental center were all reinforced, and he would definitely not be able to force his way through with his current strength, and it would be easy to fail. Su silently calculated, turned his head slightly, and glanced behind him, and walked straight to the door without making any rash moves, and walked out of the experimental center in the dead of night. That's not right. The researcher looked down at Su's report. The more he thought about it, the more strange it felt. Whether it was an antigen or an antibody, Su's onset time was too fast, as if... The researcher rubbed the back of his neck in distress, and suddenly had an idea. Instead of comparing Su to a blank sheet of paper that could be used for drawing, it would be better to say that he himself was a huge gene bank. Otherwise, how to explain the previous test data? Now that Su was injected with biochemical agents, he could react in a short time and return to normal threshold at a very fast speed. Su's acceptance level could not be achieved by drinking any supplements. He was not right. The researcher had not yet figured out the result of the problem. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his spine. He couldn't help but straighten his back and look back. He saw that the professor had been standing behind him for an unknown period of time. He swallowed in panic, stood up and said, "Professor, do you have something to tell me to do?" Gabriel looked at the report in the researcher's hand in silence, and reiterated, "It's my work." "What?" Before the researcher finished his question, he saw Gabriel standing in front of him suddenly raised his hand, and inserted a needle into his neck, and injected the yellow-green liquid in the tube into his body without waiting for his reaction. Gabriel's eyes were cold and cruel. He watched him fall to the ground with a bang, and said calmly, "I need a set of normal people's data as a reference. You are dedicated to the future of mankind, and should be proud of it." He emphasized the word normal people when he spoke, squatted down and comforted him, then grabbed the researcher's hand and dragged him out. Woo! The sudden paralysis of the whole body limited the researcher's ability to struggle. He could not resist, and let Gabriel drag him to the iron box. He didn't even have the strength to speak, and he could only whimper with all his strength. He still had many things on his mind that he hadn't shared with anyone, but he could no longer make any sound. Chapter 161. The sudden shrill sound of Wu made Su pause. He looked back in confusion. Apart from the blindingly white corridor, he did not see anything unusual, but he felt very uncomfortable. Su no longer had the energy to meddle in other people's business. He walked out of the door of the experimental center with weak steps. His legs were so weak that he almost knelt down several times. Occasionally, pedestrians passed by and saw someone standing outside the experimental center with a swagger. They couldn't help but look at him curiously, with jealousy and envy flashing in their eyes, but the awe in their hearts made them dare not approach. They silently watched the man turn around and walk slowly towards the Pajuo Hall. Su did not return to the dormitory directly, but moved to the high platform of the central square and sat down stiffly with the help of the stairs. He stared at the temple embedded in the hull of the Matthias with a calm expression. He could see the heart of the giant ship beating here, and the finely carved relief wall told the suffering and self-salvation of mankind. Su listened in silence, only to laugh coldly. Who brought hope to mankind in the desperate doomsday? Who was secretly leading this disaster? The miracle described on the mural was a pair of selfless parents offering their own flesh and blood to the gods, which was completely contrary to the facts he knew. Who was right and who was wrong? Now that the reality is settled, it is useless to explore the past. I am afraid that no one in the world is willing to spend time on this matter, but this meaningless question is very important to Su. He always goes against the world and seems so out of tune, but Su thinks this is something to be thankful for. He really hates this world. Su sighed sadly, and saw a figure passing through the narrow gap between the Pajuo Hall and the experimental center. He raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. The bright moonlight shone into the long narrow gap through the window glass. This corner without light was the place closest to freedom. Someone stood at the end and looked up at the rotating fresh air window in silence, his face full of pain and sorrow. He was startled by the sound of footsteps approaching, and quickly grabbed the window handle, trying to jump out temporarily to avoid disaster. If the Admiral jumps out now, if he slips, there will be no way to save him. Mahler turned around in surprise when he heard the familiar voice, and saw Su walking sideways into the narrow road, his face changing very wonderfully. "Why are you here?" His attitude was a little subtle. Although his words were full of resistance and doubt, he did not directly reject Su's approach. Su's footsteps stopped halfway through the narrow gap, just because he didn't want outsiders to hear their conversation, and he was a few steps away from Mahler. His voice was low but particularly solemn. "Admiral, please remember what you said before. As a warrior, you should not be a puppet in the hands of the superior, but a sword that kills all evil spirits and a shield in front of humans." "What do you mean?" Mahler stared at Su and questioned him, not only because of what he had just said, but also because of what had happened during this period. He had always been suspicious in his heart. Although Su was not only kind, he was not a bad person by nature. There was no reason for him to suddenly change his camp to clean up the traitors for the Posha Hall. When he saw the vanguard disappear strangely after falling from the supply platform, he realized that Su might have other plans behind Matthias's back. Now thinking back again, was Su's betrayal of Matthias really the reason that Uni Garden claimed to the outside world? Was it because he disobeyed discipline and deliberately detonated the small kitchen to retaliate against the garden? But why did he not seem to actively harm anyone after returning from the sea, except for being persecuted and having to fight back, and even gradually attached himself to the experimental center? All this now seems to be intentional. Why did Su do all this? Who is behind him? Su, who are you fighting for? Mahler couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He had also extended an olive branch to Su before, but he didn't expect someone to get there first. Su shook his head calmly and said, I never stand for anyone. If I have to describe my purpose, it is for my own selfishness. He slowly raised his head and looked at the rotating wind window. The wailing sound from the experimental center had stopped. I am afraid that another life has been declared dead. Instead, he asked Mahler, Admiral, do you think Matthias' existence is really meaningful? Mahler opened his mouth for a long time without saying anything, lowered his eyes, and began to seriously think about the question raised by Su. He was born in Matthias, where he grew up and where he lives. However, except for the captain's assignment, he has hardly ever left here, just like a frog squatting at the bottom of a well, only able to see a field. He has never explored the meaning of Matthias' existence, because he was taught this way since childhood. This big ship carries the last hope of mankind, but can the existing mankind really reach the other side of hope through Matthias? Emotionally, he needs to protect Matthias, but the hesitation in his heart at this moment has already answered Su's question. The pain brought by the sudden awakening was no less than digging out his heart and liver. Mahler looked up at Su with a swollen head. When he was about to answer his own thoughts, he found that his figure had disappeared from the narrow gap, and only he was still trapped in the darkness. Su returned to the dormitory with difficulty, holding the wall all the way. He opened the door and glanced at the stinking garbage disposal station. In his eyes, the whole of Matthias was just a huge garbage dump. In the past, no matter how bad the conditions were, Su could find ways to maximize his benefits and give himself multiple ways out. But after a physical and mental transformation, he had no energy at all. He fell on the bed and fell asleep. Su was annoyed by the harassment from an unknown source. After a few breaths, he suddenly found that this time it was his own breathing. In his dream, he gradually felt his body become light and weightless, blending into nature, like the wind caressing the sea, like the water that stirs up ripples, like the song sung by children walking in the streets. He seemed to be everywhere, and yet he never existed. He just drifted aimlessly in the world, without a place to come from, without a destination. He did not feel sad because of loneliness, as if the meaning of his existence was so boring. Su walked between heaven and earth without any emotion, and inexplicably felt that his feet became very hot. He looked down in confusion, and saw that the vast ocean had turned red without knowing when, and the whole world turned into scorched earth in an instant, and there was no life at all. Whose dream was he seeing now? Why did the world become like this? No one answered Su, and he had nowhere to go. He could only stand in the sea of fire and watch everything annihilate with his own eyes, and his body became transparent with the constantly evaporating sea water, and finally disappeared into the world. Su suddenly broke free from his dream, sat up on the bed with his eyes wide open in shock, and was still frightened as he gasped for breath. Why were his dreams getting weirder and weirder? Su stretched out his hand to pull open the curtains and looked out. The hallway outside was lit with a big light, which broke into the dim room through the gap in the curtains, making him look away with a little discomfort. Matthias's simulated day and night system operates around the clock, which means it is already dawn. Su glanced at the supplements he brought back from the experimental center last night, and tapped his knees thoughtfully. Chapter 162. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several gunshots rang through the training base, and the bullets shot through the bull's eye, leaving a wisp of rising gunpowder. The shooter did not lose his composure because of his good score. Behind the dark muzzle, his eyes were still sharp and steady. Su faced the cheers of others calmly, and did not think that their praise was given to him personally. He glanced at the corner calmly, and had noticed that someone had a small notebook to record his every score. With such a serious audience, he naturally had to do his best to perform better, and satisfy the forces behind this person. Su raised his gun and aimed at the bull's eye again, and fired continuously, exhausting the energy compartment of the electromagnetic gun's magazine in one breath. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, he refreshed his previous score of 10 consecutive rings, and continued to concentrate on practicing. Not only shooting, Su's physical fitness, simulated driving combat, and other training tasks all took the lead in the crowded training base, almost reaching a height that ordinary people could not reach. Seeing so many exaggerated results, the other vanguards who were training on the side had long lost their initial envy, and the gossips filled with jealousy gradually increased. TSK, why are you pretending? Isn't it because of Professor Gabriel's help? That's right. If it weren't for the strong soldier plan of the experimental center, would he have this ability? Isn't it? There are a bunch of researchers who monitor the body data meticulously, and they are well fed. I can do it too. How can we have such a life? We only know to obey orders honestly. Their harsh words were like steel knives, trying to cut Susu's spine directly. Susu turned a deaf ear to their sarcasm and focused on combat training, like a clockwork robot, repeating the training tirelessly. Until there were fewer and fewer people on the field, he still had no intention of leaving. Ha, the researcher responsible for monitoring Susu's training, also yawned unbearably, and his legs were paralyzed when he stood up from the corner. He flipped through the whole stack of training records in his hand, and couldn't help shuddering. Is this something a normal human can do? These few days, I've been taking notes here, and my hands are almost broken. Anyway, I will definitely be able to report to the professor, so I'd better withdraw early. Who knows when he will feel tired? According to the professor's instructions, he has been secretly watching for a few days. Since Susu's first transformation was completed, he has been spending every day in the training base, from morning to night without a moment of rest. He has seen many experimental subjects who participated in the transformation, and none of them is as energetic as Susu. The researcher muttered to himself. His eyelids were so tired that they were about to fight. He couldn't hold on any longer, and walked out with the help of the wall. He had no energy to pay attention to anything else. He didn't notice that Susu, who was originally training wholeheartedly, was quietly staring at him. Watching the people from the experimental center leave the training base, Susu's highly tense spirit still couldn't be relieved immediately, and it faintly poured out from his weak and trembling hands. The scar on the palm of his hand was rubbed again, and blood slowly dripped from his fingers, decorating this gray and dull training ground. Susu lowered his eyebrows and took a look, then silently moved to step on the blood spot to cover up the weakness of his mortal body. He took out gauze from his waist bag and wrapped it around his waist as usual, and continued to practice without slacking off. The late-night training was not for others to see, but for himself. He really grew up in a peaceful country, and learned to fight for a living and accepted online wanted orders to earn bounties. But since he came to this world, his outlook on life and values have been impacted again, and he doesn't care about these things. The things he cares about have never changed from beginning to end, and now he is only one step away from fulfilling his wish, and there must be no mistakes. He wants to stick to the principle of not drinking supplements, and he wants to achieve the expected effect of the experimental center and grasp Gabriel's trust in him, so he must work harder. What kind of cooperation transformation can become an invincible war machine? The effect is not as good as your wholehearted hard training. The clear female voice echoed in the training base that had long been empty of others, accompanied by the muffled sound of heels stepping on the ground, and a person slowly approached Susu. The doll on her waist swayed slowly with her footsteps, as if a little person was floating in the air. Susu greeted the newcomer, Captain Lydia. Then he asked, "Why are you back?" Lydia put one hand on the edge of the fighting ring, turned over and sat on the edge, looking straight at Susu, who was wrapping his hand bandage, and noticed that his hand was still bleeding. "Practice with you?" Susu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Okay." After that, he jumped directly onto the fighting ring and clenched his fists to fight. Lydia turned sideways to the ring, and before standing up, she swept her leg and attacked Susu's lower body. Susu reacted quickly and jumped up to avoid it, and then took advantage of the momentum to hit the ground. Lydia stood up, and when Susu's fist brushed past her, she grabbed his wrist and wanted to throw him down with her back. The support mission of the 7th Squadron has lasted too long. The navigation department is tired of our idle days, so they sent a message to recall us all. Susu did not do what she wanted. He stepped steadily with his feet. After enduring her fierce force, he hooked her legs and said, "So you really have nothing to do in Santa Maria? How is that possible?" Lydia sneered, and rolled to the side the moment she was tripped by Susu, pulling the distance between them to avoid being attacked again, and leaning over to look for the next attack opportunity. The alien creatures have not stopped invading human territory, and guards at the lighthouse are constantly injured. And there are Vanguard members injured at sea every day. Instead of returning to Mattia and waiting for orders to go to support, the 7th Squadron might as well stay at sea and go out to rescue people immediately after receiving the news. At first, she decided to join Oliver's team in the hope of saving people at sea. Now her original intention has not changed, but she wants more. And this is not a luxury. Judging from her experience of being stationed at the Santa Maria base during this period, it is actually completely possible. Susu walked slowly on the side of the stage, guarding against Lydia's next move and looking for the right opportunity. Then why did you come back? In Susu's opinion, with Lydia's personality and her position in the Vanguard, even if she didn't obey the instructions of the navigation department, someone would support her. Lydia suddenly laughed, pushed the ground with her front feet, and rushed forward, but did not attack Susu directly. Instead, she held the whip at her waist and raised her hand to swing at the other party. Is it useful for me to save more people at sea? The source of all suffering is not at sea at all. She knew her own skills. If Susu was serious, she would have lost in the first round. The fact that they fought back and forth for several rounds was actually Susu testing her position. Susu leaned back to avoid the whip and instantly sidestepped the next spot where the whip would land, gradually closing the distance between him and the opponent. He did not express his own opinion, but asked, "Where is it?" Lydia frowned, slightly displeased, swung her hand, and whipped Susu's foothold, with a bit of anger in her words. "Last time you came to Santa Maria base with the team, did you secretly leave the lighthouse?" Susu was stunned when he heard this and stopped walking, and was whipped before he could dodge. Lydia quickly put away her weapon, and went forward to check on Susu's condition. "You feel guilty, right? You don't know how to dodge." She immediately opened the medical bag on her waist, took out the wound medicine, and applied it to Susu. "Don't worry, I haven't told anyone about this. I also confirmed before coming in that everyone has left." "Thank you." Susu's gratitude was not only for Lydia bandaging his wound, but also for her help in concealing it. "Lydia, can you tell me?" Susu stared at her, and when the other party first made clear her position, he finally said, "As you think, I don't agree with Matthias's approach." Lydia asked again, "So who are you working for?" Susu did not answer, but shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't use the safety of others to gain your trust. Wei Yu and the Institute's existence are full of dangers. Regardless of whether Lydia is trustworthy or not, he doesn't want to do anything to embarrass Wei Yu." But he didn't intend to hide everything from Lydia, and continued, "In short, everything I do now is to leave here and find a new way out. You had the opportunity to leave here a long time ago." Lydia didn't believe it. "Susu, but I couldn't destroy this place at that time." Lydia opened her eyes wide in surprise. "You want?" She lowered her voice and said, "So you joined the strong soldier plan not for power, but to use Gabriel to destroy everything here?" "Not entirely." Susu was so rational that he didn't seem like a person with a heavy burden. "I'm looking for the best solution." Lydia narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Susu looked at the other party in confusion. Why? He didn't understand Lydia's intention. If she hated Matthias, she would have had plenty of opportunities to leave here. Whether it was the underground city base, the sea camp, or the Deep Sea Research Institute, they would be willing to accept her. Why? Lydia raised her lips painfully, and looked up at the uni garden that could not be seen by the naked eye. They are still suffering. Although I can't do anything for them, at least I am still here. Susu is not Lydia, nor is he a sufferer in uni garden. He can pretend, but he can't completely empathize. As a man, the pain he can imagine may be only 1/10,000th of what they are experiencing. He clenched his hands slightly, silently resorted his plan, and said, "There is one thing that may be more appropriate with your help." "Okay, you say?" Susu looked up in the direction where Lydia just looked. "Originally I planned to find an opportunity to sneak in." According to Susu's recollection of Uni Garden, he can probably restore the patrol route and shift time of the guards. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to touch the inside of the castle, but he is not sure whether he can find it in one go. If Lydia can help, at least it will be more convenient than him in action. But once the plan was exposed to Lydia, once she chose to stand on the side of Uni Garden, everything he did would fail. Lydia smiled bitterly, and lowered her head to touch the rag doll around her waist. "Susu, if I were just a member of the Vanguard, you could doubt my intentions. But I am the mother of my children, and no one would hate the enemy who stripped her of her blood more than a mother." Chapter 163. The garden hidden deep in Matthias is warm and quiet. The guards patrol continuously, as if to prevent anyone from approaching, and to prevent people from running out. The guards noticed someone approaching outside the garden as soon as they saw who was coming. After seeing who was coming, the guards' serious and alert expressions instantly eased a lot, and they greeted with a smile. "Captain Lydia, you are here again." "Yes, I just came back from the underground city base, and came to visit everyone." Lydia walked straight into Uni Garden with a lot of bags, and handed the gifts in her hand to the guards warmly. "Come on, take it." The two guards hurriedly stepped forward to take it. Their eyes fell on Lydia's other hand, and asked indirectly, "Is this going to be sent to the director later?" Lydia said calmly, "Yes, they are all specialties from my hometown, and I bring some for everyone to try." As she said this, she was about to open the bag for the guards to confirm, with a bright and frank attitude. The guards looked at each other tacitly. They knew that some of the gifts were not for the director, but it was not the first time that Captain Lydia did this. The director did not say anything, and they could not stop her because they were taking advantage of her. So they turned aside and let her go. The director should be resting now. You may need to wait a while before going. Max's rest time is fixed every day. Lydia naturally knows that she deliberately chose this time to come. She nodded and said, I understand. I won't disturb the director at this time. After that, she divided the gifts in one hand into 2 batches, and then asked casually, I heard that a group of girls have entered the garden recently. The guard nodded and replied, yes, they are receiving basic inspections and breeding training, and are expected to start working for Matthias next month. Really? Lydia's smile was a little stiff. She saw the next patrol coming and quickly ended the conversation. I won't disturb you on patrol. See you next time. The guard carrying the gift was very polite. You are welcome. They saw Lydia walking into the garden with the gift and whispered. After completing the breeding mission for humans, Captain Lydia chose to stay on Matthias and continue to work. She is still the captain of the 7th team. She is really a great woman. Yes, she is really amazing. Lydia's expression turned cold the moment she turned her back to the guards. She walked through the flower field path on the right side of the garden and directly entered the castle building behind the garden. When she met other patrolling guards on the road, she was enthusiastic and proactive, and did not hide the purpose of her trip. The guards knew the relationship between Lydia and Uni Garden, and were used to her occasional visits, so they allowed her to come and go freely in Uni Garden. The simulated sunlight at noon splashed on the wall through the colored glaze on the arc-shaped windows of the castle, gilding the embossed pomegranate flower vine decorations. The air was filled with sweet floral fragrance, and the whole building seemed to be soaked in sweet wine. The director's lounge, placed in the middle of the road, was like an envoy guarding the castle, preventing outsiders from going deeper. Lydia did not stop at the door of the lounge, and her eyes stared forward unwaveringly, approaching the depths of the castle. The corridor in front is open and bright, because the 2 sides are not thick walls, but floor-to-ceiling glass windows that can be observed in all directions. Behind the windows are rows of hotbeds, where newborn babies are cared for like an assembly line, and colorful toys are hung above each crib like copy and paste. It is hard to see how much care is given to the new life, all of which are the formalism of adults. Lydia looked at the baby behind the window with affection, but her footsteps did not stop here, but she left very lightly and slowly, for fear of disturbing the tranquility of the greenhouse. She did not stop until she reached the dark room in the corner of the castle. Facing the heavy door, she took a deep breath, spit out the depression in her heart, put on a relaxed expression, and pushed the door in. The lights behind the door were bright and dazzling, and the women who were pregnant or had just finished their breeding tasks all sat slumped in their seats, like puppets without any conversation, and accepted the sunlight arrangement that was conducive to breeding without any anger. Even though they heard the sound of someone pushing the door open, no one responded until the person approached and stood in front of them, and then there was some anger in their eyes. You're here. The older woman looked up at Lydia, and the corners of her mouth raised an ugly smile. She looked down at the things in Lydia's hand, looked at her body with concern, and asked with concern, Did you just come back from the dungeon after completing the task? Are you injured? The last time you came, you said you would be away for a long time. We have been worried about you. As she said this, although the others beside her did not agree with her, they also nodded to express their concern. Lydia smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Before she set out, she was determined to live and die with the underground city base. Now that she could return safely, she felt extremely lucky. Lydia hastily passed over her thrilling experience at the Santa Maria base, put the gifts in her hand on the table, and generously distributed them one by one. The gift packaging of several people was a little special. Lydia deliberately lowered her voice and explained, This is what your family asked me to bring to you. The woman's breathing stagnated when she heard it, and her hand holding the gift instantly clenched so hard that it trembled. The grievances that she had endured for so long burst out at this moment, and hot tears overflowed from her eyes, and fell on the plainly packaged bag. She wiped the water drops on the packaging lovingly, and opened it carefully. When she saw the carefully arranged fried cakes in the box, she couldn't hold back her tears, and burst into tears. Lydia's eyes were red, and she patted the woman's back and comforted her gently. I visited your family before I came back. They are all healthy, don't worry. The woman's eyes, which had long been numb and gray, rarely had some light under the wash of tears, and she choked with gratitude. Thank you, Lydia. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have the last chance to contact our family. The woman sitting next to her hugged the gift from her hometown tightly, staring at Lydia, wanting to say something but stopping, but finally unable to be completely indifferent. She quietly tugged at Lydia's clothes and whispered, Lydia, if you have a chance, try to stay away from here. Don't worry about us. Anyway, I don't want to stay in this world. In order to facilitate the breeders to check the situation, their bellies are exposed, and the thin cloth covering the key parts is their only remaining self-esteem. Their bellies were wrinkled like pickles, but they were constantly nurturing life. Someone is coming. The woman next to them saw a breeder coming over after hearing the noise, and hurriedly reminded them not to talk nonsense. The women were already fearless and wanted to stand up and shout, but Lydia stopped them in time and covered their mouths. Lydia shook her head helplessly and said softly, "It's not worth it. For Unigarden, it's not worth it. Their lives should be controlled by them, but they should not sacrifice their lives for this rotten and smelly place. But what else can we do?" The woman threw herself into Lydia's arms and sobbed, desperately accepting her fate. Lydia gently stroked her short hair. Seeing the breeder in pink uniform approaching, she explained with a wry smile, "It's okay. I just miss my hometown when I see the specialties of my hometown." The breeder glanced at the crying woman and said coldly, "Crying has a bad effect on the fetus. Please stop immediately." The woman's crying stopped suddenly. She looked back at the breeder in fear, fearing that he would use the excuse that the fetus in her belly was too heavy, and ask her to walk barefoot on the gravel road for a day. "These are donuts made by my mother. You can try them. They are really beautiful. Come and try mine. It's Santa Maria's apple pie. It's very delicious. When I was a child, I always pestered my mother to buy it for me. And mine." The women shared the gifts in each other's hands. They were usually lifeless, but they rarely talked and laughed lively. They sat around the table under the artificial sunlight. For a moment, they really looked like sisters going out for a meal. The breeder was annoyed by their quarrels and reminded them harshly, "Don't move around or have any mood swings. It will have a bad effect on the fetus." But considering the face of Lydia, who had completed the entire breeding plan and continued to contribute to Matthias, he couldn't punish her too much, so he turned around and left the noisy place. The women watched him leave, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, silently giving their gifts to the sisters, who were still sad, and comforted them with actions. Lydia looked at them and sighed, her eyes fixed on the belly of one of the women. Her originally calm mood became excited again, and she walked closer and asked, "When I set out to support the Santa Maria base, weren't you just pregnant? Why are you? This is not in compliance with the regulations." She then found that there was more than one person, and after calculating the time, there were many people who started to get pregnant again without rest time. When she worked at Unigarden, she still had a month of rest time. Why are there more and more women participating in breeding work now, but they can't get a rest, because they don't have weapons in their hands? Does Unigarden completely ignore them as human beings? "Don't go." The woman pulled Lydia, bit her lower lip, and shook her head. She bit her lips until they bled, and the fishy sweet smell filled her mouth. She said in a trembling voice, "We have long lost the courage to live, but the new sisters have not. Maybe if we work one more round, they will suffer less. Lydia, this is all our own will." Under such oppression, they have long seen no possibility of survival, but the girls who have just been brought into the Eunice garden are still so innocent. Even if they can only protect them for a while, it is the best they can do as sisters. Lydia clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress her emotions, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. "I won't let this pain last too long. Lydia, don't go against Eunice garden, it's no good. You finally left here, don't offend Matthias for us, don't." The woman who was comforted by Lydia just now pulled her back and dissuaded her. "She is right, it's all our own will." Lydia took a deep breath to suppress the emotions in her chest, and the plan that Susu told her echoed in her mind, becoming clearer and clearer. She leaned over and opened her arms to hug the women in the abyss, and a resolute intention took root in her soft heart. "Just like you want to protect your sisters, you are also my sisters." Chapter 164. Sister. The women couldn't help hugging Lydia tightly, and they had already burst into tears. Lydia patted their backs gently. The maternal glory was secretive and great, and she firmly told them, "You must take care of yourself here, and I will take you away one day." Her blood lives for herself. She is willing to stand up when humans are in danger and continue the fire of mankind. She can also go to the sea without fear of danger and do her best to protect her fellow human beings. Similarly, when faced with countless girls trapped in the mud, she is willing to stand up, even if the price will threaten her life. Lydia generously hugged everyone, leaned over and gently wiped the tears on the face of the youngest sister. "Okay, don't cry, you used to be so beautiful." The woman nodded with a wrong look. Since coming to Matthias, she is only in front of her sisters, like a little girl who was loved and raised in the past. Lydia put her arm around her shoulders, and then said to everyone, "It's almost time. If you don't leave now, the breeder will come again." I will bring you some delicious food next time I come to see you. Be careful when you go out on a mission. We are already very satisfied that someone cares about us. Don't take any risks. The women were all concerned about Lydia's safety, fearing that she would have any accidents because of them. Lydia didn't think they were noisy at all. She smiled warmly at them and nodded, but didn't make any promises. She didn't want them to worry about their own affairs in such a bad situation. The women reluctantly surrounded Lydia and walked to the door. The breeder stopped them from going any further. They stood by the door and watched Lydia go away, with worry and envy in their eyes. In the end, they were oppressed by the current situation and became dim. They sat back in their original positions, like living dead. Only when they occasionally lowered their eyes to look at the hometown food on their knees, did they remember that they had once existed vividly. Lydia left the greenhouse with a heavy heart, carrying the last specialty. She was not afraid of the dangers at sea, but she did not dare to look back at this moment. She buried her head and walked away quickly in front of the breeder, with an unconcealable sorrow on her face. She did not get rid of the pain until she turned the corner and changed her expression. Lydia leaned against the wall and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she changed her route and quietly climbed up the stairs to the second floor, always paying attention to whether anyone was approaching. According to Su, if you come out of the breeding preparation area on the second floor and walk along the corridor to the end, you will encounter a dead end after turning a few corners. There may be a ventilation duct in the corner. Lydia didn't understand why Su asked her to find a ventilation duct that could be seen everywhere, but she still followed the route and explored quietly. Unexpectedly, as Su said, she really saw a breathable mesh window in the closed corner of the front road. What made her suspicious was that there were obvious signs of wear and tear on the wall around the mesh window, which looked like it was opened and closed very often. What's so good about the ventilation duct opening? This corner doesn't look like a checkpoint for the fresh air system, and in Matia, where space is extremely scarce, why would the engineering department set up such a meaningless dead end? She has worked in Uni Garden for nearly 20 years, and has never heard of rumors about ventilation ducts. Even if Su had served in the guards before, his patrol track was the outer courtyard, and the front hall on the first floor of the castle. He had no chance to come to the second floor. How did he know that there was something strange about this ventilation duct opening? The more Lydia thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Could it be that this was related to Su's previous betrayal of Uni Garden? But this was not right. If Su had doubts about this place, why did she come to confirm it again, and clearly told her not to take risks and act rashly? It sounded like it was just to confirm whether this pipe opening existed. Where would this door lead to? Lydia couldn't help but be curious, and leaned on the net window to peek inside, but it was pitch black inside, and she could only vaguely see an escalator going all the way down, and nothing else. She kept Su's reminder in mind. If she accidentally exposed her whereabouts, it would be a great danger to both her and Su. Since she chose to take the same boat with Su, Lydia rationally chose to trust, and quickly retreated to evacuate, but she didn't expect that footsteps would approach this dark and lonely corner. Lydia thought it was bad. There was no other fork in this road. There was no way to get out. Could it be that the thing she was most worried about had happened? Lydia, why are you here? Since she couldn't escape, she had to bite the bullet. Lydia turned around with a calm face, and said with a puzzled look, I don't know. I haven't been back for a long time. Maybe I took the wrong fork? She didn't explain the reason for her appearance, but asked the other party, so where is this? I haven't been here before. What are you doing on the second floor? The breeder didn't answer, looking up and down at Lydia, looking into the depths of the narrow road intentionally or unintentionally, not sure what the other party saw. Lydia picked up the gift in her hand and said, Didn't I just come back from Santa Maria? I brought some specialties to the director, but after visiting my sisters, I met a breeder passing by and asked him. As a result, he said that the director was on the second floor, so I came up. The breeder was skeptical of Lydia's explanation, but the most important thing now was to get her to leave quickly to prevent her from seeing more things she shouldn't see. The director is not on the second floor. Please leave here as soon as possible to avoid disturbing the pregnant mother's recuperation. His words were tough, but he still maintained the most basic respect for Lydia. Lydia didn't like the way Uni Garden addressed them. She gritted her teeth to endure the nausea, but her face continued to be confused about the current environment. She said angrily, That person deceived me. I'm going to settle accounts with him now. She angrily left with the specialty, really pretending to be going to fight. The breeder looked at Lydia's back with deep confusion, always feeling that her excuse was clumsy, and turned back to look thoughtfully at the depths of the narrow road. Lydia walked out of the dead end quickly. After looking around, she found the direction to go downstairs with familiarity. When she passed the first floor, she stopped to take a closer look, then casually put her things at Max's door and quickly withdrew from Uni Garden. Behind her, someone slowly poked his head out and synchronized the message to the breeder on the other end of the line. Lydia did go to the director's lounge, and then left directly. "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly ask me to keep an eye on Lydia? Doesn't she come here often?" The breeder standing in front of the ventilation window frowned in confusion and murmured, "Am I overthinking?" He still felt that he had missed some clues, so he immediately dialed the short number of the monitoring room. As soon as the call was connected, he immediately said, "Please help adjust the monitoring records on the second floor." "I come right over." Beep. Lydia ran through the lower level of Matthias, and said at the moment of successful connection, "After leaving the dead end, go 20 meters to the left, and you will see the nearest window facing the front yard. Also, when I passed by the first floor, I took a look. It was clearly right below the pipe opening, but there was no ventilation position on the first floor. It seems that I have to go down, but the experimental center on the lower floor is further down." "It's the experimental center." Su recalled that on the map that Wei Yu gave him, there was an unknown area at the corresponding position on the second floor of the experimental center. He thanked him and said, "Thank you for your trouble this time. My trouble is not here." Lydia looked back, was silent for a moment, and confirmed with Su again, "Are you sure you can do what you say?" "Not sure, but I will try my best." Su's tone was firm. He walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked at the experimental center opposite. At the moment when the shuttle boat leading to the flight platform closed, Lydia turned sideways and entered the hatch, watching Matthias gradually moving away. Her rapid breathing due to running slowly calmed down. Although her words were short, they were full of solemnity of full commitment. "Okay, I believe you." Lydia lowered her head and touched the rag doll on her waist. When she worked in Uni Garden before, she would make a rag doll for each child she bred, but she no longer remembered how many she had made. Uni Garden, a place where flowers are imprisoned to grow, how can it be called a garden? Suddenly, a cry of surprise resounded through the monitoring room of Uni Garden. Lydia betrayed Uni Garden. The breeder stared at the monitoring screen in disbelief, and quickly dialed the line of Director Max. "Director, Lydia just sneaked up to the second floor under the pretext of giving gifts. She found that place." Max was enjoying a dessert that someone had placed at his door. He paused in astonishment and asked in a hurry, "How did she know where it was?" "Are you sure?" "Sure." The breeder watched the surveillance records several times and believed in his judgment. "She said she was lost, but she went to the second floor with a clear goal. That's where she went." "Director, where did you get the news?" Since Lydia finished her breeding work, she often came to Uni Garden. There had been no accidents for so many years, and they had long been accustomed to it. So he chose to let Lydia go without much suspicion, and never expected that such a pious person would choose to betray. Max didn't have time to discuss with him who caused all this. The most important thing now was to find Lydia. He immediately dropped the dessert in his hand, hung up the phone, and contacted the head of the navigation department. "Bring Lydia to me immediately." He gave an order as soon as he opened his mouth. The head of the navigation department was startled by Max's roar. After reacting, he hurriedly asked his men to take the person away. However, he remembered something after thinking for a while, and reported urgently, but she accepted the mission early in the morning, and now she should. After he recalled Lydia yesterday, he earnestly told her not to stay in Santa Maria for the sake of temporary comfort, and to think more about Matthias and the future of mankind. Lydia seemed to have listened to him, so she submitted a request for a sea mission soon. Who would have thought that there would be an accident in this matter? Send someone to chase. Bring the person back to me no matter what. Max was furious. He overturned the table in front of him in anger, and took the central elevator downstairs to discuss with Gabriel. He was in such a hurry that he didn't notice Su's figure walking by with his head down. Su heard the elevator door open, glanced back meaningfully, turned around and quickened his pace to leave. Chapter 165. The exhaust cloud of the Ark cut through the sky with the sound of the flight platform allowing passage, and it traveled rapidly under the scorching sun. Su was not surprised that Gabriel would call to ask questions, and pretended to be surprised. "Captain Lydia betrayed Uni Garden? Director Max said that I instigated it? Professor, do Captain Lydia and I have any intersection? Besides, when I first joined the Vanguard, she had picked a fight with me in public. Director Max wanted to find someone to take the blame, but he found the wrong person. He was sure that every time he met with Lydia, he was in a state of opposition when he appeared in front of others. Even if Max suspected him, he could not provide any evidence. Su had guessed that Max would definitely ask him to investigate this matter, and he had already found a weapon to fight back. Director Max, if you are worried that I will reveal something I shouldn't, there is no need to worry. During my time in the Vanguard, I had many opportunities to tell that story. Professor Gabriel treated me well, and now I really want to repay the professor. If you are still dissatisfied with my becoming the captain, you can actually tell me directly. Su is very good at playing the trick of retreating to advance, and he thinks he is even better than Guanjie, the model. He sighed in confusion and resentment, and said to Gabriel on the other end of the call, Professor, if it is because of me that you are embarrassed, I will voluntarily withdraw from the transformation plan. No! When Gabriel's refusal sounded, Su knew that his plan was settled. This was originally a retreat he had left for himself, and now it was a different path to the same destination. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain of all the experiments to pave the way for today. The satisfactory answers he gave when participating in the experiments, coupled with Gabriel's attitude towards the experiments, Gabriel, the experimental madman, would never give up on him. Well, Gabriel put him under house arrest in order to keep the cooperation with Uni Garden and control him. Su's answer is not now. Gabriel has the ambition to infiltrate the military and try to fully launch the plan to strengthen the army, but he firmly rejected the invitation of the experimental center in Muller. The test of his loyalty by the Pajot Palace is also the last test of Gabriel. After he took the initiative to choose to kill for the Pajot Palace, he won all the bets of Gabriel. Even if Gabriel will have doubts today because of Max's words, in the face of absolute interests, he, who holds the chips, can still control absolute safety. If it is not profitable, why would he suffer so much? And he doesn't have a special fetish. Su heard Gabriel's words of comfort from the other end of the line, and then was hung up in a hurry. He didn't need to think too much to guess that the other party was going to Max to reason. Su smiled contentedly and turned on the Ark's intelligent driving mode happily. He stood up and turned around to meet Guanjie's eyes staring at him in shock. He said to all the team members in the cabin calmly, "Long time no see, my team members." Guanjie stared at Su in shock and blinked in confusion. Is this a side effect of the professor's newly developed strengthening agent? Is this weak and helpless person really Su? It's been 5 days since the last mission. It turns out that the captain still remembers that he is a team. Someone in the team sitting in the seat sneered. Who would like to risk their life to do a mission? But the prices on Mattia are rising higher and higher, and the contribution points for each mission have not been adjusted. Even if they participate in the transformation of the experimental center and get some subsidies, they will starve to death sooner or later if they continue to be so free and undisciplined. The team members looked at Su with dissatisfaction. Everyone here knows that Su has been highly valued by Professor Gabriel recently, so he naturally doesn't worry about his living expenses. But the more they think about it, the more they feel that Su, the captain, is an eyesore. Su didn't take their cold treatment to heart at all, and was still immersed in the pleasure of the smooth plan. This mission requires going deep into the seabed to collect deep-sea samples for the experimental center and help the professor expand the land data before the end of the world. Everyone, do a good job. The team members swallowed their disgust after hearing that the mission came from the experimental center, and their faces changed with anger. Su had enough of his bullying, so he turned around and sat back in the driver's seat. Seeing that the red dot on the screen representing the mission coordinates and the arc were about to overlap, he manually controlled the arc's descent. Even if technology developed faster, Su still had no habit of entrusting his life and death to others. The turbid and sticky sea water flooded over the top of the arc, making a surging gurgling sound. The people in the cabin seemed to feel the strong pressure from the sea, and many team members covered their chests and couldn't breathe. Su calmly observed the situation outside the windshield. The beam of the searchlight could not reach the bottom of the sea directly. He cautiously reduced the descent speed, but he still felt uneasy, and there was always a weird feeling of being stared at by something. Why do I feel like the water has been getting deeper since we arrived at the new sea area? Guanjie leaned against the window and looked out, muttering a little bored. Bang! Before Guanjie could react, the boat flipped violently in an instant, and his forehead hit the glass directly with a loud bang, and he saw stars instantly. The situation of other people in the cabin was not good either. The team members who were originally sitting in their seats had no time to prepare, and were pulled away from their seats by the inverted gravity. They turned several circles in the cabin until the arc suddenly stopped and landed on the ground again. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly turn around? Captain Su, if you can't drive, Can you please let the system control it? That's right. I don't know what you are pretending to be. In the face of extreme anger, their slow thinking ability rarely returned to the level of normal humans. Su turned his back on all the complaints, stared at the deep sea with bated breath, and controlled the drone to go out of the cabin to scan the sea area that he was about to go deep into. He couldn't explain where the strong sense of familiarity he suddenly felt just now came from, but since he came to this world, his premonition has almost never failed. The team members complained angrily until they saw the images sent back by the drone. They stared at the huge thing on the screen in disbelief. The strange and huge umbrella-shaped body was floating and swaying in the seawater. The almost transparent umbrella was invisible in the muddy water. The tentacle swaying with the seawater expanded its defense range by a whole circle. The images transmitted by the drone gradually became snowy. It didn't look dirty, but it felt like it was interfered by some signal. People had to squint to see the picture clearly. Are those moving tentacles next to it electric current? This thing can't be an electric thorn. The team members didn't care about their annoyance with Su. They rushed into the cab and approached the screen. They rubbed their eyes and confirmed it repeatedly in disbelief. It is said that the highly toxic and charged alien jellyfish only appear in the deep sea. No one can escape alive after being touched by its stinging sac. Therefore, there has never been a detailed description of this kind of alien jellyfish. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is extremely dangerous. Why didn't you say that you would encounter this guy when you introduced the mission just now? The team members yelled at Su frantically and grabbed his collar in anger. Su looked at the task list given by the dispatch office in confusion. There was indeed no introduction to the alien creatures that had been explored on it. He murmured, "Because I didn't see it?" He turned around and put aside the constraints of the team members and re-examined the information brought back from the deep sea by the previous exploration team. Unknown area to be explored. Religious temples of the old times. Estimated sinking time, 2065 to 2070. Exploration value. There are a large number of human samples that died before the Black Rain era in the building, and human genetic information before the mutation can be obtained. Brief description of this mission. According to the reflected signal frequency band captured by the Sea Surface Radar Signal Base Station, there are suspected unexplored buildings in this area. Our team will go to confirm the specific location of the building, the size of the appearance, and the content of the nearby alienated biological community according to the mission instructions, and report to the dispatch office to determine the specific number of people for the exploration mission. No traces of alienated creatures were found outside the building. Our team initially determined that the difficulty of this exploration was medium to low, and the safety factor was high. A team can be sent to explore further. Mission Combat Readiness Table, Dispersal Instrument, Monitoring Instrument, Flares. Seeing that Sushugan, the captain, was sitting in his position without moving, he did not intend to evacuate or issue orders. The atmosphere in the cabin gradually became anxious. No one knew whether the big monster in front would suddenly rush over. What should we do now? Su, aren't you the captain? Professor Gabriel asked you to be the captain, not to fish in troubled waters here. Amid the chaotic accusations, Guanjia's position began to waver again, and he quietly shrank to the corner of the cabin, thinking that not adding insult to injury at this time would be the greatest help to Su. External exploration, dispersal instrument. Su muttered in a low voice, looking up at the jellyfish floating calmly above the building not far ahead. It was like an inverted bowl covering the temple, like a spirit guarding the ruins. It clearly knew we were coming, but it didn't attack, and didn't move at all. Su's whisper was full of confusion and inquiry, as if he was talking to it through the glass. The team members' accusations weakened, and they looked at each other and whispered, "Is he scared silly? This monster doesn't have eyes. How does he know that the monster sees us?" "Not really, he's just pretending, waiting for us to leave first." "Yes, this is more likely." Guanjia curled up in the corner and shivered, ready for the monster to rush over and electrocute them, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. He looked up at the screen in panic and tilted his head in confusion. The monster's tentacles are shaking. It seems to be really saying hello? Because he was standing far away, he could see more comprehensively, and unconsciously, he was not so scared. But why did he feel that Su didn't mean this? "Ah?" Some team members heard Guanjia's innocent joke, and when they were about to laugh at him, they saw Su, who had not moved just now, suddenly loosen the safety belt around his waist, stood up and walked towards the cabin door, put on the hood, and entered the buffer cabin without any hesitation. Is he going to act alone? Should we follow him? The team members looked at each other. No one was sure. Suddenly someone said, "He is the captain." The captain has not issued any orders. We should wait here. Hearing this deserter's words, no one in the team thought it was wrong. They all sat back in their seats and watched the picture sent back by the drone. Susu approached the ancient temple alone. Chapter 166. Even after coming out of the buffer cabin, the huge pressure on the seabed still made Susu breathless. Every step he took was accompanied by strong oppression, making his movements more and more difficult. Susu did not stop because of this. He felt the surge of water in silence, and soon adapted to moving on the seabed. He slowly approached the temple with the dispersal device he took out from the bottom cabin. Although he could not produce hard evidence for the time being, he inexplicably believed that this monster would not take the initiative to attack. Everyone in the ark cabin stared at the figure on the screen, not daring to breathe. Seeing him standing in front of the temple door safely, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "What's going on?" A team member couldn't help asking, but no one on the scene could answer him. Susu raised the dispersal device in his hand a little higher, and sure enough, he saw that this alien creature called Electric Sting shrank back a little, looking like it was afraid. He put the instrument down with understanding. "It seems that you are really afraid of this. You obviously have the ability to fight back. Why didn't you?" The dispersal device developed by the Combat Readiness Center can be effective within a certain range. As long as it can be successfully turned on and maintained, monsters below Type 2 will basically be cautious when there are considerable numbers. But the giant alienated jellyfish in front of him is comparable in size to the bone whale he had seen before. The evolution of this kind of monster has exceeded the control level of the dispersal device. Logically, it will not only not be afraid of human instruments, but can even sense when the previous team approaches. He has seen the introduction of the electric thorn in the catalog of known alienated creatures at the training base. With the additional description of the team members just now, it can be seen that it is fully capable of attacking before humans get close, and the tiny humans have almost no spare energy to fight back in front of it. But it didn't choose to do so. Was it because it didn't want to, or was there some other reason? Susu reread the mission introduction before leaving the cabin, and had some ideas. Could it be because this terrifying monster itself was not bloodthirsty? And the sudden visit of humans was the real offense to it? Don't be afraid, I didn't plan to open it. Susu put down the dispersal device in front of it, and said casually, "It's strange that you can understand me, as if your other friends can understand it too." He couldn't tell whether he was special or these so-called monsters had evolved to be able to read human language, but at least now it seemed that there was more than just fighting between humans and alienated creatures. The gloomy seabed cut off vision, the endless dangers ahead in the unknown depths. The oppression was not only the water pressure, but also like an invisible hand grasping the explorer's heart. Susu took off the shoulder light to search the deep sea. The naked eye could not see the activities of the jellyfish, but could only vaguely see that it bulged a little, and then suddenly shrank back, as if responding to his question. But Susu didn't have its ability, and really couldn't understand what it wanted to express. He turned his head, and looked behind him. Although he cut off the team connection before leaving the cabin, he subconsciously lowered his voice, and said, "You leave here for the time being. I won't disturb them. Come back after we leave." The umbrella-shaped body hidden in the water swelled, and the tentacles emitting electric currents quietly stretched out, and slowly approached Susu, who was standing in front of the temple gate. Susu couldn't see clearly with the naked eye, but the team members waiting in the cabin stared at the picture on the screen, and were too frightened to speak. A team member finally reacted and hurriedly connected to Susu, but no one responded. "Captain, that thing is about to attack you, retreat quickly." "Hey Susu, can you hear me? What are you doing standing there?" But maybe it was because of the interference of the monster's electrodes. No matter how they shouted, Susu couldn't hear. Could they only watch a living person die in front of them? But what's the use of worrying? They can't help even if they go over. Guanjie curled up in the corner, and observed the actions of his teammates in the cabin. This was obviously an elite team, but he felt that it was no different from the ordinary team in the past, or maybe it was human nature. He didn't have anything to mock, after all. Even if he realized that something was wrong, he had become this kind of person. What should I do, The team member's meaningless tension stagnated when he saw the scene of the electric thorn giving up the attack and suddenly leaving, and he didn't react to what had just happened. Maybe he raised the gear of the dispersal device? Didn't he just pick it up again? I don't know. It's a bit far away, and the water is still muddy. The image detected by the drone is still a bit blurry. Forget it, it's fine. We can't go over to see it. When they heard that they could see clearly, no one complained anymore. They just watched Susu walk slowly towards the long sealed door. Susu couldn't see the specific location of the electric thorn, but he could vaguely feel that it had left. He walked lightly towards the temple gate, stretched out his hand and pushed it open, awakening a piece of mud behind the door, stirring up the seabed and making it even more unclear. If I had known, I would not have done any formalistic courtesy, and would have swam in directly from above. Susu waved away the chaos in front of him, tentatively approached forward, and was always on guard against the danger lurking in the depths. It was not until he walked out of the mud barrier, and the dirt in front of him gradually faded, that he could vaguely see the scene in the temple, but he was stunned in place. In the sea water, as time passed, the originally simple and crude temple was covered with mud and dirt, and small bags rose on the broken road slabs. The tide that rolled up when the door was opened lifted the mud covering the surface, and underneath were white bones one after another. There were countless mud bags in the yard that stretched as far as the eye could see, and their existence gave the bones a place to return. Susu walked through it with light and slow steps, not wanting to cause any more waves and disturb the people who were sleeping here. Every step he took was a heavy footprint. Protect the Earth's ecology, and refuse to allow nuclear waste to enter the sea. While walking, Susu suddenly heard a deafening shout. He turned back to check the source of the sound, but found himself standing in the crowd. Protect Mother Ocean and stop nuclear waste discharge. Please do not leave the price to the future of mankind. Inspiring slogans rang in his ears. Susu was not surprised that he saw hallucinations again, but he did not react to the current situation for a while. He looked around in astonishment, and his eyes fell on the large screen of the commercial square not far away. Good morning, citizens. Today is May 16th, 2066. Yesterday, the last large enterprise in our city announced the suspension of work, and more citizens took to the streets to protest against the discharge of nuclear wastewater. So far, the protest against drinking water gathered in the downtown shopping mall has lasted for 1,248 days. During this period, countless participants were dehydrated and unconscious. This station kindly reminds all citizens that protest behavior should be rational. Reject drinking water protest? Susu murmured in confusion. Hearing that he didn't know the current situation, someone next to him immediately took the initiative to help explain. It seems that you are lucky. Tentacles, shells, rotten meat, and the like have not been sprayed out of your tap, right? As he spoke, he pushed Susu to the front row of the crowd. Although it was a thing of the past, Susu still habitually apologized to everyone who was pushed away. Until he squeezed to the front row, he finally saw the basins in front of those people who were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. He walked closer and took a closer look. He saw that floating on the turbid water were deformed marine creatures that were crushed by the water filtration system. The supernumerary organs and deformed shapes exuded a strong and desperate rotten stench after being torn apart. The white eyeballs had long lost their vitality, but they made people panic. It turned out that the human water purification system could no longer be used normally at this time. Chapter 167. The sky reflected in the water was low and gray, like a devastating storm. The fluorescent jellyfish in the basin struggled to death, and its cries could not be heard by humans, but could be felt. The only way most protesters could resist was to use their own lives to awaken the conscience of those in power. But in the face of human greed, their power was ridiculously small, and the pain of despair in their sobriety was greater than the death of their hearts. Since they knew they were powerless, would they give up? No, if they were powerless, at least they had to let God know that mankind had not completely sunk. Susu stared at every protester who refused to water, and the indifference in his eyes was stained with a bit of the compassion of a bystander, and his sight quickly turned to a shaky figure in the crowd. Should he intervene? What he saw now were things in the past. Since they had already happened, it would be useless to intervene. Let these people give up, and give up the last resistance. Only when humans are gone can the world gradually recover its ecology, right? Anyway, he hates this world and the greedy and ignorant humans, right? The world is destroyed, everything is gone, and he, whose coming and going are meaningless, will also be annihilated. He doesn't have to worry about the past that cannot be changed, and disappears from the world without any pain. Isn't this what he has always hoped for? He can't hold on, save him! When Susu hesitated, someone noticed something unusual and hurried forward to greet him. The medical staff, who had been waiting outside the mall, arrived as soon as possible. The crowd of onlookers looked calm, and it seemed that they had long been accustomed to this scene. After they tacitly assisted the medical staff in carrying the unconscious person on the stretcher, protesters immediately filled the vacancy, maintaining this powerless struggle like a machine rotation. Let's go! The old man's voice stood out in the protest. Susu couldn't help but sneer when he heard it. It seems that some people still choose to accept their fate. No matter how long they live, they may not be able to fully understand the complex human nature. The old man's voice summoned many people to follow. Su followed their steps indifferently, wanting to see what these people who chose to submit would do. Unknowingly, he followed them to an old temple hidden in the mountains and forests. It seemed to be the temple he saw at the bottom of the sea. Su stopped in front of the gate and looked up at the city god temple that carried the incense of the city. The rickety wooden door was slightly open. Su gently pushed it open and stepped over the dilapidated threshold, thinking to himself, "It turns out that it is not rotten by water, but has been broken for a long time. Master, this door is opened and closed all day long, and it is about to break down. Let's find a young man to replace it with a new door another day. It's okay. If it can't be closed, it can't be closed. It's a good thing that someone is willing to come." Su turned his head and saw the old man chatting with the administrator of the city god temple. He suddenly realized that all the people who came to this temple were old, young, and weak. When he looked at the swaying wooden door in front of him, his expression changed complexly, and he felt sad in his heart. The door of the temple he saw was closed, so what happened here later? The conversation between the two was ordinary. After chatting for a few more words, they went about their own business. The old man found an open space and knelt down in front of the city god, kowtowed with his hands together, and kept muttering something in his mouth. Su pretended to squat next to the old man and eavesdrop, but he didn't expect that the other party was not praying for a smooth life and happiness in the afterlife, but like everyone else here, longing for his life to end soon. Why? Su didn't understand. Don't people who are constantly struggling in the end of the world hope that this disaster will pass soon? As if he heard Su's question, the old man stood up and prayed devoutly. "Alas, city god, we can't keep up with the parade. All we can do every day is to come here to beg you. I don't know if you can hear me. When I was young, this world was full of birdsong and flowers, and people were busy every day, but most people could always find the meaning of life. I was born in peace and happiness, and enjoyed peace and prosperity. Now I am aging with the world. I don't have many years left to live. It's a waste of social resources for me. It's better to leave the limited resources to young people, so that they have the strength to continue to fight." His lips were dry and peeling, and he had to swallow every time he said a word, but his dry mouth could not relieve his thirst no matter how he swallowed. The burning pain from not eating for several days made him curl up and tremble. His forehead was covered with sweat and tears of pain, draining the water from his body bit by bit. "I'm hungry and thirsty. It's so uncomfortable. I don't know how long I can hold on, and I can't bear to end my life. I beg you in the last moments to let me go more peacefully, and let the children who are fighting go further. City god, can you hear me?" The old man pleaded with all his might. Knowing that he would not get any response, he kept repeating his prayers. Gods and Buddhas may not exist, but people have their own justice. Su watched the scene of people determined to die in front of him, and suddenly remembered that in the near future, the surviving humans would abandon their compatriots under the name of hypocrisy and ridiculousness. He knew how the future would unfold, so everything that happened in front of him seemed so powerless and innocent in his eyes. Just like those deformed marine creatures, the screams of humans before death could not be heard by God. Duh. The sound of the ball hitting the ground seemed abrupt and vivid in the lifeless temple, and slowly rolled to Su's feet. He reached out and picked up the ball, looking in the direction it rolled from, and saw a half-grown child blinking and staring at him curiously. "Brother, who are you?" the child asked. Su opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time and answered, "I'm just passing by." He held the ball in both hands, smiled and returned it to the child. "Here." "Thank you, brother." The child politely held the ball and bowed to Su lightly, turned around, and was about to run away to continue playing, but heard his brother calling him again, moved back and asked with his head tilted, "Brother, is there anything else?" Su asked in entanglement, "What about you? Do you hate this world? A child born in a disaster? Will he hate this rotten world as much as he does?" The innocent child thought seriously about the strange question raised by this adult, turned his head, and looked at his grandmother kneeling in front of the statue, and said awkwardly, "No, the food in the temple is delicious, the embrace of grandparents is warm, there is a grandfather who looks fierce, but he will fold little frogs for me to play with, and the sunset I saw with my parents is beautiful, I want to see it every day." Adults always say that the world is going to end, but we can still create happiness while we are alive. As long as we are still full of hope, there is still hope for the world. As long as there is hope? Is there really hope for this world? Whether that bottle of seawater can really purify the ocean or not, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we want to give it a try. After all, it is difficult for this world to be worse than it is now. Wei Yu's voice echoed in Susu's mind, carrying the confidence he had long lost in this world. Why are there always people so naive? The world is obviously so broken, but no matter when, there are people holding almost slim hope, waiting foolishly for a turnaround. Human beings are really complicated, tenacious and small and great. Susu stood up and looked up at the sky, sighing and sighing. It's been a long time since I really watched the sunset. He was startled suddenly, looked down at the child who was holding his fingers, and pulled his hand back uncomfortably. But the child held his hand tightly, and pointed to the horizon, and said, "The sun in the sky will rise and set again, and there will be beautiful sunsets again. To live, or to die usefully, is the greatest honor of life." Su Shui squatted down and stretched out his hand to the child. "It's a little late now. I missed the sunset. Would you like to accompany me to see the sunrise?" The child changed his left hand to hold the small ball, freed one hand to grab the hand of this strange adult, and nodded heavily and said, "Okay." The ark sunk to the bottom of the sea did not move for a long time, as if it had fallen into a long sleep, like the temple not far away. "Can the captain come back?" "Let's go first. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't come back by dawn, we will." He came out. "He's still alive." Guanjia immediately noticed that a figure came out from behind the slightly open door, and was moving very fast towards the ark. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately fell on the person who came. Perhaps it was because they witnessed a person completing an impossible task alone. Everyone was extremely excited, and looked forward to Susu's return. But their belated reason told them, what if the person who came back was not Susu, but an infected monster? "Hold your weapons." A team member reacted and drew his gun to the entrance of the buffer cabin, ready to shoot and kill immediately if he found anything wrong with the person who came back. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the hatch that was about to open. The main hatch was only a few steps away after the buffer, but they felt that it had been a long time. Hearing the footsteps outside the hatch becoming clearer and clearer, all the team members took out the seriousness that they had never given in this mission. Susu temporarily put the things he brought back into the bottom cabin. Before opening the buffer cabin door, he saw a gun muzzle facing him through the glass on the door. He sneered disdainfully, pushed open the cabin door openly, strode out of the blinding disinfectant spray, and glanced coldly at everyone present. Susu did not look angry, but his cold and emotionless eyes were shocking. The team members observed Susu from head to toe for a long time, and did not see any wounds on his body, so they breathed a sigh of relief and tried to smooth things over. "Captain, please understand, this is also a reasonable suspicion for us." Susu was not angry or annoyed, and did not want to waste his emotions on these people. He walked straight to the driver's seat, and said mechanically, "I brought some samples back to the team. I am not sure when the electric thorn will come back. There is no need to waste time to go in and investigate. Prepare to return." The team members looked at each other, and silently confirmed with their teammates whether they had heard it wrong. What Susu meant by what he said just now was that he had completed the task by himself, but was willing to hand it in as a team achievement. Susu was not a relative of Gabriel, who inserted into the elite team. He was the best captain of the Vanguard team. Chapter 168. The boat that had stopped in the deep sea started sailing with a roar. The crew members in the cabin saw the towering jellyfish quietly returning to the top of the temple, in the muddy mist raised by the propeller. The huge umbrella body was like an inverted bowl, surrounding the building. It was hard to imagine how they would leave if Susu came out later, or if they followed him in. Such thoughts really made their backs cold. Feeling the ark rising steadily under Susu's control, the team members stared at his back with lingering fear, and there was no longer any disgust in their eyes. Susu's attention was not on them at all. He kept staring at the picture on the screen, and a ball of suffocation was violently colliding in his chest. The disaster caused by humans was the real unprovoked disaster for these marine natives. The pain of genetic distortion was worse than skinning and bone pulling. They could not break free and escape in the water, and were forced to become monsters that everyone feared. But it was such a monster that listened carefully to the prayers of countless dead souls, and protected an inch of land. However, all the sins should not be attributed to all mankind. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. It is time to settle accounts with the debtor. The ark rose steadily in the sticky sea water towards the dawn. Susu's sudden acceleration was a bit hasty. The crew members in the cabin learned from the previous lesson, and fastened their seat belts. The ark rushed into the morning glow. In the orange-gold glow, the speed of the ark gradually slowed down, as if it was greedy for this moment of tranquility. Susu's tense mood was relieved when he saw the golden glow. It was not the temptation from desire or external force in the past, but a happy rush to what should be like. He saw the morning glow of nature with his own eyes. The pre-apocalyptic human gene samples brought back by the team were immediately sent to the Mattia Experimental Center for inspection after being identified by the sample receiver of the material platform. The conclusion report was delivered to the professor's office on the second floor in less than an hour. Guanjie, kneeling on the ground, glanced at the researcher who presented the report and walked by. When he saw the other party leave, he looked at him with contempt. He was angry and dissatisfied, but he couldn't get angry on the spot. He buried his head and continued. The previous team's exploration results were incomplete, which led to the dispatch office's misjudgment. When we arrived at the target location, we were almost attacked by an adult electric thorn. Fortunately, the captain reacted in time, otherwise all the team members would have been buried in the sea. Guanjie secretly observed Gabriel's reaction. Seeing that the other party was still absent-minded when facing him, he smiled sadly and helplessly, and continued to himself. Mattia has no precedent of successfully repelling the electric thorn, and all the team members dare not go up rashly. But the captain believes that the target sample of this mission is of great significance to the experimental center. Professor, so he volunteered to carry out the mission alone. He activated the dispersal device to drive away the monster, successfully brought back the sample, and also brought some doomsday supplies. But the materials and energy department thought those things were of little use value and declined the captain. Gabriel was rarely interested and asked, "What did you bring back?" Guanjie replied, "Just some old small appliances." He pursed his lips and expanded. He used to repair appliances in the labor zone to earn contribution points, and now he probably wants to go back to his old job. After all, their team's efficiency in accepting tasks is a bit low compared to other teams. "What else?" Gabriel asked. Guanjie was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, thinking that he had said everything he needed to say, so he asked with a guilty conscience, "Professor, Susu has taken the nutrient solution on time." Even though he had not seen Susu drink the nutrient solution with his own eyes since the trial, he had no choice but to continue lying after perfunctorily answering the professor once. Gabriel then showed Guanjie a rare sincere smile, raised his hand and said, "Stand up and talk. Don't your knees hurt when you kneel down?" This sudden concern brought a great shock to Guanjie. He was stunned for a long time before he staggered to his feet, staring at Gabriel in disbelief. His trembling lips bent the corners of his mouth, and lowered his head with grievance and satisfaction and said, "It doesn't hurt." Gabriel stood up from his position and walked towards Guanjie, patted his shoulder gently, and said in a warm voice, "You have worked hard to find out information for me in the Vanguard over the years. In fact, I have always seen your ability. If you are interested, do you want to participate in the strong soldier transformation?" Of course. Guanjie always agreed to Gabriel's request without thinking, and then he had enough thinking ability to think about what the other party had just said. When he came to his senses, his brain was even more paralyzed, and he stumbled to confirm again, "You mean, can I participate in the Experimental Center's Strong Soldiers program? Are you willing to transform me?" Gabriel smiled and nodded. "Susu came before you. He said that after completing the mission and returning to the Ark, everyone suspected that he might be infected. When they were ready to shoot him, you were the only one who didn't point a gun at him. He also said that although your practical ability is a little lacking, your observation ability is quite outstanding. If you can cooperate well with the transformation, you may become an excellent deputy." He raised his head slightly to think. After he said that, I also thought about it carefully. You are indeed very good at observing people's words and expressions. Hearing that it was Susu who recommended him, rather than the professor who took the initiative to discover his shining points, Guanjie's eyes dimmed with disappointment, but no matter what, his goal was finally achieved. His smile seemed a little forced. It turns out that the captain had been here a long time ago. Thanks to him for speaking for me, I have to find a chance to thank him. Gabriel did not continue to talk about Guanjie's transformation. It seems that he had never had such an idea before, and was unprepared for it. He turned around and left Guanjie standing there, and sat back at the table slowly to look through the experimental notes. When he turned to Susu's page, he talked more. He came to me to report the task as soon as he returned to Mattia, and gave me feedback that his perception was significantly improved after participating in the transformation. It was a little strange that he suddenly asked me for some vegetables and flour before leaving, but that didn't matter. As long as Susu could cooperate well to complete the transformation and make the experimental plan written on paper come true, he would try his best to do whatever Susu wanted, including letting a waste have the opportunity to transform. Guanjie has been with him for so many years. How could he not know whether he is a rotten wood or a rough jade? Su Su was probably willing to speak for him to thank Guanjia for his trust. The joy of his wish being fulfilled hit Guanjia's mind crazily. For a moment, he didn't have time to think too much. He was so excited that he bowed deeply to Gabriel and solemnly promised, "Professor, I will definitely work hard to cooperate with the experiment and become a helpful person to you as soon as possible." "Got it, you go out." Gabriel's mind gradually focused on Su Su's next experimental plan. He didn't have time to care about Guanjia anymore, so he waved his hand to send him away. Guanjia stretched his neck to take a look at the experimental notebook, imagining that the professor would probably arrange his experimental plan strictly like he did for Su Su. He believed that it would not take long for the professor to pay great attention to his current situation. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion spread in the dormitory area, and the Matthias boat seemed to shake with it. Guanjia, who was about to leave, stopped and turned around to see that the professor, who was originally sitting in his seat, had rushed to the window to check the situation. He also wanted to follow him, but the professor had just told him to go down, so he didn't dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly left the experimental center to look for the source of the explosion outside. As soon as Guanjia walked out of the gate of the experimental center, he found the place with the thickest smoke, which was Su Su's dormitory next to the garbage disposal station. What is Su Su doing? He was about to approach Su Su to ask about the situation, but when he noticed that the guards were coming after hearing the news, he immediately stopped and chose to stand in the crowd and watch from a distance. Su Su was coughing because of the burning smell, and hurriedly wanted to go out for some fresh air. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lieutenant General Mond of the guards, who was about to knock on the door to ask, "Lieutenant General Mond, why are you?" Cough cough. "Here?" He didn't finish his words, and coughed a few more times, almost coughing up tears. Mond tilted his upper body to look into Su Su's dormitory, but there was a thick fog inside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are suspected of privately manufacturing weapons and endangering the safety of Matthias citizens. The guards can arrest you." Logically, the guards could arrest people right away, and there was nothing to discuss with the suspect. However, the other party was Su Su, a favorite of Professor Gabriel. Admiral Mahler's attitude towards him was also strange. In addition, he had killed people for the Posha Palace not long ago, so Mond always felt that this person was a little weird. Privately made weapons. Su Su looked back and pointed at himself. "Me?" He waved his hand to get rid of the burnt smell in front of him and explained, "I was repairing electrical appliances. Maybe the circuit board was not dried. It exploded when the power was turned on just now. Fortunately, I brought a few more back." Based on past experience, Su Su knew clearly which electrical appliances the Ministry of Materials and Energy was unwilling to accept. After they classified the old household appliances as garbage, he secretly took them away. Even if he was discovered, the people in the Ministry of Materials and Energy were too lazy to care and turned a blind eye. Although Mattia had installed a fresh air ventilation system and thoughtfully simulated the weather, it was never exposed to the sun all year round, unlike the two platforms and the previous labor area, which had natural wind blowing. His dormitory was in a corner, so it was really damp. He used a hair dryer to blow it for a long time, but still couldn't dry the seawater. "How many more?" Mond was so shocked that he blurted out word by word, and warned the person in front of him, "You made a noise just now, and the command center almost sounded the alarm. Did you know that? I thought you were a first-time offender, so I let you go today. If you dare to make any noise again, I will throw you and your appliances to the side. Do you hear me?" Su Su smiled awkwardly and nodded. "Yeah, I will blow it dry next time. Sorry, Lieutenant General. It's been too long since I repaired anything, and my skills are rusty." "You?" Mond wanted Su Su to stop repairing. He pointed at him angrily for a long time, but didn't say the dirty words in his heart. He angrily led people away. Su Su wiped his nose angrily, turned around and returned to his dormitory under the eyes of everyone, but silently left a crack in the door to continue to dissipate the smell. Amid the sound of the hair dryer, he keenly caught the notification sound of the communicator, glanced at the crack of the door to confirm that no one was peeping, and then clicked on the screen to check. After reading the content of the letter, he couldn't help but smiled and nodded. "I have settled down safely, no need to worry. Your sister." Chapter 169. Those who had been sleeping in the temple had long since turned into bones. Su Su picked up a small finger bone and a bottle of seabed mud and handed them over to the experimental center. However, the reason why he chose to take on the task of exploring unknown buildings was to bring back some small appliances that could be repaired. After all, the canteen door was no longer open to him. When he finished repairing the appliances he brought back, He didn't know what time it was when he went out again. He looked at the time and remembered that he hadn't punched in for today's training. After not resting for a whole night, Su didn't feel sleepy at all. He washed his face in the wash area on the way and walked towards the training base. Before he entered the door, he heard Guanjia's excited shouting, and swiped his card to enter with understanding. Guanjia was seen laughing and jumping, pointing at the target in front of him and shouting, "I hit it! Did you see it? I hit the bullseye! What's so exciting? Have you never hit the bullseye? Wow, he is really promising." The laughter of the surrounding vanguards was very harsh, ruthlessly hitting the progress of others. Only Su smiled and approached, looking in the direction Guanjia, who was standing there feeling inferior and awkward because of the ridicule, pointed, nodded affirmatively, and praised him generously. "Yeah. I saw it, very impressive." Guanjia's eyes lit up, and he stood on tiptoe to regain his confidence and said, Su, thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, not only for hitting the target, but also for the professor." Su knew that this move was very useful to Guanjia, and shook his head and declined, "You deserve it." He raised his chin from the target and continued, "Go on, I'm sure the professor is also looking forward to your next performance. After fulfilling Guanjia's wish, he will look for opportunities for himself next. If everything that happens now is under Su's control, then his luck is the biggest variable. I hope he won't be too unlucky recently." As soon as midnight passed, the dispatch office hall had become the most crowded place in the lower floors of Matthias. What is he praying for there? The staff of the dispatch office saw Su coming in and praying devoutly in front of the display screen with his hands clasped together, muttering something in his mouth. It was inconvenient for them to get close to listen to the details. Another staff member shook his head and said, "I don't know. Hasn't he always been this strange?" In front of the screen, Su kept his voice very low, muttering, "I have nothing. Is a pious heart enough? If not, I exchange Gabriel's 50 years of life for a suitable task." As he spoke, he glanced at the scrolling waiting tasks on the large screen, gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, and continued to bow his head and whispered, "Add Max's 50 years." For a moment, he dreamed of drawing cards for the single owner when he was playing online. As a non-African, he had no choice but to use the wish that his leader would be unlucky for a whole year to help the single owner draw an SSR in the last draw. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. He must get a task with controllable difficulty and crucial to Matthias. In fact, Su already had a goal in mind, but the tasks appeared too randomly, and he was not sure whether he could encounter them in a short time. After Su bet on Hollis' life again, he decided to take a gamble and shifted his gaze. When he saw what he had hoped for appear on the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like more than once, he always got rare good luck in matters related to that person. Su glanced at the task number and hurried to the window to register, fearing that he would miss the opportunity. The staff who had been observing Su for a while curiously stretched his neck to peek at the number, and looked for the task on the screen, and saw that it was exploring the abnormal signal base station on the seabed. Task difficulty: 3 stars. Is there anything special about this task? How should I know? The two looked at Su and saw that he put his hands on the window, listening to the window staff's instructions with bright eyes, looking harmless. Recently, when cleaning up the bandit camp, the Vanguard team discovered that some of the camps had stored unknown instruments underwater. The Combat Readiness Center said that it did not rule out the possibility that the pirates drove monsters to attack the Vanguard members. The Research and Judgment Center adjusted the sonar frequency of the sea surface base station according to the reminder, and indeed found several abnormal signals. In this mission, you are responsible for finding out the source of these signals and destroying them before the bandits stop them, ensuring the safety of Matthias's maritime mission. Because Su's eyes were too hot, the window staff felt hairy all over, and lowered their heads to avoid the other's eyes, and continued, "This task itself is not difficult, and each team is only responsible for one signal point, but they may encounter difficult bandits, so the difficulty was increased when the task was issued." "Okay, no problem." Su promised sincerely, signed his name and took the task list, and walked while lowering his head to fiddle with the communicator, and immediately notified all the team members without delay. The staff only blinked, and Su disappeared from the dispatch hall. They watched him walk seamlessly into the training base opposite. There are not many people in the training base now. Doesn't he need to sleep? Another staff member shook his head in confusion. Maybe. The transformation plan has also optimized his sleep time. No need to sleep, just work all the time? Is this really evolution? Thinking of the possibilities in the future, the staff looked at the badge and couldn't help shivering. Ha! Before dawn, Guanjie yawned sleepily, trotting all the way after the shuttle arrived at the flight platform, and was still the last to arrive. He lowered his head and entered the hatch, and apologized to Su Su unceremoniously. Sorry, Captain, I stayed at the training base a little late yesterday. Hearing Guanjie's feeble sophistry, the team members laughed disdainfully. It's as if no one has trained. I saw the captain still practicing at the base late last night, and waiting on the flight platform before dawn today, but he didn't complain at all. Anyway, they thought it through. It's better not to provoke someone like Su Su who dares to face the electric thorn. If necessary, say a few good words, maybe you can get some advice. After all, even Guanjie was invited to join the strong soldier plan. Guanjie bit his lower lip tightly with frustration. He wanted to refute, but had nothing to say, because he really benefited from Su Su. It's okay, find a seat. Su Su's tone was like a spring breeze in the malicious disgust, and he was completely different from before. If everyone speaks ill of him, Guanjie can block them all out, but when one person gently expresses understanding to him, the bitterness in his heart becomes unbearable. He nodded heavily with a pursed mouth, sat back to his old seat in the corner, and stared at Su Su's back with gratitude. Su Su suppressed his intriguing smile, and conveyed the introduction of the staff of the dispatch office to the team members without missing a word, and then comforted. The dispatch office said that there is only a possibility of being discovered by the sea camp, so don't worry too much. His kindness is rare among the captains of the vanguard. Even if everyone vaguely senses something is wrong, they can't tell what is wrong. But if you rashly raise questions, there is always a feeling of being ungrateful. The dirty sea is endless. The birds that used to soar in the sky gradually became extinct hundreds of years ago, because they preyed on mutant fish. The scorching sun splashed on the sea, trying to take away everything in this world. Su Su looked at the sea through the windshield. Before the map remote sensing gave a prompt, he had already noticed the sea camp gradually emerging in the distance. Why does it feel like the camp is empty? Have the thieves run away? Guanjie looked down at the sea and observed for a long time, but found that there was no one in sight. Su Su frowned and reminded, perhaps other teams have acted in advance and have alerted the enemy. Everyone be alert, beware of an ambush. At Su Su's call, everyone stood up and responded in unison, yes. The sun-blocking arc slowly landed. The moment the hatch opened, dozens of well-equipped vanguards rushed into the camp with guns in hand, immediately blocked all exits, and advanced inside, searching for any suspicious traces along the way. Report to the captain, no results were found at the east exit. No results were found at the west exit either. Soon, news of fruitless searches came from the south and north. Su Su was not surprised, but his words were full of regret. What a pity, they must have received the news in advance and evacuated before we came. Leave 2 people on the sea and wait, and the others will follow me into the water. Because it was not someone else who notified the survivors in advance to evacuate the camp, but himself. According to past practice, after stopping above the sea, Matthias will begin to expand the sea area control to ensure that more and more resources can be collected more carefully. So the dispatch office will inevitably issue tasks related to the encirclement and suppression of the sea camp. It's just that Su Su was not sure at first whether Matthias' current strength could support their ambitions. It seems that he was overthinking. As for the machine hidden under the camp mentioned by the dispatch office, he remembered that when he was on a mission with Meg before, he did encounter a square pit under the abandoned camp, which should be the work of Wei Yu and his men. Since it was within his control, and was highly valued by Matthias, Su Su really couldn't think of a more suitable task than targeting Wei Yu's forces. The team members' slow thinking ability was not enough to support them to think too much. They only knew that they should follow the instructions, and responded, yes. Aha! Wei Yu, who was hiding in the water and watching the movement of the sea, sneezed for no reason. The sudden movement startled Liang Zhan, who was already trembling on the other end of the line. He asked weakly, Brother Su Su has already led people into the water. Do we really have to fight? The fight hasn't started yet, and his brother sneezed because of the nagging. If the fight starts later, Brother Su Su won't hate him. If he had known earlier, he would have moved to another camp with Oliver. Anyway, that stupid big guy is annoying. Mathia has been eyeing us covetously. This battle will start sooner or later. This time, your brother Su Su reported the news, so we avoided a lot of casualties. Remember to say thank you to him later. Wei Yu said with a smile. Liang Zhan muttered, since we want to thank him, we don't need to fight. Yes, he needs this opportunity. Wei Yu's words were very firm. Su Su knew that Matthias was going to encircle and destroy the sea camp, and he only needed to tip off the enemy, but he chose to take on this task, which meant that he must have other ideas. Su didn't say anything else to him, probably because he was worried that he would feel burdened. Fortunately, Su didn't come to the camp where he was responsible for squatting, otherwise he really couldn't do it. Chapter 170. When you are in the muddy water, it is difficult to see whether the person approaching you from behind is a teammate, a monster with a bloody mouth, or an enemy showing a knife tip to you. Su jumped into the water first, and the team leader explored the seabed. He keenly noticed that the water flowing past his ears was not right, and quickly turned to avoid it, and drew his gun while dodging. Seeing that the other party was wearing yellow-green protective clothing, obviously not from the Vanguard team, he immediately ordered, "Be careful, there is an ambush." As soon as he finished speaking, the Vanguard team members following behind him seemed to have started some kind of program, and they just went forward to meet the enemy with their eyes out of focus. No matter what he said, they could not recall their consciousness. Su probably knew that this was a normal person who had his nerves damaged by the drug components contained in the nutrient solution, and then underwent high-intensity biochemical transformation, and was forced to form a stress response. Seeing that close combat failed, the person in front of him quickly slung the hand cannon on his back in front of him, aiming the muzzle at the target to charge. Bang! The earth-shaking explosions in many places caused waves in the vast sea. Wei Yu grabbed the arm of the attacking Vanguard with one hand, restricting his movements, then pulled out the gun with his backhand, turned his wrist and turned the bolt, and fired several shots at the enemy who was firing at him. When the magazine was charged, he held the butt of the gun and smashed the arm of the person who was holding it, with a smooth and direct movement. The water flow was stirred violently by the rays of the guns and cannons, and the people were swaying in it, but Wei Yu's body was steady, dodging the gunfire aimed at him like a fish in water, looking for an opportunity to shoot at the opponent's vital points. Who is this person? The captain in charge of the team was shot twice in pain, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage when he had the opportunity to attack. Didn't the dispatch office say that there were only some pirates? The man on the other side was obviously a big shot. But under the fierce attack of the other party, the murderous intent in his chest instantly overwhelmed his reason, and he lost his consciousness in the chaotic sea water. Why haven't the captain and the others come back yet? Didn't they say to go out and take a look first? The other team members in the cabin leaned against the window and looked out, their eyes widened in curiosity. Look, the view of the seabed is so wide, and the water there is clear. Yeah, what is that square thing? Could it be the signal source mentioned by the dispatch office? Is the sea water clear because of this thing? Then, do we still want to destroy it? As they were hesitating, several black shadows suddenly flashed past their eyes outside the window, carrying an overwhelming threat. There is an abnormal situation under the sea. Send a signal to the command center immediately. But before their warning was responded to, the hatch had been cracked open, and dozens of people in yellow-green protective suits rushed in. The imminent danger was like a startup command, and they rushed towards the enemy without fear. It seems that they are another group of reformed people. The member of the research institute responsible for the cleanup turned back to signal his companions, and then rushed towards the Vanguard decisively. The roars of beasts rose and fell in the cabin, and the sharp points and gun lines pierced their bodies, but they could not even feel the pain because they had been deprived of their rationality. The communicator that slipped from the hands of the Vanguard members to the ground sent back a noisy sound. The people in the research institute bent down to pick it up and said to the other end of the line, "Brother Wei, we have it under control here, how are you?" Wei Yu suddenly emerged from the water, and the sudden splash of waves hit him like hard rocks, driving him back 2 steps. He grabbed the Vanguard member, who was responsible for the camp, kicked another one to the ground with a side kick, and took away the walkie-talkie they were trying to use to inform Matthias. Well, it's over. The Vanguard is really getting worse and worse. Wei Yu glanced at the 2 people lying on the ground. When he was in Matthias, he had some leadership skills, and was a Vanguard member with good practical skills. He didn't rely on potions, and could deal with crisis with his accumulated experience. He had a premonition that Matthias would suffer the consequences sooner or later after repeated self-elimination, but he didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Wei Yu snorted coldly, stepped on the cargo truck in front of the house, and jumped directly onto the roof. He crossed his legs and looked at the sea in the distance, and then turned to care about Liang Zhan's situation. "Ah, Zhan, how are you doing?" All Liang Zhan's resolute roar came from the call, and he looked like he was going to die with the other party. But he didn't last more than 3 minutes before he started screaming, "It hurts, it hurts!" Liang Zhan dodged the cold knife with great difficulty, remembering Wei Yu's instructions, and continued to fire at Su with the mentality that he would be beaten. Su dodged very quickly, seeing through Liang Zhan's habit of using long-range weapons, and deliberately kept closing the distance between him and the opponent in the muddy water, gradually reducing his attack range. He hid himself in the turbulent waves, like a wolfhound waiting for an opportunity to hunt, waiting for a flaw to appear and then hit it. Liang Zhan locked Su Su's figure through the infrared sensor, but the strange thing was that the target who had been in his sight disappeared strangely. When he felt something was wrong again, Su Su suddenly appeared and kicked his hand cannon away. "Brother." Liang Zhan's arm was numb from the shock, and he pouted aggrievedly. Wei Yu, who was tying someone up, heard the words and knew that Liang Zhan didn't call him, but he still smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Su, who swam in front of Liang Zhan, saw his mouth shape clearly, smiled apologetically, and silently indicated, "Hit me." He had almost completed the procedures, and could start to fish in troubled waters. Even if he was really working, the master sitting on the throne might not be able to see the whole picture. Liang Zhan nodded in a daze, curled up his waist and abdomen, raised his foot and kicked Su Su, took advantage of the situation to grab the leash of the hand cannon, hugged the cannon body, and charged it again to fire. The oncoming nuclear cannon cut a crack in the seawater and approached Su Su with fierce power. Even if he dodged at the fastest speed, Su Su was still pushed to the bottom of the sea by the water. The strong pressure made his head split, and he almost lost control of his body and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The noisy sea surge in his ears gradually subsided, and there was no longer only painful wailing. Su Su curiously turned his head to look at the quietest direction behind him, and saw a rare clearness on the seabed, and a large filter parked safely on the open space. He had seen this thing outside the Deep Sea Research Institute. It was used by Wei Yu and his team to purify the living area. Unexpectedly, there was also one right below the survivors' camp. Could he understand that the existence of these camps was actually to protect these purification systems? So Wei Yu was not just talking. Long before cooperating with him, he had been trying to save the world's remnants. But because of Madia's barbaric enclosure behavior, the people in the Institute were shutting down the equipment underwater and preparing to move away before the Vanguard support arrived. The sea area that had been relieved may fall into silence again. The Vanguard team members, who only saw the enemy, were already in chaos. Guanjie, who had only taken the nutrient solution and had not yet officially started the plan to strengthen the army, was still conscious, which was particularly conspicuous in the chaos. Guanjie held the electromagnetic gun tightly with both hands, and his fingers were so stiff that he could not make any movements for a long time. Before entering the water, he had made up his mind to perform well this time, but the fear and desire in his heart fought first, and finally won with overwhelming force. He fearfully stayed away from the battlefield and tried to leave the underwater where dangers were lurking, but the water flow behind him made him feel the approaching danger, and he looked back with horror. Suddenly, a force pulled him aside and saved him, who was almost blown to pieces. Su Su. Guanjie saw that the person who grabbed him was Su Su, and the gratitude for being saved again made him feel sour in his heart. Su Su saved him again and helped him so much, even more than the professor's care for him, but he just wanted to escape. The other team members were unaware at the moment. As long as Su Su never mentioned that Liang Zhan was chasing him and deliberately ran towards Guanjie, Guanjie would never know. Su Su looked down meaningfully, confirming that the people from the Institute had already moved the equipment onto the submarine and were expected to send it to a new destination. He shook his head helplessly and hinted to Guanjie, "The dispatch office has underestimated the difficulty of the task again. We are definitely not equipped enough to win. Go wake them up and withdraw." As he spoke, he looked at the other team members, who were still chasing the submarine of the Institute. Seeing Guanjie did it without hesitation, he knew that his goal had been achieved. Guanjie is a cautious person, and because he is often belittled by others, he is very grateful for the life-saving grace. If Su Su wants to maintain Gabriel's high trust in him, and win Guanjie's heart, and make full preparations for the future plan, he must take advantage of this person's weakness. Next, it depends on how Professor Gabriel, whom Guanjie has always respected and loved, will respond. Thinking of Gabriel's obvious choice, Su Su's mouth slightly raised a smile of victory. Although the process was a bit difficult, the task was completed without any danger. Liang Zhan stared at the gradually shrinking figure in the real-time monitoring behind the submarine, and laughed to take credit from his brothers. "Brother, do you think Brother Su Su will have a much better impression of me after this time?" Wei Yu raised his voice and sounded quite happy. "Maybe. He seems to have a good impression of you. But," he paused and asked with a little puzzlement, "why do you feel that you care about your brother Su Su?" He knew Liang Zhan didn't mean that, but he couldn't help but delve deeper. Liang Zhan puffed up his cheeks and thought about it seriously, then shook his head and said, I don't know, he always gives me a very familiar feeling. I can't describe it specifically, anyway, I just like him very much. His love for Su Su is different from his love for the elders, who watched him grow up in the institute. If he had to make a comparison, it would probably be the feeling of being gently rocked in a warm little quilt after being picked up by Director Finn from the sea and brought back to the institute. Wei Yu smiled softly and nodded in agreement. Well, he is indeed very likable. After all, there are very few people like Su Su who are smart, courageous, righteous, kind, and can take the overall situation into consideration. Although he is really hard to get close to, once you make eye contact, you can no longer look away from him. His liking is different from that of Liang Zhan. Oliver stared solemnly at the remaining Vanguard members, who fled in panic, but what he heard in his ears was his companion's frivolous jokes. He knocked on his hood and asked, What about these people? According to Wei Yu's instructions, they did not kill all the Vanguard members, but only injured or knocked them unconscious. While instructing his companions to take the detained Vanguard members onto the submarine, Wei Yu replied, Take them away. Chapter 171. Only a few teams returned successfully during this mission. Almost all of them were injured when they arrived at the flight platform. The dispatch office and the inspection team found that the number of people in each team did not match the number of people when they left. The staff of the dispatch office stationed at the flight platform saw that the situation was not good, and immediately questioned the Vanguard team who successfully returned, trying to find a reason to blame them, so as to put the blame on the incompetent Vanguard team. But before they could ask too many questions, the commander's cold call suddenly sounded on the radio overhead, ordering all managers of the navigation department to return to Mattia immediately. Fortunately, our team returned before the dispatch office found out something was wrong. I told the professor the true situation of this mission. He was very angry and immediately went to the navigation department to ask for an explanation. It is said that because of this misjudgment, the head of the navigation department was later taken away by Father Hollis. Guanjia leaned against the wall with his assault rifle in his arms. Seeing that Su Su had punched the sandbag and left a deep mark, he had no doubt that this punch would take away half of the other person's life. He swallowed his saliva in dismay. After he completed the plan to strengthen the army, could he be the same as Su Su? He used to think that he could definitely do it, but now he felt that the gap between him and Su Su was getting bigger and bigger. But he still had some illusions. What if? Mattia is already short of manpower, and after this incident, I'm afraid they will have to move up the next batch of recruitment plans. The underground city base just recruited a batch of new soldiers not long ago, and they haven't been trained yet, so if they are transferred to Mattia like this. Su Su's voice gradually became lower, he sneered, and raised his hand to punch the sandbag again. If this continues, a vicious cycle will inevitably form. Sooner or later, the underground city base will not be able to hand over a decent guard. When this day really comes, the underground city base will be the first to collapse and fall. How long can Mattia, which relies on the underground city for supply, hold on? Only then will it be the real doomsday of mankind. These things, he, an ordinary citizen, can realize. How can Mattia's top leaders not know? Perhaps for them, nothing is more important than the real power in their hands and the prosperity within their sight. When the track towards destruction gradually reveals its end, it can stimulate human desires and turn into the monsters they hate most, greedily gnawing at everything. When notifying Wei Yu, Su Su predicted that such a result would happen. Destruction is a given for this world, but Mattia still has the opportunity to correct how mankind will eventually go to destruction. He does not deny that his means of secretly pushing everything and intensifying human contradictions are not clean, and he even feels happy to see the rotten world disappear. But there was a voice in his heart that reminded him like a bell, that even though some people were full of sins, there were also innocent people struggling to save the world, and the world was not yet in such a bad state. That's what I said, but... Guanjia did not deny the possibility of what Su Su had just said, but the expectation over the years had become a habit, and he subconsciously defended it. The professor realized this disaster a long time ago, so he decided to modify human genes, believing that only active evolution can win in the natural selection. He spoke faster and faster, and his breathing was like he had just finished a long-distance run, panting non-stop, and his hands holding the practice gun tightened more and more, as if he was covering something, but after focusing all his attention on his hands, his neck twisted uncontrollably in one direction and then turned back. Su Su was not surprised that Guanjia would still speak for Gabriel. He glanced at him secretly, walked to the equipment rack to take off his gloves, and prepared to change to another project to practice. He nodded in agreement. Yes. Have you seen the professor since you came back? Guanjia realized his embarrassment and stiffened his neck to prevent himself from losing control again, but the moment he was distracted, his hand holding the gun could not hide the trembling. The visible abnormality of his body made him so scared that he wanted to cry without tears. Su did not expose his helplessness at the moment, and said in a persuasive way, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Guanjia did not dare to look Su in the eye and lowered his head to avoid it. At the moment, Su was the biggest beneficiary. Even though he knew that he should not question the benefactor who saved him many times, he could not help but think too much. But if he thought too much, he would insult himself in his heart as a conscienceless person. Su was so good to him, but he actually suspected that it might be Su who sued the professor for his poor performance in the mission. Is he crazy? Su put the gloves on the shelf and asked Guanjia with concern, "What happened?" Guanjia rarely received such care, and his nose was sore, and he said in a muffled voice, "The professor said that I did not perform well in this mission and thought that I was not suitable for formal participation in the transformation plan." Thinking that Su went earlier than him last time, the professor seemed very satisfied with this, so he went to the experimental center to report as soon as he returned to Mattia. But when the professor saw that it was him, his eyes were so disappointed. When he heard him say that because of the wrong judgment of the navigation department, a large number of Vanguard members died, the professor was so angry that he threw everything and scolded him for not doing his best to complete the mission. He argued that the thieves' camp was actually hiding its strength and Mattia had always underestimated those people. But the professor said that he was making excuses for himself and refused to let him formally join the transformation plan in a fit of anger. The failure of the mission was just a legitimate reason for Gabriel to reject Guanjia. Su had long guessed that Gabriel would agree to let Guanjia join the transformation plan as a reward, but as an extreme perfectionist, Gabriel was very likely unwilling to let Guanjia, who he had always despised, taint his experimental plan. It was undisputed that Guanjia would be abandoned by Gabriel, but if he intervened in the established facts, although he might not be able to change Gabriel's mind, he could make the inferior grateful. Su was petty and vindictive. He could not forget what Guanjia had done to him, and he remembered that the alienated Roger was lured by Guanjia from the side and walked step by step to the labor zone. He wanted to get back the blood feud and blood debt one by one. He pretended to sigh and add insult to injury. Why did the professor regret it again? Guanjia found an outlet to vent his anger and complained, "I have tried so hard. No one is more loyal to the professor than me. Why does he still not like me? Su, can you teach me what I should do to win the professor's favor?" Su asked with a harmless smile. "Then what did you do?" Then he added in a veiled way, "Only by knowing the real situation can we prescribe the right medicine, right?" Patton was sarcastic and brutally suppressed all potential enemies who might surpass him. Under his suppression, Roger's jealousy grew wildly, and replacing Patton as a respected leader became his goal, but after tasting the sweetness, he became greedy. Guanjia seemed weak and helpless under their bullying and suppression, which was really pitiful. He has a resentment far greater than Roger's, and has the same ambition as Patton, but he has always been so cowardly, choosing to retreat and beg for mercy in every crisis. His means of resistance is to pull others in front of him as a shield. It seems that after being saved by Gabriel once, showing weakness has become his secret strategy for survival. While complaining about himself, he dreamed of getting what he wanted one day, but when he looked back, he actually did nothing except crying. Now he asked aggrievedly, why didn't he get anything? Why else? Guanjia hesitated for a long time, and couldn't figure out how to defend himself. He gritted his teeth and said, I will do my best to do whatever the professor says. When he peeled off the fantasy with his own hands, he thought he would get the honey he had been longing for many years, but what he saw was the bloody reality. Maybe in the eyes of the professor, he is just an obedient dog, isn't he? Su walked to the rest seat along the wall without commenting, picked up the cloth bag he had placed in the corner, and handed it directly to Guanjia without opening it, and didn't say much decently. Guanjia looked at Su with puzzled eyes, but when he touched the bag, there were several glass bottles, and he knew what was inside. His slow thinking made him unable to think too much. He only knew that Su had saved him again. Guanjia clutched the cloth bag tightly, and wiped his tears with his head down. The glass bottle made a crisp collision sound when it was shaking. He hurriedly held the bag in his arms, and expressed his loyalty to Su devoutly. Su, as long as you need it, I can do it for you even if I have to go through fire and water. However, Su has always been a loner, and has extremely strong abilities. If it really comes to a critical moment, he will definitely not be used. Su slightly curled his lips when he heard this. He didn't believe that Guanjie had the courage to go through fire and water, but there was indeed something that Guanjie could do within his ability. He shook his head compassionately and said, "The professor has informed me of the time for the next transformation. If the second stage goes well, I can take the opportunity to mention your matter again." Guanjie's eyes brightened and dimmed, and he said in a hoarse voice with inferiority, "The professor has given up on me. He won't give me another chance." But when he clearly realized this result, he was really unwilling in his heart. "Then I won't say it?" "No," Guanjie said hurriedly. "It was Professor Gabriel who saved him first. Without the professor, he would not be alive today. Even if Su had done him a favor, he would not let go of the professor. And the professor can give him more of these nutrient solutions." When he felt that the world was dull and suffocating, as long as he drank a little bit, he felt like he was floating. He liked this feeling very much. This was the meaning of life. With the nutrient solution, his hands holding the gun no longer trembled, and he could not remember what fear was. Isn't this what the professor said about a strong soldier? As long as he is given a little more time, he will definitely do better and satisfy the professor. Su has long been accustomed to Guanjie's wavering, but he still can't help frowning in disgust. He took a deep breath to suppress the strangeness on his face, and continued kindly, "I will help you, but this matter must not be known to others, otherwise it will be difficult for me and the professor to explain it to the outside world." He calculated like this, but he seemed a bit like a villain. "I understand." Guanjie nodded gratefully, and whispered awkwardly, "The professor thinks so much of you. Please say a few good words for me. If things work out, I will listen to you in everything in the future, really." Just like he didn't believe he would help before, Guanjie kept showing his loyalty to him. But some words may not be sincere, but just a disguise of a weak person after tasting the sweetness. Su smiled knowingly, "No need for anything else. You just need to make sure no one else hears the conversation between me and the professor. How sincere you are to the professor depends on how long you can withstand the pressure." "Pressure?" Guanjie blinked in confusion. Chapter 172. The dusk filled the sky like an iron cavalry, and the fierce wind rolled the low clouds into black waves, covering the last ray of light in the sky, like a god guarding the world with tired eyes closed. A silver-white horizontal fork suddenly whipped the sky, trying to wake up the sleeping world, but was scolded by its angry voice. However, the invisible hand hidden behind the dark clouds was unwilling to give up. It swung the long whip again, as if it had shattered the darkness in a few moments, fighting with thunder, and suddenly the whole area was bright. Emergency notice, emergency notice. A 14-level hurricane suddenly appeared on the sea, accompanied by thunderstorms and heavy rain. Please return to Matia immediately to avoid danger. The Vanguard team that is on sea missions or has not arrived should immediately dock nearby to avoid being affected by natural disasters. Emergency notice. The sudden flash of light penetrated the Matia wind window, rushed out of the long slit, and illuminated the cabin. The thunderstorm covered the notification sound of the command center. Su stood in front of the main door of the experimental center, and glanced at the light from the slit beside him. He looked up and scanned everything in the cabin. He had no attachment to this place. If he had to say what he regretted most at the moment, it would be that he did not say goodbye to Chef Jeff. "Su." The researcher tentatively called the person standing at the door. Seeing that the other person looked back at him, he smiled and said, "You have been standing at the door for a long time. Come in quickly. The professor has been waiting for you for a long time." Su nodded silently. He noticed that the researcher who greeted him this time was changed. He thought that maybe the nagging researcher last time returned to the experimental group to conduct the boring experiment that he had repeated countless times. Before he entered the door, he glanced at the dormitory area behind him, and walked towards the Lingxi hell created by humans without hesitation. Ding ding. The two walked in the white corridor one after the other. The researcher cleared the door opening authority, and stepped aside to let Su go first, please. Su turned his head to look at the access lock on the wall, and quickly looked away. He had been here last time, and walked to the test room opposite the 10 million level laboratory with ease. He pushed open the door, and saw Gabriel in a lead suit standing by the iron box anxiously waiting. When the other party saw him appear, he immediately waved for him to come closer. "Professor." Su quickened his pace and approached, and said to Gabriel excitedly with high spirits, "Professor, do you know that during this period of time, I clearly feel that my body has undergone a complete transformation. What I see and hear is much more acute than before, and my movements and thinking abilities have also become faster. All this is thanks to your strengthening agent." His words were full of flattery, and he seemed to be no different from the Vanguard members, who had undergone transformation before, which made Gabriel feel more comfortable. No matter how proud a soul is, it is just a greedy beggar in the face of absolute interests. Gabriel patted Susu's shoulder with relief and gave great affirmation. But your transformation effect is the best among all the experimental subjects so far. I think it won't be long before you can become a fearless warrior. Really? Susu's tone was very high. Although the transformation process is a bit painful, I think it's all worth it. But, he said with some concerns, but if we want to transform more people in the future, will we use this method? Will it be too time-consuming and laborious? Gabriel shook his head and explained patiently. When you complete the final stage of transformation, the research team will extract your antigens and antibodies for testing, develop a universally applicable vaccine, and vaccinate the remaining humans. Some may reject it at first, but as long as new antibodies are regenerated in the body, it can transform into a new human being and no longer be afraid of the various crises in the world. When that time comes, can humans really still be called humans? There was not much smile on Susu's mouth. Facing Gabriel, he sighed, I really look forward to the day of world peace. After that, he resolutely leaned down and got into the iron box that was familiar and full of fearful memories. After Gabriel couldn't wait to close the door, he took the initiative to stretch his hands out of the open hole and calmly accepted the pain of the sharp needle inserted into the skin. The cold liquid flowed through the blood vessels through the limbs and bones, paralyzing Susu's nerves in a breath. He closed his eyes and felt the excruciating pain of every inch of his bones being disassembled and melted. His skin shrank and cracked after peeling off his flesh and blood, and slowly grew flesh that did not belong to him. The pain brought by the deformation almost separated his body from his soul. Cannot agree, do not compromise. The advice continued to echo in his mind, disturbing his consciousness that was almost unconscious. In a trance, he felt countless hands pushing him up, just like they had pushed him away from the labor zone where he was about to fall. Transmitting ups and downs, he suddenly felt as if he was in the ocean. He slowly opened his eyes to confirm, but the sea he saw was not calm. A wave gathered behind him, and he did not have time to swim far to escape, and was knocked down to the surface of the water without any struggle. The ocean rolled up huge waves in the strong wind, wailing at the stupidity and cruelty of human beings, trying to destroy everything with her own hands, so that this dirty world would no longer exist. But when the power to destroy everything was about to fall on everyone, she couldn't bear to watch the children she had conceived die because of her. Reluctance, resentment, disappointment, and grief formed 1,000 threads of connection, entangled her with all human beings, unable to cut off but reluctant to let go. Should these hateful humans be left behind? But who should the innocent children in the sea ask for justice? As a mother, she can't give up on anyone, but this world must always have an end. Then let her other child make the choice. Let him experience all the hope and suffering in the world, see all the disasters and struggles, and then make the final decision. Child, whether to destroy everything or rekindle the dawn, I believe that after going through everything, you can make the final choice for me. Wake up, my child. The gentle call awakened Susu, who sank to the bottom of the sea again. He opened his eyes faintly, and his amber-like light brown irises were stained with the sapphire blue color that the ocean should have, shining under the water light. He stood up underwater, and his awakened consciousness made him instantly understand that his progress from birth to the future was not accidental. After experiencing the wandering in the world, he realized that his origin was so empty. Susu looked up at the sea, intending to escape the destined trajectory. The cold sea water brushed the glass hood in front of him, and he vaguely saw a figure approaching him above his head. He suddenly remembered something, waved his arms, and approached the other person, grabbed the man's legs, and gradually climbed up. When he saw the other person's face clearly, his eyes were full of sadness and fatigue. He heard the other person questioning in surprise. Why? Why do you look exactly like me? Susu smiled weakly and shook his head, grabbing the other person to hint at his arranged life. Susu, welcome home. He came from nowhere. Where will he go? Is the right to choose really in his hands? Chapter 173. Beep. Beep. The heart rate feedback from the monitoring instrument was extremely fast. The researcher sitting in front of the screen recording data could not help but speed up the frequency of his spontaneous breathing, and his back was covered with cold sweat. The researcher could not help but tremble, but he did not dare to disturb the professor when he was concentrating, and silently buried his head and pretended that nothing happened. Gabriel's eyes moved across the several display screens in front of him. Seeing that the results he had been looking forward to for many years were within reach, his eyes became more and more fanatical and urgent. Exerting external force stimulation. The researcher was stunned when he heard this. According to past experience, most of the experimental subjects participating in the transformation will begin to adapt after 10 times. And the experimental subjects, who can withstand the pain of gene splitting and recombination, and can also withstand environmental stimulation, can be counted on one hand since the start of the Strong Soldier plan. Now this experimental subject has just undergone the second transformation, and he has to accept external force stimulation. Doesn't the professor value him very much? Now he is forcing him to death. Do you have any objection to my decision? No, no, no. The researcher was frightened by the questioning voice above his head. His hands were shaking in panic. He touched several control buttons in a row, but none of them were correct. He almost cried on the spot. Seeing the surveillance screen in the iron box light up and darken, and multiple sensors inside turned on and off in a short period of time, Gabriel cursed and pushed the researcher away. Idiot! The researcher fell to the ground and trembled. He didn't dare to cry out in pain. He watched the professor, who was usually gentle and calm, fall into madness and press multiple buttons at the same time when the experimental subject was not fully awake. This will kill people. Boom! Susu swam all the way up from the deep sea to the surface. A thunderbolt suddenly struck down, and it was only a few arm spans away from hitting him. He immediately stopped and looked around, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness. The originally bone-chilling seawater around him strangely heated up, as if there was a big pot under the water boiling the entire sea. He looked down and saw that the deep seabed was full of magma gushing out from the ground. The sound of the surging waves was the ocean screaming under the steam. She stirred the waves and struggled to raise waves, trying to extinguish the fireworks under her feet, but under the suppression of lightning and thunder, her vitality did not show any improvement in the struggle. The strong wind tore her apart, the thunder and lightning bullied her, the surging flames devoured her, and the human beings who nurtured her were destroying her. She couldn't figure out what kind of evil she had done to suffer such a punishment from heaven, and could only beg heaven and earth to let her go. Countless cries for mercy poured into Susu's brain, trying to drag him into the deep sea and annihilate him together. But it seemed that there was a pair of hands under the water pushing him far away, trying their best to fight for a way out for him. Amid the ups and downs of the waves, Susu vaguely heard the shouts of humans. Everyone listen to me. Put the bamboo rafts together, expand the activity space, and let the existing resources flow. We are not at the end of the road yet. Humans should not give up their compatriots. They gave up on us, but we cannot give up on ourselves. Everyone, the ocean is the source of all life. Don't be afraid. Believe that the mother will protect her children. You and I should become a true community of human destiny. The old man shouted at his lost compatriots with all his might, and his voice was almost blown away by the wind and waves. Humans in desperate situations were inspired, their desire to survive was awakened one after another, and they used all their strength to roar loudly, vowing to fight against fate. Although I am old, as long as I am alive, there is hope. We cannot let all future generations live in such a disaster. Family members, please unite, and do what you can, but be at peace with yourself. My arms were blown off by artillery fire. Those people judged us to be worthless, but I don't want to accept my fate. I can be someone else's legs. They left protective clothing for each raft. Who is willing to go into the water with me to collect resources? Me. Please take me with you. I am not the waste they say. I need someone to be my eyes and ears. I was engaged in underwater geological exploration in Mattia, and was accidentally swept into the abyss of the seabed by a whirlpool. My eardrums and eyeballs. Who slapped my hands? I understand. Thank you for your willingness to help me. I can also contribute. Me and me. Look, is there a person on the sea? The approaching storm seemed to want to drag Susu back to the desperate situation. No matter how hard he swam forward, the power of the mortal body was ultimately insignificant in front of nature. He didn't know how far and how long he had swum. His arms were getting weaker and weaker. He stretched his neck and looked up to breathe, trying his best to survive. Suddenly, he saw someone paddling a bamboo raft towards him. For a moment, countless hands reached out to him, who was about to sink. Don't give up, please believe us, reach out. Susu, who was floating, stared at the hand in front of him. In the vast ocean, it brought him hope. This world is affected by evil people, but there will always be people who retain their sincerity. Their influence may not be as great as the former, but they are like sparks flashing in the dark night. Susu slowly raised his hand and grabbed the life in front of him. Countless hands immediately helped to lift him up and brought him back to the world. Fortunately you survived. The people on the bamboo raft surrounded Susu, concerned about whether he was uncomfortable. Such warmth made Susu feel a little at a loss, but he couldn't help but feel warm. Just when he was relieved that the conscience of mankind had not been extinguished, a whistle of a ship was sounded, interrupting the warmth at the moment. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a huge mechanical ship hanging upside down, which instantly blocked the sky. The unending rainstorm distorted the space, making it look like a greedy mouth leaning over to devour the resources on the sea. Susu knew very well that the fragmented pictures he saw in his dream were all things that had happened in the past, or what the invisible force wanted him to see. It was full of resentment, relief, and entanglement. He hoped that he could make a difficult choice for her after empathizing with her. Susu is not an obedient person. He has walked his life step by step. He is himself, not a representative of anything. He only believes what he sees and feels. So all the decisions he makes are from the heart, and are not affected by anything. Susu turned his back to the survivors on the bamboo raft, looked up at the huge ship that was shaking due to excessive greed, lowered his eyes, and stared at the endless sea, and said seriously, "I was born because of you, but I don't exist because of you. My choice may go against your idea. Since the choice is given to me, you could only watch even if you are unhappy." As he said, he slowly raised his hand and pointed to the huge ship in the sky, and said coldly, "I want it to fall from the sky with the so-called human fire." Chapter 174. In the surveillance video, the iron box was dark and the sensors on the inner wall were stimulating the semi-conscious test subject non-stop and irregularly, with electric shocks, fire burns, soaking, shocks, and heavy smashes to simulate various natural disasters. There was even a sharp knife that popped out automatically and pierced the test subject's skin, intending to test the degree of evolution of his epidermis. Gabriel was satisfied and held a pen in his hand that was recording the experimental data at all times. The excitement in his chest was beyond words. Very good, his wound is healing very quickly. This is the effect of the strong soldier. As he spoke, he flipped through the strong soldier fusion gene book to find out which alienated creature's genes worked on Susu. If he could meet a test subject with a very high tolerance, like Susu earlier, all his experimental fantasies would become a reality, and those idiots who questioned him and resisted him would have to shut their stinky mouths. And Muller, didn't he disdain to cooperate with him? In order to save those guards, he promised to unconditionally obey all the arrangements of the experimental center after his abdication. When he confirmed all his experimental conjectures on Susu, even if Muller knelt in front of him to beg for mercy, he would not want to let such a short-sighted rough man join. Gabriel has begun to imagine that when the vaccine is successfully launched in the future, people in the future will be fearless, even to pain and death. Step up, I want to know his peak tolerance. As expected of the experimental subject he chose, Susu accepted all the tests, like a sea that can accommodate everything. It is simply a reward from God for his hard work over the years. I believe that it will not be long before new humans will be born under his hands. The researcher felt a little reluctant, and dared not to be presumptuous and whispered, "Professor, the full disaster simulation system in the experimental cabin is now at the 3rd level. Do you want to continue to improve?" Gabriel turned his head, and looked at the researcher, who was singing a different tune from him. His eyes were instantly fierce and cold, and he said in a muffled voice, "What do you want to say?" The researcher opened his mouth to speak, but closed his mouth without daring to say more. However, he brought the experimental subject in. Although they didn't have much friendship, the person came in fine. How could it become like this? Their experiments were not like this. When he was in the underground city base, he worked hard every day, hoping that he would be selected to work in Mattia one day. But after coming to Mattia in person, he found that this place was different from what he imagined, but he could no longer leave. He was trapped in this white house day after day, repeating the same thing, and his ambitions gradually became numb. The education in the human base has cultivated his conscience since childhood, which cannot be erased by a few years of domestication. When he knows that something is wrong, he cannot stand by and watch indifferently no matter how scared he is. This is not the attitude to treat experiments. Professor, even if the volunteer can accept it, he should be given a step-by-step test process. And why? Why did he become a monster, right? Gabriel was not angry or annoyed, as if such a scene had been played out countless times. He leaned over and grabbed the researcher's collar, sneering and said, "Do you know why the experimental assistants are different every time they are transformed? Do you know where they have gone? Do you want to go too?" The researcher was silent and stunned. The professor's threat was vague, but it made him feel terrified. Yes, except for a few important research groups, the rest of the researchers basically finished their experiments at different time periods, so they rarely met their colleagues. Even if there were personnel changes in the experimental center, they were not very clear. But now thinking back, The experimental center recruits researchers every year. Since they no longer have to follow the vanguard to collect resources at sea, they stay in the experimental center almost every day. But why is it that such a small place seems to be so full? Where did everyone go? Professor. The researcher fell to the ground in fear, and kept retreating in fear. Gabriel glared at him coldly, not wanting to spend time on a dying person, and then moved his eyes back to the monitoring screen in the experimental cabin, manually adjusted the stimulation parameters, and said loudly, thinking it was reasonable. Since he can hold on, why doesn't he bear more? With such a talent, he should make more contributions to mankind. When the gear number displayed on the screen increased from 3 to 5, Susu's mutation value continued to rise, but it did not completely change his characteristics as a human being. Gabriel was completely unaware of the difference, and was overjoyed that he had finally obtained the most suitable test subject for the strengthening agent he had been researching for many years. Level 5. The researcher widened his eyes in disbelief. The simulated disaster in the experimental chamber was now comparable to the destruction of the world. How could Susu's heart rate detection still send back data? Why was he still alive? No, even if it was a monster locked inside, it should have struggled and resisted under such stimulation, but Susu had no reaction at all. He was not dead, and was not afraid of disasters or mutations. What on earth was he? Professor, Susu is not right. The researcher reminded dully, but his kindness was met with Gabriel's rolling eyes. Gabriel glanced at him with disgust, walked to the reagent freezer beside him, and said impatiently, "No, I underestimated him. I should have doubled the dose, and it should be in time for a shot now." He looked back at Susu, who was motionless on the surveillance screen, and thought that it would not be a big deal to open the door and inject the injection now, so he sped up his men. Ding, the researcher stood up from the corner in astonishment, staring at all the values on the screen tending to horizontal lines, regardless of the professor's disgust for him, and immediately walked to the operating table to check the equipment. It was hard to accept that a fresh life died in front of him. Hearing the buzzing sound of the heart rate returning to zero, Gabriel paused in his action of sucking the liquid from the syringe, and hurriedly turned around and walked to the screen to confirm the situation. Seeing that the researcher who had just provoked him was right next to him, he angrily grabbed the man's collar and asked, "It's you?" The researcher was still in shock and couldn't get out of it. He shook his head stiffly and denied, "No, it's not me. The data has been very stable just now, and the experimental subject has not shown any abnormal reaction. You said you didn't move around, so why did he do this?" Gabriel grabbed the researcher's head angrily and smashed it on the table. In his furious mood, he didn't show any humility in front of others. The researcher defended himself aggressively and calmly. "But Professor, a normal human can withstand such stimulation and still have no reaction. This is abnormal in itself. What do you know? This is my strengthening agent working." Gabriel seemed to be hit in the sore spot, picked up the iron chair beside him, and smashed it directly on the researcher's head. If the researcher had not reacted in time to avoid it, he would only be hit in the right eye by the wheel, and his brain would probably be smashed out now. He covered his bleeding eyes, and sneered at Gabriel with sudden enlightenment. It seems that the professor has long realized his unusualness. The soldier enhancement plan has been changed again and again over the years, but it can't achieve the perfect plan in your mind. Isn't it because this experiment itself has problems? Professor, are you worthy of being called a professor? You are just a low-quality gene abandoned by Matthias and grew up in a crude underground base. You should be grateful to be recalled to Matthias to serve. How dare you question my experiment? Gabriel glared at him, wishing to kill this ignorant and annoying garbage right now. But he couldn't, he had more important things to do. I advise you to start praying that Susu is okay now. Gabriel was extremely angry and threatened. When he finishes dealing with the matter in front of him, he will definitely make this researcher, who doesn't know what's good for him, pay the price he deserves. After that, he quickly put on his lead suit, took a shot of inhibitor, and left the monitoring room. He walked quickly towards the iron box in the inspection area and slapped the door of the box hard, trying to wake up the sleeping Susu, but the alarm from the monitoring room did not stop, announcing that Susu's heartbeat had stopped. Gabriel panicked and hurriedly opened the door of the box to check the situation with his own eyes. The hairs on his body were pricked by the shock, and he couldn't help trembling with fear. No, you can't die. He worked in Mattia for so many years just to become a hero like his predecessors, but no matter how many times he revised the experimental plan and integrated countless alienated biological genes, he still couldn't achieve human evolution until Susu appeared. It doesn't matter whether Susu is his work or not. He just needs someone to testify to the effectiveness of the strong soldier agent and declare to everyone that his research over the years is meaningful. Now he is only one step away from being engraved into the monument. Susu can't die. Chapter 175. Drip, drip. The researcher covered his eyes and knelt down trembling in pain. Hearing the heart rate monitor pulsating again, he thought he was hallucinating. He immediately raised his head to check the situation. Seeing that the heartbeat that had originally calmed down began to fluctuate again, he stood up and rubbed his other intact eye in disbelief. He is not dead. Why is he not dead? The researcher was so shocked that he could not calm down for a long time. He staggered towards the screen. The strange changes in front of him violently impacted his understanding of life. He stepped back in horror, repeating like a spell, "He is not a human, it is retribution. Matthias, retribution is coming." Drip, drip, drip. The heartbeat sound from the instrument became faster and faster, like a death curse, tightening the listener's heart. After all, the professor was his superior. They were in the same laboratory now. If the professor really got into trouble, he would definitely be held accountable. Thinking of this, the researcher slowly and chaotically climbed the control panel and walked towards the door. His blood-stained hands left red stains along the way, which was very strange in the flashing red light. "Professor, get out of there quickly. This experimental subject is not right." Under the abnormally flashing red top light, Gabriel ran with his back to the iron box, as if there was something terrible chasing him from behind, but he turned around and took a step, and the sharp steel knife pierced his chest directly, and the sharp blade stuck to his sternum and lifted him up. The door of the iron box behind him was wide open, and there was a faint panting sound of a giant beast. Then, Gabriel, who was dying, moved forward with his feet in the air, and heavy footsteps were faintly heard in the dark iron box. The researcher's voice paused, and his eyes met the pair of eyes with a light blue glow in the dim light. He was so frightened that his face turned pale instantly, his legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground, retreating in fear. "Help!" Gabriel asked the researcher for help in pain, but before he could finish his words, the sharp knife in his chest was suddenly pulled out violently, and a big hand grabbed his neck and threw him to the ground. Then he was picked up again, like a puppet with a broken string. He saw his head hanging down weakly and rising higher and higher, but the monster that was shackled to him had not yet completely stood up. Its coiled snake tail entangled the iron box next to it, and the indestructible steel twisted and split instantly. Gabriel held his breath in fear and raised his eyes with difficulty, trying to confirm what the monster in front of him was, but he was directly faced with a stiff and dead face. This time the monster had a face exactly like Susu's, but the blue eyes seemed to be filled with demonic magic, as if the endless ocean was staring at him. Gabriel used all his strength to force out a few words from his throat. "Who are you?" Susu did not respond coldly, and raised his webbed fingers slightly, hooking Gabriel's badge with his long pointed nails, and pulled it off with a slight tug. While pulling, he noticed that there seemed to be a notebook in the pocket of his white coat. He remembered that a researcher had said that Gabriel had kept files about H36. Could it be this one? Susu was about to stretch out his fingers to take the notebook, but was held tightly by Gabriel. The more he resisted, the more important this notebook became. "No, this is mine, I can't give it to you." Gabriel held the notebook tightly, and refused to let go. In front of the great cause of his ancestors, his life and death were not important. "You have no right to say no, just like you treated those experimental subjects in the past." Susu's refusal was not open to question. His body became abnormally large due to the distortion, and the thick stack of experimental notes was only half a palm in his hand. Now he had obtained everything he wanted from Gabriel. This hypocritical madman was no longer useful to him. He completely exposed his long-hidden disgust, and directly let go of Gabriel's body like a discarded shoe. In the muffled sound of the body falling to the ground, Susu simply turned around and turned to the door of the testing room, and directly used Gabriel's badge to scan the door. The researcher who was hiding in front of the control panel and trembling heard the sound of the door opening, and couldn't help but stick his head out from behind the desk, and directly met Susu's pair of gloomy vertical pupils. He hurriedly fell to his seat, wanting to scream, but not daring to cover his mouth, and dared not make any stop. "Lock the door." Suddenly, an emotionless voice came from nowhere. The researcher opened his eyes tightly closed, but the strange thing was gone. "Lock it?" The researcher was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he crawled back to the door of the control room. He saw Professor Gabriel kneeling on the spot with blood dripping, as if he had lost his life. He decisively locked the door, and temporarily isolated himself from the outside world. Susu looked down at his hands, pursed his lips, and quietly thought about his thoughts. The moment he leaned over to leave the door of the testing room, His legs appeared. He had just escaped from the dimness. The corridor outside was dazzlingly white, but he did not feel any discomfort. All his senses were rapidly adapting to all the changes around him, and he walked quickly to the laboratory on the other side. He tilted his head to look at the tightly closed door of the corridor, and keenly caught a familiar voice outside the door. The professor notified me to stay here temporarily. He said that no one can enter the door. Guanjie held the access control device tightly, not allowing anyone to open it. Su promised him that he would help to plead with the professor again, but this was a backdoor after all. If other people knew about it, both the professor and Su would be implicated, and his wish would probably be ruined. So before Su came out, he could not let outsiders in suddenly. Give him another chance, just one. He will never shrink back again, and will definitely make achievements to show the professor, so that the professor knows that he is not a waste. He is not doing nothing, but just waiting for an opportunity to make a splash. Now he finally waited for someone like Su who is willing to help him, and he will definitely cherish this opportunity. Professor notified? When did he notify us? Why don't we know? The researcher who led the way was very impatient, and did not take Guanjie seriously. Just now, when they were eating in the restaurant, they heard some strange noises coming from the testing room, which seemed to be a fight, so they came over to check it out. They were not the assembly line researchers in the experimental center. As members of the Human Gene Research Group, they were closely connected with the professor's experimental content at this stage, and they had to pay attention to any abnormalities in the experiment. Although they disagreed with the professor's experimental methods, they had no choice but to obey. Once the experiment was exposed or failed, the previous group of research team members would end up like them. Guanjie insisted, refusing to give in. He did notify you. Does the professor need to report his ideas to you? Seeing his firm attitude, a researcher wavered in his thoughts and whispered, could he be telling the truth? After all, the professor often orders him around. What if they break in and find out that it was the professor's intention? How should they explain it? If we go in now and disturb the professor, at most we will be scolded and our contribution points will be suspended for a few weeks. But if something really happens, we will lose our lives. Think about it carefully. The professor hopes that the research team can focus all their attention on data analysis, so he asked the researchers to assist in the experimental process. He is also worried that after the transformation experiment is over, when the researchers who participated in the experiment are cleaned up, they, as colleagues, will see it and affect their judgment of the experiment. Therefore, except for the detection experiment before the transformation, the research team did not actually participate in the subsequent content. But after joining the research team, they know all the dirty things, so what else can't they see? Now they don't ask for much, they just hope that on the day when Professor Gabriel's wish comes true, they can take the opportunity to express their wish to leave Matthias and return to the underground city. The researcher, who was already hesitant, began to waver after hearing this, and said to Guanjie, we will just open the door to check it out. We won't disturb the professor. Guanjie didn't want to make any concessions. The door can't be opened. The professor said it can't be opened. Are you going to disobey the professor? He knew that what he was doing now was actually disobeying the professor, but since this plan was proposed by Su, he would definitely help him explain it clearly after persuading the professor. Su was so good to him, and the professor was also grateful to him, so he drank a bottle of nutritional supplements in advance to strengthen his courage. He would definitely guard this place, and not let anyone open it no matter who came. The sound of the dispute outside the door reached Su's ears without missing a word, and he was not surprised at all. When he decided to cooperate with Gabriel's strong soldier transformation, he began to arrange today's opportunity. In order to open the door of the 10 million level laboratory, he must get Gabriel's permission, either by stealing or robbing, or by gaining trust and letting the other party give it to him willingly. But his goal is in the deepest part of this building. Even if he steals the badge and successfully enters the laboratory and gets the bottle of seawater that way he wants, it is not easy for him to leave here quietly. But if he breaks out by force, he still has other things to do. So he got Gabriel's trust, restricted his actions, and obtained Guanjie's full cooperation, and the corridor access control was temporarily guaranteed, and others could not enter in a short time. But he knew Guanjie's ability very well, and he couldn't hold on for too long. He had to get the things and leave the experimental center before the access control was lifted. Su stood in front of the door of the 10 million level laboratory, frowning and looking serious. He sensed the abnormal fluctuations of the creatures behind the door. He turned back to confirm that the innocent researcher had closed the door, then picked up Gabriel's badge and opened the steel door in front of him. The beeping sounds of countless machines formed a noise that constantly hit Su's eardrums. The frequently flashing signal lights blinded his eyes, and even hit the experimental cabin behind through the glass in front of him, reflecting the desperate and twisted faces soaked in the tank. Susu's eyes shrank, and he saw the captain of the guard, who was once assigned by Uni Garden to harm him everywhere. No wonder he never saw this person again after the assessment. It turned out that he was sent here by Uni Garden. The former belief became a knife that stabbed himself in the back. I wonder if the captain of the guard will regret his original decision. Susu's eyes swept across the experimental cabin calmly, and the bottom line suddenly fixed on another familiar face. This researcher had led the way for him before. Why did he appear here? He lowered his eyes and suddenly thought of a very terrible possibility. All the people selected from the underground city base to join the experimental center, the women were deceived into the Uni Garden and became reproductive machines, while the men either joined the vanguard or joined the experimental center with their professional advantages. But in the end, all of these people became fuel for this giant ship without exception. So, everything is for the future of mankind? Chapter 176. What's going on? A question broke the deadlock in front of the corridor door. The researchers turned around after hearing the voice. Their faces darkened and brightened. Why did the command center suddenly send someone over? However, since the commander's people were there, they would follow them in and take a look. Even if the professor was angry, the punishment would be lighter. Captain George, why did you bring someone here? The Minister of Emergency George was quite dissatisfied with the current situation and shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? Why don't you open the door quickly?" The researcher looked at Guan Jie, who was blocking the access control device with embarrassment. This person is working with the professor. He said that the professor asked him to stay here. We dare not offend the professor, so, he said, and secretly glanced at his companions, suggesting that they should hurry over to pull Guan Jie, the guy who didn't know how to live or die. People from the command center have come. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. The researcher lowered his voice and kindly reminded Guan Jie. Although they were trapped in the experimental center for many years, they had the opportunity to go out after each experiment, and they could always hear some gossips on Mattia. If the captain's left and right arms were the command center and the guards, then their professor was his confidant. It was just that the admiral of the guards had some small grudges with the professor, so they were not surprised that the person who came was the command center. The guards were in charge of the military on the surface, but the command center could also take anyone away for investigation in the name of threatening Mattia's safety. The command center existed behind the scenes most of the time, but it didn't mean that they were all kind people. The supplement excited the nerves and quietly controlled Guan Jie's thinking ability. He stared at the person who came in a daze. The scene in front of him was shaky and uncertain. He didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all, and still held on to the access control device tightly. No, you can't open the door yet. Seeing a shadow approaching him in the dim light, Guan Jie kicked randomly, not letting anyone get close to the access control, and muttered frantically, "No, give them a little more time, give me a little more time, you can't go in, I won't let any of you in." Just a dog. George frowned in disgust, and called his men to go up and pull the man away. Suddenly, a loud sound of a glass jar bursting came from behind the door, interrupting everyone's actions. When he was wondering, the explosions behind the door sounded one after another, vaguely accompanied by the tremor of a giant falling to the ground. In an instant, the researchers blocking the door retreated in panic, and some even turned around and wanted to run away. George realized that their reaction was wrong, and immediately gave a look and ordered his subordinates to bring everyone back. He stared at the trembling researchers with vigilance and asked in a cold voice, "Why are you running?" Seeing the researchers looking at each other in silence, George understood and said, "It seems that you all know what happened." He then asked, "What is your professor doing in there? Why did he suddenly send a message to the command center for help?" Not long ago, the commander suddenly received a call for help from Professor Gabriel. The content of the text message was extremely simple, with only 2 words: help. The command center quickly locked his location and confirmed that he was now in the experimental center, so they immediately sent them to inquire about the situation. However, it now seems that the problems in the experimental center are much more serious than they expected. "Open the door." George frowned, holding the communicator in one hand ready to sound the alarm at any time, and the other hand already grasped the gun at his waist. The frantic Guan Jie was forcibly pulled away, still struggling and shouting, with such a loud voice that it seemed to inform someone that they were going to enter. "Can't open the door. Don't open the door." George glanced at Guan Jie, picked up a researcher, tore off his badge and personally scanned the door. Ding. As the door unlocked, everyone's eyes focused on the slowly opening door, with fear, worry and curiosity. Su behind the door walked out of the laboratory calmly, and looked down at the plastic bottle in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that there was only this bottle of water in the 10 million level laboratory, otherwise, when he saw this bottle casually thrown in the corner just now, he would never have thought that it was the important factor that could adjust the acceleration filter to the initial value mentioned by Wei Yu. Someone tried every means to get something, but it was treated like garbage. Thinking of the enthusiasm and solemnity in Wei Yu's eyes when he mentioned his wish, Su was more willing to believe that this bottle of water was really valuable and worth risking his life to get it. The ocean gave him life and gave him the meaning of living, but he did not agree with the long-drawn track and judge whether the world needed to continue to exist according to the will of God. He wanted to control his body and mind in his own way, find out the truth about the welfare home's murder, and give an explanation to the director and his brothers and sisters after his death in the future. This was his only spiritual support to come to this world and support him. He hated this world, but he didn't care about destroying the world or saving the world. More than half a year ago, he was just an ordinary worker. But the people in the Deep Sea Research Institute were different. They united spontaneously and found the meaning of life by relying on the belief of survival. They were different from the selfish ghosts he saw in this corrupt and smelly world. This feeling was very subtle. The gods were heartbroken by humans, but it was humans who truly proved that the world was not rotten. Wei Yu, you seem to have never let me down. Su smiled and murmured, silently put the bottle into his inner pocket, and patted his clothes to make sure it was safe. His eyes slowly moved to the door that was about to be opened, silently turned his head to look at the giant creature that was gradually reviving behind him, and then strode up the stairs to the second floor. Su stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Gabriel, whose hands and feet were broken due to falling from a height, limping out of the testing room with blood all over his body. The blood hole in his chest was bleeding with every step he took. His strangled neck was bending in a very strange posture. His voice was hoarse and astringent, like the noise made by a gear that was full of rust but was forced to turn. I'm not dead. You must be very disappointed. Gabriel stared at Su with red eyes, as if he wanted to turn the resentment in his eyes into a machete to peel off his skin and bones and cut him into pieces. Su stood on the steps and raised his chin slightly and said, Professor, you and I have no common topics, but they seem to have something to say to you. What are you talking about? Resentment occupied all of Gabriel's thoughts, and he had no time to think about what Su meant. Until the hot and wet saliva dripped onto his forehead like rain, his twisted body instantly stiffened, and he swung his broken neck to look towards the window in the corridor, and unexpectedly saw in the reflection a pair of eyes full of hatred staring at him. There were countless test subjects squeezing out of the lab, rushing towards Gabriel frantically. They had long lost their speech function, and were unable to express their unwillingness and pain. They could only pull at his body frantically, wanting him to pay the price. Gabriel was unable to move, and had no way to retreat. He was unwilling to bow his head in front of the foreseeable dead end, and stubbornly shouted, I am not wrong. It is the will of our ancestors that guides me forward. I will not be wrong. It is just sacrificing some people. New humans will be born soon. His laughter suddenly stopped, and he couldn't believe it and justified himself. Even if Su was not because of the strong soldier. No, he was because of the strong soldier. Otherwise, how could he become like that? He is my most perfect experimental subject. As long as I draw his blood to extract antigens and antibodies to make vaccines, my experiment will be successful. I will drain his blood. Drain his blood. At the moment the door to the corridor opened, George couldn't believe that the scene in front of him would appear in the safest shelter in the world. He quickly reacted and wanted to close the door again, but was pushed open by a person who suddenly rushed over. Guanjia broke free when the people holding him were not paying attention, and rushed towards the chaos desperately. He could not see the horrible monster next to him. He only knew that his most beloved professor was being torn apart by brute force, and was almost dead. Professor, I'm here to save you. Idiot. George cursed and quickly picked up the badge on the ground. Suddenly, a tentacle full of sticky glue pressed on it. He raised his eyes, and saw a pale and hideous human face. Its skull was propped up very high and large, and the giant octopus tentacles were connected below the neck. At this moment, it was looking down at him. As soon as he met his eyes, the crack full of black teeth suddenly opened wide. Chapter 177. Some of the experimental subjects retained their brains and only underwent body modification, or had their brains artificially stripped or grafted, retaining some of their former human thinking abilities, but most of them had their brain tissue removed, becoming complete humanoid monsters. They followed the desires of wild beasts and regarded Guanjie, who was constantly approaching, as edible prey, roaring and rushing towards their target. When Guanjie's arm was pulled off by the irrational experimental subject, blood spurted out of the wound, instantly stimulating the genes from the alienated creatures and all the surrounding experimental subjects to crave for food. Desire completely defeated reason, and they rushed madly towards the humans outside the door. Professor. Professor. The extremely excited emotions were difficult to control, and Guanjie couldn't spare the mind to control any of his actions at this moment. Even though he saw countless monsters that he was most afraid of in the past standing in front of him, his body was torn into pieces in the savage tearing, but he was so light that he didn't feel any pain at all, and just continued to approach Gabriel woodenly. He is not afraid of anything now. The professor should be proud of him. Guanjie tried to stretch his arms and try to grab Gabriel in front of him, but his hands were torn off long ago, so he couldn't touch the person he cared about. When he was slowly blaming himself, he saw Gabriel dragging his broken body to the corner with his blurred eyes, groping for something in his arms with his only remaining hand. Blocker, where's my blocker? Gabriel kept muttering in his mouth, and finally touched the injection in his pocket in panic. He knew very well what he had created and their hatred. In order to get a control group, the alienated genes implanted in them included human genes before the Black Rain era and genes contaminated by the Black Rain. So in order to be prepared for any emergency, he always carried blockers with him. But the flesh and blood of his arm had been eaten away, and there was no blood vessel available for injection. Gabriel made up his mind, grabbed the syringe and stabbed it directly into his chest. He didn't need to worry about the efficacy of the medicine at the moment. As long as he could hold on until the support arrived, the medical center would definitely be able to heal his wounds. But he actually saw a familiar figure covered in blood approaching him desperately, as if he wanted to get something from him. Even though he was in the same danger, Gabriel's eyes did not have the slightest feeling of sharing the same suffering, but more of a sense of vigilance and disgust towards the newcomer. Professor. The coldness brought by excessive blood loss could not stop Guanjie's steps. Even if his legs were broken, and he could only move his torso, he wanted to be closer to what he had been thinking about day and night. The blocker liquid quickly acted in his body along the heart veins. Gabriel's limp body finally felt a little strength, but for a while, it was all used to repel Guanjie, who was approaching. Get away from me, there is only one blocker, and I have already used it. Don't even think about stealing it. Now he has no ability to resist, even the most despised trash can bully him, so he must not let Guanjie find a chance to take advantage of him. But I don't know whether Guanjie didn't understand or did it on purpose. He was still moving towards him. Gabriel became more and more rude and spoke to him. You still dare to come over? Guanjie, who do you think you are? You are just a piece of mud I picked up casually, and you actually think you can become a big shot. Are you worthy? You are just a dog that can only listen to the whistle. If you are told to go east, you will only go east. In fact, you are a useless idiot. I put you in the vanguard team, hoping that you can keep an eye on Meg and others, but you can't even do this little thing. If I had known you were so useless, I should not have saved you. It would have been better if you died. Guanjie paused in his crawling, raised his blood-stained face, stared at the person slumped in the corner, and accurately found the real Gabriel in the double image in front of him. In front of countless living lives, the remaining flesh and blood of the two people did not have much appeal to the monster. Amid the screams, Guanjie moved to Gabriel's side like a fledgling, leaning on him affectionately. Blood continued to flow from the wounds of the two people, gradually blending on the white ground, and he was very happy. Professor, if I still had arms, I really want to hug you. Guanjie seemed not to hear Gabriel's curse, and continued to talk to himself. Professor, do you know? I was also a very good guard in the lighthouse, but after coming to Matthias, I was bullied by everyone in the team. They made me do all kinds of unbearable things. I thought that only in this way could I survive in Matthias, so I became more and more depressed, dared not fight, dared not stand up, but they still did not let me go, but intensified their targeting of me. If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death long ago, so I really want to thank you. I know I am useless, so I listen to you in everything and never disobey you, just hoping that you can see my good, even if it is only a little bit. I want you to feel that my existence is meaningful when you look back on the past. Professor, I really tried hard, but I just couldn't find my old self. I thought I could go back to the beginning with your help, but you didn't give me a chance. Gabriel was powerless to push away Guanjie, who was leaning against him, feeling sick to his stomach. So what did you try so hard for? Did you try so hard to say that you tried so hard? Guanjie, you can just fool others, but don't fool yourself. You disgusting thing, get out of here, I don't want to see you again. He had treated Guanjia too well in the past, giving this brainless thing the opportunity to get ahead of him. Professor, you weren't like this before. Guanjia stared at Gabriel infatuatedly, and shook his head unwillingly. In his impression, the professor was someone who would warm him in times of crisis. Even if he used him more, the warmth he had received in the past was real. So did the professor always think of him like this? Gabriel no longer concealed the disgust in his eyes, and said all the dirty words he could think of, cursing the annoying garbage around him. His disparagement was even more sarcastic than what Roger said to him at the beginning. The gratitude in Guanjia's eyes was like a candle that had burned out, and it no longer had any luster. Gabriel was too lazy to look at Guanjia again, anxiously waiting for support to arrive. He watched George being brutally dismembered, and the only thing on his mind was the communicator that George dropped on the ground. Only by notifying more people to come over would he have a chance to be rescued, but he really didn't have the strength to get it. Gabriel's eyes turned, and his gaze fell on Guanjia again, pretending to be gentle, and said, "Good boy, what the professor said just now was all angry words. You help me crawl over, get the communicator, and ask for help, okay? When we are all rescued, the professor can satisfy you with whatever you want." Guanjia looked in the direction Gabriel pointed with a dead look, then turned his head and stared at Gabriel again, sneered and said, "Gabriel, my dream is over, and you should wake up too." "You?" Gabriel was about to yell, but Guanjia, who had just leaned on him weakly, suddenly opened his mouth and bit his neck, tearing off the skin and flesh on the side of his neck with his teeth and swallowing it into his stomach. Even if he had not been infected, he had become an irrational beast. Gabriel's shrill screams resounded throughout the experimental center, and the chaotic blood dyed the originally white corridor red. The merits hanging high on the wall were knocked to the ground at some point, and the photos were trampled to pieces. The command center had not received a response to the support sent for a long time. As soon as the door of the experimental center was opened, it saw the horrible tragedy, and the giant beasts behind the door slowly turning to the door. "Quickly notify the commander, the experimental center." Before he finished speaking, the top leader suddenly heard. A loud noise completely broke the calm that Matthias had managed to maintain. Bang! Alarm! Alarm! Uni Garden has been invaded by foreign enemies. The defense has been completely lost. The hull has been severely damaged, and there is a risk of falling at any time. Please provide support immediately. Susu memorized the passage of the experimental center, and quickly found the entrance corresponding to the ventilation hole of Uni Garden on the second floor. He climbed all the way up to a dark room. Here, only the red cursor of the machine points to the existence of every life. The scary thing is that the bright spots here are endless. Susu stood in place and looked around. Except for the one-way mirror used for observation, there was no window for ventilation and light, as if foreshadowing that their future life would also be dim and dark. "Children, do you want to see the sun?" Chapter 178. The baby's whispers were soft, and they sounded like the knocks on the door of the world. They lay on the glass and looked out, curious about the big brother who suddenly appeared. They were also puzzled by the sunlight they had never heard of. They only knew that this brother had no ill towards them. Su Xuqing closed his eyes, and felt the strong wind in the sky outside the ship. He stretched his body calmly. In the pitch-black darkness, the blue-black scales passed by the instruments in front of the nutrition cabin, reflecting the blood-red light. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, causing a cracking sound in the cramped cabin. With a loud bang, the hull made of titanium steel plates was like a fragile cardboard, shattered by the swift force. In an instant, the dazzling and scorching light poured into the cabin, dispelling all the cold and dampness. These secrets that were hidden since birth stood in the sun for the first time. Susu looked down at his snake tail, afraid that these young and weak children would be scared, so he quietly hid behind him, leaned over and raised his hand to point to the main gate, saying, "I will take you away from here." The children tilted their heads in confusion. They have lived here since they opened their eyes, and have never been to other places. Moreover, the breeder said that they will soon be able to go to a beautiful new home. Susu did not force it, and slowly moved to the nutrition cabin on the other side of the laboratory. Looking at the girls whose bodies and limbs were different from those of ordinary people, he asked with a smile, "What about you? Do you still want to stay here?" The secret laboratory was fully exposed, which would inevitably attract troops to stop it. Even if the normal children were discovered just now, they would not be in any danger. However, these girls who were abandoned by Mattia as useless at birth and transformed by the experimental center, and Uni Garden would be discovered by more people. He could not imagine what excuse Mattia would use to frame this disaster on them, so as to take the opportunity to destroy the crimes he had committed. Most of the children were young and did not understand the right and wrong between adults, but the long torture was the pain they had experienced personally. No matter how ignorant they were, they could feel their likes and dislikes. They did not like this place. After getting the nods from the girls, Su turned to the control room. His long fingertips locked onto the top cover opening button and opened the nutrition cabin cover uniformly. He turned his head to listen to the footsteps outside the door and said to them in a gentle voice, "Go slowly when you climb out, don't fall." He wanted to take these children away from Mattia, and not make it difficult for Weiyu's Research Institute to take them in. He could go out to sea more often to find supplies to take care of them, just like he took care of his brothers and sisters in the welfare home before. Perhaps Captain Lydia would also be willing to help, at least so that they would not have to lose their lives in human torture. "Hurry up and sound the alarm. Someone is coming in." The director said he has notified the command center to come over. "Let's control the situation first." The breeder who rushed over pushed open the door of the secret laboratory with a defensive electric baton. He thought he would see someone sneaking in like Su before, but he didn't expect that the intruder was really Su, but he didn't expect that he had completely changed his appearance. For a moment, everyone was so scared that they were stunned. Su turned around quickly and swung his tail, sweeping the intruder to the ground without any hesitation, buying time for the children behind him. Some blue-black scales grew on the side of his thin face, which made the two gem-like light blue eyes dazzling. The alienated body was a little cramped in the narrow space, but it was enough to suppress the short human. The sound of the scales rubbing against each other during the slow movement was like a low chanting spell, which attracted everyone's attention. "Strange monster." The breeder crawled towards the door in fear and shouted outside, "Hurry up, help." The command center sent a lot of people to the first floor to support the experimental center. At the same time, they received a call for help from Uni Garden. Even the commander couldn't sit still and brought people to help immediately. After being taken to the secret laboratory by Max, the commander was obviously stunned at first, and then realized that this might be the captain's intention. Without asking any more questions, he led the command center and the garden guards to the entrance. After seeing the tall monster standing at the door, he immediately drew his gun and continued to shoot, but this monster seemed to be immortal, and it didn't matter how he hit it. "Su, it's Su." The breeder who crawled out pointed at the monster in disbelief, and fear made him unable to say anything else. The commander thought he was hallucinating and deliberately asked, "What did you say?" He looked up along the breeder's panicked line of sight, and met Su's icy eyes. Thinking of the news, just sent back by the experimental center, he quickly reacted and asked, "You killed Gabriel?" Su's eyebrows curved when he heard this, and his tone of voice was a little excited. "Gabriel is dead?" His gloating attitude was annoying. The commander raised his gun again, pointed at Su's eyebrows, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The huge body fell to the ground in the sound of gunfire, and the oppression from the powerful force was instantly dispersed, and a devastating catastrophe was declared over in advance. The breeder hiding outside the door breathed a sigh of relief, and lightly approached to check. He even lifted Su with his foot, but got no response. Fortunately, he patted his chest and directed others to quickly stuff the crawling baby girls back into the nutrition cabin. But just as they stepped over the snake tail that Su had left in the middle of the road, the dead monster revived again and strangled them with its long tail, gradually depriving them of the right to breathe. Su's cold fingertips brushed across his forehead. It seemed that as long as human desires did not stop, he would not dissipate. Thinking about it, he sneered and leaned over to the commander, lowered his eyebrows to look at the name tag on his chest, and asked without any context, "Is it interesting to live like this?" The commander did not give up the fight. Knowing that he could not kill Su, he was still unwilling to surrender and gave up. He replied nonchalantly, "What's the use of a name? Muller has a name. The name is the invisible flesh and blood of human beings. Why don't you have one?" Su felt strange a long time ago. If everyone dared not mention Captain Matthias's name because of taboos, then why didn't anyone know the commander's name? So many people hated Muller. Although they didn't dare to insult him in person, they would curse him directly by name in private. The command center was behind the scenes. The Vanguard received a lot of humiliation from the tower when it set sail. Why didn't anyone mention the commander's name? Now that I look closer, the name tag on the commander's chest is the 3 words commander. He is the commander, and can only be the commander. The name is just a code name. The commander's voice was dull, his back teeth were slightly clenched, and the emotions in his eyes revealed that he was not as indifferent as he seemed on the surface. Su pulled the corner of his mouth and said politely, Do I kill you, or do you kill yourself? After all, there is no hatred between us. I prefer the latter. The commander was unwilling to admit defeat, and the muzzle of the gun was still pointed at Su Su. Even though the gun clip had run out of bullets, he continued to pull the trigger without stopping. Su Su saw that time had been delayed long enough, and the children were all crawling towards him, so he prepared to deal with the man in front of him without delay. Suddenly, he heard the shrill cry of a woman in the wind. He frowned and grabbed the commander's neck, asking coldly, "Are you moving the women in Uni Garden?" It turned out that this person was also delaying time. It seems that compared to these children, who have been exposed to the sun, Mattia is more unwilling to give up the breeding concept. He wants to take away those women who may be discovered and find a place to hide them again. After all, in the eyes of other citizens, the women in Uni Garden are all willing to sacrifice themselves to continue the future of mankind, and a large part of the people working in Mattia are former residents of the underground city. Once they know that their sisters have lived like this after entering Uni Garden, the unrest caused by people's hearts may be no less than the invasion of monsters. Su Su no longer wasted time with the commander, and tried to twist his neck with his hands. Suddenly, he noticed that the other party looked at him with an unbelievable look. He turned around and saw that the girls whose genes had been modified gathered together amidst the shrill cries, gradually overlapping, merging, and reorganizing, and in front of them, a giant octopus with black goat hooves and feet was formed, waving its tentacles covered with baby heads amidst the sharp and piercing cries. Mom. Chapter 179. Seeing that the safest pure land in the world would have an alienated human, and that this person had once walked on Mattia and was a hot candidate for the future high level, and then witnessing this absurd autonomous transformation with their own eyes, almost distorted all their cognition. What is this? The others hiding outside the door retreated again and again, panicking and not daring to attack. The commander was dressed in formal clothes, but was strangled by someone and almost suffocated. His eyes were about to explode as he looked at the terrifying monster in front of him, and there was more indescribable shock in his eyes. He was not wrong, this was a monster in the restricted area. Su Su stared at the giant octopus that slowly stood up. His eyes were also heavy and complicated. Wrong, all the previous ideas were wrong. He originally thought that some kind of highly intelligent alien creature gave the baby girls a place to live, and his ideas were too narrow. The children could not choose their own gender, suffered extremely unfair treatment, and became inhumane genetic modification experiments. After the transformation failed, the despicable adults abandoned them, but the young and helpless girls did not give up on themselves, but tried their best to stand firm in the storm, and even accepted more and more companions. Not only are they not terrible monsters, they are also sensible and distressing. The natural adaptability that greedy fools dream of is reflected in the baby girls they hate. Humans have never bowed to fate, but some people are born upwards, and some people seek death downwards. It shouldn't be like this. The commander murmured repeatedly, not daring to believe what he saw with his own eyes. How could the alienated creatures in the restricted area be created by Mattia himself? Uni Garden screened out useless genes, and the experimental center used them to test experimental plans, all for the long-term continuation of the future of mankind. But in the past years, how many human compatriots did Mattia sacrifice in order to suppress the abnormal movements in the restricted area? But did Matthias really achieve his goal? As a commander, he led countless attacks on the restricted area, only to find that they were the ones who hurt humans. His neck was tightly pinched, the commander could only breathe a thin air, and his body strength was rapidly dissipating. He raised his gun again with trembling hands, but the muzzle was not aimed at Su Su. Bang! The bullet passed through his forehead with a blood line, leaving a blood hole through his skull, and he left no last words. He was born in this world without any expectations from his relatives. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a cold glass cabin. The education he received from childhood to adulthood was all about how to cultivate him into an outstanding talent useful to Matthias. No one cared who he was. In his vague memory, he had a name, but the leader only needed a loyal minister who obeyed unconditionally. It didn't matter who he was, so he could only be a commander. There were no people or things related to him in this world. Since coming here was not his choice, at least leaving was at his own will. At the moment the gunshot sounded, Su Su subconsciously let go and dodged, and saw with his own eyes that the other party's eyes lost focus, and instantly fell to the ground exhausted and lifeless. The child's sobs mixed with the panicked shouts of the guards outside the door completely covered the sound of his fall. As if he had been hiding behind the scenes for many years to arrange everything, even his departure did not cause any turmoil. Su Su looked at the person on the ground steadily. General Yin, did not have any resentment after being attacked, only a slight regret for the loss of a life. He leaned down peacefully, reached out, and patted his shoulder gently, and said, "I hope you can have your own name in the next life, not someone's shadow." "Mom, I want my mom." The screaming and chaotic cries of the baby girls hit Susu's eardrums. He turned his head to look at the source of the sound, and saw the giant octopus striding towards the crying female voice. The children had never left the nutrition cabin, and did not know the way out of here, so they were looking for the exit more and more anxiously. Susu turned around and passed by them, and his long tail shook off the guards, who blocked the way, looking for the women who were forcibly taken away, and also led the way for the children. "Quick, gather the people in one room first, and wait for the Posha Palace to bring people over." Max hurriedly commanded the breeders to move the women, and looked down at the communicator from time to time, waiting for the news from Father Hollis. He knew his own strength very well. Not to mention the monster, even the lieutenant general next to Muller could beat him half to death with one hand, so why should he stay in the laboratory to hinder the commander? And if even the commander couldn't stop the monster, what was the point of him staying there? It would be better to move these women away quickly. Now that Gabriel is dead, there is no evidence. Even if the secret laboratory is exposed, he can put the blame on Gabriel. The children found can be thrown into the restricted area for disposal. As long as women can continue to breed embryos, Uni Garden can continue to breed high-quality genes, and the hope of human reproduction will continue. Garden. Director. Max was distracted when he heard the breeder calling him hesitantly and replied impatiently, "What?" He looked up and saw the breeder pointing behind him. He suddenly stiffened and dared not move. When he heard the breathing of the giant beast in his ears, he was so scared that his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Ah! Max's legs were weak and trembling, and he dared not move. He secretly glanced behind him, trying to see what was standing behind him. "Max, the director." Susu smiled and greeted him. Since he came to this world, he has been constantly targeted by this former superior of Susu. If Max hadn't made him face the reality again and again, it is hard to say whether he would really be deceived by Matthias's illusion. There was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him, and Max, who was sitting on the ground, had no time to dodge and became a pool of meat paste under the giant octopus's hoof. The escorted women were fragile and exhausted, and most of them were even pregnant. They were in a mess under the hands of the breeders. Seeing the huge and terrifying monster approaching, even the director was dead, and the breeders had no time to care about these women, and they couldn't escape. After running a little further, tentacles suddenly grabbed their legs and feet. No matter how much they begged for mercy and shouted, they could not break free from the shackles. Help! The breeder was panicking and sweating, but there was no place to seek help. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her waist. She looked down and saw that her belly was getting bigger and bigger. Her skin was visibly swollen and cracked, as if she had experienced pregnancy in an instant. They raised their heads and shouted in pain and helplessness until their waists and abdomens were pierced by soft tentacles, and their broken internal organs were sprayed all over the ground. Finally, they were freed. The dead body fell to the ground like a dead leaf. The giant octopus threw off the sticky blood on the tentacles and approached the women huddled in the corner. As if she felt their fear, she carefully hid the tentacles behind her, eagerly took 2 steps forward, and then stopped awkwardly. Although I couldn't see her expression clearly, I could feel her grievance at the moment. Mom. Chapter 180. Ah! Seeing the monster approaching, the women screamed and retreated, fearing that their intestines would also be ruptured. The huge beast dared not move forward. The crying of the children on the tentacles was aggrieved and patient, fearing that it would make them even more unhappy, but the desire for love in her heart urged her legs to move closer. The sticky glue on the tentacles mixed with the crying tears of the baby fell down, spreading a large pool on the ground, and it did look a bit like the aggrieved little appearance of an innocent child. The giant octopus hunched its body and shrank in the narrow aisle. Although it was tall, it revealed a strong inferiority complex, and it was in a weird stalemate with the women curled up in the corner in front of it. Susu did not interfere with their getting along, but stood aside vigilantly to guard against the gradually approaching movement. Someone else is coming. It doesn't seem to hurt us? One of them observed carefully, stretched out her hand slightly to try to touch it, but then timidly retracted her hand in fear. But the cold and soft feeling on her fingertips suddenly made her stop her movements. She raised her head in surprise, and looked up along the tentacle that touched her fingertips. She only felt the novelty, and forgot her fear for a moment. The giant octopus reacted timidly and happily, like a child who was amused, and the little head embedded in the suction cup giggled. This was the first time that Susu heard the laughter of these girls. As if he was infected, the corners of his mouth also rose slightly. The woman stared at the little head on the strange tentacle, and sighed, with a melancholy face. After all, they are just children. She confirmed that these children had no ill intentions, and then she followed the tip of the tentacle upwards. The love and pity in her heart made her bite the bullet, and gently stroked the soft sides of the children's faces. Feeling the warmth on her cheeks reaching her heart, the baby girl being taken care of blinked blankly, and after a while she reacted. Her eyebrows bent by the smile looked like crescent moons. "Mom," she whispered sweetly. The woman's heart softened when she heard the words, her eyes became sore, and she responded in a mysterious way, "Hey!" She did not limit her love. She climbed up from the ground holding her bulging belly, and gently stroked every little face. The children seemed to have found the courage, calling out, "Mom! Mom!" They were well behaved, and did not make any noise. They lined up sensibly to wait for the opportunity to contact the mother, not wanting their ugliness to scare them again. "Come!" Another person stood up, smiled, and waved to the waiting children, holding back tears, and giving her the softest love. As they stood up, more and more women mustered up the courage to approach the monster, carefully touching and stroking it. They didn't know where these children came from, but from their own miserable experiences, they felt a sharp pain in their hearts and felt uneasy. They vaguely guessed that this monster composed of baby girls was probably related to Unigarden. In other words, the children they drained of their blood and energy to breed might not live to grow up, and might even be tortured and abused by Matthias. They didn't know which ones were their children, but they could all be their children. "Here they come." Susu frowned, his ears moved slightly when he heard the sound, and he leaned forward with his long tail slightly raised to be alert, ready to deal with the guards, who were about to go upstairs. After blending with nature, his hearing became extremely sensitive, as if everything had become his ears. There were many people coming, and they were well prepared for battle, but their slightly disordered steps revealed that they were not real military. Susu did not take it lightly, staring at the only passage ahead with a sharp gaze, and picked up a breeder's ruler. Snap! With the sound of a bolt being pulled, a smoke bomb slowly rolled into the narrow passage, and thick fog sprayed out of the canister, and quickly spread to the entire space. Susu quickly blocked the giant octopus, tilted his head slightly and whispered, "Do you still remember the way out? Take them away first." The giant octopus was confused, but it also keenly sensed the danger of approaching. Its tentacles gently rolled up the mothers, who were inconvenient to walk around it, and waved the remaining tentacles, signaling them to follow her. "There is movement, go!" At the moment when the enemy launched the attack order, Susu held a ruler, and turned his hand forward and swung it hard. Hearing the scream of pain, he quickly located their position in the thick smoke. Rustle. The vision was unclear in the smoke. The vanguard members sent to support the high-level forces could not see what attacked them after being knocked down. They could vaguely hear the friction sound of reptiles passing by quickly nearby, but the infrared sensor did not respond. They could only see a giant alien creature holding the citizens of Mattia and retreating on the screen. The commander said that the pregnant mothers in Unigarden must be protected. They are the hope of continuing human life and must not be in trouble. "Commander?" Susu glanced in the direction of the secret laboratory after hearing this, and immediately realized that the code name of commander was never just for one person. Thinking of a living person who has been playing a role arranged by others all his life and can be replaced at any time, Susu felt a little sad. Fortunately, the experimental center has been sealed off, and the alien creatures there cannot come out for the time being. But where do these monsters come from? What does it have to do with us? The commander was directly ordered by the captain. "If we can successfully complete this mission, we will show our faces in front of the leader, so everyone must be alert." They guessed that perhaps the alien creatures brought back by a vanguard team were fake dead, or perhaps some highly intelligent monsters followed the ark to sneak into Mattia. After hearing the reminder from his companions, he immediately rushed forward to the monster that took away the pregnant mother. From beginning to end, no one mentioned the former Mattia executives who died in this disaster. Because like the commander, they believe that Mattia, which is full of talents, can change the management at any time, so that their Garden of Eden can be stable for a long time. A gust of wind suddenly passed by, and several people in the front row were hit by a force and fell to the ground. The invisible enemy is the most terrifying. Everyone panicked for a while, and the instantly shaken determination was taken away by the conditioned reflex of fighting spirit. The pupils were dilated and only knew to kill. They raised their guns and aimed at the feedback target in the infrared sensor, unable to distract themselves to distinguish whether it was a human or a monster in front of them, because the instructions echoing in their minds only told them to eliminate all alienated creatures. Not good. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su instantly faded away the watercolor that concealed his figure, and appeared in front of the Vanguard team members to attract firepower and give them time to retreat. Not only because he promised Captain Lydia, but also from his personal core values, he would not allow such a bastard to attack a group of weak and helpless children. There are still monsters here. Even the exclamations of the elite team members sounded like mechanical sounds. They routinely notified their companions to fight together, but they had no time to think about whether others had arrived or not, and rushed forward on their own. Su's long black tail was like a whip, repelling the approaching humanoid puppet, and laughed coldly. Monster? Who is the monster? The sudden fierce fighting sound made the giant octopus tremble. They wanted to behave more obediently, and make their mothers like them, but such a sound was too scary. Feeling that the tentacles that bound them were trembling with fear, the woman gently comforted them. Don't be afraid, children, mother will not let them hurt you. The women did not discuss a word, and spontaneously picked up everything around them that could be used for self-defense, guarding against the enemy approaching. They are not only women, but also mothers of children. They are forced to separate from their own flesh and blood again and again, but they can't numb their pain. This time, they will definitely protect their children. Mom? Chapter 181. The rain of bullets bombarded the narrow road in disorder. The delicate reliefs on the wall were blown to pieces. The pink wall skin that fell with the shock was like a mask full of holes in Uni Garden. Even if someone wanted to repair it, it was impossible to do it now. They could only watch the building that maintained the source of Matthias' life crumbling. The ventilation duct behind them had been knocked open. This narrow road was a dead end. At present, they had no other way to retreat except to return to the secret laboratory. The women resolutely held their weapons and stood in front of the children, ready to fight back at any time. But when they saw that the monster who blocked the danger for them not far away was also a monster, their faces were inevitably moved. Su seized the opponent's weapon and used the shells to feed back the oncoming firepower. The long tail kept whipping to limit the enemy's advance. He defended the intersection with his own strength and tried his best to leave time for them to retreat. Seeing that no matter how much firepower was used to suppress the monster in front of him, it was as if he had no entity at all, and the bullets went straight through him. The members of the elite team had no time to think about the reason for such a strange phenomenon. Only the killing intention was echoing in their minds. If the hot weapons were ineffective against the enemy, then they would try another method until the target was eliminated. Their eyes were scattered as if they had received some instructions. They drew their swords one after another, rushed forward with their heads down, and slashed at the scales of the monster in front of them. Su was naturally not afraid, but he heard that there were still dense footsteps approaching Uni Garden. He guessed that Matthias had probably sent another wave of reinforcements. If this continued, he would not be able to stop them sooner or later. Take them to the gap I opened, I'll be there soon. He turned back and reminded them while changing guns. The giant octopus responded with understanding, and its tentacles rolled up the mothers in front of it and drilled down from the narrow passage. With her hooves and legs paving the way, the secret passage that had been opened was widened a lot. The soft tentacles carefully lifted them, fearing that they would be bumped or hit. Suddenly, a fierce fire attack was launched again. Another batch of support arrived. Su decisively turned around to avoid it, and passed by a bullet. The torrent that tore through the space was only a fraction of a second away from the tip of his nose. He turned around and swept away the vanguard, who was slashing with knives around him, and then rolled up the people, and threw them to the gradually approaching crowd. Be careful. Most of the people who came were rational. Seeing their teammates being thrown over like this, they subconsciously helped to catch them. Hearing the sound of a giant falling to the ground in the secret space under his feet, Su took advantage of the opportunity when the vanguards were distracted to quickly turn around and get into the path, but in the blink of an eye he slipped directly into the secret passage. Compared with the giant octopus that was gradually approaching the edge, Su's movement speed was extremely fast. He instantly flashed to the edge of the breach, standing in the high wind and looking down to confirm, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Hearing the commotion in the passage, Su flashed behind the giant octopus in the blink of an eye, and his speed caused the women surrounded by the tentacles to exclaim. Seeing that the monster should have heard the sound and turned around to look at them, one of them whispered, "We have no ill intentions, and we really want to thank you for your help." Just now that was. In short, you are really amazing, just like a guardian angel, thank you. Su did not show his emotions in front of outsiders, but the warmth in his chest enlivened his stagnant heart. He felt a little uncomfortable being praised, so he cleared his throat and said, "Yeah." He then said to the giant octopus, Take them away from here, and you will all be free. Free? The giant octopus did not understand the meaning of this word, but he could clearly feel the mother's heartbeat speeding up the moment they heard this word. Was it joy? As long as the mothers liked it, she was willing to like it together. Mom. The giant octopus protected the women on one side of his body, walked towards the edge with heavy steps, and stopped before leaving. She looked back at Susu, who was standing alone, and tried to express her feelings with the few words she knew. Brother, thank you. Susu looked back and said goodbye with a smile. We will see each other soon. Goodbye. As soon as the baby girl's sweet voice fell, the giant embraced the suffering soul and left the cage that imprisoned them, like a bird spreading its wings and flying, soaring between the vast sky and earth. When the Vanguard members settled their irrational companions and went downstairs along the passage to the secret laboratory, they were extremely surprised to see that there was a hidden space in Uni Garden. They also saw that the glass cabin next to them was full of newly formed or half-formed embryos, and they were so surprised that they stood there for a long time. They also saw that two areas were divided not far ahead. One side was marked with high-quality genes, and the other side was unmarked. But from the remaining arthropods and molting in the glass jar, they could vaguely guess where the monster just now came from. But now is not the time to explore the source of the monster. The most important thing is that they lost the pregnant mother, who was specially taken care of by the command center. This is a big trouble. The leading Vanguard immediately shifted the blame, pointing directly at Susu and yelling, You monster, you killed them. Falling from such a high place, they would surely die. Susu had no intention of answering these insignificant people. He did not choose to follow the giant octopus and leave Mattia immediately. Instead, he swung his long tail at the crowd, splitting the crowd immediately, turning into a long dark shadow and sliding through it, quickly returning to the secret passage and leaving the secret laboratory. According to the route that Captain Lydia had previously troubled to explore, Susu drilled out of the ventilation duct, rushed out of the narrow passage where there were no soldiers, and simply flipped out of the window near the front yard. A black shadow rushed out of the Uni Garden, causing a shock in the chaotic Mattia boat. The citizens who were fleeing in a hurry stopped in surprise, and when they saw the true face of the black shadow, they were even more terrified and left here at the fastest speed in their lives. Following the preset route, Susu rushed to the second floor before the alien creatures on the first floor rushed to the second floor, and directly smashed the access control of the education center. The people inside could not get out temporarily, and the things outside could not get in naturally. We can't let him hurt those children. The guards patrolling on the second floor thought that Susu, who had transformed into an alien monster, wanted to hurt the children in the education center, and fired a few shots to deter him. The gunshots seemed to have worked. Susu, who was entrenched in front of the education center, suddenly turned around and left, but the direction he was going was. No, stop him quickly, he's going to the first floor. The central elevator is out of service, he can't go down. Before another guard finished speaking, Susu actually opened the elevator door with both hands and jumped directly into the elevator shaft. Quick! Quickly notify the Admiral, the monster has gone down. Susu had a clear purpose all the way. Everything that happened today had been secretly deduced countless times in the past, and now he was going to finish it. He used all his strength to pry open the lower elevator door, and the moment the door opened, he met Mahler's eyes. Chapter 182. Admiral Mahler. Susu slowly climbed out of the dark elevator shaft, leaving deep indentations on the road with his fingertips. Mahler lowered his eyebrows and stared at Susu, and suddenly remembered the day when the labor district crashed, when Susu crawled back to Matthias with a lot of hatred. He seemed to have changed a lot, but it seemed that nothing had changed. Seeing that he was still in the mood to greet him, Mahler aimed his gun at Susu's forehead and asked indifferently, Do you have anything to do with the monsters in the experimental center? Susu chuckled, You should ask Professor Gabriel this question. Then he apologized and changed his words. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't ask it now. Did you kill Max? Mahler asked. Susu shrugged regretfully and said, It's good that it's me. Former commander? He committed suicide? Susu. Mahler suddenly called Susu's name, his eyes complicated and changeable. Susu had already climbed out of the elevator shaft, looking down at the black gun muzzles in front of him, his face calm and fearless. What do you want to say? He glanced at Mahler, and his eyes fell back to the Posha Hall opposite. The experimental center on the side was surrounded by the guards, and the wailing and roaring continued to come out, overlapping with the alarm above the head, pouring into people's ears, and the already uneasy mood was shaken. Mahler was deadlocked in place, neither advancing nor retreating, following the direction of Susu's eyes, and understood the other party's determination. Do you have to do this? Susu asked back in a flat tone. Can the Matthias Ark really carry humans to the New World? His question was not full of doubt, but it was like a nuclear bomb dropped on the crowd surrounding him. For a moment, no one expressed their firm confidence in Matthias. They had once, if their sacrifice could bring about lasting peace, they would express their determination without hesitation. But they witnessed the human alliance advancing in the long river of time by sacrificing their compatriots again and again. The successive humans did not block the gap in the river bank, but saw the world collapse faster and faster. They could no longer predict whether they would be sacrificed in the next flood. Can they really still believe in the human alliance? Is the fate of mankind still a closely connected community? I know. Muller understood and responded, and asked, what about you? Did you choose to leave because you saw the way to the New World? The Guard and the Command Center are the right and left hands of the supreme leader of the human alliance, and they are also tit-for-tat hostile relations. Everyone thinks so, and the commander thinks so too, but Mahler himself does not think so. In the final analysis, it is just a means for superiors to prevent subordinates from colluding. He never regarded the commander as a strong enemy, but often felt sad for him. Humans, at least humans with independent consciousness, should not live so selflessly. Susu shook his head and said truthfully, not really, but it is better than staying in a desperate situation and waiting to die. What do you think? Mahler suddenly laughed when he heard the voice, turned around and spoke with a tone of relief. Let's go. His voice was sonorous and powerful. With an unchanging determination, the Guards have always been committed to the safety of existing humans, and this will not change. If the existence of the Ark of Matthias is really useless to mankind, he doesn't mind destroying his mother with his own hands. Muller turned around and walked towards the experimental center, and issued an order at the same time. Everyone, support the experimental center. There are still some people in the Guard who don't know the situation. They don't understand why the Admiral gave up attacking the monster in front of them, and turned to support the experimental center. Besides, doesn't the Admiral hate Professor Gabriel very much? Mon followed Mahler closely. This time he finally understood his superior's thoughts, and firmly followed the pace of leaving. Even if the end of this road is their demise, as long as mankind can reach the other side, everything is worth it. Everything for the future of mankind. Mon drew the sword at his waist, and raised it above his head, shouting loudly the declaration that he had long regarded as nonsense, and resolutely gave it another meaning in his heart. His deafening shout was like a warning bell. The Guard standing in place gradually reacted. It was not the giant beast in front of them that was really eating people, but the existence they had been guarding was devouring their original perseverance. Giving up the current struggle is also a kind of struggle. Now they are raising the flag for the community of human destiny. Charge for humanity. Susu leaned forward and moved quickly, passing by the Guards, who were reinforcing the experimental center, offending the hypocritical gods with murderous intent. Bang! The towering carved door was knocked open by fierce force, and outside the door was full of gunfire and smoke. The believers hiding behind the baptismal pool timidly looked out, only to see a long snake-like shadow slowly entering the miracle hall in the blinding dust, and the gradually clear face was very familiar. Su. The believer covered his mouth and dared not speak. Susu had discovered the believer's presence early in the morning, and walked slowly among the 2,727 ever-burning lamps without paying attention. He even had the interest to relight the flames of the extinguished lamps. The quiet miracle hall and the noisy outside the door were simply two different worlds. He was obviously not a human being, but he looked innocent and harmless, and seemed to have no killing power. The believers looked at each other, feeling lucky that they were not worried about their lives for the time being. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they heard a crash of commotion. Susu's snake tail swept down all the ever-burning lamps that had just been lit, and the flames spread along the decorative silk curtains in an instant, instantly igniting the entire miracle hall. Susu stood in the hot flames, watching these lamps carrying the souls of the deceased burn down the hall, but he stood there indifferently. When the fire gradually spread to the confessional, the person hiding inside finally pushed the door open and walked out, his chest heaving violently with anger. But when he saw with his own eyes that Susu, who was originally at the mercy of others, was transformed into a terrifying monster by Gabriel, all his complaints were swallowed back in an instant, and he pretended to be calm and returned to his previous friendly and gentle attitude. Hollis smiled and persuaded, Susu, how did you become like this? Did Professor Gabriel fail in the experiment? Don't be afraid, the priest will submit an application to the captain for you, and then find better scientific researchers to help you return to normal. He avoided the wildly waving flames around him, took 2 tentative steps forward, and opened his arms to Su. "Child, come here, come to the priest. If you have any grievances, you can tell the priest, and the Posha temple will do its best to help you." "Really?" Su's gem-like eyes flashed with a little confusion. He tilted his head and stared at the tiny Hollis in front of him. He slowly bent down to level his eyes with him, and gradually approached him under his guidance. Hollis held his breath and dared not relax. He looked at the door from time to time with anticipation. He sent a distress message to the command center before coming out just now, and he didn't know when the support would arrive. But seeing that Su was still as obedient as before, he was a little less afraid. "Child, all the pain will pass. Believe in Matthias. We will never give up any human fellow easily." "Really?" Su asked again. Hollis responded without thinking, "Of course." Before he finished speaking, he felt that his breath was taken away. His feet were so weak that he couldn't step on the ground. He thought it was because his feet were weak. He trembled all over and struggled to move his eyes down. He was shocked to find that he was being strangled and lifted up in the air. Su did not strangle his neck directly, but carried him to the door of the Pajuo Hall. "Let go, let me go!" The pain of near suffocation made Hollis roll his eyes, and he could only breathe in but not out. The lack of oxygen made his chest organs tighten and burn. He couldn't bear it, and held Su's arm tightly, asking for a chance to breathe. Su glanced at Hollis coldly, but didn't stop him from resisting. The first thing he did, after leaving the Posha Hall, was to swing his tail, and smash all the relief walls outside the door. The infinitely beautified false fantasy was shattered at a single blow, and fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The statues that held the last hope of mankind were mixed together, and looked a bit hideous from a distance. "No!" Seeing his faith destroyed and unable to do anything about it, Hollis could no longer conceal his anger and shouted, Su, you ungrateful thing, Matthias gave you chances again and again, and this is how you repay him? Monster, you have been a monster since you were born, and Unigarden should have treated you as waste and disposed of you. Your existence is meaningless to humans, and even breathing is a waste of resources. The reason you have no faith is because you were born to destroy this world. Matthias is acting on behalf of heaven and destroying you, the scourge. Here comes the justice of heaven. Su sneered contemptuously. Not only did he not refute, but he also echoed Hollis' words. Yes, you have faith, you believe in everything. Alert. Matthias enters the first level of alert. All combat personnel immediately gather in the lower central square to cooperate with the guards to strangle the invading alien creatures. Alert. The overhead notification was repeated with the flashing lights in the aisle. Su looked back at the group of vanguards holding weapons behind him, who dared not move forward. He did not launch an attack, but calmly said, if you don't want to become a long-burning lamp in the Posha Palace, it's best to stay where you are and don't move. The vanguards were already worried, and after hearing Su reveal their concerns, no one dared to step forward. Moreover, Su's skills were already beyond ordinary people. Now that he was mutated, he would be much more difficult to deal with than any mutated human he had seen before. The elite team had been sent to support Unigarden. The remaining people had no chance of winning. If they went up, they would die. Bang! Behind the roar of the manic beast, there were bursts of hammering on the door. The tightly closed experimental center was closed. The door could no longer hold up, and was violently smashed open from the inside. The long-imprisoned evil could no longer be controlled. With a loud noise of breaking the door, it rushed out of the crack like a flood, announcing its injustice to the world. Mahler's brow sank, and he obviously recognized a few familiar faces among the aliens. His hand holding the gun tightened immediately, and his back teeth clenched and ordered in a muffled voice, Mond, you bring a team to drive the frigate to replace the cargo elevator to the exit. The rest of you follow me to drive these monsters to the frigate. Sacrificing one of their ships can save most of the people on Mattia, which can be regarded as fulfilling its due responsibility. As for you. Mahler turned back to look at the vanguard behind him, and gave them a way out. Evacuate from Mattia first. Chapter 183. The vanguard members turned around and ran as if they were relieved, but no matter how they scanned their faces, the closed gate did not respond. This was obviously a repeat of the old trick. Second-class citizens and above were given priority to evacuate Mattia, and the rights of third-class citizens were closed, forcing them to fight to the death with the invading alien creatures. They didn't know how many times this scene had been played out in Mattia, but they only knew that this disaster had fallen on their heads now. Are we abandoned by Mattia? They thought they could finally escape, but the cruel reality gave them a heavy blow, and they finally realized their current situation. I don't know if it was an illusion, they always felt that the howling behind them was getting closer and closer, and even the guards might not be able to resist those monsters for long. If they can't get out, they will still have to stay here and be buried with them. The desire to survive surged, as the sense of identity faded. At this moment, Matthias was no longer a pure land that protected them, but a demon that was more hateful than a monster. Are third-class citizens not human beings? Has the Vanguard paid less? Why do you termites decide our life and death? No, I want to live. A Vanguard member directly climbed over the gate and rushed to the shuttle. Seeing someone take action, someone immediately followed suit and climbed over the gate, running forward desperately. After all, the space on the shuttle was limited, and it was first come first served. Muller's eyes moved away from the noisy gate and looked at Su, who was pinching Hollis and approaching them. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind suddenly passed by his face, and the blue-black snake shadow did not stop at all, and went straight to the exit on the other side of Matthias. Admiral, the frigate is in place, and will soon dock with the cargo elevator. Hearing Mon's report from the communicator, Muller immediately called a halt. Wait a minute. Before Muller could start explaining, Mon on the other end of the communicator first urgently braked the frigate. Fuck, what is this? Mon leaned slightly towards the windshield, squinted his eyes, and looked closely, only to see a long shadow carrying a person out of the cargo elevator, squatting outside the transport iron cage, and falling towards the material platform. Don't worry about him. It can be seen that Su's purpose is clear, and Muller doesn't want to care about it. After Muller's instructions, Mon no longer pays attention to other things, and speeds up the docking of the frigate with Mattia. Admiral, the frigate's hatch is flush with the cargo elevator entrance, and the aisle pedal is about to be released. Mon synchronizes the current situation in time. Following the sound of steel plates falling to the ground, Mon's team rushed out of the hatch and joined the large force that was driving the powerful dispersal device to drive away the alienated monsters. Admiral, we are here. Mon quickly joined the long-range suppression team to suppress the fire line with all their strength, providing conditions for the comrades, who operated the dispersal device to advance. But even if they put all their firepower on it, countless companions still died in the counterattack of the evil beasts, and the friends who once fought side by side were torn into pieces in the tearing, and the splashing blood dyed their eyes red. In the cries that symbolized the end of life, countless warriors fought bloody battles to protect the remaining humans. The Ark of Matthias was rotten, but the hope of mankind will live forever. They are willing to use their flesh to build a high wall to block all disasters. This is their mission and their belief. As the rain of bullets passed by his ears, Muller suddenly slowed down and looked at everyone around him silently, as if he wanted to remember every face of them firmly. When Gabriel first tried to get involved in the military, it wasn't that no one was tempted. He just rejected the invitation from the experimental center without asking anyone's wishes. He knew that some people would complain, but no one said it was wrong. Everyone in the guard believed in his choice unconditionally. There were many other situations like this, but his soldiers all resolutely chose to stand behind him. Such almost foolish obedience was wrong, but it was also a symbol of their trust in him, so he vowed to protect everyone in the guard. Muller lowered his eyes and looked at the communicator that kept flashing with incoming call reminders. He knew that the captain was sending a communication at this time, most likely to summon the guard to return to the top immediately, but he no longer thought that his mission was just to protect a selfish and arrogant human leader. He turned off the communicator, held a gun in both hands, and walked to the front row. Increase firepower, we are almost at the freight elevator. Muller's eyes were always on the approaching exit. When he saw that the soldier next to him was in danger, he immediately reached out and pulled him back, replacing him in the strongest row. The fierce hurricane poured in from the gap at the freight elevator. The force from nature became the biggest obstacle for mankind. It seemed that God was also promoting this war, intending to use these monsters to eliminate the sins committed by mankind. But there are always people who are unwilling to accept their fate. The strong wind at high altitude choked people and made it impossible to breathe. If Su hadn't pulled him, Hollis couldn't imagine where he would be blown without any protective measures. In the face of foreseeable death, he didn't care about anything else. He hugged Su tightly and pinched his arm, fearing that the other party would let go at this time. Hollis wanted to ask Su where he wanted to take him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a strong wind blew into his mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe, let alone speak. The sound of gunfire above his head continued, and the tail end of the indestructible Matthias boat seemed to be suddenly pressed by heavy objects, making a sharp and piercing noise, and the material platform hanging on the backside also suddenly fell down. The cargo elevator channel hanging in the air suddenly deformed and quickly straightened, and the iron cage hanging in the middle was swaying and about to fall. Hollis was so frightened by this situation that he dared not say a word. He could not think of the prayer in his heart, and only asked Su to let him go. He was a priest of the Pajuo temple, but he knew better than anyone that those so-called gods did not exist at all, because the gods had never blessed them, the most devout believers. Su sat on the iron cage with a green face, and his calm expression seemed as if he was in control of the gust of wind. The more this happened, the more frightened Hollis became. He turned his head and looked at the supply platform under his feet. He vaguely guessed Su's plan, but he could not struggle or beg for mercy. The sudden vibration caused Su to look up. Although the distance was getting farther and farther, he clearly saw Mahler and Mandela fighting. He raised his eyebrows slightly in confusion for a moment, and shrugged his shoulders in boredom. "Admiral, let me be responsible for driving the ship." Mon pulled the hatch to close it, but Mahler held it tightly. The monster driven into the cabin was slapping the hatch of the buffer aisle. In order to resist the pressure of the seabed, the buffer hatches of all ships were specially made by the Combat Readiness Center. Even so, it might not be able to withstand the fierce attack of hundreds of monsters. They didn't have much time left. Mahler ordered without explanation, "Get down." Mon bit his lower lip and shook his head, trying to suppress his sadness, and said, "Admiral, I know what you were thinking. I used to think I was stupid and couldn't understand your thoughts at the first time, but this time I understood without your explanation. It is far from enough to lock these monsters in the frigate. Someone needs to take them away. You have been standing in the front row, just to follow the monsters into the cabin as soon as they are driven into the cabin, and drive the frigate away from human activities, right? Unlike the Ark, the frigate has no intelligent control of the driving system in order to ensure a high combat state. It can only be driven by humans, which means that someone must take the initiative to sacrifice. Now it seems that Mahler has made plans long ago, but Mon doesn't want the sacrifice to be his admiral. So the moment the admiral followed the alienated monster into the cabin, he immediately pulled the person back and entered the cabin himself. Mahler gritted his teeth and ordered again, "Lieutenant General Mond, I order you to get off the ship immediately." Mond used his hands to pry open Mahler's hands holding the cabin door, and signaled his comrades behind to pull the admiral away. He cried with tears in his eyes and said, "Admiral, I have been disappointed with Matthias countless times, but I have never regretted being your subordinate. Although you are strict and unkind, every lesson is for our good. You are our superior and our guide. I believe you will lead more people to a bright future, and I." He pried open Mahler's last finger with force, watched him being stopped by his comrades, raised a bitter smile on his face, and said his last goodbye, "Admiral, please regard this as the last answer sheet I submitted under your guidance. Admiral, you will be proud of me, right?" When the hatch behind him exploded, the smile on Mond's face froze. He didn't have time to wait for Mahler's answer, and closed the main hatch with force. He quickly took down all the dispersals in the combat readiness cabin and turned them to the highest gear, hanging them all on his body. He planned to enter the cockpit while the monsters could not get close for the time being, take the frigate away from the human base, and completely detonate at high altitude. Mond stared ahead and took a deep breath, slowly approached the broken buffer hatch, and walked towards the battlefield that belonged to him alone. "Mond, don't." Mahler left the soldiers, who were restraining him, and more soldiers tried to stop him with tears and blood. It was only a few steps away, but he could never return to the ship. He lowered his head, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Mond always trained alone until late at night. He was almost 30 years old, but he would hide and cry secretly when he made a mistake. This person always said that he was stupid, but with a little guidance, he can learn quickly. He believes that as long as Mond is given some more time and accumulates more experience, it will not be a problem for him to take over the guards after he abdicates. But Mond chose to take this dead end for him. How can he not feel guilty? Ding! When the frigate's departure whistle resounded through the sky again, all the guards, who were originally standing still, lowered their heads and said, "Vice Admiral Mond sailing away." Because the rope of the transport channel was swaying, the iron cage hit the platform with a bang. Su leaned forward calmly and got off the cargo elevator. He looked up and watched the frigate leave. His mood was a little complicated. He suddenly asked Hollis, "Father, someone asked me to make a choice, either to destroy this world that is already hopeless with my own hands, or to hold on to that little bit of life and help mankind again. What do you think I should choose?" Holy suffocated until his face turned red, and said intermittently, "You are a monster. Should not accept God's will." Su couldn't help laughing. "I'm asking sincerely, but Hollis, you really don't have any professional ethics as a charlatan. Don't you like to enlighten people?" After the complete fallout, You don't even pretend anymore. Chapter 184. The howling wind in the sky poured into the cabin. Mahler stood at the cargo ladder entrance, watching the frigate go away. For Matthias, it might be just one less ship, but he lost a capable helper, and there will never be another Mond. Admiral. The guards looked at Mahler standing at the wind outlet. The cloak on his shoulders swayed in the wind. His back was still tall and majestic, but a little more lonely than usual. Mahler lowered his head silently, looking at the material platform below, and suddenly turned around and strode out, his expression as cold and murderous as before. The guards wiped the tears from their faces and followed. Although they didn't know the Admiral's next instructions, they still wanted to follow honestly, so as not to be alone when the Admiral needed them. Mahler paused and looked back at the guards behind him. His eyes moved and he said in a muffled voice, "Leave half of the people in Matthias and wait for the captain's dispatch. The others will go to the flying platform with me." He will make his words clearer in the future, because no one will interpret his words anymore. Yes. The guards nodded and accepted the order. The transport elevator has not returned to its place. Now the fastest way to get to the material platform is to take the shuttle to the flying platform, and then transfer to another platform. Although the journey is tortuous, he still wants to know what is the purpose and confidence of Susu's choice to openly betray Matthias. Mahler stood by the windshield of the shuttle, staring at the long shadow on the distant platform. Seeing that figure gradually approaching the edge, he suddenly remembered the old things and sensitively realized that something was wrong. He ran to the edge closest to the material platform as soon as the hatch opened. "Susu!" Mahler shouted the name of the figure on the other side. Susu paused when he heard the words, looked at Mahler, and suddenly laughed and said, "Admiral Mahler, today's scene is very familiar. When I threw Boris down from here that day, you were also standing opposite me. But this time, their positions will be completely divided." In order to gain Matthias' trust, he obeyed the wishes of the Pasa Palace and personally executed a vanguard. That day he saw Mahler at the other end of the material platform. It stands to reason that from that day on, there would be no possibility of cooperation between him and the guards. In his original plan, after leaving the Uni Garden and returning to the lower level, he might have to fight a fierce battle with the guards. But Mahler did not attack him, as if he had anticipated his defection. At that time, his surrender was very hypocritical, but it was consistent with the goal of the guards, which was to protect Matthias's human Pure Land. But now that he has alienated himself in public, it is equivalent to no longer belonging to the human alliance. It is not just Mahler. It is difficult for him, and the existing humans to be on the same front. But no matter what, Mahler can see the reality clearly and choose to wake up from Matthias's hypocritical dream, and no longer blindly support him. This has fulfilled his original promise. Susu stood in the distance, his eyes swept across the people on the other side, and then looked up at the huge mechanical ship above his head. As for himself, will he stand on the side of humans to fight against the gradually disappearing nature, or turn into a monster to seek justice for the ocean polluted by humans? In the past 400 years, some humans have been desperately trying to save it, while others are still doing evil, and the revenge for marine life has also continued. He knew that the ocean created him to end such pain as soon as possible. He also felt that this absurd world was extremely annoying, but the world was so big that he should not make the final decision on right and wrong. There is more than one way to achieve the goal. He destroyed Matthias today. In essence, he was not standing for any party, but kicking over the lingering illusion in front of him. As the fuse between humans and monsters, it was also a return of the ocean's creation. But whether he was a tiny human or a monster with steel bones, he wanted to do only one thing from beginning to end, and it never changed. As for what he would become, where he would go, and where he would die, it was nothing worth caring about. Mahler bit his back teeth tightly, and squeezed out the words from the gap. "Susu, who are you? Is it a monster? No, the alien creatures have not evolved to this level yet. Is it really created by Gabriel? It doesn't seem like it. After all, they just saw Gabriel's experiment with their own eyes. So why did Susu become like this? It doesn't matter." As he thought, Susu answered in a rather careless way. Amid Hollis's insults and pleas for mercy, he pinched his neck and moved to the edge of the platform, raised his lips, and smiled strangely, saying, "Father, a devout believer like you will definitely go to the right place after death. If you see Susu, who was killed by you, on the road, say hello to him for me, and then go to hell honestly." The congestion in his brain made Hollis' ears buzz, as if the strong wind was intentionally pouring Susu's words into his ears intact. He stared at Susu in disbelief, and his hand pointing at Susu kept shaking. Susu lowered his eyes, and looked down at his feet. In front of everyone on the flying platform, he mercilessly loosened the hand that was shackled Hollis and watched him fall from the sky. Mahler's breathing stagnated when he saw this. If Su had not directly committed the killings before, he might have been able to protect the people. But now Su had killed a priest of the Pajuo temple in public, and the guards had to do something. He stepped onto the shuttle boat between the two platforms, determined to arrest Su, the sinner. But before Mahler led the guards to the supply platform, he saw Su leaping down against the wind. When he left, his movements were straightforward and without any nostalgia, full of disgust for Matthias. Mahler saw Su's figure gradually falling, and disappeared in the air like Boris before. He noticed that someone called the command center to prepare for battle and meet the enemy. Something is wrong. There may be something abnormal under our feet. Immediately transfer to the combat readiness center to prepare for combat ships. As soon as the hatch of the supply platform opened, Mahler quickly entered the combat readiness state, stood on the edge, pointed his gun at the position where Su disappeared and fired 2 shots in a row. The bullets did not pass directly through. Wei Yu waited for a long time in the ship. When he saw Su jump off the platform, he immediately opened the top plate and stood up from his position. He opened his arms with expectation and caught Su who was landing. "I caught you." Suddenly, Su sensed something strange and hugged Wei Yu and got into the cabin. Wei Yu saw the situation and quickly closed the baffle. The two were only a few seconds away from being shot through. Bang! Bang! Su handed the plastic bottle in his arms to Wei Yu without saying much. "This is what you want, and..." He coughed slightly awkwardly, stuffed a pack of oil paper into Wei Yu's arms, and said, "When I was in the labor area before, I saw the ant in the community cafeteria make it. It can't be said to be authentic, but I tried it myself, and it tasted pretty good." He probably had this idea because his brain was hot. He didn't like to owe favors to others, but during this period, Wei Yu really helped him a lot, and he had nothing to repay him. The path he chose was the fastest way to achieve the goals of both parties, but the price was to become a monster feared by humans. The so-called opposition was not only Mattia, but also Wei Yu's Deep-Sea Research Institute. He would still repay Wei Yu's favor, but as a monster, he would protect the Research Institute and the sea camp on the seabed, but Wei Yu didn't need to know this. Wei Yu opened the oil paper with a little surprise, and saw a few vegetable cakes wrapped inside, which were even warm. He suddenly remembered that he and Su had mentioned this matter before, and he didn't expect Su to remember it. "I have given you what you want, and our cooperation is successfully completed." Su glanced at his tail, without explaining why he became like this, and said in a deep voice, "You should leave quickly, I will cover you. I can't destroy Mattia's military reserves. It's dangerous for you to stay here." He asked Wei Yu for help, but he didn't expect that the person who came to pick him up would be Wei Yu himself. The existence of Wei Yu, Oliver and the Research Institute behind them is very special to Mattia. Once exposed, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. He originally thought of handing the things to the people in the Research Institute, and then covering them to leave. But now the person in front of him is Wei Yu. This feeling is different. "It's okay, you have been responsible for so long, you can leave it to me next." Wei Yu smiled and raised his hand, patted Su's arm lightly, turned and walked towards the driver's seat. Gazing at the platform above, Wei Yu did not choose to evacuate, but drove the ship slowly up. When Mattia identified the source of the abnormal signal, he openly turned off the stealth system and opened the protective shield to meet Mahler. "Admiral Mahler, long time no see." Mahler's hand holding the gun froze. Staring in astonishment, his eyes stagnated on Wei Yu. He did not expect that the person who disappeared for several years was still alive. Then he slowly moved his eyes to Su beside Wei Yu, and he could not believe that the two would unite. What kind of transformation opportunity is that? If you use the genes of alienated creatures to forcibly merge into the human body, is the thing you create still a human? Nature did not destroy people's will to survive. It was humans themselves who went to extinction. Mattia is not a shelter for humans. We must escape from here as soon as possible. The rumor he heard 5 years ago hit Mahler's eyebrows. This was Wei Yu's advice to his fellow vanguards before he disappeared. The guards questioned all the vanguards in the same team during the investigation. When he heard this sentence at the time, he also thought it was crazy talk. Unexpectedly, Wei Yu had noticed something wrong a long time ago. "You, what do you want to do?" Mahler pointed his gun at Wei Yu, and the guards behind him also pointed their guns at the target in front of them. Wei Yu pulled Su behind him with one hand and raised his other hand upwards. In an instant, dozens of ships behind him removed their stealth systems at the same time, and the muzzles had already been aimed at the guards, and the war between the two sides was about to break out. But after seeing who was on the ship in the air, Muller silently moved his hand away from the trigger. As soon as Mattia got into trouble, he led people to the experimental center, so he didn't know what happened in Uni Garden. He just heard that a monster suddenly appeared in the garden and took away all the women involved in breeding work. But now all these women with the Uni Garden logo on their clothes appeared on the ship behind Weiyu. There was no panic on their faces about being held hostage, but more joy and relief from escaping the current situation, which once again impacted Muller's cognition. Muller took a deep breath and said, "Do humans have to go to confrontation?" Weiyu laughed and said, "Admiral, you should ask the person sitting high in the position of the leader of Matthias." "Admiral Muller, are you going to launch an attack?" Hearing the prompt from the communicator, Muller pursed his lips and said, "But there are women and pregnant women on the enemy spacecraft." The tower paused and continued, "Admiral, the captain is even more angry when he learned that you did not lead the guards to return to the high-level guards in time. Now the traitors have held Matthias citizens hostage to threaten the human alliance. The captain orders you to capture them and take them back by any means. No matter what means. Including sacrificing innocent people?" Muller asked back immediately, and the other party's silence was the clearest answer. He didn't know what kind of power was behind Weiyu, but judging from their willingness to risk their lives to save these women, they didn't come here to fight. Indeed, he could take advantage of the opponent's lack of manpower to launch an attack, but what was the point? He didn't want to fight anymore. There was no point in fighting. The world was about to be destroyed, but humans were still killing each other. The world he wanted to protect shouldn't be like this. Chapter 185. Then shall we continue to fight? A guard whispered to his companion. Judging from the current situation, this battle should not be fought. I don't know, but I don't want to fight anymore. The companion shook his head. He glanced at the flight platform, followed by a sigh of regret. Have you noticed that there are fewer and fewer people in Mattia? Last time, there were still many people standing on the opposite side, but now look at how many are left. Obviously, all of us are trying our best to continue the hope of mankind, but now it seems that we have not only not made any progress, but also lost many companions. Maybe it's because of this. His sight slowly moved to Muller not far ahead, because there is no hope on this road. The Admiral doesn't want to continue walking. He was not sure what choice the Admiral would make later, nor did he know what the big shots thought. All thoughts were based on what he saw with his naked eyes. In his opinion, if the current situation continued, there would be fewer and fewer people on Mattia who could fight alongside them. The soldiers around heard their conversation, and everyone sighed in understanding. Muller frowned and slowly raised his hand to announce a ceasefire, but suddenly a command came from above his head. The command center detected the presence of rebel forces, who are suspected of assisting alien creatures to invade Mattia and destroy the human gene pool. All artillery positions are in place, ready to fire. It's the new commander. Muller murmured, but his heart was like a mirror, and the order just issued was probably from the captain's instructions. He glanced behind him. On one side were his subordinates, who had been with him day and night, and on the other side were weaklings who were powerless. He couldn't bear to choose either side. Su slowly moved to the edge of the ship and looked down, opening his mouth and saying something silently. The people on the ships behind were all confused when they saw this situation, but now was not the time to ask Su for help. Matthias's artillery fire could come down at any time, and they were all waiting for Weiyu to order an evacuation. Someone looked down in the direction of Su's sight, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn, what is that?" I saw black bulges inexplicably appearing on the yellow-green purulent sea surface. As the waves grew bigger and bigger, it seemed that the sea was nurturing something. Roar! A sudden roar was earth-shattering, breaking the stalemate between the two sides. The black bulges turned into a huge monster, and stood up from the sea. The tentacles that were fully stretched out were as dense as hair. What was numbing was that the suction cups of the tentacles were full of baby heads. The alien waved its vine-like tentacles wildly, intending to knock down the giant ship in the sky, but because there was still a long distance, it screamed angrily. But it was still a long distance, and everyone on the platform focused their attention on the alien creature on the sea, shouting in panic that the command center should deal with the terrible monster under their feet first. Some of them have lived in Mattia since childhood and devoted themselves to human careers after leaving the education center, while others have never gone out to sea for missions after obtaining excellent assessment results. For a time, these people selected by Mattia became the most cowardly guinea pigs. Muller raised his gun, pulled the trigger and pointed it directly at the giant monster below, helpless and powerless. Even the monster is on his side. When he looked at Su on the ship again, Weiyu and his men were no longer in the sky. He had no idea how these people obtained resources under Matthias' control and built such a technologically advanced fleet. But even if the other side was short of manpower and lacked combat readiness, it was not certain for Matthias, which was declining, to win this battle. So Matthias actually lost. Not long after Wei Yu's team left, the monsters on the sea seemed to be inspired and sank to the surface without being driven away. The sea surface suddenly fell into silence, which was unusual. The Matthias citizens who were trembling on the platform were terrified, but they did not wait for the monsters to attack, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and ridiculous. Let's pack up. Mahler did not put away his gun. After hearing the sound of the shuttle docking again, he turned around and saw that the person coming was from the command center. He had expected this. He consciously put down his gun and kicked it away, cooperating with the arrest of the command center without any struggle or resistance, and took all the crimes on himself. I am the admiral of the guards. They all listen to me, so it is enough to arrest me alone. Admiral, it's not like that. The guards repeatedly stopped him, but the top leaders could not hear their voices and did not care. Wei Yu took the ship that restarted the stealth system and gradually moved away from the airspace of Mattia. Seeing Mahler being escorted away, he sighed. When I was in Mattia before, I felt that although Admiral Mahler was too cold and difficult to approach, he was more like a normal person compared to others. His words did not get a response, and he slowly turned around to look at Su Su, who was pale, sweating profusely, and collapsed on the seat, and had already fallen into a deep sleep. Su Su was exhausted, his long dark blue tail that occupied half of the cabin gradually faded away, and his clothes, which were torn by the deformation, hung in pieces beside him, and his exposed skin was as white as his face. Wei Yu silently looked away, took off his coat and covered Su Su's legs, half knelt in front of him and whispered to comfort him. Sleep peacefully, no one will hurt you again in the future. He gently stroked the oil paper bag in his pocket. Although the vegetable cake was a little cold, it still felt warm to his heart. Su Su. Wei Yu opened his mouth and closed it again, but after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't help but say what he had been thinking about for a long time. I'm not helping you because you owe me a favor. Some favors don't need to be repaid. When did it start? It was Su Su, who was in a very difficult situation and was about to do a high-risk mission, but was still thinking about him, a strange injured person drifting on the sea. He still kept the wrinkled bag used to hold food. It was the risk of being discovered by the human base, risking his life to personally confirm his injuries. He really couldn't forget the eyes full of concern and awkwardness. Or the vegetable cake in his hand now. It was mixed with Su Su's clumsy and lovely sincerity. So, when Su Su said goodbye to him, he must have made plans for today. He didn't know what happened on Mattia, but when he saw Su Su lying weakly in front of him, he only knew that he must have experienced inhuman pain. Wei Yu himself couldn't remember the complicated, confusing and lingering emotions. There was no need to explore, because he was looking forward to the future. Wei Yu lowered his eyebrows, and saw that Su Su was holding a book of experimental records tightly in his hand, with the HOM logo embossed on the cover. He understood and didn't force his hand open, but held his wrist and gently placed it in a relatively comfortable position. He gently wiped the sweat from Su Su's forehead and whispered, Su Su, I take you home. Chapter 186. The soul is drifting with nowhere to go. He is a creature given by heaven and earth, an orphan raised by love, a stranger who tries his best to find the truth. What will happen next? He doesn't want to know. His exhausted body and mind seem to be trapped by a big net, trying to drag him from the surface to the depths. The cold sea water pours in from his 7 orifices, eating away at his heavy heartbeat bit by bit. Since there is nothing worth lingering in the world, maybe the deep sea is where he belongs? However, the power that gave birth to him will definitely be disappointed with him, right? Su Su, I take you home. Go home. He has no home, and no relatives for a long time. From a biological point of view, he is indeed not in the category of normal humans. That's the reason. The conversation between the old and the young forced its way into his originally drowsy thoughts. Su Su slightly opened his eyes, and vaguely realized the unfamiliarity of the surrounding environment. He tried to find a weapon with caution, but his body was too weak to move, and he frowned in annoyance. Who are the 2 people next to him? Where is he? Lu Fanqing checked the various monitoring instruments by the window. His research direction is biological functions, and he can only barely understand some of them, but his teacher is in charge of human science and pathological diagnosis. Judging from his behavior of taking his time to fix the infusion tube, Su Su's condition has improved a lot. Then what should we do with him? He asked. Then stroked his long beard and said, when he wakes up, send him to Area 3. Deal with him? Area 3? Su opened his eyes and wanted to turn the passive into active, and asked bluntly, "Who are you?" Standing beside his bed were an old man and a young man. The old man had white hair and beard, and always had a smile on his face when he spoke. The lower half of his white coat was covered with hand-painted cartoons, which made him look a little funny. The other man next to him was straight-backed, showing a personality completely opposite to the former. He stood there in silence, and his white coat was also clean and meticulous. Then quickly held Su's hand to prevent him from suddenly pulling out the needle to fight back, and took the initiative to show his kindness before he got angry. "You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" His old bones couldn't withstand Su's punch. Su turned his head with difficulty and looked at the infusion tube on the back of his hand, and his dissatisfaction with the current situation was written all over his face. Finn explained, "The injection was glucose, and you have been in a coma for several days." Seeing that the vigilance in Su's eyes had not faded much, he began to introduce himself consciously. "Hello Su, my name is Finn, and I am a resident of the Institute. I wonder if Wei Yu has mentioned me to you." He raised his eyes and looked at Lu Fanqing, motioning him to introduce himself as well. Lu Fanqing silently looked away, and after hearing the teacher cough lightly to hint and urge him, he reluctantly said, "Lu Fanqing." He felt helpless in his heart, as if it was the elder's pleasure to let him take the initiative to greet strangers. Then smiled and drew Su's attention back to himself. "Don't mind, this child is just more introverted, not targeting you." He looked at Su carefully. Before, when Wei Yu always mentioned him every now and then, he didn't believe it. Now the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He was brave, resourceful, bold and careful. How could there be such a good child? Although he had never seen them, Su had indeed heard of these two names. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked around the room, as if looking for something. When the door was opened, Su's eyes fell on the person who came in. Wei Yu pushed the door lightly, and met Su's eyes the first time he entered the room. His eyebrows raised, and the corners of his mouth were raised, and his tone of voice was also floating. "Awake, are you hungry?" The spikes on Su's body suddenly dissipated, and he nodded slightly in shock. After going through so many things, he no longer had the energy to worry about what these two people would do to him. Even if he had no strength for the time being, when he recovered a little, they would not be his opponent together. But seeing a familiar person in a relatively unfamiliar environment, his originally calm mood instantly stirred up waves, rolling up sour and bitter water, stimulating his heart to tremble. "Then I get you something to eat." Finn saw the situation and took the initiative to suggest it. He took 2 steps and immediately pulled Lu Fanqing, who was still standing there in a daze, along. Lu Fanqing pulled his hand back a little, but he just woke up. "Don't you need to check him?" Finn was older than the others combined, but he apologized to Su and Wei Yu without any airs. "Sorry, I haven't taught him this yet. Sorry for bothering him." He walked out holding the stiff Lu Fanqing with both hands, muttering, "You have no eyesight. I take you to check first." Too deliberate. Wei Yu gritted his teeth and whispered, angry and amused. When Finn left, he winked at Wei Yu, then changed the subject and reminded him, "You two should talk, but I can see that the child is not in a good mood now, so be careful with your words." He stopped joking and stopped making fun of their ambiguous relationship. He was even more worried that Su would reject this place. He knew that the child had suffered a lot. Even if he was alienated now, he would not be able to live in peace in the sea of the jungle and constant fighting, so if he could stay, he should let him live in peace. Wei Yu nodded heavily. "I understand." Then looked at Su with a serious expression. Seeing that the other party sat up with difficulty, and cast a look at him, he immediately restored his playful smile, and pushed Lu Fanqing away at a trot. "Run slower." Wei Yu, who was standing at the door, reminded him with concern, watched Finn run into the corner, and then returned his sight to Su. He walked in slowly, closed the door gently, and saw Su leaning against the bedside flipping through the experimental notebook in his hand. He said in a gentle voice, "You were holding this notebook tightly when you were unconscious." He recognized this worn-out notebook. It was always carried by Gabriel. It was said to be passed down from generation to generation by the core experimenters of HOM. It recorded important data about the iteration of the human power plan. Due to their completely different positions, this notebook was meaningless to the Institute. The reason why Su valued HOM was mentioned by him a few times during the call before, but as an outsider, Wei Yu could not fully empathize with him, so the best choice was to respect Su's decision. "Remember the welfare home I told you about?" Su said in a muffled voice. Wei Yu did not talk unnecessarily at this time, but nodded in response to Susu's request. Yes, I remember. Susu's fingers turned white as he pinched the paper, and he had only turned a few pages. Actually, I don't have much ambition. Before coming here, I just wanted to make more money, so that the dean and my brothers and sisters could live a good life. But accidents come faster than dreams. Something happened in the welfare home, and my home is gone. And I left suddenly at the most critical moment, and I couldn't find a way to go back, nor could I find out what happened to the welfare home later. Did my brothers and sisters finally get social assistance, receive better medical conditions, and eventually recover and be discharged from the hospital, find a suitable adoptive family, and grow up happily, or did they end up with a worse result? I have come all the way to now with these questions. In fact, I already knew the answers to these questions. I just wanted to know for so long. Susu stared away in front of him, and the sadness that he tried his best to endure was still exposed by the tears in his eyes. He didn't want to show his weakness in front of others, so he lowered his eyes to avoid looking directly at him, and his fingers holding the notebook became increasingly bloodless. Wei could only understand the general idea, and didn't make any more inquiries. He let Susu pour out his pain, but couldn't help but grab his white fingertips and carefully place them in his palm. I just want to know if it will be painful for the children to leave. Susu's breathing was trembling, and he buried his head lower and lower, but when he opened his eyes, he saw the reality he had been searching for a long time in the diary, and had to face. The children were so sick, but those people were still unwilling to let them go. They took advantage of the tsunami to forcibly take them away, and the caregivers couldn't stop them at all. Half a year. Less than half a year, 24 children. Susu clenched his fists in deep resentment, and scratched Wei-Yu's palm unconsciously. He suddenly woke up and pulled his hand back, but Wei-Yu grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. The scratching pain on the palm of his hand only lasted for a moment, but what was uncomfortable was the grief that Susu didn't want to reveal at the moment, and Wei-Yu also took a breath and felt uneasy in his heart. Do you want to destroy everything about HOM? He asked. Susu remained silent and did not respond. When they left, Matthias had just been severely injured, and he was not prepared for the power of the Institute. However, Matthias occupied most of the human resources after all. If the two sides really fought, the Institute would not have much chance of winning. If he expressed his intention to challenge Matthias's boat, would Wei-Yu take the Institute into danger again to help him? He did not want to implicate others because of his personal ideas. Susu shook his head and took his hand away from Wei-Yu's shackles. He struggled to hold the edge to get out of bed. Thank you for your help. Thank you to everyone for me. I should go. Where are you going? Wei-Yu was puzzled, but he bent down to put away Susu's shoes. His thoughtfulness was meticulous, but not deliberate. However, it was this kind of concern that made Susu timid. He did not think he could respond to Wei-Yu's sincerity. He said evasively, Leave here, leave the Institute. Why? The room in Area 3 is not ready yet. Don't you want to go and take a look? Wei-Yu wanted to respect Susu's idea, but also wanted to keep him. Room? It turned out that Area 3 that Finn and the others were talking about was the residential area of the Institute. But Susu still didn't understand. For me? Why? Wei-Yu was a little dizzy listening to Susu's series of questions, and smiled helplessly. Why do you have so many questions? Just stay here. If you don't like Area 3, you can choose any area. But it's not recommended to live in Area 5. Oliver and his friends have to go out from time to time, and they always like to get together and drink late at night, which is a bit noisy. Susu looked down at his feet. Didn't you see my? In order to ensure that the seawater could be delivered to Wei-Yu intact and no accidents happened, he did not retract his transformation when he jumped off the supply platform. Wei-Yu must have seen it. Why didn't he feel surprised? Tail? Wei-Yu nodded in appreciation. Yes, I saw it. It's a very beautiful tail. Susu was confused. Aren't you afraid? Matthias and the others are afraid of me. And what about the other people in the Institute? They won't be willing to keep me. When Wei-Yu was about to explain, a noisy shout came from outside the door. Brother. Chapter 187. Susu is still resting. If you keep making a fuss, be careful that your brother will come out and beat you up. Oliver grabbed Liang Zhan and tried to drag him away. Liang Zhan grabbed the corner with both hands and refused to leave no matter what. My brother is not you. You kid. Oliver's eyes widened. Was his kindness taken for granted? They had gone to great lengths to bring Susu back. If he was scared, everyone in the Institute would have a brain slam and give Liang Zhan a concussion. What to do if the child is naughty? Just carry him away and give him a beating. Oliver thought, bent down, grabbed Liang Zhan's arm, and carried him directly on his shoulders and took him away. "Let me go!" Liang Zhan screamed and hit Oliver's back. "Brother, look, Oliver is bullying me again." The quarrel between the two was about to stir up another whirlpool on the seabed. Wei Yu had long been accustomed to it. He sighed in front of Su Su and quickly opened the door and walked out. He held Liang Zhan, who was struggling non-stop, with one hand and stopped Oliver from coming forward with the other hand, pulling the distance between the two. "Okay, stop arguing." Liang Zhan, whose belt was caught, did not touch the ground with his feet. He was suspended in the air and looked up to see that the door was half open. He playfully stuck out his tongue at Su Su on the bed and waved his little hand to say hello. "Hello, brother Su Su." Oliver stared at Wei Yu's hand, kept a safe distance and moved to the opposite side of the door, nodded slightly to Su Su and greeted him. Wei Yu saw that the two of them became quiet after they separated and said angrily and amusedly, "So you two have something to ask me? These two playful guys fight and quarrel endlessly every day. It's not that they are really incompatible, it's just that the children are naughty, Oliver. Deserves a beating." Liang Zhan turned his head and looked back, blinking innocently. "Brother, I'm not here to see you, I'm here to visit brother Su Su." Oliver pointed at Liang Zhan, who was like a little chicken, and found a very reasonable excuse for himself. "I'm here to persuade him not to disturb Su Su." "Brother Su Su." Liang Zhan ignored Oliver's dissuasion, and saw Su Su standing in the house, giggling and waving at him. Wei Yu was worried that Su Su would feel uncomfortable with the sudden noise, so he looked into the house with concern and asked softly, "I take them away first, will you wait for me for a while?" Although Su Su had just expressed that he wanted to leave the institute, he still held some hope and wanted to try to keep him. He always felt a sense of loss that if he let Su Su leave, they would never meet again, so he didn't want to sit and wait for death. Through Liang Zhan's innocent and kind eyes, Su Su inexplicably thought of his deceased family. His originally bitter and depressed mood suddenly blew a warm breeze, clearing away the accumulated fog. He walked towards the door holding the wall, and stopped behind the door. He cautiously stopped getting closer to Liang Zhan and asked, "Are you looking for me for something?" Liang Zhan's eyes were full of expectations. "I heard that you are moving to District 3, we will be neighbors in the future." Su Su was stunned and deeply puzzled by Liang Zhan's kindness. Why was he not afraid? Was it because of Wei Yu? Knock knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted Su Su's thoughts, and Wei Yu tilted his head and looked into his sight through the crack of the door. "Let's go and take a look together." Wei Yu knew Su Su's caution and made an invitation at the right time. "You will know whether it is suitable or not after you see it with your own eyes." Su Su had the opportunity to refuse and leave, but in the eyes of three pairs of expectant eyes, he nodded silently. "Then go and see the world that Wei Yu lives in, and find out why he still has hope for this era. Take a wheelchair." Su Su just agreed, and Oliver pushed a wheelchair from somewhere the next second. Wei Yu glanced at the corner with understanding, and did not expose Finn's existence. It seems that the reason why Liang Zhan and Oliver suddenly appeared was probably Finn's idea. As an elder, Finn laughed and played with them without age barriers, but he had actually experienced life experience, and even if he did not deliberately show it to others, he would show his concern for the details. Wei Yu extended his arm to Su Su's side, indicating that he could use him as an armrest. The living area of the Deep Sea Research Institute is not very large, and most of the area is still used for breeding, production and research and development. Wei Yu pushed Su Su forward slowly. Even though he had not yet made clear his intention to stay, he still enthusiastically introduced the layout along the way. The space of the institute is limited, so the breeding is a three-dimensional model. The lower layer grows grains, fruits and vegetables, and the upper layer is a pasture. The fertilizer is collected and placed vertically downward, which can save transportation space and manpower. "Hey!" Liang Zhan flexibly got into the greenhouse, and when he jumped out, he had 5 big and red tomatoes in his hand. He stuffed 2 into Su Su's arms. "Brother Su Su, try the ones we planted, they are so sweet." As he said that, he also handed one to Wei Yu. "Brother, here." Oliver reached out to take the next one, but Liang Zhan had no intention of sharing it with him at all. He proudly took the 2 alone, took a bite of the tomato in his left hand, and was about to bite the one on the right hand, but not only did Oliver flick his forehead, but the fruit was also snatched away. He was so aggrieved that his face fell instantly. It was clearly picked for Oliver, but you had to do something bad to provoke him. Although he said it with disdain, Wei Yu had a faint smile on his face. He continued to push Su Su forward, letting the 2 chat on the road. "The number 1 production area is in front." Su Su looked forward in the direction Wei Yu pointed, and asked woodenly, "Number 1. Wei Yu nodded and replied, "The area near the breeding area mainly produces daily necessities, clothing, food processing, and pollution-free equipment assembly. The other production area is farther away, at the other end of the institute, and the laboratory is also there. I will take you there later." "Oh no!" Wei Yu was talking, and suddenly stopped and exclaimed. Su Su turned his head to check, "What's wrong?" Seeing that Su Su's mood finally fluctuated, Wei Yu said with a suppressed smile, "Because of Liang Zan's disturbance, I forgot to bring the fruits and vegetables that Sisterly asked me to bring. Brother, I brought them." Liang Zan shouted at the top of his voice, jumped on Oliver's head with a backpack on his back, and flicked Oliver's forehead with his fingers, vowing to get back all the losses he had suffered. The scene of the two people fighting and playing was lively. Su Su's eyebrows were slightly curved, and his cold mood gradually became active. "I have a question. Why is your surname Wei, and Liang Zan's surname Liang?" He realized that his question was a bit strange, and added, "I mean, it has been so long since the old times. Why do everyone keep their previous surnames?" He had also had doubts about this question before, but no one on Mattia discussed this boring question with him. Wei Yu was stunned for a while, and after a while he spoke. "I really haven't thought about this question. However, the earth was submerged, and people kept collecting and consuming resources from the end of the world. There were fewer and fewer things from the old times, so there had to be something left to prove where humans came from." He pushed his wheelchair and chatted. "The ancestors of Zuhue gathered scholars, scientists, soldiers, etc. from the survivors' camps, trained the younger generations in the camps, and traveled around on ships to collect knowledge, and agreed to pass it down from generation to generation. Old Director Finn was one of the students, who was sheltered, and he inherited the mission after he became an adult. Like Director Finn, Lu Fangqing also grew up in the camp. His mother's surname is Lu, and as for Liang Zhan," Wei Yu said, looking back at the two people who were still playing, "the person who brought him back to the institute was surnamed Liang, so he took the surname." Su Su pondered Wei Yu's description and always felt that something was wrong, as if it was deliberately glossed over. However, it was someone else's private matter after all, so he couldn't ask too much. As for his past, Wei Yu had no intention of hiding it, and was even very happy that Su Su was willing to know. "I met him when I was cooperating with the Vanguard on a maritime mission. Because I didn't hurt him, he generously told me about his past. At that time, I was suspicious of Matthias. After learning about Finn's position, I also made clear the path I would take in the future. My parents are residents of Taoyuan Underground City. They are inferior genes abandoned by Matthias. Therefore, every scientific research result I have achieved after entering the experimental center is against the gene screening principle they adhere to for Matthias. I am destined to have a bad in there. Taoyuan Underground City, the Asian doomsday human base, so it is much more reasonable for Wei Yu to have this surname." Su Su's expression was serious, as if he was talking about something very important. "It was Matthias who betrayed humanity, you are not wrong." Su Su's consolation was like a serious sermon, which showed his clumsiness in this matter. Such a reaction actually pleased Wei Yu. He nodded in response. "Yes, you are right." Su Su looked away awkwardly and changed the subject abruptly. "Where is the front?" He was not sure whether what he said just now was considered meddling, but like Wei Yu, he did not want to see Wei Yu depressed. Wei Yu held the handle with both hands and pushed forward, introducing, "In front is the living area of the institute. Area 1 is closest to the production area and breeding area, so it is allocated to the people working there. Area 2 is slightly off the beaten track and is where the elderly rest. Area 5 is where the team responsible for long-distance assistance is stationed. The remaining areas 3 and 4 belong to the laboratory, the second factory, and the engineering team, but Area 3 is a little special." He pushed Su Su to a gate and stopped, waving at the surveillance camera above his head. The next moment, the movable door in front of them slowly opened, and the new world behind the door gradually appeared in front of Su Su. "Excuse me, please be careful not to bump into the person in front. Where are you moving all these furniture?" "Oh, I see. Do you want to help? Who's going to the greenhouse? We don't have enough food for today. Hey, it's your turn. Help me run errands. I secretly save a piece of meat for you later. Should we change this step to distillation, increase the concentration, and then see the degree of reaction? Hey, where are you going for your next long voyage?" The engineering department just installed a particle acceleration filter. The living area was noisy, everyone was talking about their own things, but they got along very harmoniously, creating infinite possibilities in a limited space. Su Su stared at the scene in front of him, a little absent-minded for a moment, and in a trance, he saw the former labor area again, and remembered the boy who was so happy when he saw him. He suddenly felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, and looked up at Wei Yu along the hand. After catching the concern in the other's eyes, he shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Wei Yu understood what Su Su was thinking. The predecessor of the research institute was an abandoned labor area ship, and there is no difference between the two. We are all human beings, trying our best to survive. What is there to distinguish between high and low, noble and humble, and 3, 6, and 9? Roar! Suddenly, a shriek sounded, breaking the conversation between the two, and abruptly echoed in the cabin. Su Su stood up vigilantly with the handle of the wheelchair. Without a weapon, he clenched his fists and prepared for a fight, always on guard against the approach of strange monsters. But he soon noticed something strange. The people here didn't show any fear when they heard the sound, as if they were used to it. Suddenly, a terrible thought emerged in Su Su's mind uncontrollably. Could the chaos he had experienced in Mattia not long ago be repeated in the Institute? But he didn't think Wei Yu was a person like Gabriel. So how to explain the monster's roar just now? Wei Yu's hands on Su Su's shoulders interrupted his meditation and pushed him back to the wheelchair to sit down. Relax, it's okay. Wei Yu smiled and raised his chin forward, his relaxed face without any calculation. This is why I said that Area 3 is a little special. Chapter 188. The submarine sunk to the bottom of the sea has a narrow interior. The kinetic-driven generator supplies electricity to the cabin, lighting up everywhere. The one-way mirror on the hull widens the field of vision, and there is no sense of claustrophobia at all. As soon as Wei Yu appeared pushing a wheelchair, he attracted the attention of all residents. People curiously and restrainedly glanced at Su Su in the wheelchair. They wanted to greet him, but were afraid that this guest from afar would not be able to adapt to their enthusiasm. A young man was waiting on the side of the road. When he saw Wei Yu coming, he followed his pace and said, "Captain Wei, the room is almost cleaned up. Go and see if you need to order anything else." Sisterly said that dinner will be later today, and she also said, "You are out of meat tonight." He pouted and secretly pointed to the empty basket at the entrance of the cafeteria. "Anli, I want to eat chicken feet tonight." Liang Zan's voice was a little strange, and his chest seemed to be squeezed. Even Su Su, who was still confused by the strange sound, turned his head to look at Liang Zhan. He saw the tall Oliver holding a basket with vegetables on one side, and Liang Zhan with his hands and feet tied on the other. "Okay, whatever you want to eat, I let you cook." Sisterly walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Seeing Liang Zhan being bullied again, she raised her rolling pin and rushed towards Oliver. "You are such a big man, and you still bully a child." Oliver stood there without resisting, and even bent down to cooperate with Sisterly to beat him, but there was some grievance in his words. "Look, Liang Zhan beat me up. What's wrong with letting the child go?" Not only Sisterly, but other helpers on the side also laughed and said, "That's right, if you make a child cry, see if Director Finn won't beat you." No need for the old director. Isn't Director Wei here? Oliver, a tall man, had no room to retort under the preaching of the elders. He had a bitter face and a gnashing look, but seeing Liang Zhan laughing happily, he turned his head and smiled secretly. "Help me quickly, I still need to take Brother Su Su to Area 3. Liang Zhan reached out from the basket and tugged at Oliver's clothes. Oliver's anger was superficial, and he grabbed Liang Zhan's wrist and pulled him out of the basket. Although it was normal for them to fight, it was not as frequent as today. Didn't the old Director Finn say that Su Su's personality was a bit dull, probably because he was shy, and as the host, they had to liven up the atmosphere and let Su Su feel the enthusiasm of the Institute. Brother Su Su. As soon as Liang Zhan was free, he appeared behind Su Su in the blink of an eye, squeezed Wei Wei away with his body, and pushed the wheelchair forward by the handle. Su Su instantly dodged the wheelchair, avoiding Liang Zhan's drive, and stepped back to land steadily on the side. Seeing the situation, Wei Yu only cared about protecting Su Su, watching Liang Zhan slide past him at a high speed. The weight of the wheelchair suddenly lightened, but Liang Zhan's strength did not decrease at all, and he rushed directly into the indoor shrubs used for decoration in front of him before he could react. Su Su took a breath and thought it was not good. He hurriedly stepped forward to pull him and apologized repeatedly. "Sorry, it's a conditioned reflex." He knew Liang Zhan's intentions, but he was not used to letting others control his actions for a while. Su Su pushed aside the grass in front of him, but he couldn't find Liang Zhan's figure. Suddenly, he heard the sound of branches and leaves disturbing not far away, and his eyes immediately locked the location. He did not act rashly, but followed the target closely. Suddenly, he saw a man jumping up with his arms spread out. Brother Su, welcome to the Deep Sea Research Institute. Following Liang Zan's welcome, Su finally noticed the streets behind him. After seeing the figures coming and going in the alley, he stopped in surprise. The long and narrow road was illuminated by the fluorescent lights above. The walls along the street were painted with colorful children's paintings. Judging from the brushstrokes, they were not the works of the same person. The breeze blowing out of the vents drove the wind chimes hanging high up, and the crisp tinkling sound accompanied by the innocent laughter of children infected every corner of the cabin. Such lovely pictures are rare in this era. What shocked Su was that the people who created these pictures were actually a group of alienated people with distorted body shapes. Some children have missing or distorted facial features, and some have incomplete, supernumerary or deformed limbs. Perhaps they are deformed due to accidents or genetic diseases, but there are also some who breathe through parotid glands, grow monster tentacles or limbs, and even have completely changed faces and only retain some human features. How to explain these? The children living here don't seem to think they're special. Even if they can't use their hands and feet like people living in other living areas, they have their own ways to find fun in front of the bouncing ball, the swinging rubber band, and the squares drawn on the path. Su, who has faded back to human form, seems a little abrupt here. He took a few steps forward in a daze, and then turned to look at Wei Yu, with surprise and confusion in his heart. Who are they? Wei Yu walked slowly to Su's side, and his voice was obviously much softer. They were all picked up by Director Fin and Zhu Huigong outside the restricted area. These children have obvious signs of being transformed. Although their physical appearance has been deformed, they are innocent. There are strong winds and heavy rains in the restricted area, and there are giant alienated monsters holding on. It is too difficult to go deep. When the weather is slightly better, the camps near the restricted area will send people to try to search the periphery. As long as the children found can be saved, they will be brought back and tried to raise them. As they search, more and more residents in Area 3 are found. Distortion of appearance is visible and controllable, and there are countless lives that cannot be saved due to problems with internal organs. This has been a long-standing pain for the Institute. Su suddenly remembered that when Meg was plotting against the elite team, he took the opportunity to stay away from the chaos and met Zhu Hui near the restricted area. Later, Wei Yu guided him to find a room for oxygenation. There were also so many children's paintings in that room. At that time, Wei Yu did mention that it was Fin's residence. It turned out that he had come into contact with these special children a long time ago. Seeing that Su had adapted and could walk independently, Wei Yu stopped pushing the wheelchair and walked slowly with him. His size drifted away with the wind. There are no monsters here, only unfortunate people. If it weren't for Matthias's inhuman torture, these children should have grown up happily like normal children. Even though the adults in the Institute have tried their best not to discriminate, they still can't help but resent Matthias more when they see these children suffering inconvenience and pain due to physical problems. But it's really a lucky thing to be alive. Liang Zhan took off the leaves on his head, walked out of the bushes, turned around on the spot, and lifted his trouser legs in front of Su, revealing two mechanical calves. You? Su held his breath for a moment, not expecting Liang Zhan to be one of them. Yes, Wei Yu had said before when introducing Liang Zhan that he was picked up by a senior. You see, if I don't tell you, you can't really tell what's different about me. Liang Zhan grinned and said, because of genetic problems, I'm missing most of the bones below the waist. I'm an adult, but I'm still the size of a child. He shrugged in relief. But this is not a very important thing, because living itself is meaningful. Here, everyone likes me, and I like everyone too. Not only do I get a second life, but I'm also living a happy life. Liang Zhan's smile is like the bright summer sun, without any restraint. He took a small step forward, grabbed the corner of Su's clothes, and openly expressed his affection. In fact, I have had an inexplicable familiarity with you for a long time, so after knowing that we are the same kind, I am really, really happy. As he said, he shook his hand holding the corner of his clothes like a spoiled child. Brother Su, you stay? If anyone makes you unhappy in the future, I will teach him a lesson for you. But Liang Zhan's face became more entangled as soon as he finished speaking. Except Oliver, I can't beat him, but you can definitely beat him. My brother is an exception, but he shouldn't make you unhappy, right? He pursed his lips in embarrassment, but Director Fin can't do that. He's always been very nice to me. I was basically raised by him. In that case, none of them can do that. Liang Zhan felt more and more guilty. He secretly glanced at Su's face. Seeing that he didn't seem angry, he became bolder and grabbed his wrist and said, You stay here for a while. If you really don't like it, We will accompany you to find a camp on the sea, okay? Chapter 189. I heard he woke up. Can we meet him? Faced with Liang Zan's enthusiastic invitation, Su Su was temporarily unable to adapt. The sudden chaos behind him seemed like timely rain, giving Su Su a chance to distract himself. He turned around and saw that several women were pouring into Area 3, and some of them seemed familiar. The women anxiously looked for the expected figure in the crowd, fearing that the other party had left. There, Su Su saw that they were pointing in the direction of him, and looked around in confusion. When he realized that they were talking about him, there was a little more contemplation in his eyes. He didn't know many people in the institute at all. Why did they look for him? The women's steps were urgent, but from the weight of their landings, it can be seen that they were all seriously ill. Su Su pointed at himself, looking for me? The women came closer, nodded after confirmation and said, Yes, Mr. Su Su, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. We are here to thank you. Others nodded in agreement with their companions, holding their stomachs and bending over to bow solemnly to Su Su. Their clumsy and careful movements fell into Su Su's eyes, making him instantly impressed, waving his hands and explaining, the idea was provided by Lydia. It was those children who took you away from Mattia, and it was the institute that provided assistance. I didn't do anything. Without you, we couldn't get out, right? When they thought of the past days, they couldn't help but shiver. When they were dragged down from Mattia by those children, they thought their rotten lives were finally coming to an end. Unexpectedly, when they fell in midair, a soft net suddenly caught them. They followed a group of people whom Mattia called rebels to the deep sea and settled down in this completely unfamiliar place. To be honest, they were not afraid. After all, there was no place in the world more terrifying than Uni Garden. Besides, if these people wanted to harm them, there was no need to risk saving them. But the following days completely exceeded all of their expectations. They received full treatment from the institute, and were treated like normal people by the people here. The pregnant sisters were arranged in a warm room to wait for natural delivery. They no longer needed to undergo endless puncture examinations, and no longer use cold digital codes. They had their own names again, and gained a second life. The people in the institute also said that as long as they were not used to living here, and wanted to leave, and return to the underground city base to find their families, they could always ask for it, and they would try their best to help them return to the human base. But is the human base really willing to accept them? Mr. Su Su, regardless of whether your rescue was intentional or not, we were able to get freedom, and be treated kindly because of your influence. The woman who stepped out of the line to speak stole a glance at Su Su's legs, and when she looked up again, she saw that Su Su had already noticed her gaze. There was no panic in his eyes, as if he had been caught, but he expressed his thoughts frankly. Mr. Su Su, this is not the era to distinguish between enemies and friends by appearance. Some people are well-dressed but have a devil's heart, and some people are, she said, looking at the innocent children in Area 3, and then looking at Su Su. I always believe that you are a very good person, no matter what you become. As soon as she finished speaking, another person next to her immediately stated the purpose of his trip. Mr. Su Su, you have protected us from many disasters. You must have been injured, and you have offended Matthias. If you leave here alone, the days ahead will be difficult. With your help, we have a peaceful life. How can we watch you in danger? Just stay. Su Su felt the pressure comparable to the deep sea in the eyes of countless sincere and expectant people. He took a deep breath and was depressed for a long time without knowing how to respond. Leave here or stay? Now he has found all the information fragments related to the past, and pieced together the source of the disaster to the welfare home and the follow-up of the incident. For him, now there is no other idea except to destroy the forces related to HOM. In terms of hostility to Matthias, he and Wei Yu's research institute are on the same front. Before, he might have found an opportunity to discuss cooperation with Wei Yu, but the situation is different now. Before he chose to mutate last time, he didn't know how long he could maintain his sanity, and whether his blood would be as violent as the guards at the Santa Maria base, and his body would explode, so he made the worst plan, thinking that he would never come back. Fortunately, he was awake and survived, but what about the next time? He was different from the children in Area 3. Would the power behind him get angry again because of his non-cooperation? Would the Peaceful Research Institute be implicated because of his arrival? This uncontrollable and completely unpredictable feeling oppressed Su Su's nerves, and suppressed the joy he felt when he saw the existence of Area 3. Please send them back to rest first. Wei Yu whispered to the person in charge of the medical room. Seeing that the women were still persuading him, the person in charge whispered, they also mean well. Their good intentions have been expressed very well. It can be seen that Su Su is actually very happy, but Wei Yu hesitated and shook his head helplessly and continued, "It is not a good thing to tie someone to the institute with emotions, and he is already tired enough. Let him choose for himself. Everyone has his own position. These poor people who escaped from Mattia also hope that their benefactors can also be treated preferentially, but Su Su is also a very thoughtful person. On one side are the expectations of the public, and on the other side are Su Su's own considerations. Wei Yu believes that what he can do is to describe to Su Su as much as possible the people and things he can meet after choosing the institute, so as to dispel the uncertainty in his heart, but he cannot make a choice for him." Wei Yu silently waved his hand to dismiss the others around him, and then signaled Liang Zhan to talk to the old director Fin, telling him that he could stop and leave the rest of the time for Su Su to think carefully. "Su Su, if there is something you want to do, or a place you want to go in the future, I will not restrict you. What I want to tell you is that the world is so big, but you can regard the institute as a harbor. It can be seen that home has a special meaning to Su Su. In fact, he hopes that Su Su can regard the institute as home, but he is worried that Su Su will not like it here." Wei Yu. Su Su looked deeply at the grass and trees in Area 3, with a sincere smile on his face. "Every time I think the world is really rotten, you always bring me surprises. I like it here, but I can't stay here for long. Mattia has not recovered yet, and can no longer carry out sea missions for the time being. Even if he wants to do something, he has no chance. Just a few days, let him satisfy his selfish desires a little bit." He wanted to stay with Wei Yin for a while longer, to have a brief sense of stability within reach in the midst of uncertainty. Chapter 190. The stuffing is ready. How is the skin rolling? It's almost done. They made the roller drawings according to your demonstration and calculated the rolling frequency. The next step should be to start mechanical automation. What is that? Ed, who was in charge of cooking, rushed out of the kitchen. It's just making dumplings. You dragged your feet for a long time and boiled the water twice. You are working on mechanical automation? Are you going to make a production line? Oliver picked up the dumpling skin for reference with his thumb and index finger, and said with embarrassment, "It's too difficult to make dumpling skin. Even Lu Fanqin can't do it. I have applied for special approval from the R&D department. Didn't we make dumplings 2 years ago? But for various reasons, we ended up eating mincemeat noodle soup. But since we want to continue the reunion tradition of the old times, there will definitely be a chance to do it again in the future. It's better to make a special machine." Liang Zhan didn't understand the principle of the machine, and couldn't help much. Running errands very attentively each. Ed pointed at the blueprint that took up most of the table, his face flushed with anger, and waved his hand to disperse the guys who were in the way. Get out of here! Get out of here! I should have known not to let you guys help, waiting for the machine to roll the dough. I don't know when I can eat it," he said, calling his wife to come over to make dumplings together. "Wife, do you have time? Let's make dumplings together." "Coming." Sisterly had just finished tidying up the warehouse, and she came out immediately after hearing the sound. She took the dough rolled by her husband and wrapped the stuffing in a neat and tidy manner. The tacit cooperation between the two stunned Oliver and others on the side, who stared at their movements intently and exclaimed from time to time, "Aunt, why do we have to make dumplings?" Liang Zhan blinked curiously while lying on the table. Li Mei's smile was a little more gentle, because it is said that in the old days, no matter where people were, they would take time out of their busy schedules to return to their hometowns to reunite with their families, and everyone would sit together and have a meal. Just a meal? Liang Zhan was a little confused. Li Mei's eyes were full of doting. When you grow up, you will understand that it is a rare thing for everyone to get together for a simple meal. As she said this, she looked in the direction of Su Su's room and patiently explained the meaning of today's meal. Whether he is willing to treat the institute as his home or not, the institute is willing to treat him as a family member. Su Su's story has spread throughout the institute. In order to help Wei get important samples, he almost lost his life, and he was able to save so many innocent victims. Any reason is enough for her to look at him with new eyes. The so-called family does not necessarily have to be passed down by blood. Family? The conversation outside the door reached Su Su's ears without missing a word. He leaned against the door, staring at the clean and tidy room in front of him, and did not dare to step forward for a long time. He had settled in 4 places. Although the hut in the welfare home was simple, the director's thoughtfulness could be seen everywhere. Later, he entered the society and rented a house outside. Although the conditions were a bit worse, he had hope every day and life was not too difficult. Since coming to this world, his temporary residence has been competing for territory with the waste overflowing from the garbage disposal station every day. The first breath of air he breathes every day when he wakes up is an unpleasant stench, as if he and the garbage are classified as the same kind. The previous owner of this room moved to the sea camp a few days ago, and it happened to be vacant. I cleaned it up briefly and replaced the old furniture. The conditions are a bit shabby. You can just stay here for now. If you are not satisfied with anything, tell me. Wei Yu also knew that he was a bit nagging, but when facing Su Su, he still felt that there were many things he hadn't said. After a long while without getting a response, Wei Yu thought that Su Su had already made up his mind. He turned around and was about to ask, but found that the other party was still standing at the door. He quickly returned to the entrance, took Su Su's wrist, and walked inside. From today on, this room is yours. No matter where you go in the future, there will always be a room in the institute that belongs to you. Su Su was suddenly pulled forward and followed Wei Yu's steps into this strange room. With every step he took, the iron plate on the ground under his feet would make a metallic bounce sound, as if this lifeless room was responding to Su Su's self-deprecation. Mine? Su Su's murmur was filled with a strong uncertainty. His steps gradually slowed down, and he observed the furnishings in the house. The room was cleaned very cleanly, the sheets and bedding were just changed, and he could faintly smell the fragrance of soap. The furniture was well placed and complete. Only a closer look could reveal traces of being soaked in water, but all the joints and defects had been repaired and reinforced, and the whole room was filled with care. From childhood to adulthood, nothing really belonged to him. Would this be an exception? Wei Yu followed Su Su's line of sight to the corner of the table and explained, "These are what we found when we were collecting supplies on the seabed. We picked them up because we saw they were still usable. Instead of reproducing and manufacturing, it is better to make the best use of things. It can also be regarded as a kind of resource recycling, don't you think?" Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by a question from outside the door. "Wei Su, dinner is ready, come out and eat together." Wei Yu looked at Su Su first and explained, "Today it is Sister Li's family's turn to cook. Uncle Ed's cooking is delicious. Do you want to try it together?" Su Su's eyes dimmed with a blink, and he smiled bitterly, and shook his head and said, "No, go by yourself, and thank them for me." He didn't want anyone else to become unhappy because of being close to him. "Why haven't you come out yet?" Li Mei stretched her neck to look at the tightly closed door, knocked away Oliver's hand who wanted to steal food, and said, "Oliver, you go and try." Oliver did not move. His eyes were only on the hot food. No need to ask. He will come out when he wants to. Ed walked out of the kitchen with the soup just out of the pot in both hands, exclaimed seriously, "I know, it's not that Su Su is actually like our Xiao Lu, shy in front of strangers." His words immediately attracted many people's approval, except Lu Fangqing who was sitting in the corner. "I'm not." Amid the harmony of the crowd, Lu Fangqing's whispered defense seemed particularly pale. Knock, knock, knock. "Then I go out and get 2 bowls. Wei Yusai said. The knock on the door sounded again. He responded, "I'd be right there." But the person outside the door knocked on the door again. He replied puzzledly, "Wait a minute," but the frequent knocks seemed to urge him to go out immediately. "They're not like this usually." Wei Yu smiled apologetically, quickened his pace to the door, opened it, and asked anxiously before he could see who was outside, "What's wrong?" But there was no one outside the door. Wei Yu turned his head and looked in the direction of the public dining table. Seeing Sister Li pointing at the ground and then at him, he noticed a tray on the ground. Wei Yu nodded in gratitude, thanked her silently, bent down, picked up the tray and returned to the room. "Sister Li has served you some dishes, and a plate of dumplings. If you don't have enough after you finish, I go out and serve more." He put the tray on the table, and called Su Su to sit down. "Try it first, and see if it suits your taste." Su Su, who was still familiar with the environment in the house, heard the voice and approached. When he saw the dumplings on the table, he felt like he had returned to the past in a trance. At that time, people often laughed at the forced reunion at the end of film and television works, and the plot of all the protagonists making dumplings together was a bit cliched, but now when he saw the ordinary food in the past, he just felt very nostalgic. He missed the director, and the dumplings in the welfare home. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Wei Yu asked tentatively, "Don't you like it? Or do you want to eat something? I make it for you." As he spoke, he unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves, thinking that there should be some leftover ingredients in the kitchen. "No, I like it very much." Su Su shook his head to deny it, but the smile on his lips was somewhat sad. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Yu looked at the door and smiled in understanding. He didn't open the door, but suggested to Su Su, "How about you open the door yourself?" He leaned back in the chair like a lazy boy, and said lazily, "I'm tired and don't want to move." Su could see through Wei Yu's lie at a glance, and cooperated without exposing it. Then he looked at the door not far away, and walked closer in confusion and gently opened it. A vase placed in the middle of the door caught Su's eyes. A small bunch of daisies in the vase brought spring vitality. Su saw that there was no one at the door, and he didn't know who put it here. He didn't pick it up rashly, but turned sideways so that Wei Yu could see clearly outside the door. Someone put this at the door. Wei Yu recognized the owner of the vase, nodded and smiled. "Bring it in. It's probably given to you by Andre from the plant research field. The flowers and plants we saw along the way are all his experiments." The seawater flooded the earth and took away many opportunities for plants to grow. The Institute has been collecting species samples as much as possible, waiting for the day when the seawater recedes and they can bring the sealed plant life to land again. Maybe there is no hope in the short term, but they believe that as long as they treat the ocean well, work hard to purify pollution, and do their best to redeem the sins committed by mankind, there will always be such a day. So that's it. Su stared at the little flower in his arms. After Wei Yu's description, his good impression of the Institute became stronger and stronger. If there is a chance in the future, I want to thank him for his kindness. It turns out that this world is not completely rotten, and there are still flowers blooming in the corners of the deep sea. It was rare to receive a gift, but Su felt a little uncomfortable. The gift was for him, so it was not appropriate to ask Wei Yu to express his gratitude on his behalf. Su held the vase and looked around for a more suitable place to put it. Finally, he chose the shelf at the entrance, so that he could see it when he came in and out. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded again. Su turned his head to look at Wei Yu, and saw that he was sitting in his seat, and spread his hands, with no intention of opening the door. Su opened the door a crack and looked out, and saw that there was a basket of fresh fruits where the vase was just placed. He turned to Wei Yu with the fruit in his hand. "What is this?" "The farm manager, Brother Young." Knock, knock, knock. Su put down the fruit basket, and took the initiative to open the door to check. He saw a wash basin outside the door, which was filled with daily necessities such as toothbrushes and toothpaste. Wei Yu saw Su coming back with the wash basin, and said ashamedly, "Sorry, I forgot to prepare it for you. These should be sent from the supply department." Su secretly wrote down the name Wei Yu had just mentioned. He vaguely heard footsteps approaching outside the door, and circling outside his door for several circles. He took the initiative to open the door without waiting for the knock on the door, and directly faced Lu Fangqing, who was wandering outside the door holding the fish tank. You opened the door? How could you open the door in advance?" Lu Fangqing hurriedly stuffed the fish tank in his hand to Su and ran away in a panic. When Wei Yu in the room saw that it was Lu Fangqing who brought the gift this time, he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Lu Bo, run slower." "Thank you." Su said thank you to Lu Fangqing's back. After all, he only saw this person who came to deliver the gift. Although Lu Fangqing was socially anxious, he still politely retreated from the corner and replied, "No, you're welcome." Before he finished speaking, the figure disappeared again. Su came back with the fish tank in both hands, wondering, why is he called Lu Bo? Wei Yu smiled with red eyes, took the fish tank from Su's hands with both hands, and put it aside, took a towel to wipe off the splashes on his chest, and said in a light tone, "Director Finn said that Lu Fangqing was very smart since he was a child. He had mastered most of the biochemical knowledge before he reached adulthood, and had already carried out sample collection and biochemical research with the team at sea." The elders in the camp praised him as a genius, saying that the highest degree in the old days was called a doctor, so they gave Lu Fangqing a nickname, Dr. Lu. He just prefers to do research and study, and is not very good at socializing with people. After getting to know him, you will find that he is actually quite interesting, Wei Yu said, looking up at Su, and suddenly met a pair of light blue eyes, and felt the hot and humid breath spraying on his face. Just then he realized that he was a little too close to wipe the water just now. He immediately distanced himself and coughed to cover up the embarrassment, then walked behind Su and pushed him back to the table. "Sit down and eat first. There will be plenty of opportunities to get in touch later." Wei Yu's clear eyes were still lingering in front of him. Su took a deep breath to get rid of distracting thoughts, and ate in silence. He freed one hand and placed another pair of chopsticks, inviting Wei Yu. "It's too much, I can't finish it. Sit down and eat together." Wei Yu lowered his head slightly to peek at Su's expression, caught him sneaking a glance at him, and then avoiding his gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly in a happy mood, sat down and said, "Okay, but you have to eat more, you've been in a coma for 3 days." I'm just staying here for a few days, you don't have to deliberately entertain me. If they knew you were only staying for a few days, they probably wouldn't knock on the door and come in to give gifts directly. Then, forget it, let's eat. Is it delicious?
Yeah,